Chapter 1. The Primordial World. On Kunlun Mountain, I, Yuqing Yuan hereby establish a teaching. I, Shanxing Tongtian, today establish a sect named Jie Jiao, which shall provide a glimmer of hope for all beings. There shall be no distinctions among teachings. All those with affinity may enter Jie Jiao. With the Zhanxian sword array to suppress the fate, Jie Jiao is established. As Tai Jiao Laozi attained sainthood, Yuqing Yuan and Shanxing Tongtian swiftly followed suit, each achieving their own sanctified status. Upon witnessing the three purities of the East attain their holy ranks, the figures of Jin and Zhuanti in the West were not to be outdone, as they too made grand vows to attain sainthood, adhering to the principles of heaven and earth. Today, the five saints emerged together. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and the sky was filled with radiant hues, causing a tremor throughout the cosmos. On Kunlun Mountain, outside a cave dwelling, a young man clad in white gazed at the magnificent scene before him, filled with profound emotions. I am fortunate to witness the emergence of the five saints. My reincarnation has not been in vain. The youth, named Xianjun Yu, was the first manifestation of celestial energy between heaven and earth and the sole disciple of Shanxing Tongtian. Of course, he bore another identity as a traveler from the Blue Star. Originally, he was an ordinary office worker in the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star. On what seemed like an ordinary working day, a flash of white light enveloped him, transporting him to this realm. Having just successfully manifested, he was brought back to Kunlun Mountain by the passing Tongtian, who took him as his disciple. As the first manifestation of primordial celestial energy, his innate talents were quite remarkable. He attained a realm of earth immortal upon his emergence. It was only after being brought back to Kunlun Mountain that he realized his master was Shanxing Daoist, the leader of Tongtian. With his knowledge of the unfolding narrative, he was acutely aware of the tragic fate that awaited Jie Jiao in the end. However, upon being brought to Kunlun Mountain, he found himself without any recourse. Escape? To flee from a peak Kwasa saint is tantamount to seeking death. To refuse Tongtian and express a desire not to associate with him, that would likely lead to an even more dreadful demise. Xianjun Yu was well aware of his own limitations. Achieving sainthood was beyond his grasp, and he understood he lacked the capability to traverse the path of the primordial. In order to savor a few millennia before the impending calamity of the function, he chose to adopt a laid-back approach, opting to sit whenever possible and lie down whenever he could. In essence, he sought comfort above all else. My master has attained sainthood. It seems my days of ease are numbered. Alas, such is my fate, Xianjun Yu lamented with a sigh. Yet, as he mumbled to himself, the voice of Tongtian echoed from a distance. You err. Cease your lamentations and come here. Yes, master, he replied, lacking enthusiasm. The thought of the impending calamity either being struck down or forcibly conscripted as labor dampened his spirits. Upon arriving at his master's abode, Xianjun Yu immediately bowed in greeting. Disciple Xianjun Yu pays his respects to master, congratulating you on attaining the fruit of sainthood. As he spoke, he managed to muster a faint smile. The warning bell of the Fengshen calamity had already told it would be strange for him to be genuinely joyful. You speak with such reluctance, devoid of sincerity, Tongtian observed, somewhat exasperated at his only disciple. This disciple of his had been in the fold for over a millennium, yet his cultivation remained at the mid-earth immortal stage. Compared to when he first entered, he had only achieved a minor advancement. As a primordial being, his innate talents were not lacking. Achieving the mid-earth immortal stage should have been a straightforward endeavor, yet he had squandered so many years. In other words, his disciple had hardly cultivated over the past millennium. Where were you truly thinking? You remain within your cave, shunning spiritual treasures, neglecting cultivation, and after all this time, you are still a mere earth immortal. What is it that you are dissatisfied with? Speak to me, and I shall fulfill your wishes. Tongtian spoke in a gentle tone, devoid of any anger. Having attained sainthood, there were few things he could not accomplish within this world. He was willing to go to great lengths for this disciple. As long as his disciple expressed a desire for something, he would not hesitate to forego his saintly dignity to obtain it. Xianjun Yu was naturally aware of his master's goodwill, however. He yearned for security, which Tongtian could not provide. Once the calamity struck, even his master would struggle to ensure his own safety. "Thank you for your kindness, master, but I desire nothing and seek only to live out my days in tranquility." However, before Xianjun Yu could finish his words, Tongtian interrupted him, chiding nonsense. As a practitioner who defies the heavens, one cultivates for ultimate freedom. How can you claim to be without desire? If everyone were like you, what would be the purpose of a cultivator's existence? What are you? Seeing his disciple bow his head in silence, Tongtian refrained from uttering the reprimands that lingered on his lips. Alas, let it be. Everything shall unfold as fate dictates. Today, as Jie Jiao is initially established, it will not be long before individuals come seeking to become disciples. You shall guide them. Without further admonishing Xianjun Yu, Tongtian directly stated the purpose of his summons. As his only cherished disciple, he was reluctant to chastise him. Had it not been imperative to speak, he would have preferred to remain silent. "Yes, master, I shall remember." Go on, he sighed, raising his hand slightly to dismiss Xianjun Yu. At the same time, he began to worry for his disciple. With the establishment of Jie Jiao, many would surely come forth, and once these disciples arrived, how would his disciple with merely mid-earth immortal cultivation fare? As long as he was present, he believed no one would dare speak out. However, in private, perhaps it is best to take one step at a time. Perhaps one day Yuera will come to understand on his own. Meanwhile, in the blink of an eye, Xianjun Yu returned to his cave, reflecting on his master's scolding. He shook his head with a wry smile, nonchalantly reclining on his chair. He epitomized the essence of lying flat. What did it matter if he cultivated to the great Luo or even approached quasi-saint status? Without attaining sainthood, he remained but an ant. Furthermore, even saints were ensnared during the calamity of function. Rather than squander time only to be outmaneuvered and perish, he preferred to enjoy the present. If he could revel for 10,000 years, then so be it. Although his master had assigned him a task, he still had time to relax. With the 5 saints having established their doctrines, those wishing to enter under a saint's tutelage would need to consider their choices. Moreover, reaching Kunlun Mountain required time. One could not simply arrive at will. For now, he could only afford a few days of rest, as it was likely that visitors would soon arrive. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the wandering Daobao Taoist contemplated entering the fold of a saint as a disciple. As a mere wanderer, navigating the primordial world without a backing is exceedingly difficult. With a saint's support, everything would be much safer. However, with the emergence of the 5 saints, choosing which one to serve becomes another dilemma. The 2 saints in the west reside in an impoverished region, so that is not worth considering. As for the other 3, they all present commendable options. Daobao had yet to decide under which saint to pledge his allegiance, but he had no intention of approaching Jin or Zhuni. The other 3 saints were all situated in Kunlun Mountain, and he resolved to head there first. Qingyan, Baiyu, Hiwei, the 3 purities were essentially one family. It mattered little under which of them one chose to serve. A few days passed. On this particular day, Xianjun Yu was basking in the sun while enjoying the spiritual fruits gathered from Kunlun Mountain when suddenly an individual approached his cave. This individual was a true human, a primordial being of the human race. "I greet you, senior brother." The newcomer addressed him as senior brother and performed a bow. Xianjun Yu, munching on the spiritual fruit, looked at the person before him with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Senior brother? Who are you?" "I am Xiandu, a disciple of the Taijiao saint." Upon hearing this, Xiandu promptly introduced himself. Xianjun Yu was the first disciple to enter Kunlun Mountain, thus earning the title of first disciple beneath the 3 purities. Hence, the term senior brother was not misplaced. Xiandu, the great master Xiandu? Upon hearing that name, Xianjun Yu instantly recalled who this individual was, the disciple brought back by the Taijiao Laozi when he went to preach among the human race. "Oh, so you are the disciple of the great master Taijiao. Xiandu, please take a seat." Xianjun Yu rose slowly. He waved his hand gently, summoning 2 stone stools and a stone table, and with another gesture, spiritual fruits and hot tea appeared on the table. Please, junior brother. He poured a cup of hot tea for this nominal junior brother. Thank you, senior brother. After expressing his gratitude, Xiandu accepted the tea and began to sip. His every movement exuded an air of refinement, entirely unlike the primitive human beings. I have heard that the great master is preaching among the human race. I wonder if all has gone smoothly or if there have been any obstacles. Senior brother, you jest. How could there be obstacles when our master shows compassion for the human race and imparts the golden elixir's path? Their exchange was filled with formalities, devoid of any substance. Xianjun Yu had hoped to learn of intriguing happenings, yet Xiandu's words were laden with official rhetoric, extolling his master. Instantly, Xianjun Yu found the conversation tedious and promptly inquired about Xiandu's purpose for visiting. Xuandu, you are not merely here to visit your senior brother, are you? If there is something to discuss, please speak candidly, Xianjun Yu remarked nonchalantly. As a practitioner at the Earth Immortal realm, he was an inconsequential presence amidst the vastness of the primordial world, while Xuandu, a celestial immortal, might have come to pay a visit out of respect for the three pure ones. However, with his official discourse and lingering presence, it was evident that he had ulterior motives. Then I shall speak plainly, senior brother. I have come at the behest of our master to visit both our esteemed uncles and yourself. At present, the three teachings of Kunlun Mountain have just been established, and they are opening their doors to recruit disciples from the myriad beings of the primordial world. During my visit to the uncles, they instructed that among the mountain's disciples, it is only the two of us, and they wish for us to jointly oversee the influx of new disciples from the primordial realm. Xuandu directly articulated his purpose, first mentioning the visit, then addressing the responsibility of recruiting disciples. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu felt somewhat speechless. To be designated as the ones responsible for welcoming newcomers was, in essence, akin to being mere receptionist, no different from a doorman. It was a thankless and arduous task. Since our two uncles and my master have arranged it thus, we shall jointly bear this responsibility. However, what did the Grand Master say? Will he also open the mountain gates to receive disciples? Xianjun Yu inquired with curiosity. There was little to discuss regarding Yuan Shi and his master Tongtian, as both held intentions of accepting disciples. The situation with Ta Qing, the sage Laozi, was markedly different. In the former primordial world, aside from Xuandu and the Green Bull, Laozi had scarcely any disciples beyond a handful of young acolytes. No. My master does not harbor such intentions. This is merely the will of the two uncles. Xuandu shook his head in denial. His master had stated that having him alone to inherit the teachings was sufficient, with no desire to take on additional disciples. Oh, I see. Then we shall share this responsibility. Xianjun Yu was entirely unsurprised by Laozi's lack of interest in recruiting disciples. The essence of the way of the Supreme was indeed one of non-action, which was precisely the nature of his esteemed uncle. The myriad beings of the primordial world are already on their way. Since you, senior brother, have consented, shall we proceed to the foot of the mountain? Xuandu proposed. As disciples of the sages, welcoming others was a notion he found hard to voice, yet was already quite apparent. Ah, very well then, let's go and guide them. Xianjun Yu sighed. Realizing that there was no evading this duty and that his leisurely days were numbered, he lifted his self-made lounge chair and followed Xuandu down to the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Xuandu observed his senior brother, who, even on the way to the foot of the mountain, did not forget to bring along his lounge chair. He couldn't help but shake his head in resignation, recalling his master's assessment of Xianjun Yu. Your senior brother Xianjun Yu embodies the way of non-action, devoid of desires and pursuits, which is admirable, yet he is somewhat lethargic. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the two stood, one on the left and the other on the right, resembling the attendants at a hospitality entrance in the Blue Star realm. Xuandu stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of celestial elegance. In stark contrast, Xianjun Yu appeared almost trivial by comparison. There he lay in his chair, basking in the sunlight with a look of utter enjoyment, a small table beside him laden with warm tea and spiritual fruits in abundance. He lounged in the sun, savoring the spiritual fruits and sipping the spiritual tea, entirely absorbed in pleasure. Seeing this, Xuandu simply closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Kunlun Mountain, capable of accommodating the essence of 3 sages, was not a place just anyone could approach. To prepare for the imminent arrival of the myriad beings, the formations here had already been activated. Indeed, the mountain gates would be open to receive disciples, but it was not a welcome for everyone. Mortal beings, including those who had merely refined their essence into qi, transformed qi into spirit, returned spirit to emptiness, or merged emptiness with the Tao, lacked even the qualifications to step foot upon Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, several minor spirits, relatively close to the Kunlun Mountains, have arrived at the foot of the mountain. However, the Grand Formation has barred these shapeless beings from entry. Is it not said that those with fate may enter under the sage's guidance? Why are we denied access? Additionally, they speak of educating all living beings to align with the heavenly mandate and comprehend celestial mysteries. Yet how can they teach me if I cannot enter? I genuinely wish to become a disciple of the sage. Let me in. Let me in. These individuals are vociferously pleading to be allowed entry, yet none dare to insult the sage. These shape-shiftless, lowly cultivated beings seek the sage's protection and resources. Their innate talents nearly non-existent, call them the dregs of the dregs, would not be an exaggeration. In response to their clamoring, Xuandu remained oblivious, as if he had not heard a thing. Continuing to meditate with his eyes closed, on the other hand, Xianjun Yu, having listened for quite some time, could not ignore them as Xuandu did. He directly admonished those shouting. What are you shouting for? This is the sage's sacred ground, not your nest. If you wish to bicker, do so elsewhere. Our Kunlun Mountains have opened their doors wide to disciples, yet not just anyone can enter. Who are you to bark here like dogs? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, and those who had been insulted could not bear the humiliation and promptly departed. Those who remained resolute in their desire to join the sage's ranks settled at the foot of the mountain, entering a meditative state. While some were displeased and disgruntled by the scolding, none dared to retort. Standing in the sage's shadow has its privileges. Xuandu observed his senior brother's fierce demeanor, and while surprised, he could not help but smile wryly. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones, observing from the shadows, were equally helpless at Xianjun Yu's outburst. Taiqing Laozu waved his hand, silencing the clamor at the mountain's foot. Once the noise subsided, Xianjun Yu reclined again, and the 2 of them patiently awaited the arrival of fated individuals. For 3 consecutive days, no one appeared, until finally, on the 3rd day, that person arrived. Oh, this is the sage's sacred ground. Truly extraordinary. Duo Bao reached the foot of Kunlun Mountain, gazing at the mist-shrouded, spiritually rich celestial mountain. And sighed in admiration. He glanced at the spirits meditating at the base before stepping directly into Kunlun Mountain, traversing the Grand Formation, and becoming the first to enter. The multitude of spirits watched in envy as Duo Bao effortlessly made his way in, yet there was nothing they could do. He possessed the cultivation of a terrestrial immortal, a realm far beyond their reach. Senior brother, someone has entered Kunlun Mountain. Xuandu hastily called out to his slumbering senior brother. Someone has come? Upon hearing Xuandu's voice, Xianjun Yu wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and opened his eyes, still bleary from sleep. Senior brother, look there. Following Xuandu's, Xianjun Yu beheld the first individual to cross the Grand Formation in the past few days. The newcomer had large earlobes, donned exquisite celestial garments, adorned with glimmering golden accessories, and appeared somewhat plump, resembling a nouveau riche. Recognizing the early arrival and the extravagant appearance, Xianjun Yu quickly deduced the individual's identity. This time, the only one likely to arrive was the treasure-seeking mouse. Also known as the great disciple of the Duo Bao Dao Runat, I am Duo Bao. Greetings to both fellow Taoists. Upon reaching the 2, Duo Bao immediately bowed in salutation. In response, Xuandu and Xianjun Yu merely nodded, offering no return greeting. As disciples of the sage, they were not obligated to reciprocate, especially to a mere terrestrial, immortal, wandering cultivator. Observing their demeanor, Duo Bao thought little of it, recognizing that being under the sage's tutelage afforded them some stature. especially since he too intended to join the sage's ranks shortly. Having entered Kunlun Mountain signifies a fated connection with the sage. Which of the three sages do you wish to serve? Xianjun Yu inquired, his tone calm, yet authoritative, as the foremost disciple of the three pure ones. With the highest seniority among the disciples, Xuandu could not interject. It was customary for Xianjun Yu to speak first. Duo Bao, having already contemplated this matter on his journey to Kunlun, had made up his mind. As the saying goes, one should seek the grand rather than the small. Since I wish to serve a sage, it is only fitting to approach the highest, Tai Ching sage. If that fails, I shall seek a lesser option. Fellow Taoist, I wish to become a disciple of the Tai Ching sage. Xuandu, upon hearing this, interrupted before Duo Bao could finish. This fellow Taoist, you should consider the other two sages instead. My master has no intention of accepting disciples. Surprised by the term master, Duo Bao gazed at Xuandu, astonished to learn he was a disciple of the sage. Having assumed he was merely a servant, this must be a disciple of Tai Ching sage, and the one beside him, likely a disciple of the sage as well. Instantly, Duo Bao felt a surge of respect. However, since Tai Ching sage was not accepting disciples, he shifted his focus to the second sage, Yuqing sage. Since Tai Ching sage has no intention of accepting disciples, I would like to become a disciple of Yuqing sage. I hope for your support. With this, Duo Bao offered another bow. Hearing this, Xianjun Yu was somewhat taken aback. Tai Ching Laozu, being the foremost disciple of Tao ancestor and the eldest among the sages, it was entirely reasonable for one to aspire to join his ranks. However, upon learning that the elder did not accept disciples, it was unexpected for Duo Bao to consider Yuqing sage as his second option. Yuqing sage, is it? Very well. Then follow me. Casting a curious glance at Duo Bao, Xianjun Yu said no more and led the way to the abode of the second sage. As Duo Bao followed Xianjun Yu, Xuandu remained behind, awaiting the arrival of the next fated individual. On the path to the sage's dwelling, observing the figure of Xianjun Yu, Duo Bao hesitated before inquiring, "Senior brother, that earlier senior brother is a disciple of Tai Ching sage. What about you?" In response, Xianjun Yu calmly stated, "That earlier individual is named Xuandu. I am Xianjun Yu. Although I too am a disciple of the sage, I am neither a disciple of Tai Ching sage nor Yuqing sage. Being a disciple of the sage, yet not of Tai Ching or Yuqing implies that he must be a disciple of Shangqing sage. Though Shangqing sage ranks last amongst the three pure ones, he is still a sage's disciple. So, you are a high disciple of Shangqing sage. I beg your pardon. No need for such formalities. The three pure ones are essentially one family. If you enter the fold, we shall be brothers. Just call me senior brother without excessive politeness." Xianjun Yu held no strong bias against Duo Bao. Turning to the west was a decision born out of necessity. Within the vast and fertile lands of the east, he held the title of this eldest disciple, surrounded by countless celestial disciples and descendants. Had it not been for unavoidable circumstances, he would not have sought refuge in the west. Furthermore, Xianjun Yu was certain that his second sage uncle would never accept Duo Bao, ultimately leading to the conclusion that this fellow would remain his junior disciple, that he understood his second sage uncle's temperament all too well. Before long, the two arrived at the dwelling of Yuan Shi. Disciple Xianjun Yu, accompanied by Duo Bao Daorun, seeks an audience with the second sage uncle. Upon entering the second sage uncle's abode, Xianjun Yu respectfully announced that self-identifying as a disciple posed no issue, as the three pure ones had yet to be divided. Duo Bao gazed at the grand establishment, sensing the aura of holiness permeating the atmosphere, and silently marveled at the exceptional nature of the sage's dwelling. Unlike Tai Ching Laozu and Shangqing Tongtian, Yuqing Yuan Shi was exceptionally warm-hearted, and his abode was the largest and most magnificent among the three pure ones. Just then, a voice resonated from within. "Your has arrived. Come in." As the words fell, the door at the front of the plaza swung open, and two young attendants emerged, standing to either side of the entrance. Seeing this, Xianjun Yu strode forward, with Duo Bao following closely behind. "Senior brother, please enter." "Thank you, esteemed junior disciples." Xianjun Yu regarded the two attendants with due respect. After all, being close to a sage, it is often said that one should regard the Buddha's face rather than the monk's. A modicum of respect must be afforded. Moreover, with his current cultivation as an earth immortal, he certainly lacks the ability to look down upon golden immortal disciples. Indeed, these two disciples are of the golden immortal realm, several major realms above Xianjun Yu. Senior brother, you are too polite. After a brief exchange, the two disciples gestured for him to proceed. Xianjun Yu, as the chief disciple of Kunlun Mountain, holds considerable status before the three sages. While they, being mere disciples, do not even qualify as such, hence, they naturally exhibit extraordinary courtesy towards this chief disciple. However, this courtesy is exclusive to him. For others, the treatment differs significantly. Xianjun Yu said nothing further and stepped inside. Halt! The sage only wishes to see the senior brother. You must wait outside. Just as Duo Bao intended to follow Xianjun Yu, he was unceremoniously halted by the two disciples, compared to their warm welcome of the former. Their attitude towards Duo Bao was starkly different. Esteemed friends, I have come to seek a master. I hope you might extend some leniency. With that, Duo Bao produced 2 pieces of spiritual treasures, yet the disciples did not even cast a glance at the treasures. To present such items before the sage's gate was to underestimate their value, and these mere ordinary spiritual treasures were akin to offering scraps. The Jade Clear Sage is highly skilled in artifact forging. They would hardly be impressed by these commonplace treasures. It's laughable. Observing this, Xianjun Yu could not help but smile faintly. One must admit, Duo Bao is rather adept at navigating situations. He produced the treasures without hesitation. Yet regrettably, he had come to the wrong place. Had he gone elsewhere, such tactics would undoubtedly yield results. However, his second master, Yuanshi Tianzuan, is a sage renowned for his artifact forging. Here, ordinary treasures are little more than refuse. Seeing that the two disciples remained unmoved, Duo Bao was about to present more treasures when Xianjun Yu quickly interjected. Duo Bao, this is the sage's abode. It would be best to put those items away. Please wait here a moment while I meet with the sage first. As a disciple of the artifact forging sage, he knew all too well the lofty standards of these two individuals. Even if Duo Bao produced a heap of treasures, it would merely be an act of self-degradation. Very well then. Faced with Xianjun Yu's intervention, Duo Bao had no choice but to relent. Simultaneously, he was astounded by the disciples of the sage. Their indifference to spiritual treasures revealed that none among them were ordinary. After instructing Duo Bao to wait, Xianjun Yu entered the sage's residence. Upon entering a particularly vast chamber, he beheld his second master seated on a mat, suspended in mid-air, enveloped by a divine aura. Sir, you have returned. Please take a seat. As he spoke, a mat floated over and landed before Xianjun Yu. Thank you, second master, for your gracious invitation. After expressing his gratitude and performing a bow, he settled cross-legged upon a mat. Yuanshi descended gracefully and opened his eyes, regarding the individual before him with a gentle expression. How long has it been since you last visited? As he inquired, he discreetly assessed Xianjun Yu's cultivation. Upon discovering that he was merely at the mid-level of Earth Immortal, Yuanshi frowned deeply, nearly knitting his brows together. How long has it been? Still at the Earth Immortal level. What on earth is your third brother, Tongtian, doing? Replying to second master, it seems to have been over 700 years, Xianjun Yu replied. In the first couple of centuries after entering Kunlun, I often came to visit my grandmaster and second master to build a rapport, hoping that with such connections, you would show mercy during the calamity of the investiture of the gods. However, after establishing those relationships, I nearly remained within my cave abode without stepping outside. 700 years have passed. Yet he remains at the mid-level of Earth Immortal. That I truly do not comprehend how your master Tongtian instructs his disciples. After all these years, still at the Earth Immortal realm, and merely at the mid-stage, his master is thoroughly incompetent. Yuanshi spoke candidly, criticizing Tongtian for his ineptitude in teaching. He had high hopes for Xianjun Yu, the first innate being to manifest from primordial essence. Had it not been for his third brother's earlier claim, he would have undoubtedly taken him as his eldest disciple. He held no regard for those who were merely transformed creatures or those who reproduced in wet environments. Yet, with Xianjun Yu, an innate being, he harbored no prejudice but rather an exceptional fondness. Concerning Tongtian's disciple, he was quite invested. Xianjun Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, could not retort as his second master criticized his teacher. After all, the man was his teacher's elder brother and a superior. He had no grounds for rebuttal. Thus, he could only say, "Second master, this is not a matter concerning my teacher. It is my own issue." Had Xianjun Yu remained silent, it would have been better. However, upon uttering those words, Yuanshi's frustration intensified that he interrupted, exclaiming, "Nonsense! What issues could you possibly have? You are the first innate being to manifest from primordial essence, your roots surpassing 90% of all beings from the primordial chaos. Had your manifestation not been delayed, you would undoubtedly have earned a place among the 3,000 worldly guests of the Zixiao Palace. With such a foundation, and yet under Tongtian's tutelage, you cannot even break through to the heavenly immortal realm. If he is not leading his disciples astray, I do not know what else to call him. In my eyes, he is a foolish teacher, unworthy of the title." The more Yuanshi spoke, the more fervently he expressed his disdain, wishing to vilify Tongtian entirely. Realizing that his second master was on the verge of an outburst, Xianjun Yu hastily interjected, "Second master, it truly does not concern my teacher. It is merely that I lack interest in cultivation." This matter genuinely had no relation to his teacher. It was simply his own disinterest in striving for progress. Had he truly desired to cultivate, reaching the quasi-saint level, if not the great Luo golden immortal, would have been nearly assured. However, contemplating the calamity of the investiture of the gods, he felt no motivation to cultivate. After all, in the end, he would either be working in the West or his soul would perish on the list of the investiture of the gods, becoming a mere bureaucrat in the heavenly court. Who would possess the drive to cultivate under such circumstances? Humph! His disinterest in cultivation was undeniably connected to Tongtian's role as a teacher. The mention of his third brother Tongtian irked him, and he refrained from further discussion on that topic. Looking at Xianjun Yu, Yuanshi spoke gently. Tongtian is not a good teacher. Why not turn your allegiance here and take me as your master? You need not rush to refuse. First, allow me to share the benefits. If you join my sect, I will ensure you become the deputy leader, granting you command over the Panga banner, placing you second only to me. Furthermore, all resources of the sect will be at your disposal. I cannot guarantee the sage's fruit position, but under my guidance, achieving the consummate state of quasi-saint is certainly within reach. In order to entice Xianjun Yu, Yuanshi practically laid forth all the treasures he could offer. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu was internally astonished. It was indeed a grand proposal. First, the promise of the deputy leader position, followed by the command of the innate supreme treasure. The Panga banner, along with access to resources, such a generous offer would be hard for anyone to refuse. However, Xianjun Yu was not that kind of person. No matter how many benefits were offered, he would never betray his master. That was his bottom line. Having lived a second life, he would never stoop to such treachery, even if it meant ultimately facing death. I am grateful for the affection of second master. He replied, but I already have a master. Once a disciple, always a son. I shall never betray my teacher in this lifetime. Even if my master were to ask me to die, I would do so without complaint. Once a disciple, always a son, indeed. Faced with such an outright rejection, rather than feeling anger, Yuanshi found himself even more enamored. The fact that Xianjun Yu could refuse such favorable conditions, expressing unwavering loyalty to Tongtian even at the cost of his life, made him all the more enticing. Very well, there is no rush. Should your resolve waver in the future, you may come find me at any time. The term shall remain unchanged. Now, let us discuss the purpose of your visit. Though he already had an inkling, he still inquired. Seeing that his second master did not pursue the matter further, Xianjun Yu breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to explain about Duo Bao. It is like this, second master. Duo Bao Taoist has passed through the array in the mountains and wishes to join the sage's sect. Before Xianjun Yu could finish, Yuanshi, aware of the situation, promptly rejected those who are mere beasts clad in fur and horns. Creatures born from moisture and eggs dare to seek admission into the sage's sect. How absurd. You know my character. I do not accept such individuals. Yuanshi clearly held no regard for Duo Bao, even though the latter possessed decent cultivation talent. He simply could not abide by those transformed creatures. Xianjun Yu, however, was not surprised by his second master's refusal. If he truly accepted Duo Bao, then he would be genuinely astonished. The disciple understood that the second master uncle held Duo Bao in low regard. Yet Duo Bao was resolute in his desire to take him as a mentor. The disciple could not refuse on your behalf, so he had no choice but to bring him along. The Yuqing sage, Yuan Shi, was known for his pride. Should he act on behalf of the second master uncle, it would be tantamount to overstepping boundaries, potentially inciting the second master uncle's ire, rather than offend the second master uncle. It would be wiser to allow Duo Bao to confront the reality himself. However, the celestial prodigy greatly underestimated his significance in Yuan Shi's eyes. Yuan Shi nonchalantly remarked, "There is nothing to consider. You know the disposition of my master uncle. In the future, when it comes to these fledgling creatures, simply refuse them on my behalf." He continued, "My Kunlun Mountain is a place of celestial grandeur, ill-suited for such monstrous beings. Even if they manage to traverse the Great Formation, do your utmost to prevent their entry." Yuan Shi made it clear that he had no fondness for such creatures and specifically instructed Xianjun Yu on the matter. Xianjun Yu was well aware that not everyone could be accepted as a disciple. The second master uncle of the Chan teaching operated this way, and he too should exercise discretion in his own sect. Allowing the master to act indiscriminately would only hasten the demise of the Jie teaching. Yes, the disciple shall certainly remember this. I take my leave now. Go on, go on. Yuan Shi waved his hand lightly, sending Xianjun Yu away. Meanwhile, during Duo Bao's prolonged wait, Xianjun Yu appeared at the entrance in an instant. Upon seeing him, Duo Bao immediately rushed over. "How did it go, my fellow Taoist? Did the sage agree to meet with me?" Duo Bao inquired with eager anticipation. The two attendant boys at the entrance exchanged glances. Fully aware of the Yuqing sage's character, how could he possibly accept such a creature as a disciple? Xianjun Yu's subsequent words confirmed their suspicions. Slowly rising, Xianjun Yu shook his head at Duo Bao, saying, "The sage does not wish to meet you, and he has stated that you have no connection as master and disciple. He advises you to seek another renowned teacher." He refrained from mentioning anything about being a fledgling creature, as such words would be too hurtful for Duo Bao, who had transformed into a being of spirit. Moreover, if the second master uncle declined to accept him, surely his own master would be willing. And Xianjun Yu preferred not to deliver a final verdict. No connection as master and disciple indicated that he simply did not meet the sage's standards. In an instant, Duo Bao felt a profound sense of melancholy. He had come to Kunlun Mountain with hopes of being accepted by the Taiji sage, and the Yuqing sage was his second choice. Now, with the Taiji sage refusing disciples and the Yuqing sage turning him away, he was left with no options. The two attendant boys, witnessing the unfolding scene, showed no surprise. They looked at Xianjun Yu and said, "Brother, since the sage has made his decision, we shall not see you off." "Indeed, brother, please do not hold it against us for our lack of hospitality. You know how our master is." The attendants did not say it outright, but their meaning was clear. The Yuqing sage had no affinity for such beings, so it was better to let him go. Moreover, their master was waiting for their service, so they would not extend any further hospitality. "Not at all, not at all. It is not your fault. We shall take our leave now." "You may attend to your own matters," Xianjun Yu replied casually. "Thank you, brother." The two attendants bowed and then entered, closing the door behind them. With the two attendants gone, Xianjun Yu turned to Duo Bao and asked, "So, Duo Bao, having no connection with the Yuqing sage, do you wish me to take you to meet the Lanxing sage, or shall you depart?" Upon hearing this, Duo Bao, of course, did not wish to leave. He had come to Kunlun Mountain to become a disciple of the sage. As long as the three sages had not refused him, he would not depart. "Please, my fellow Taoist, take me to see the Lanxing sage," Duo Bao said, his confidence wavering. Initially, he thought that with his rapid arrival and decent cultivation talent, it would not be difficult to enter the sage's fold. But now he found himself rejected by two sages. If the Lanxing sage also looked down upon him, he truly did not know where else to go. "Very well, then let us proceed." Xianjun Yu expressed no surprise at Duo Bao's decision. After all, Duo Bao had an affinity with the Jie teaching and his own master. It would have been unexpected if Duo Bao chose to leave. Thus, after encountering a setback with the Yuqing Yuan Shi, Xianjun Yu brought Duobao to his own master's realm. Disciple Xianjun Yu, accompanied by Duobao Daoist, seeks an audience with the master. Xianjun Yu performed a respectful salute. With Duobao present, he did not swagger in as usual, but instead adopted a demeanor of modesty. Duobao, on the other hand, was exceedingly anxious as he bowed, fearing that the Shanqing sage might also reject him. Soon, the voice of the Shanqing Tongtian sage echoed from within. What pretense is this? The door is open. Bring your guest inside. Tongtian's tone was remarkably affable. Upon hearing this, Duobao felt a wave of relief. In contrast to the Yuqing sage, the Shanqing sage spoke in a friendly manner and was willing to see him, marking a promising beginning. With his master encouraging him, Xianjun Yu abandoned his pretense and, with Duobao in tow, strode confidently into the chamber. Upon entering, Xianjun Yu quickly bowed to his master, who was seated upon a high platform. Disciple Xianjun Yu pays respects to the master. Duobao, greetings to the Shanqing sage. Tongtian cast a glance at Xianjun Yu, recalling how his disciple had verbally lashed out a few days prior at Kunlun Mountain. He found himself at a loss for words. He then turned his attention to Duobao. Have a seat. He gestured, and 2 cushions materialized before them. Thank you, sage. Xianjun Yu sat down without further ado, while Duobao, after expressing his gratitude, awkwardly took a seat. Observing his disciple's lack of etiquette, Tongtian shot him a disapproving glance. Xianjun Yu felt a twinge of confusion. Why was the master glaring so? Could it be that he was astonished by Duobao's talent? Indeed, Duobao was originally the eldest disciple of the Jie teaching and had even been sought after by those 2 shameless beings from the West to become a Buddha. It was only natural for the master to be surprised by Duobao's exceptional gifts. Forget it. Let us disregard that comment. Take your junior brother down now. Given that the eldest disciple had spoken, what more could he say? He could only acquiesce. However, while he relinquished thoughts of bringing in new disciples, he ought to begin strategizing for his disciples' cultivation that in the future, as more disciples joined, he must prepare for the growth of the Jie teaching. Yes, the disciple takes his leave. Xianjun Yu bowed and exited with Duobao. Watching his eldest disciple swagger away, Tongtian could only shake his head in resignation that, once a teacher, always a father. I find myself reluctant to let go. This fellow truly is. My elder brother possesses a rare elixir known as the 9-turned Luo golden pill, which can forcibly elevate one's cultivation to the level of the Luo golden immortal. If Yuer continues like this, perhaps, the moment this thought crossed his mind, Tongtian immediately dismissed it. That golden pill might tempt others, but for those with solid foundations and talent, it was akin to poison. The 9-turned Luo golden immortal was no ordinary being. Consuming it would trap one eternally at the Luo level, forever severing the path to higher realms. No, that won't do. Yuer has the potential to achieve the status of a quasi-saint. This golden pill would only harm him. Better to wait several 100,000 years, and if he remains this way, then I shall seek the elixir for him, although the pill would prevent ascension beyond the Deluo realm. Being a Deluo golden immortal was still preferable to being a mere earth immortal. Moreover, with a sage as his master, it would be sufficient to ensure Xianjun Yu's eternal safety. Dismissing thoughts of the elixir, Tongtian began eavesdropping on the conversation between the 2 disciples. Initially feeling a slight emotional tug, his sentiment quickly dissipated as he listened. After emerging from Tongtian's abode, Xianjun Yu and Duobao descended the stone platform and entered the grand courtyard. He turned to his junior brother Duobao and said, Kunlun Mountain is vast. Now that you have joined our Jie teaching, you should seek out your own cave abode. Understood, brother, Duobao replied, recognizing that he would indeed seek out a dwelling, as he was not accustomed to meditating in the open. Moreover, the sage would not permit him to remain there by the way, the 3 sages of Kunlun Mountain have recently opened their doors to disciples, and countless beings from the Hongwang realm are arriving. Please go to the foot of the mountain and welcome them on my behalf. Xianjun Yu spoke softly. With a junior brother now, such a thankless task should naturally fall to him. Spending every day at the foot of the mountain with Xuandu, waiting idly without anything to do, is simply excruciatingly dull. With this idle time, I might as well return to my cave dwelling. Am I to welcome them? Then what about you, senior brother? Although Duobao was capable of handling this task, he felt somewhat bewildered at the thought of being assigned such a responsibility right after entering the sect. I sent this a bit too hasty. As for me, Xianjun Yu replied nonchalantly, I have recently made some progress in my cultivation and plan to enter seclusion for a while. This was no idle boast. The system was indeed his newfound treasure, and he intended to delve into it thoroughly. However, upon hearing this, Tongtian's face darkened instantly. Progress in cultivation? Who are you trying to fool? You hardly practice at all. So how could you have any gains? If you don't want to work, then don't. Tongtian's voice boomed from within the room, accompanied by an ethereal aura. Realizing that his master was angry, Xianjun Yu promptly fled, but not before calling out to Duobao. Junior brother, focus on your cultivation. The welcoming task is left to your senior brother. Watching his senior brother vanish from sight, Duobao felt a little embarrassed. The speed at which Xianjun Yu took off was almost celestial, truly extraordinary. Disregarding this, Duobao set out to find his own cave dwelling. Meanwhile, after running a short distance, Xianjun Yu slowed his pace, muttering complaints under his breath. Not even allowing me to enter seclusion, just knowing to send me to be a doormat. What kind of master is this? Had I known, I would have sought out second master and become the deputy leader. Of course, he was merely venting. Joining the Jie Sect was not something he would consider. While making his way to the foot of the mountain, Xianjun Yu began to communicate with the system. Tongzi, quickly tell me what abilities you possess. Greetings, host. This system is the invincible senior brother system, which can assist the host in binding junior brothers and sisters, randomly returning a multiple of their cultivation levels. The stronger they are, the stronger you become. With this introduction, Xianjun Yu's eyes lit up. Returning cultivation levels. ISNT that just letting the junior brothers and sisters compete fiercely while I soar effortlessly in my cave dwelling. The Jie Sect may not have much, but it certainly has many disciples. With multiplied returns on their cultivation, it would be hard not to rise. That's quite promising. Tongzi, hurry and bind Duobao, Xianjun Yu urged eagerly. While others might be uncertain about Duobao's future, he knew that Duobao would reach the quasi-saint realm during the Fengshen calamity. With Duobao at the quasi-saint level, even the lowest return from the system would grant him a saint-level cultivation. Even if he couldn't reach the saint level, achieving quasi-great perfection was almost guaranteed. And let us not forget, the Jie Sect had more than just Duobao as a quasi-saint. With so many junior brothers and sisters, combined with Tongzi Ji's system support, dreaming of seizing the Jie Sect would be futile that in fact, Xianjun Yu might even have the strength to challenge the heavenly Tao in the end. All of this was not merely a dream. Ding! Duobao binding successful. After binding with Duobao, Xianjun Yu was in high spirits. Junior brother Duobao, strive hard in your cultivation. My breakthrough to the earth immortal realm and leap into the celestial realm depends on you. With the system's assistance, he was filled with hope for the future. Upon returning to the foot of the mountain, he felt like a completely different person, though still lying in wait, unlike before. His eyes now sparkled with vitality, and he appeared particularly spirited. Xuandu noticed this change as well. Previously, his senior brother seemed to eat and sleep aimlessly, exuding a sense of hopelessness. But now, he lay with heightened focus, expectantly gazing into the distance, showing no signs of sleep. This transformation was impossible to overlook. After his senior brother returned, he seemed to have changed entirely. What had happened? Though curious, Xuandu was not one to pry too much. For the next 3 months, no disciples ascended Kunlun Mountain, and Xianjun Yu bizarrely began meditating and cultivating in the vast expanse of the wilderness, for those like Xuandu and himself who had stepped into the realm of immortals. 3 months felt no different from 3 seconds. However, on this day, a female cultivator at the celestial realm traversed the Kunlun Mountains array and entered. Senior brother, someone has arrived, seeing that someone had finally come after 3 months. Xuandu hurriedly called out to Xianjun Yu. Upon hearing that someone had finally arrived, Xianjun Yu paused his cultivation, slowly opened his eyes, and turned his gaze toward the approaching female cultivator. As he observed the female cultivator walking toward him, he began to speculate about her identity. A female cultivator. Is it Pu Xian? Or Si Hong? No, wait. According to legend, the first of the 12 golden immortals to enter the sect was the Nanji immortal. How could it be either of them? But if it's not them, then it must be one of our Chan sect disciples. Xianjun Yu had a pretty good idea of who this female cultivator was, and her words confirmed his speculation. Jinling, I greet the two fellow Taoists. The female cultivator slightly bowed to Xuandu and Xianjun Yu. Upon hearing the name Jinling, Xianjun Yu's face broke into a smile, just as he had surmised. She was the foremost female immortal of the Chan sect, the great senior sister, Jinling Shimu. She was also the master of the renowned minister Wenzhong from the Shang dynasty. Fellow Taoist Jinling. There is no need for such formalities. Upon entering Kunlun, it is evident that you seek to take a master. May I inquire which saint you wish to follow? Xianjun Yu asked with a warm smile. In contrast to his demeanor toward the male cultivator Duo Bao, he exhibited extraordinary kindness toward the female cultivator Jinling Xuandu. Observing Xianjun Yu's unusually affable attitude, felt puzzled. Could it be that his senior brother had taken a liking to Jinling? Jinling, noticing his amiable demeanor, said calmly, I have heard that the Shanqing saint has established a path for sentient beings to seize a sliver of hope, that I greatly admire this and wish to take refuge under the Shanqing saint of the Chan sect. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu nodded in satisfaction. See, the great senior sister is indeed wise, specifically coming to join the Chan sect. Unlike Duo Bao, who stumbled his way in only after being rejected by Taching and Yuqing. People should not be compared. It can be frustrating. The Chan sect of the Shanqing saint is indeed an excellent choice. Xuandu, please take Jinling to meet the Shanqing saint. After a moment's hesitation, Xianjun Yu said to Xuandu, originally, this matter of bringing Jinling to pay her respects should fall to me, the senior brother of the Chan sect. However, considering the way Master has been lately, I think it's better if you handle it. Me? But senior brother, since Jinling wishes to take refuge under Uncle Tongtian, wouldn't you be more suitable to accompany her? Xuandu appeared bewildered, as the first disciple of the Chan sect. Xianjun Yu was the most fitting to guide Jinling in her quest for a master. Xuandu could not comprehend why he was being sent instead. I went last time, so this time it should be your turn. We are in this together, and it's not just a matter of standing around. Xianjun Yu pulled Xuandu aside and whispered, recently, I've had a minor misunderstanding with Master. It's better if I keep a low profile for now. It is quite fitting for you to go. A minor misunderstanding? Just how minor could it be if senior brother is too afraid to meet Uncle Tongtian? Xuandu's lips twitched upon hearing this. It was clear that his senior brother had angered Uncle Tongtian and was avoiding him. To be honest, the little conflict between master and disciple means it would indeed be quite appropriate for you to go. Well, if that is the case, I shall take on the task. Xuandu said, fellow Taoist Jinling, please follow me. Without further ado, Xuandu led the curious Jinling toward Uncle Tongtian's abode. As Xuandu departed with Jinling, Xianjun Yu began to mutter to himself. Last time I didn't want to work. Master was quite displeased. Hasn't been long since then. And if I were to see Master again, I could expect a scolding, or worse, a beating that I think it's best I avoid seeking out Master for the next few years, perhaps even a few decades. I'll wait until Master is in a better mood before I go. Yes, that's a solid decision. After contemplating this, Xianjun Yu resolved to wait several decades before confronting his master again, hoping to evade disaster. Once he halted his cultivation, he glanced at the meager results of his 3 months of hard work. Feeling utterly disdainful. Damn it. After 3 months of effort, my cultivation only increased a tiny bit. This rate. A breakthrough will likely take at least 100 years. Indeed, effort seems utterly meaningless. I might as well wait to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. No longer striving for personal advancement, Xianjun Yu has reverted to his previous life of indulgence and revelry. With Tongzi Gu around, why bother putting in the effort? Which adventurer accompanied by Tongzi Gu would still train on their own? Such a waste of time. Meanwhile, as Xianjun Yu had surmised, Tongtian noticed the absence of his eldest disciple. Instead, it was Xuandu who arrived with a group, causing Tongtian to fume with irritation. What an insufferable brat. I merely reprimanded him once, and now he dares to avoid me entirely. How infuriating! In his vexation, a trace of the saintly pressure he exuded involuntarily escaped him. Yet, it was this very hint of divine authority that rendered Xuandu and Jinling unable to stand upright. Though one could not dismiss the possibility that Tongtian was being deliberate in his display. Master Uncle, please temper your wrath. My senior brother has been diligently training and did not intend to neglect our meeting." Xuandu hastily interjected on Xianjun Yu's behalf. He had no choice. The weight of the saint's presence was suffocating, and remaining silent would lead to humiliation before the newly arrived junior sister. Indeed, upon hearing Xuandu mention that Xianjun Yu had begun his training, Tongtian's mood lifted slightly, and he reigned in his saintly aura. Xuandu and Jinling simultaneously exhaled in relief. Phew! The saint is truly terrifying. Even a mere wisp of his presence evokes the specter of death. How frightening. However, the very next moment, Tongtian's expression shifted again, igniting their concerns anew. Upon learning that his eldest disciple had commenced training, Tongtian's spirits brightened marginally. After all, Xuandu would not speak lightly, nor would anyone dare to utter nonsense in the presence of a saint, except for that particular disciple of his. He intended to assess whether his eldest disciple had made any progress. But when his divine sense swept to the foot of the mountain, he found Xianjun Yu engaged in his usual idle antics. Entirely devoid of any signs of training, his expression darkened considerably. This lackadaisical fellow claiming to be training. Absurd! Xuandu, you shall henceforth oversee the disciples of the other two sections should anyone wish to join Jie Sect. Let that good-for-nothing Xianjun Yu handle it himself. As you wish, Master Uncle. Xuandu understood perfectly that in the end, Tongtian successfully accepted Jinling as his third personal disciple, bestowing upon her the Shanqing Dekong, Jinjing along with treasures such as the Longhu Rui and the Four Symbols Tower. Thus, Jinling ascended to the position of the eldest sister of Jie Sect, destined to become the foremost female immortal of the sect. That on Xianjun Yu's side, as Jinling was accepted, the system promptly delivered a notification. Ding! Detected a bindable target. Please bind the target promptly to avoid missing the return. Tongzi Gu, bind Jinling for me. Upon realizing that his junior sister Jinling had been accepted by the master, he hesitated not for a moment. Directly commanding the system to bind her. Ding! Jinling, binding successful. Current bound individuals. 2. Having bound 2 future quasi-saint powerhouses, Xianjun Yu now felt as steady as an old dog, no longer concerned about the impending calamity of the function. 3 fleeting years passed since Jinling joined Jie Sect. During this time, Wudong and Guiling also entered the fold, culminating in the assembly of the 5 great personal disciples of the inner sect. Xianjun Yu successfully bound 4 individuals. Meanwhile, on the Chan sect side, in the span of 3 years, Nanji had also joined Yuanshi's ranks, becoming the first disciple of Chan sect. Naturally, there were also some ordinary disciples seeking to apprentice themselves. But seeing their poor character, Xianjun Yu turned them away without hesitation. Currently, the responsibilities of gatekeeping had ceased for Xuandu and Xianjun Yu, both of whom were now the foremost disciples of their respective sections. How could they continue to engage in menial tasks? The duties of gatekeeping had since been assigned to the disciples of Kunlun Mountain, allowing Xuandu and the others to return to their sections. After Xianjun Yu returned from Kunlun Mountain with spirit fruits, he flopped onto his bed. Damn. The nearby spirit fruits have been devoured, forcing me to venture far and wide. What a tiring endeavor, he complained while reclining on his bed. Kunlun Mountain was no ordinary expanse. Each time he ventured out, he needed enough spirit fruits to last 100 years, which was understandably exhausting. Indeed, the Earth Immortal Realm proved somewhat lacking, if one were to reach the Celestial Immortal Realm, or even higher. Such fatigue would be but a distant memory. This Dao Bao is utterly useless, retreating for 3 years with not even a whisper of activity. Such a waste. The figures of Dao Bao and Rulai from Journey to the West have been exalted to the heavens, hailed as quasi-saint paragons capable of rivaling saints. Yet in Xianjun Yu's eyes, they were truly unimpressive. And then there was the esteemed senior sister Jinling, the so-called Saint Mother Jinling, who, after 3 years in seclusion, remained equally silent. For Wudong and Guiling, having entered the fold only a year and a half prior, their lack of progress was somewhat understandable. However, the inactivity of the former 2 for 3 years was undoubtedly frustrating for Xianjun Yu. Nonetheless, these were merely Xianjun Yu's personal musings. For cultivators in the primordial chaos, what breakthrough isn't the result of 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years of effort? 3 years are hardly indicative of anything. As Xianjun Yu lay there lamenting, the gathering bell of Jie Sect rang out. With an increase in disciples, Tongtian no longer personally summoned them, instead instituting a system of gathering by sound. Come on. I just got back, and they're calling for a meeting? What terrible luck! Master, couldn't you let me sleep for a few days first? Xianjun Yu grumbled. Despite his complaints, he still set out. After all, if he were late, Tongtian would definitely have words with him. Following the acceptance of junior sister Jinling, he welcomed junior sister Wudong to the dojo, only to be met with a swift kick from Tongtian as he stepped into the dojo. After that incident, he had not ceased to express his grievances toward Master Tongtian. On his way to the Master's dojo, he encountered Dao Bao and Jinling. Greetings, senior brother. Upon meeting the eldest brother, both greeted him simultaneously with a respectful bow. Let us proceed. Not receiving any benefits from his system, Xianjun Yu felt little interest in the two and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing the eldest brother's icy demeanor, Dao Bao was puzzled and quietly inquired of Jinling. Senior sister, what is up with senior brother? Jinling, as the foremost female cultivator of Jie Sect and the eldest sister, held a slightly higher status than Dao Bao, and thus he had not erred in addressing her as such. Dao Bao, you may not know, but I heard that a year ago, when junior sister Wudong entered the sect, Master struck senior brother with his right foot upon entering the dojo. Jinling explained softly, I suspect senior brother is still in a foul mood. Struck with the right foot upon entering the dojo? What a bizarre reason. Dao Bao was left speechless. This eldest brother is truly unfortunate. What are you two murmuring about? Xianjun Yu regarded them with an expressionless gaze. In nothing. Under the weight of the eldest brother's stare, Dao Bao and Jinling promptly fell silent. They assumed Xianjun Yu was in a bad mood due to having been reprimanded, when in fact his displeasure stemmed solely from the absence of any system rewards from them. Had they known the truth, they might have been utterly disheartened. 3 years without significant gain. Was that not quite normal? Just then, Wudong and Guiling arrived as well. Greetings, senior brother, senior sister, Dao Bao. The two greeted them in turn with humble bows. Devoid of any arrogance, junior sister Wudong, junior sister Guiling. After responding, Xianjun Yu led his junior brothers and sisters toward the dojo, remaining silent throughout the journey. The latest arrival, Guiling, noticed the silence among her seniors and refrained from speaking first. Instead, Wudong took the initiative. Senior brother, do you know why Master has summoned us this time? Upon hearing Wudong's inquiry, Dao Bao and Jinling exchanged astonished glances, their expressions filled with surprise. Isn't this the very reason senior brother was reprimanded? Why would she dare to speak up now? Truly brave, junior sister Wudong. They both silently praised her. Guiling, meanwhile, observed the peculiar dynamics among the group with curiosity, expecting Xianjun Yu to scowl at Wudong. The reality was quite the opposite. Divine intent is not for us to speculate upon. Junior sister need not inquire further. Simply proceed as directed. Understood, senior brother. Wudong promptly ceased her questioning. However, Dao Bao and Jinling exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion. Was he upset over having brought Wudong in and getting reprimanded? Why did he seem so unperturbed now? They realized. He must be too magnanimous to hold it against his junior sister. Hence his calm demeanor. Such breadth of character is truly admirable. Xianjun Yu was oblivious to the thoughts of the two individuals. In his eyes, the matter was simple, since his junior sister had been punished. He, as the eldest disciple, would not hold her accountable. Of course, this was only applicable to a select few junior sisters. Had it been Du Bao who had incurred the wrath of their master, it would have been another story entirely. The crux of the matter was that this time, it was not due to Wudong's actions, but rather an excuse for their master to chastise him. Before long, the 5 brothers and sisters arrived at their master Tongtian's dojo. There, Tongtian sat high upon a stone platform, flanked by 2 young acolytes from Kunlun Mountain, with 5 meditation cushions laid out below. Disciples Xianjun Yu, Du Bao, Jinling, Wudong, and Gue Ling pay their respects to master. Under the leadership of the eldest disciple Xianjun Yu, the 5 bowed in unison. Observing his 5 esteemed disciples, Tongtian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Rise. With a slight gesture of his hand, he lifted them effortlessly from the ground. Thank you, master. The 5 expressed their gratitude in unison, maintaining the necessary decorum, which Xianjun Yu did not overstep. Tongtian's gaze swept over Du Bao, Jin Ling, and the others before finally resting on his eldest disciple. Xianjun Yu, feeling the weight of his master's gaze, quickly pointed to his left foot and declared, "I entered the dojo with my left foot today, not my right. If master were to hold this against me, then I must respectfully disagree." Upon hearing this, Du Bao and Jin Ling were rendered speechless. To openly express dissent in front of their esteemed master was likely a singular occurrence in the vast expanse of the universe. Moreover, this statement corroborated the rumor that the eldest disciple had indeed been punished for entering with his right foot. Disagree, do you? What will you do about it? Even if you disagree, what then? Tongtian shot a glare at this audacious disciple, curious about what Xianjun Yu would concoct next. Then I shall simply retrace my steps until master is satisfied, Xianjun Yu replied, unabashedly. The others were left in bemusement. They had expected the eldest disciple to stand firm against their master. Yet he had capitulated in mere moments, displaying a softness that was almost comical. However, one could hardly blame him. Facing a sage master, they too would likely yield just as swiftly. Very well, if you were so inclined. Then retrace your steps until I am satisfied, Tongtian responded, seizing the moment. This audacious lad was truly a handful. Wait, you're serious? Xianjun Yu's expression turned bewildered. He had only been speaking in jest, and he was far too indolent to repeat the process multiple times. He could see that moment. He wished he could slap himself. If I had known, I would have kept my mouth shut. What a mess I've got myself into. Well, if I say you should walk, then walk you shall. Did you not desire to please your master? What are you waiting for? Tongtian pressed, determined not to let Xianjun Yu off the hook for his laziness. Xianjun Yu hesitated momentarily, sighed, and prepared to leave the dojo. Just as he was about to take flight, Master Tongtian called out to him once more. Hold on, I summoned you all for a reason. We shall discuss this matter later. Hearing this, Xianjun Yu's lips twitched. It was evident that his master was toying with him. The others, witnessing the exchange, stifled their laughter. Indeed, it was only the master who could keep the eldest disciple in check, skillfully leading him astray. After a brief moment of amusement, Tongtian proceeded to clarify the purpose of their gathering. Your cultivation has been sluggish, so I have decided to impart the Tao to you here. This transmission will last for 300 years, and how much you comprehend will depend entirely on your own abilities. In the future, I shall return every 3,000 years to continue imparting the Tao. Upon hearing their master's words, Du Bao and the others' eyes lit up. The opportunity to receive teachings from a sage was a rare privilege, and its benefits were beyond measure. One need only recall how the Tao ancestor's teachings at Zhixiao Palace had allowed countless cultivators to achieve breakthroughs after just 3 lectures. Numerous Luo Jingxian and even a few saints had emerged from those sessions. Thank you, Master, for imparting the Tao to us. Understanding the immense advantages of this opportunity, Du Bao and the others expressed their gratitude profusely. Though Xianjun Yu also offered his thanks upon hearing that his master would be lecturing, he inched away to the side. He had never been fond of lectures, often dozing off during classes back in Blue Star. And now, with his master teaching, he was eager to escape. However, his small attempt to slink away did not escape Tongtian's notice. The primary focus of this teaching was Xianjun Yu, and he was well aware of that. Where do you think you're going? Get to the front. Tongtian pointed, and one of the cushions flew toward Xianjun Yu, who found himself abruptly seated in the front row, with a look of exasperation. He sat there, having intended to hide in a corner to avoid work, only to be thrust into the spotlight. In this position, he would have preferred to sit alongside his junior siblings, while Xianjun Yu was reluctant to take his place. Du Bao and the others were envious. The closer ones sat to their master, the more they could absorb the sage's aura, enhancing their understanding of the Tao. They wished to occupy that spot themselves, never once considering retreat. Sit down. The transmission begins. With Du Bao and Jin Ling having taken their seats, the 300-year impartation of the Tao commenced. Tao arises from a void, its essence elusive and profound. The divine condenses within the emptiness, transforming in countless ways. The end of days is rich in essence, illuminating the void, while the great mystery stretches endlessly, maintaining tranquility and silence. This is the essence of the great mystery. As the sage began his teachings, the sacred melodies flowed, and Du Bao and the others closed their eyes in rapture, seemingly transported to a wondrous realm that, of course, this did not include Xianjun Yu, the odd one out, barely 10 minutes into the lecture. A chorus of snores erupted from the front that Tongtian's expression darkened as he halted his teachings. As the sound of the teachings ceased, Du Bao and the others were jolted from their transcendent state, furrowing their brows in confusion over the abrupt interruption. But upon hearing the snoring, they quickly grasped the reason for the pause. There sat Xianjun Yu at the front, maintaining a meditative posture, his head slightly bowed, snoring loudly while drooling at the corner of his mouth. If one were judged solely by his appearance, they might have thought he was attentively listening, but the snoring betrayed him that, oh no. Sleeping during the transmission, the eldest disciple is doomed. They all cast pitying looks at their eldest brother, believing he was in for serious trouble. Xianjun Yu, present. Upon hearing his name shouted, Xianjun Yu instinctively straightened up and responded. However, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation, recognizing that he had inadvertently fallen asleep, particularly under the darkened expression of his master. Without a word, he turned on his heel and attempted to flee. Still think you can escape? Seeing this audacious disciple trying to run away, Tongtian reached out, and the spatial laws immediately took effect. Xianjun Yu ran forward, but he found himself unable to move an inch, instead being pulled backward, floating toward the high platform. Before long, he was standing right before Master Tongtian. Master, I was wrong. I shall never do it again. My sleep was purely circumstantial. Please allow me to explain. Although he verbally acknowledged his mistake, he did not cease his retreating steps. Yet no matter how swiftly he ran, he remained stationary. What a wretched creature! If one must sleep, then sleep in peace without fabricating excuses and uttering nonsense. If I do not discipline you today, I shall not be called Tongtian. With a whip materializing in his hand, he aimed and struck at Xianjun Yu's posterior. Ouch! Master, I was wrong, truly wrong. The disciple sincerely acknowledges his error. Ouch! Xianjun Yu cried out in pain, although it was not as severe as he had imagined. However, having lazed for a millennium, he could hardly endure even a slight sting. Moreover, even if he could tolerate it, he would not. The more he endured, the harsher the master would strike, as evidenced by how his cries only prompted lighter blows. The onlooking Du Bao and the others, witnessing the scene, instinctively recoiled. Tongtian struck 31 times before feeling satisfied. However, he did not resort to severe punishment. At worst, it would merely leave some bruises that if he had truly intended harm, a single lash could suffice to end a life. Get out of my sight. If I catch you sleeping again, it shall not merely be 31 strikes. After sending the exasperating Xianjun Yu away, Tongtian ordered 2 young disciples to stand by his side with tablets in hand. Should he dare to sleep again, they were to strike him soundly. Yes, master. The 2 disciples, upon hearing this, cast apologetic glances at Xianjun Yu, as if to say, Our apologies, senior brother. You see, we do not wish to strike you. But the master is watching, and we must comply. Rubbing his already sore backside, Xianjun Yu glanced at his master on the high platform, seizing the moment to glare at the 2 disciples when Tongtian was not looking. The implication was clear. Just a light tap would suffice. No need for excessive force. The 2 disciples exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending that they were not to strike too harshly, merely to give a token gesture. Tongtian observed their little antics, but chose to overlook them. As long as Xianjun Yu remained awake and attentive, he could absorb as much as he could. Therefore, he resumed imparting his teachings to plant the roots of creation across the heavens and earth. The source of the divine is born. The essence of human life is drawn from the Tai Chi, and movement and stillness abide by the laws of heaven and earth, originating from the unity of existence. Encompassing the dualities of yin and yang, in order to avoid punishment for falling asleep, Xianjun Yu forced himself to remain focused, suppressing his discomfort to listen intently. Initially, he felt utterly bewildered, as if he were playing a lute to a cow. Yet, with heightened concentration, a spark of enlightenment suddenly illuminated his mind. It was as if a beam of light pierced through the darkness, granting him clarity. Like Dao Bao and the others, entered a state of profound comprehension. Captivated by the teachings, Tongtian, observing that his eldest disciple had truly entered the zone, inwardly cursed, "This little rascal simply needs a bit of motivation. It seems I must provide him with encouragement from time to time." Having found a suitable method to teach Xianjun Yu, Tongtian resolved that whenever his lazy disciple faltered, he would reward him. 300 years swiftly passed. Under the auspices of the saintly resonance, the 5 disciples listened enraptured. And before long, 300 years had elapsed. Awakened, at the conclusion of his teachings, Tongtian's command roused the others, their cultivation levels surging. However, Xianjun Yu did not awaken immediately. As his junior siblings broke through, the system began to return power to him, and he remained immersed in the experience. Ding, Gold Spirit's cultivation has broken through to the mid-stage of Xianxian, randomly returning multiple times of the host's early stage Jingxian cultivation. Ding, Wudong's cultivation has broken through to the early stage of Xianxian, randomly returning multiple times of the host's late stage Jingxian cultivation. Ding, Turtle Spirit cultivation has broken through to the late stage of Tianxian, randomly returning multiple times of the host's full stage Jingxian cultivation. Ding, Dao Bao's cultivation has broken through to the full stage of Tianxian, randomly returning multiple times of the host's early stage of Tai Tianxian cultivation. Hearing the system's notifications and feeling his cultivation continuously rising, Xianjun Yu was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. After 300 years, at long last, Tongzi had exerted his strength. "My dear junior siblings, your elder brother truly adores you." Sobbing uncontrollably, he had lain idle for a millennium, his foundation rather weak, and during this transmission of teachings, he barely comprehended the Tianxian realm. Now, with Tongzi not only perfecting his foundation, but also propelling him towards the Tai realm, it felt as though he had discovered a cheat code to success. Once Dao Bao and the others awakened to find their cultivation levels had all advanced, they were filled with immeasurable happiness. They all marveled at their decision to place themselves under the guidance of a sage. Otherwise, achieving such breakthroughs would require at least a millennium of groundwork. Mid-stage Gold Spirit Xianxian, early stage Wudong Xianxian, full stage Tianxian Dao Bao, late stage Turtle Spirit Tianxian, although Dao Bao, as the original elder brother of the, seemed not to possess the highest cultivation level. His gains this time were by no means inferior to the others. In fact, among them, he had reaped the greatest rewards, ascending from the earth immortal to the full stage Tianxian, with only a breakthrough away from Xianxian. He had nearly achieved 2 great realms, truly living up to his title as Dao Bao Relai. Tongtian felt no surprise at the breakthroughs of his 4 direct disciples. Their talents were commendable, and they were diligent individuals. So their breakthroughs were to be expected. What truly captured his attention was the progress of his eldest disciple, Xianjun Yu. This little sloth had remarkably refrained from dozing off for 300 years. In comparison to the others, he eagerly anticipated the results of this lazy disciple. The elder brother is still not awake. Upon Turtle Spirit's remark, Dao Bao and the others turned their gaze towards their still meditating elder brother. Curiosity piqued as they wondered how much he had gained. The eldest brother was a primordial being, his innate gifts exceptional, among the very best, though he was somewhat lethargic. Under the watchful eyes of their master and junior siblings, Xianjun Yu's cultivation began to surge, the spiritual energy of Kunlun Mountain coalescing into a vast sea of essence that rushed towards him with tremendous force. The magnitude of this influx of energy was unprecedented. Tongtian, having lived countless years, had never felt such anticipation. Even the achievement of sainthood had not stirred him so deeply. First, it was Xianjun Yu's own efforts, after breaking through from the mid-stage to the late stage of Earth Immortal. He effortlessly reached completion in the Tianxian realm. Thus, all 5 direct disciples of the had transcended the Earth Immortal realm, stepping towards even higher realms, Tianxian realm. This is splendid. Elder brother, just as Turtle Spirit was about to rejoice for her elder brother's breakthrough to the Tianxian realm, Wudong swiftly covered her mouth. Surprised, Turtle Spirit looked at her sister, only to find Wudong gazing intently at their master and the elder sister and brother. Was then she realized that everyone was fixated on the elder brother. At that moment, she noticed that his cultivation was still rising, showing no signs of stopping. The spiritual sea paused momentarily, and in the next instant, it transformed into a whirlwind, violently surging into the elder brother's body. In an instant, Xianjun Yu commenced the second phase of his cultivation enhancement. Early stage Tianxian, mid stage, late stage completion, early stage Xianxian, mid stage, late stage completion. In the blink of an eye, he had advanced from the early stage of Tianxian to the completion of Xianxian, and still showed no indication of halting. Dao Bao and the others stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. Among all present, the most exhilarated was undoubtedly Tongtian, as their master, the authentic Pangu, the primordial deity who had shaped the world, prided himself on his unparalleled cultivation talent, capable of mastering anything with ease, except for the teachings of Xianjun Yu. Since acquiring this eldest disciple, he occasionally doubted whether he truly lacked the aptitude for teaching. However, witnessing Xianjun Yu's current situation completely dispelled such self-doubt. Elder brother, second brother, did you see that? I, Tongtian, have no issues with teaching. Do not even think about laying a hand on my disciple. Early stage Jingxian, mid stage, late stage completion, early stage Tai Tianxian. If breaking through to the Xianxian realm were considered normal, then advancing to the Jingxian realm raised some eyebrows. Yet to leap to the Tai realm? That was astonishing, bordering on impossible. Tai Tianxian realm. How could this be? This is inconceivable. At this moment, Tongtian's joy had vanished. While leaping two great realms was within the realm of possibility. Even in the wilderness, such occurrences were not unheard of. However, to leap across four realms? That was unfathomable and undoubtedly problematic. Immediately, Tongtian utilized the powers of a heavenly Tao saint to deduce the heavenly secrets, yet he found himself drawing a blank. The heavenly mechanisms were obscured. Nothing could be discerned. How could this be? Once more, unfazed by the mystique surrounding his situation, Tongtian meticulously contemplated the past events involving Xianjun Yu, even managing to deduce certain trivial matters. However, when it came to more significant issues, he found himself utterly at a loss, as if shrouded by an unseen force. This phenomenon was entirely natural, for with the presence of an invincible system at play, being able to discern the minutiae was already commendable. Anything beyond that was simply inconceivable. How perplexing! Tongtian, unable to unravel the heavenly secrets, resigned himself to this reality. After all, Xianjun Yu was present, and he had ample time to inquire further. In stark contrast, Duo Bao and his companions stood frozen in disbelief. They pondered that a breakthrough to a higher realm after 3 centuries of listening to the teachings had already surpassed over 90% of cultivators. Yet their senior brother, Xianjun Yu, surpassed them all. The leap from the earth immortal realm to the Tai realm was nothing short of astonishing. That it was utterly monstrous. And as Xianjun Yu's cultivation surged into the Tai realm, the rapidity of his advancement left his body struggling to adapt, prompting him to enter a deep state of meditation to assimilate his newfound power. Noticing his eldest disciple in profound meditation, Tongtian addressed the other bewildered disciples, stating, "The teachings have concluded. Return and digest what you have received. The next session will commence in 3,000 years. Yes, master." The disciples bowed respectfully before departing. After they left, Tongtian waved his hand, summoning Xianjun Yu to the main hall. Meanwhile, Duo Bao and his companions engaged in fervent discussions regarding the astonishing events they had just witnessed. "Senior sister, did you see that? Senior brother actually broke through to the Tai realm in one fell swoop. It's truly remarkable." Gui Ling exclaimed excitedly. "To leap across 4 major realms is simply unheard of. I suspect senior brother must have had an epiphany of extraordinary significance," Jean Ling remarked, her own confidence wavering. "There's no need to overthink it. Each of us has our own path. We cannot lag behind our senior brother's breakthrough to the Tai realm. Let us return and digest the teachings, striving to transcend the celestial immortal realm and step into the Tai realm as soon as possible," Duo Bao stated calmly, though he too was astonished by his senior brother's advancement. He noted that even their revered master appeared perplexed, proving that this was not something they could fully grasp. Rather than delve into the incomprehensible, it was more prudent to focus on their cultivation. Indeed, Brother Duo Bao is correct. We must not fall behind. Yes, we cannot afford to lag. Wu Deng and Gue Ling bid farewell to Brother Duo Bao and senior sister before hastily returning to their respective abodes. Duo Bao, too, felt the urge to depart. Senior sister, I shall take my leave as well. All right, I should be on my way too. Until we meet again in 3,000 years. After exchanging farewells, Duo Bao and Jin Ling departed simultaneously. At Tongtian's dojo, Xianjun Yu emerged from his deep meditation after 3 days. The rapid rise in his cultivation had taken a toll on his body, nearly ruining his leisurely time, exhaling a breath of stagnant air. Xianjun Yu opened his eyes and began to voice his grievances. The fact that returning his cultivation could leave his body overwhelmed struck him as rather unreliable, revealing a minor flaw in the system. Just as he prepared to complain about the system, he glanced up and was startled. What the heck, master? The shock made him momentarily lose his composure. To his surprise, Tongtian was seated directly across from him. It dawned on him that this was not his own cave dwelling, but rather the grand hall of his master's dojo. Observing him with a sly grin, Tongtian found Xianjun Yu's self-reference as this seat and musings of leisurely time amusing. You're quite something, aren't you? Tongtian remarked, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. He sensed a change in his disciple, even contemplating whether he had been possessed, but upon inspection, found nothing amiss, aware of his master's gaze. Xianjun Yu immediately sprang to his feet, scurrying behind Tongtian to offer a light massage, playfully shaking his small fists. Master, you see, referring to myself as this seat is merely a matter of self-identity. Besides, as cultivators, we pursue great freedom. There's nothing wrong with cherishing leisurely moments, right? As Xianjun Yu sought to curry favor with his master while hastily justifying himself, Tongtian's earlier suspicions of possession faded away. This brazen display of audacity could not be feigned by anyone else. Enough with the pretense. Speak plainly. How did you achieve this Tai cultivation? Elaborate. Without beating around the bush, Tongtian addressed the matter directly. Xianjun Yu, however, showed no hesitation, shrugging his shoulders. I have no idea. Speak in human terms. Tongtian replied, exasperated. What did I have no idea even mean? He couldn't fathom its significance. Yet he could make an educated guess. I don't know. It just happened naturally. Perhaps it was due to the quality of your teachings. Master, or maybe I simply had a moment of significant insight. Or it could be that I'm a prodigy with extraordinary comprehension. Spouting such nonsense, Xianjun Yu spoke without a trace of logic. His long-winded explanation amounted to nothing of substance. The notion that Tongtian's teachings were exceptionally effective was unfounded. If that were true, Duo Bao and the others would have similarly broken through the S for being a genius with remarkable insight. While that held some merit, it seemed implausible for someone as lazy as Xianjun Yu, and the idea of having laid a solid foundation was equally dubious, considering his lack of diligent practice since his transformation. Enough with your lofty claims. I know what kind of person you are. Now that you're awake, return to your cave and prepare to attend the teachings in 3,000 years. Having gleaned no useful information, Tongtian waved his hand, sending Xianjun Yu back, that he understood that his eldest disciple must harbor some secrets. Yet as long as they posed no harm, he preferred not to pry, for everyone had their own mysteries that need not be unveiled. Upon returning to his cave, Xianjun Yu did not recline as usual. With the system at his disposal, he began to contemplate his future. The influx of myriad celestial beings into the Jie Jiao would render the elevation of his cultivation a non-issue. Ascending to the sacred realm with the system was far from unattainable, with his master possessing the Excalibur formation capable of battling the four saints. Once he broke through to the sacred realm, the duo could easily confront the challenges of the Jie Jiao. With the system at his side, he no longer feared the crises facing the Jie Jiao. If they could not protect it together, then its downfall would be deserved. Yet this was not the primary concern at hand. Achieving sanctity still meant confronting the heavenly Tao. The earthly Tao was subdued, the human Tao remained inconspicuous, yet the heavenly Tao stood as a formidable adversary. After thorough contemplation, a preliminary outline of a tripartite balance between heaven, earth, and humanity emerged in his mind. If the primordial world wished to avoid descending into an age of decline, it required the harmonious existence of these three paths. This was not an urgent matter. He could strategize step by step. For now, it seemed prudent to pay a visit to his two esteemed uncles, with the embryonic form of grand plan taking shape. Xianjun Yu decided to seek out his second uncle, Yuan Shi, for some necessary items. Without further ado, he ceased his idleness and flew towards his second uncle's dojo. As Xianjun Yu departed, Tongtian noticed his movements. He is heading towards the dojo of my second brother. What could you be up to? Tongtian mused. Curiosity etched across his face. He promptly began to deduce the heavenly secrets, eager to uncover the purpose of his eldest disciple's journey. The divination proceeded smoothly, and he quickly gleaned the information he sought. So that it seems Yu has indeed changed. Initially, he had contemplated rewarding this lazy rascal from time to time, but now it appeared entirely unnecessary. The impudent lad had begun to forge his own path. Meanwhile, upon arriving at his second uncle's dojo, Xianjun Yu encountered three disciples: Nanji, Yinzhongzi, and Guangqingzi, the latter destined to become one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. Nanji, I greet you, senior brother, junior brother. There's no need for such formalities. Xianjun Yu surveyed Nanji, noting his mid-stage Xianxian cultivation, and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering the sect, Nanji had already possessed the prowess of a Tianxian. And now, not long after, he had advanced to Xianxian. Indeed, his innate talent was extraordinary, justifying his position as the senior disciple of the Jie Sect. While Xianjun Yu appraised Nanji, the latter was also scrutinizing Xianjun Yu. One was the senior disciple of the Jie Sect, while the other held the same status in the Jie Sect. It was only natural to harbor a sense of rivalry. Both disciples possessed commendable talents, and neither wished to concede superiority to the other. However, Xianjun Yu could discern the depth of Nanji's cultivation, while Nanji could not fathom Xianjun Yu's realm. Unable to see through. Has he surpassed Xianxian? Jinxian, just as Nanji pondered Xianjun Yu's cultivation, Xianjun Yu turned his gaze toward Guangqingzi. Nanji, who are these two friends? Yinzhongzi and Guangqingzi had entered the sect 300 years ago during Tongtian's transmission of teachings. So he had not encountered them before. Oh, this is my junior brother Yinzhongzi and Guangqingzi. Yinzhongzi, Guangqingzi, it is a pleasure to meet you, senior brother. Although the two had never met the individual before them, they felt it was only proper to reciprocate the respect Nanji showed by addressing him as senior brother. Upon learning that they were Yinzhongzi and Guangqingzi, one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, Xianjun Yu regarded them with great interest. So they are esteemed disciples of my second master. Indeed, quite impressive. Their future achievements as quasi-saints should pose no challenge. The two possess Tianxian cultivation, indicating considerable strength. Senior brother, you flatter us. We are unworthy. Indeed, senior brother may be overstating. The realm of saints is still a distant aspiration. May I inquire what brings you here today? The three senior brothers exhibited a commendable humility. Nanji, being mature and affable, was one thing, while Yinzhongzi, a fortunate true immortal, showed humility as well. However, Guangqingzi was quite different. The second master favored the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, and in Xianjun Yu's memory. Aside from Huanglong Jinren, the remaining 11 were all solitary figures that it was rare to witness Guangqingzi exhibit such low-key modesty. Yet upon reflection, it was understandable, with the three pure ones still united. A mere Tianxian cultivator had little reason to be arrogant. I have come to see my second master. Is he present? Junior brother Nanji? Master is at the dojo and has not stepped out. Senior brother may go in. Well then, thank you, junior brother. I shall first visit my second master. Farewell. With that, Xianjun Yu entered the dojo. After Xianjun Yu's departure, Guangqingzi spoke up, having deduced the identity of the individual based on the title used for his master. He hesitantly inquired, Senior brother, could that individual be a disciple of Master Tongtian? Upon hearing this, Nanji nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is a disciple of Master Tongtian and the foremost disciple of the Jie Sect, Xianjun Yu. The one I mentioned to you earlier, Xianjun Yu, the laziest man atop Kunlun Mountain? So it is him. Guangqingzi expressed surprise. However, If he were indeed that lackadaisical figure, why did senior brother treat him with such deference? Was it necessary to show such respect to someone so lackadaisical? From Guang Chengzi's tone, Nanji detected a hint of disdain or perhaps contempt for Xianjun Yu. He promptly and sternly clarified, "Junior brother, do not underestimate Xianjun Yu. Our master holds him in high regard, and that alone warrants respect. Furthermore, the moniker of lazy man seems to be a misrepresentation. Achieving Jin Xian cultivation in just a few centuries is no small feat. Can one truly label him as lazy and unambitious?" In Nanji's view, if the tales of Xianjun Yu's lethargy stem from the mouth of a sage, they must bear some truth. However, that may be a thing of the past, having ascended to Jin Xian. It seems Xianjun Yu had begun to exert himself. Jin Xian? He possesses Jin Xian cultivation. That cannot be true. Senior brother, I have heard that Xianjun Yu, the foremost disciple of the Jie Sect, only possesses Di Xian cultivation. Where does this Jin Xian prowess come from? Guang Chengzi was taken aback. If Xianjun Yu truly had Jin Xian cultivation, then he was no mere slacker. If he were considered lazy, what did that make them? The Jin Xian cultivation was likely accurate. As for how he attained such a high level, who could say what fortuitous encounters he had experienced in these past centuries? In any event, one must not underestimate this individual. Throughout the dialogue between the senior brothers, Yin Zhongzi remained silent, yet he harbored his own thoughts regarding Xianjun Yu. Unbeknownst to him, Xianjun Yu had already arrived at the dojo of Yuan Shi. Disciple Xianjun Yu, seeking an audience with my second master. Ah, Yuer has arrived. Come in. Upon hearing of Xianjun Yu's arrival, Yuan Shi wasted no time and allowed him entry. Even though he now had 3 disciples, Nanji, Yin Zhongzi, and Guang Chengzi, he still held Xianjun Yu in the same esteem as before. How is it? Have you made up your mind to join my sect? After seating Xianjun Yu, Yuan Shi directly inquired. Joining his Chan sect was always his primary consideration. Seeing his second master broach the topic, Xianjun Yu offered a wry smile in response. Second master, why do you bring this up again? I did not come for that purpose. Rather, I have a request of you. A request. Yuan Shi expressed mild confusion. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly grasped Xianjun Yu's intentions and was willing to assist. Upon receiving the answer, Yuan Shi observed Xianjun Yu's cultivation had indeed advanced. Now reaching the Tai realm, he felt joy but also confusion. Your cultivation has progressed so swiftly. Did Tongtian use pills? Misleading the disciples. Misleading the disciples. In Yuan Shi's eyes, Xianjun Yu's rapid advancement could only be attributed to his younger brother Tongtian employing potent pills to forcibly enhance his cultivation. What you seek, I understand. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Take your time to study this jade slip and establish a solid foundation. Once you are ready, I will personally guide you through the practical application. As his words fell, several jade slips, each reaching knee height, appeared before Xianjun Yu. The topmost slip bore the title Yuqing Refining Techniques. Indeed, Xianjun Yu wished to learn refining. And when it came to the art of refining, Yuan Shi was undoubtedly the most exceptional within the entirety of Hongwang. Capable of forging even post-heavenly spiritual treasures, learn refining. Seeking Yuan Shi was essential. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that the relationship between Yuan Shi and Tongtian had not yet soured, and the 3 pure ones had not divided. Who could know if, after the division, Yuan Shi would still treat him with the same kindness? Yes, thank you, second master. Upon receiving the refining jade slip, Xianjun Yu chose not to return to his cave abode. Instead, he decided to reside directly with his second master Yuan Shi. For someone like Xianjun Yu, who did not enjoy studying, perusing the jade slips felt like torment. He preferred hands-on practice over theoretical study. However, for the sake of his plans, he endured the discomfort and diligently studied the Yuqing refining techniques for a century. For these 3,000 years, he intended to focus solely on refining techniques under the tutelage of his second master. To establish a solid foundation, he aimed to thoroughly memorize the content of these jade slips, studying until he could recite them perfectly. On this day, 100 years later, the system also made an announcement. Ding! Dao Bao's cultivation has broken through to the early stage of Xianxian, randomly doubling the host Tai Tianxian early stage cultivation to the 5th level. The major realms are divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and completion. In fact, reaching completion already allows one to challenge the next major realm, while the first three stages also have variations in strength, categorized as levels 1 to 9. He has broken through to Xian. No wonder Dao Bao is showing such remarkable progress, truly extraordinary. Yet, no matter how extraordinary he became, he was still merely contributing to Xianjun Yu's own advancement, watching his own Tai Tianxian cultivation advance further. The fatigue that had plagued him throughout the century of studying the jade slips vanished instantly. For ordinary cultivators, it is challenging to balance other pursuits alongside their cultivation, but Xianjun Yu was different. With Tongzi Go by his side, he had no need to squander billions of years on cultivation. The countless years saved could be dedicated to learning other skills. With ample time, what could he not master? Even if he lacked innate talent, he would forcefully accumulate knowledge. Over the past century, the teachings of Jie Sect saw the emergence of a new disciple, Qi Jingzi, while at Tongtian's Jie Sect. Two more from the 7 attendants, Wu Yun Xian and Jinggu Xian Ma Sui, had arrived. The 12 golden immortals and the 7 attendants were gradually assembling. It seemed he needed to hasten his pace. Xianjun Yu had grown increasingly impatient. Having solidified his foundation in artifact forging, he was ready to seek out his second master uncle to officially commence his training. As for how he came to know that the Jie Jiao had gained 2 new disciples, it was because his system had already been bound to the 2 of them. Without delay, Xianjun Yu made his way to his second master uncle. After passing the written examination, he immediately embarked on the path of artifact forging. The so-called written examination merely involved verifying his memorization, a task that posed no challenge to Xianjun Yu, who passed it effortlessly on his first attempt. Thus began his journey in artifact forging. Spanning 2,900 years. No, your technique is flawed. It should not be executed in this manner. The sequence is also incorrect. The contents of the jade slip are merely for your reference. As the order for forging different items varies, do not rely solely on the jade slip. You must cultivate your own ideas. This is also incorrect. One cannot help but admire Yuan's sure sense of responsibility. He was exceedingly strict during the forging process, promptly pointing out mistakes and insisting on corrections. The entirety of his expertise in artifact forging was imparted, even to those who were not his disciples. In contrast, while one might claim that Xianjun Yu possessed a natural talent for forging, he lacked any particularly impressive techniques. Conversely, despite lacking such talent, he was still able to create some items. It could only be said that he barely qualified as a forger. The swift passage of 2,900 years brought him to the present moment, where Xianjun Yu officially became an artifact forger. Inside the forging chamber, the room was filled with an array of magical artifacts, ranging from ordinary spiritual treasures to subpar spiritual instruments, with a veritable clutter of experimental items strewn about. With the mastery of forging attained, diligent practice and experience accumulation would allow him to progress further. I also have some innate gold and other materials. Take them. After assisting him in entering the realm of artifact forging, Yuan Shi gifted Xianjun Yu some materials as a token of goodwill from his master uncle. The disciple expresses his gratitude to the second master uncle. Observing the materials, Xianjun Yu accepted them with alacrity. These items, casually bestowed by his second master uncle, were anything but ordinary. Each of these innate materials was a treasure, rare even in the primordial world. There is no need for such formality. With diligent practice, one may yet become a top-tier artifact forger. Alas, go forth. Yuan Shi waved his hand lightly, sending Xianjun Yu on his way. In his view, with his good disciple's cultivation enhanced by elixirs, it would be quite challenging to achieve significant success in the path of cultivation. Focusing on artifact forging was a viable alternative. Though he felt a twinge of regret for the materials he had given to his disciple, he reassured himself that it was better than lamenting Yu's limited prospects of becoming a top-tier powerhouse. Over the course of 3,000 years, Xianjun Yu gained not only mastery in artifact forging, but also witnessed the breakthroughs of Jie Jiao's disciples. With 4 direct disciples and 2 attendants, under the guidance of his elder brother, his own cultivation was elevated to the late stage of Tai, celestial immortal. The time for his master's 3,000-year teaching was approaching. He must not be late. The teachings of a saint are an unparalleled opportunity. And this time of instruction would undoubtedly propel the Jie Jiao disciples to the golden immortal stage. One could only wonder what realm his elder brother would elevate him to. Anticipation swelled within him. Without a moment's delay, Xianjun Yu flew at full speed toward his master's teaching venue. Before long, he arrived, having not missed the appointed time. However, he found himself confronted with an unexpected gathering. This time, during Tongtian's transmission of teachings, not only were the Jie Jiao disciples present, but also from the Changjiao, Nanji, Yunzizi, Guangchengzi, and Shijingzi, along with the Runjiao Xuandu, marking the first occasion where disciples from all three teachings convened. Oh, why are there so many people? Upon landing at the venue, Xianjun Yu observed the crowd with curiosity. Greetings, senior brothers. Congratulations to the great master brother on your ascension to the Tai realm. Upon seeing him, the disciples from the three teachings greeted him, indicating that Xianjun Yu held a modicum of renown and respect among them. The Wuyun immortal and the Jinggu immortal horse also regarded this unfamiliar great master brother with intrigue. There is no need for such formalities, my junior brothers, but what brings you all here today? With the disciples of the three teachings gathered for the first time, Xianjun Yu's curiosity was piqued. Meanwhile, Tongtian, seated on the high dais, observed his eldest disciple's return with satisfaction, noting that his cultivation had indeed breached the late stage of Tai Celestial Immortal, drawing near to Tai Xian Immortal. Yet he was somewhat displeased that this scoundrel had not first paid his respects to his master. Your master uncle specifically arranged for the advancement of communication between the three teachings, consulting with me and your second master uncle, so that our respective disciples could be present. Now that you are here, why do you not come forward and take your place? Tongtian's expression remained stern, his tone rather unyielding. Seeing the saint's displeasure, the disciples from the three teachings hastily took their seats, not daring to act with any semblance of irreverence. The disciple Xianjun Yu respectfully greeted his master. Noticing his master seemed in a foul mood, Xianjun Yu approached, offering a slight bow before taking a seat on the empty mat at the front. The position was clearly reserved for him, and any thoughts of napping would have to be relinquished. Upon receiving a greeting from his eldest disciple, Tongtian's mood lightened slightly as he addressed the gathered disciples of the three teachings. This transmission of teachings will last for 300 years. You must listen attentively and refrain from distraction, as the extent of your gains will depend entirely on yourselves. Yes. Following this, Tongtian officially commenced the 300-year teaching. The disciples of the three teachings took their seats separately, with the Runjiao Xuandu on the left, the Changjiao's Nanji and others on the right, while the Jie Jiao disciples occupied the center, as they were the hosts of this gathering. The foremost seats were held by the four direct disciples of Jie Jiao, with the two attendants seated behind them, clearly delineating their positions. However, Xianjun Yu paid little heed to the seating arrangement. During his master's teachings, he absorbed little more than the sound of the words, leaving the deeper understanding untouched. With his elder brother present, the thought of comprehending the teachings felt like a waste of time. He had little to contribute compared to the insights his elder brother might bestow. The understanding of the teachings was sufficient for his junior brothers and sisters. Throughout these 300 years, he resolved to thoroughly assimilate the knowledge of artifact forging he had accumulated over the past 3,000 years, striving to achieve a harmonious mastery of the craft. Thus, the assembly began their respective journeys of comprehension. 300 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Awaken! With Tongtian's call, this session of teachings came to a close for the disciples of the three teachings, particularly those of lower cultivation. The saint's teachings were invaluable, resulting in numerous breakthroughs. Simultaneously, the tribulation for the golden immortal arrived. This being the first tribulation for cultivators, its power was not excessively formidable, and all present navigated it with relative ease. Elder brother, please hold off on returning my cultivation until we are alone. As the tribulation passed, Xianjun Yu hastily spoke, taking advantage of the fact that there were still disciples from the Jie Jiao, Runjiao, and Changjiao present. His rapid advancement in cultivation would inevitably attract attention. Previously, surrounded by his master and trusted direct disciples, he had felt secure and unconcerned, but today was different. It was best that fewer people learned of his peculiar situation. Of course, this was contingent on his elder brother acquiescing to his request. Ding! The return has been postponed. His elder brother, displaying a considerate nature, agreed to delay the return just as Xianjun Yu had requested. Excellent, my elder brother is indeed reliable. Hearing that his elder brother had consented to the postponement, Xianjun Yu mentally praised him. Fortunately, his elder brother was not like some other transmigrators, rigid as a machine and insufferably proud. Thank you, Master Uncle, for the teachings. Thank you, Master, for the teachings. After each had received their awards, the disciples rose to express their gratitude to Tongtian, and Xianjun Yu joined in the chorus, although he had absorbed nothing of substance. The appearance of gratitude could not be omitted. With the conclusion of this session of teachings, all were encouraged to return and thoroughly digest the knowledge gained. The next session will last for 3,000 years. Conducted by the Jie Sect. When the time comes, you may all attend. As he dismissed the gathering, Tongtian also announced the time and place for the next transmission of teachings. Indeed, the three brothers had determined to take turns imparting teachings to the celestial beings of Kunlun Mountain. The first would be Tongtian himself, followed by Yuan Shi in 3,000 years, and Laozi in 6,000 years. Yes, the disciples take their leave. Upon receiving the location for the next sermon, the disciples of the human teachings and the expounding teachings performed a respectful bow and departed. The four direct disciples of the precious treasures, glancing curiously at their senior brother Xianjun Yu, also paid their respects before turning to leave. Thus, Xianjun Yu found himself alone in the venue, while the other disciples had gleaned insights. Xianjun Yu remained silent, which did not surprise Tongtian. After all, it was impossible for him to be oblivious to Xianjun Yu's habit of letting knowledge enter through one ear and exit through the other. A brief calculation revealed what this fellow was up to. Master, this disciple also takes my leave. After bowing respectfully, Xianjun Yu intended to leave the master's dojo. However, at that moment, Tongtian unexpectedly interjected, "It seems that in these 300 years, you have made considerable progress in the art of refining weapons." Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu was taken aback. It appeared that his little antics had indeed been discovered by the sage master. He looked up to see his master observing him with a smile that was not quite a smile, but a smirk. Indeed, a smirk that concealed daggers. Oh no, this time I'm doomed. In the presence of his master imparting teachings. Yet secretly learning from others' weapon refinement techniques, his master would undoubtedly think that in the eyes of his disciple, the master's teachings paled in comparison to the weapon refinement skills of others. What weapon refinement? Master, I do not comprehend, Xianjun Yu inquired with a puzzled expression. In that moment, to avoid a beating, he could only muster the audacity to feign ignorance. In such matters, one must never admit to wrongdoing. Whoever admits it is a fool. Are you truly ignorant, or are you just pretending to be confused? Tongtian remarked with a knowing smile. Xianjun Yu, I must admit, I have to hold you in higher regard. To lie with such a straight face is quite impressive. Tongtian maintained his enigmatic expression. Master, you misunderstand. I did not. I was merely, Xianjun Yu attempted to defend himself, eager to uphold his master's dignity. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that the master's smile had vanished, replaced by narrowed eyes that bore into him like a tea that moment. He ceased his playful antics. It was clear that his master was growing dissatisfied, and to provoke further would be utterly unwise. You need not pretend. I knew the moment you left the cave 3,000 years ago, and your second master personally informed me that you sought him out to learn the art of refining weapons. With your second master saying such things, you still dare to feign ignorance here. Refining weapons is refining weapons. Do you think I lack the capacity for understanding? Tongtian expressed with exasperation. The actions of the eldest disciple made it seem as though he was a petty individual devoid of understanding. Previously, upon receiving a message from the eldest brother, the three brothers of the three pure ones had convened to briefly discuss the matter of taking turns in imparting teachings, during which the second brother had criticized Xianjun Yu's cultivation, claiming that he had damaged his foundation by relying on elixirs, and had scolded him for misleading his fellow disciples. Recalling the extraordinary abilities of his eldest disciple, Tongtian bore this unjust blame, further deepening Yuan Shi's misunderstanding. Upon hearing these words, Xianjun Yu felt somewhat bewildered. The second master had been with him all these years. How could he possibly have time to discuss this with the master? Was it something I said while reading? This disciple was merely concerned that master might misunderstand. With such a good master, why would I seek to learn from others? That would not be proper. Since the master had already spoken plainly, he decided to drop the act. The worst that could happen was a beating or perhaps a period of confinement. After all, he had already mastered the art of refining weapons. He would accept any punishment, knowing full well it's not right, yet still going. This is willful misconduct. It's merely the art of refining weapons. Your master is equally capable. Seeking distant knowledge is foolish, and most importantly, how can the path of refining weapons compare to the path of cultivation? To forsake the greater for the lesser is sheer folly. Tongtian pointed out 3 of Xianjun Yu's errors. He was also proficient in the art of refining weapons, albeit not as adept as the second brother Yuan Shi. However, it was not the fact that Xianjun Yu sought knowledge elsewhere that irked him most. After all, it was true that he could not rival Yuan Shi in weapon refinement, and there was nothing to dispute there. What truly angered him was that Xianjun Yu had forsaken 300 years of enlightenment to pursue the auxiliary skill of weapon refinement. To abandon the path of cultivation for the sake of refining was utterly foolish. Forsaking the greater for the lesser. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu acknowledged his error, stating, "Disciple understands my mistake. I bear no resentment towards the punishment that I realize that the art of refining weapons cannot compare to the path of cultivation. If it weren't for Tongzi Gu, I would never have abandoned my cultivation, but my circumstances are unique." Moreover, he understood that the master acted out of concern for him. He willingly accepted the impending punishment. "Punishment? When did I say I would punish you?" Tongtian replied. "However, it is true that you have erred this time, but I cannot let it go unpunished. For the next 300 years, you shall not go anywhere. Stay here in my dojo and tidy up. Since you have an affinity for refining weapons, I have some materials for you that I expect you to refine 5 pieces of postnatal spiritual treasures for me within these 300 years. Is that an acceptable task?" Tongtian spoke coolly. Initially, he had no intention of punishing Xianjun Yu, but fearing that without some lesson he might err again, he decided on a minor reprimand for a greater purpose, primarily to ensure that he would remember not to make such mistakes in the future. Not a problem. Upon hearing the master's assigned task, Xianjun Yu fully accepted it. For him, this was hardly a punishment. Refining postnatal spiritual treasures felt more like an opportunity to gain experience. He was already capable of refining such treasures, and as long as the materials were sufficient, producing 5 pieces was no great challenge. Now that the punishment is settled, let's discuss another matter that I suspect your interest in refining weapons stems from a desire to acquire spiritual treasures. What do you need spiritual treasures for? That is beyond my concern. However, this has reminded me that it is time to provide you with a spiritual treasure for your USE.I in the past. You declined it, but I trust you will not do so now. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu nodded. He indeed needed a spiritual treasure for self-defense. However, he held little regard for postnatal treasures. He was aware that his master possessed numerous spiritual treasures. Yet only a few piqued his interest. Seeing that the eldest disciple genuinely desired a spiritual treasure, Tongtian contemplated briefly before raising his hand, summoning a spiritual sword that appeared in his palm. "I assume ordinary spiritual treasures would not suffice for you to ask the eldest disciple of the Jie Sect. You represent my dignity, so I entrust this sword to you." As he spoke, Tongtian pushed the spiritual sword toward the eldest disciple. Gazing at the sword now, within arm's reach, Xianjun Yu was momentarily stunned. The sword's spiritual energy and power were exceptionally rare. As a weapon refiner, Xianjun Yu immediately recognized the sword's uniqueness. It was certainly not a postnatal treasure. "Master, what is this?" Xianjun Yu stammered, astonished. Observing the bewilderment of his eldest disciple, Tongtian proudly explained, "This is my Zhuzhen sword, which you may have heard rumors about. Today, I bestow this sword upon you." Receiving the Zhuzhen sword, Xianjun Yu remained utterly shocked. The saint of the upper clear, Tongtian, possessed a Zhuzhen sword formation capable of contending against 4 saints, unbreakable by any but the 4 saints. The formation comprised 4 swords, known as the Zhuzhen sword, the Lanxing sword, the Xianxian sword, and the Juexian sword. The Tao ancestor once praised this treasured sword, stating, "Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel once concealed beneath Mount Shumi, without the need for yin and yang to forge. Can it not be tempered by water and fires of brilliance, exterminating gods and vanquishing immortals. The Xianxian sword radiates a crimson glow. The Juexian sword transforms infinitely, stained with the blood of great immortals. The Zhujian sword emphasizes the aspect of harm, primarily designed to inflict damage upon the physical forms of cultivators, making it an exceptionally powerful weapon. With such a top-tier, innate treasure in his hands, how could he not be astonished? This Zhujian sword is a prized possession of my master, the supreme treasure of our sect. How can I, a mere disciple, wield it? Though he was enamored with the Zhujian sword, Xianjun Yu hesitated to accept it, not from a lack of desire, but because he felt unworthy of wielding such a prestigious, innate treasure at his current level of cultivation, and no need for further discussion on this matter. I have made my decision. The Zhujian sword shall be yours to wield. Without granting his disciple a chance to respond, Tongtian turned and vanished as if he had never been there. In light of this, Xianjun Yu could only resignedly accept the Zhujian sword. He understood his master's temperament. Once a decision was made, it would not be altered, although he felt unworthy of wielding such an exceptional, innate treasure. Since the master had already bestowed it, having this treasure for protection was not an ill fate. After his master departed, Xianjun Yu found a room within the dojo, closed the door, and began to receive the cultivation return from the system. Come on, Tongzi, initiate the return. Sitting cross-legged, Xianjun Yu immediately summoned the system. The system's notification chimes rang out successively. Ding! Jinling's cultivation has broken through to the mid-stage of Golden Immortal. Ding! Wu Dang's cultivation has broken through to the early stage of Golden Immortal. Ding! Duo Bao's cultivation has broken through to the early stage of Golden Immortal. Ding! Gue Ling's cultivation has reached the completion of Xian Immortal. Ding! Wu Yun Xian and Jin Gu Xian's cultivation has broken through to the early stage of Celestial Immortal. Among the 4 core disciples of the Jie Jiao, except for Gue Ling, who is slightly weaker, the others all ascended to Golden Immortal, with Duo Bao surpassing the rest. As for Wu Yun Xian and Jinggu Xian, it is unnecessary to mention their late entrance and inferior innate talents compared to the core disciples. Their cultivation methods are not even the same as the supreme clear Great Cave, true scripture. The Great Cave scripture can only be cultivated by core disciples, while they merely practice the supreme clear Huang Ting scripture alongside the immortal. This Huang Ting scripture cannot be compared to the Great Cave scripture. One can cultivate to the saint realm, while the other peaks merely at the quasi-saint level. In comparison, the superiority is evident, but a random multiplier returned the host cultivation to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Late stage of Tai Golden Immortal? By the heavens, how extraordinary, O system! Upon hearing that the system had returned him to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, Xianjun Yu was utterly astonished. The transition from Tai Celestial Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal is separated by the Tai Xian Immortal, and the path becomes increasingly arduous. The discrepancies in major realms are often by dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times. Without the multiplier, if all the cultivation breakthroughs of his junior brothers and sisters were to be transferred to him, merely breaking through to Tai Celestial Immortal would be a monumental achievement. This time, being returned to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal clearly indicated a celestial critical hit, at least a multiplier of tens of thousands. With no time for Xianjun Yu to ponder, the system's cultivation instantly enveloped him, and he commenced his breakthrough. The completion of the Tai Celestial Immortal realm, the initial, mid, late stages, and completion of the Tai Xian Immortal realm. The initial, mid, and late stages of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, distinct from the Tai Celestial Immortal. The Tai Golden Immortal is exponentially stronger than the former, and the commotion from this breakthrough was significantly greater than the last, sending ripples of spiritual energy throughout the vicinity. Such a close breakthrough immediately captured Tongtian's attention. He gazed in the direction of Xianjun Yu with great astonishment. The late stage of Tai Celestial Immortal, Tai Xian Immortal, and Tai Golden Immortal. This enhancement surpassed even that of 3,000 years ago. What could possibly be the reason? Truly perplexing, indeed. After repeated calculations yielded no results, Tongtian sighed, suppressing the tremors within his heart. After all, a mere Tai Golden Immortal was not enough to stir his emotions. Unlike the previous instance, This breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal was not ordinary. This was the first Golden Immortal of Kunlun Mountain, and a Tai Golden Immortal at that. This also successfully drew the attention of the other two saints. Has you are broken through again? To Tai Golden Immortal, my third brother Tongtian is truly leading his disciples astray. Alas, what a pity! Sensing that Xianjun Yu had achieved a breakthrough, Yuan sure assumed that Tongtian had once again resorted to elixirs, lamenting the wasted potential and growing increasingly discontented with his younger brother's actions. However, Taiqing Laozi remained far more composed. In just 5,000 years, Yer had ascended to Tai Golden Immortal, yet showed no prior signs whatsoever. This matter must undoubtedly be peculiar. Through the saint's ability to deduce the heavenly mysteries, it was indeed confirmed that something was amiss. Oh, even the heavenly Tao cannot predict the outcome. Clearly, Yer harbors a secret. Laozi, stroking his gray beard with interest, thought, well, a fortunate opportunity indeed. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to abandon his inquiries and turned his focus to refining the golden elixir. Xianjun Yu was not only Tongtian's first disciple, but also the first descendant of the three purities of Kunlun Mountain. Thus their bond was extraordinary. To have such an opportunity was quite favorable. After all, Laozi wished for Xianjun Yu's well-being. Moreover, similar to Tongtian, it was nothing remarkable to witness a mere Tai Golden Immortal. Even a quasi-saint cultivation level would not be surprising. Below the saints, one is but an ant, a statement that is not mere rhetoric. Without entering sainthood, no matter how formidable the cultivation, one remains merely a robust ant. As for why both Tongtian and Laozi perceive Xianjun Yu as harboring secrets, it was because once one attains the Golden Immortal level, they must face the heavenly tribulations. Xianjun Yu had already broken through to Tai Golden Immortal without provoking a single heavenly tribulation. If there were no secrets, that would indeed be astonishing. In contrast, Xianjun Yu, having adapted to such a leap from previous experiences, did not succumb to deep meditation this time. With the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, he finally possessed some self-preservation strength. After listening to the teachings of his granduncle and second granduncle, he estimated he could advance to the mid-stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. Once he reached Deluo, he could traverse the primordial wilderness and begin laying down some chess pieces. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Xianjun Yu, with his Tai cultivation, was already contemplating the endeavors possible within the Deluo realm. Initially, he planned to seek out his granduncle to learn something during this 3,000-year hiatus, but now he decided to hold off for the moment, with the 7 immortals in attendance now at their second arrival. The Jie Jiao was poised for a significant surge in disciples during these 3,000 years that it seemed he must personally oversee the proceedings. The influx of 10,000 immortals to the Jie Jiao is not something just anyone can handle. After deciding to thoroughly vet the Jie Jiao disciples over the next 3,000 years, Xianjun Yu commenced a 300-year period of penance. While cleaning the dojo, he quietly digested his Tai Golden Immortal cultivation. Simultaneously refining post-heaven spiritual treasures, it must be noted that the materials his master, Tongtian, possessed were not any lesser than those of his second granduncle, Yuan Shi. One glance at the materials confirmed that his master had indeed spoken the truth. This supreme clear was not only proficient in the sword path, but also had some knowledge in the art of artifact crafting. Time in the primordial wilderness is unrecorded, and 299 years passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this nearly 300 years, Xianjun Yu did not emerge empty-handed. He not only thoroughly digested his Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, but also made significant advancements in artifact crafting. The 7 immortals in attendance subsequently reached their respective stages. Chang Er Ding Guang Xian, Pai Lu Xian, Jing Guang Xian, Qiushou Xian, and Ling Xian, with all 5 arriving in addition to the 7 immortals. They also recruited a batch of inner disciples numbering over 100. The trend of 10,000 immortals was already taking shape. The vicinity of the dojo bustled with activity, with disciples frequently soaring through the air, creating a lively atmosphere. In the final year of his penance, Xianjun Yu continued to toil quietly at the dojo, sweeping fallen leaves with a broom, appearing no different from a mere errand boy. How infuriating! These fellows are utterly contemptuous. They will soon learn of my prowess. Chang heir Dingguang Xian emerged from Tongtian's presence. Still cursing under his breath, Brother Dingguang, it's best to endure. Once our cultivation levels rise, dealing with them will be effortless. Why get so worked up? Jin Guang Xian gently advised. Had it not been for Chang heir dragging him along, he would not have entertained the idea of coming at all. Yet, since Chang heir entered the sect before him, he could not refuse the title of senior brother, which compelled him to follow along reluctantly. Jin Guang, it's not that this elder brother cannot endure. It's just that those fellows are simply too intolerable. We are the 7 immortals in attendance, while they are merely ordinary disciples, Chang heir exclaimed, his words dripping with disdain for the inner disciples, the we. It is clear that your arrogance blinds you. The inner disciples are not beneath you, and I wonder where your sense of superiority comes from. Jin Guang silently retorted in his heart. The situation was thus. Their entry into the sect was merely at the celestial immortal level, which was not particularly high. They were only accepted due to decent innate talents. Meanwhile, some inner disciples had already ventured through the primordial wilderness, attaining Xian immortal cultivation, with some even reaching the golden immortal realm. Chang heir, possessing celestial immortal cultivation, considered himself above others as one of the 7 immortals in attendance. Often displaying an air of superiority, the inner disciples, wary of his status, would typically endure his arrogance. Nevertheless, patience has its limits, and today, yet again, a verbal spar with the inner disciples escalated into a physical skirmish, resulting in him being beaten. Unable to prevail, he sought out the master for justice, who could have anticipated that the master had no interest in intervening, believing instead that conflicts could be beneficial. Enough, brother, since the master refuses to intervene, let us let this go. Once our cultivation rises, who would dare provoke us? Jin Guang urged again, were it not for their simultaneous status as the 7 immortals. He would have preferred not to associate with Chang heir, who is truly courting disaster. I cannot let this grudge go unavenged. My Tao heart would waver. Hearing that his senior brother, Xianjun Yu, had been confined by their master for 300 years due to a mistake, and was soon to be released, he decided to incite his senior brother. Long Ear was determined not to concede defeat. After enduring scoldings and beatings, if he did not retaliate, he would no longer be the long-eared Dingguang immortal. Beside him, Jin Guanghai was taken aback by his words. He hastily advised, Senior brother, have you lost your mind? The eldest senior brother has been confined to the dojo, and not a single person in the sect dares to mention it. Not even our master has uttered a word. If you go to the eldest senior brother, you might provoke the master's ire, and besides, we are all unaware of who the eldest senior brother truly is. This is far too reckless. Indeed, apart from a few who joined the sect at its inception, no one in the past few centuries had actually seen Xianjun Yu, or if they had, they did not recognize him. This was a directive from Xianjun Yu himself, forbidding them from revealing anything about him, and even the young acolytes had been warned. Seeing this, Tongtian wisely refrained from mentioning Xianjun Yu, curious to observe the nature of these newcomers. However, this led to a situation where the latecomers among the disciples of the Jie Sect only knew that there was an eldest senior brother named Xianjun Yu, who had been imprisoned 300 years ago. They also speculated that the eldest senior brother must not have been favored by the master. Otherwise, why would he have been confined? It is rumored that the eldest senior brother possesses the cultivation of Tai, the most formidable individual in all of Kunlun Mountain. He had the audacity to offend the master, a sage, so dealing with a few inner sect disciples would be a trivial matter. I am confident that the eldest senior brother will assist me. Long Ear exuded an air of unwavering confidence. When he eventually meets the eldest senior brother Xianjun Yu, with his fearless disposition and Long Ear's embellishments, confronting a few inner sect disciples would be child's play. Yet, unbeknownst to Long Ear, his conversation with Jin Guanghai was entirely overheard by Xianjun Yu, who was sweeping leaves in the dojo. Xianjun Yu regarded this long-eared Dingguang immortal and could not help but smile coldly. Initially thinking Long Ear merely possessed a somewhat aloof character, he was taken aback by his propensity for slander and the depth of his schemes. Such a troublemaker was simply insufferable. Have you ever considered question? Senior brother, how will you find the eldest senior brother when you do not even know where he is? Jin Guanghai said with a resigned expression. Long Ear was indeed a master of trouble. It was only a matter of time before following him would lead to disaster. He resolved that after today, he must keep his distance from this fellow, as far away as possible. Well, that is indeed a problem. Pondering this question, Long Ear fell into thought. Those young acolytes seemed to have been silenced by the master and dared not mention the eldest senior brother, so inquiring them would yield nothing. As for the other 4 direct disciples, they were all exceedingly aloof. It was uncertain whether they would even acknowledge his questions. While deep in thought, Long Ear caught a glimpse of the errand worker, sweeping leaves in the dojo, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. This worker had been cleaning the dojo since his entrance into the sect. Surely he must possess some clues about the eldest senior brother. Hey, you there, the one sweeping. You must be mistaken. I am calling you. Come here, I have something to ask. Long Ear shouted, his tone anything but courteous, showing no regard for the worker. Seeing Long Ear actively seek him out, Xianjun Yu approached with a mindset of curiosity. Eager to see what this fellow would do next, Jin Guanghai, observing the worker, did not think much of it. Who would pay attention to a mere sweeper? Not even the later acolytes, much less the inner sect disciples, had ever regarded this worker as anything significant, believing Xianjun Yu to be an ordinary errand boy. Fellow Taoist, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Xianjun Yu replied, looking at Long Ear with an adorably Na'vi expression. Upon hearing this, Long Ear immediately wore a look of disdain. Fellow Taoist, how pretentious! You are merely a lowly sweeper. Who would consider you a fellow Taoist? Nevertheless, to glean information about the eldest senior brother, Long Ear suppressed his contempt and asked coolly, My dear fellow Taoist, I observe that you have been in the Jie Sect for quite some time. Are you aware of the eldest senior brother Xianjun Yu? He cleverly circumvented a direct inquiry about the eldest senior brother's whereabouts, employing a more subtle approach. The eldest senior brother Xianjun Yu. Naturally, I know of him. It is said that his cultivation talent is exceptionally rare. Xianjun Yu boasted without a hint of modesty, praising himself to the heavens. Not only is he extraordinarily gifted, but he is also strikingly handsome, renowned as the most beautiful man of the primordial era, with female cultivators flocking to him from Kunlun Mountain to the west. Long Ear and Jin Guanghai were rendered speechless. They had merely asked if he was aware of the eldest senior brother. There was no need for such extravagant praise, and the notion of female cultivators crowding to the west was simply ludicrous. Though somewhat exasperated, Long Ear nonetheless gleaned some useful information. This insufferable sweeper clearly held the eldest senior brother in high regard. Thus, he must know much more. It appeared he had indeed found the right person. Thinking this, as the sweeper continued to boast, Long Ear hastily interrupted him. All right, my fellow Taoist. We are well aware of how impressive the eldest senior brother is. So let us forego the flattery. I have heard that 300 years ago, the eldest senior brother offended the master and was confined to the dojo. Are you aware of this matter? Long Ear inquired with genuine curiosity. He still refrained from directly asking about the eldest senior brother's whereabouts, opting instead for a more indirect approach, showcasing his cleverness. I certainly know about that, for I witnessed it firsthand. Xianjun Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Long Ear's eyes lit up. He knew this sweeper must possess some knowledge, and to his surprise, he had even witnessed the events of that fateful day. Even Jin Guanghai perked up. Intrigued, and one dared to mention the eldest senior brother's affairs, and they were unaware of the precise nature of his offenses. The more reticent others were, the more curious they became. Fellow Taoist, please share what you witnessed back then. We are all immensely curious, Jin Guanghai echoed, torn between curiosity and fear of provoking the master. Thankfully, with Long Ear leading, he felt a sense of security. If the master were to blame them, Long Ear would take the heat. Xianjun Yu feigned a look of great difficulty, taking a long pause without revealing anything. This left Long Ear and Jin Guanghai anxious. Fellow Taoist, please do not keep us in suspense. Are you toying with us? Long Ear asked sternly. Were it not for the hope of obtaining information, he would certainly have dealt with this insufferable sweeper. You misunderstand. I'm not toying with you. It is simply that within the sect, no one dares to mention the eldest senior brother's affairs. Moreover, as you can see, we are here, Xianjun Yu said, casting a meaningful glance at the dojo, implying that he could not dare speak of such matters in the master's presence. Long Ear glanced at the master's dojo and immediately understood, "Ah, I see. It seems I misjudged you, fellow Taoist. However, this is not an insurmountable issue. Let us change locations. Come to my cave dwelling, and we can discuss in detail." "Let us go." With that, Long Ear led the sweeper and his junior brother Jing Guanghai towards his own abode. Believing that distancing themselves would prevent the master from knowing, Long Ear's naivety was rather amusing. If the sage wished to know something, distance would be of no consequence. However, this celestial little cultivator clearly did not grasp that truth. Upon arriving at the cave, the three settled down, and Long Ear eagerly looked at the sweeper. "Now, can we discuss the eldest senior brother's affairs in detail?" Observing Long Ear's impatience, Xianjun Yu did not immediately divulge the details, but instead cleared his throat. "Ahem, having spoken for so long and feeling parched. Dear fellow Taoist, do you not think it would be appropriate to offer me some tea?" Xianjun Yu glanced at the empty stone table, as if to say, "I have come to your domain. Yet you do not even offer a cup of tea? Is that truly acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Long Ear couldn't help but twitch his mouth in irritation. "Damn it! You, a mere cleaner, think yourself worthy of sipping tea? How presumptuous!" Nevertheless, in pursuit of information, he endured this annoyance, especially since his junior disciple, Jing Guang, was present. He would treat him as a guest. As for the insufferable cleaner, he would simply bestow upon him a cup. Without delay, Chang'e conjured up tea utensils, fetching a divine spring and blending it with the finest celestial tea he had acquired during his travels in the primordial wilderness, pouring a cup for each of them. This tea was so precious that he usually reserved it for esteemed guests. Today, however, it was granted to this insufferable cleaner. "Junior disciple, esteemed friends, do indulge in this. It is a rare celestial tea I stumbled upon during my sojourn in the primordial wilderness. Not only does it possess an exquisite flavor, but it also enhances one's cultivation. Truly a remarkable treasure." As he spoke, Chang'e wore a face of palpable regret, in stark contrast to Chang'e's anguish. Xianjun Yu and Jing Guang's eyes brightened at the mention of cultivation enhancement. They immediately lifted their cups and drank, finding the initial bitterness giving way to an incomparable sweetness upon aftertaste, confirming the tea's extraordinary flavor. Moreover, Xianjun Yu, upon careful consideration, indeed felt a slight enhancement in his cultivation. However, being already at the Tai golden immortal level, the increase was akin to a droplet in the ocean, insignificant and utterly ineffectual. Nevertheless, Chang'e had not exaggerated. Even the slightest increment in cultivation was noteworthy, and oh wonder it is called celestial tea. "Brother, this tea is quite splendid. Indeed, it is exceptional. It's flawless to be labeled celestial tea." Xianjun Yu echoed Jing Guang's sentiments, merely remarking on its quality without excessive flattery. For him, the tea was merely a diversion, hardly something to rave about. Need it even be said? If this tea were subpar, I would never have brought it back. Chang'e lamentingly took a sip, drinking cautiously, unwilling to waste even a drop, clearly indicating the tea's value to him. Observing Chang'e's absurd display, Xianjun Yu felt exasperated. After all, it was merely tea with cultivation-enhancing properties, not something to hold in such high regard. Such tea, while rare, was hardly scarce to his knowledge. There were plenty on Kunlun Mountain, possessed by his masters and their respective disciples. He truly could not fathom what made this tea so precious. Esteemed friend, at this hour, to sip tea on an empty stomach seems rather imprudent. Having savored the celestial tea, Xianjun Yu shifted his thoughts toward food. "Indeed, brother, why not eat while we converse?" Jing Guang chimed in, eager to learn if Chang'e had any celestial delicacies to accompany the celestial tea. Such items would certainly have some effect on a minor heavenly cultivator like him. While the effect was not profound, it was certainly better than nothing. Chang'e, initially inclined to decline, found himself unable to do so when his junior disciple Jing Guang spoke. As the elder brother, he was also keen on preserving face. Thus, he relented and entered the cave abode to retrieve a platter of spiritual fruits. In comparison to the earlier celestial tea, Chang'e appeared markedly less concerned about these spiritual fruits, indicating their inferior quality. These are Shemu fruits, which likewise possess cultivation-enhancing properties. Though they pale in comparison to the celestial tea, they are still a rare spiritual fruit. The Shemu fruit's efficacy may not rival that of the celestial tea. Yet its flavor was extraordinarily delightful, satisfying one's palate sufficiently. With that, Chang'er pushed a large platter of spiritual fruits toward the two. Xianjun Yu and Jingguang each took a Shemu fruit. Upon tasting, they were not overly surprised. The Shemu fruit, as Chang'er had described, indeed offered cultivation benefits, albeit only about a fraction of the celestial tea, estimated at merely 20%. The 2% of the celestial tea hardly made a difference. Just as Chang'er had asserted, while the Shemu fruit's efficacy was average, its flavor was undeniably exquisite, surpassing the taste of those sourced from Kunlun Mountain. Although the Shemu fruit's effects were modest, its delightful taste made it a commendable choice for satisfying one's cravings. Despite a tinge of disappointment, Jingguang still expressed his approval. His elder brother was quite attentive to appearances. One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue if he did not offer some praise. These spiritual fruits are indeed delightful. However, I still prefer the previous tea. If only I could have celestial tea while tidying the sanctum for the sage, as Xianjun Yu relished the Shemu fruit. His gaze wandered toward the pot of celestial tea, hinting at his desires. Jingguang, sitting nearby, discerned the implication. This audacious cleaner was coveting the celestial tea, brazenly extending his hand toward Chang'er. His face darkened at the thought. To eat, drink, and even attempt to take more was nothing short of extortion. This insufferable cleaner had overstepped his bounds, provoking his ire, were it not for the need to gather news about his elder brother and to retaliate against the inner sect disciples. He would have been inclined to teach this fellow a lesson. However, upon reconsideration, Chang'er's anger waned. Though he was one of the 7 celestial attendants, he was not always present at the sage's sanctum, while this cleaner frequented the place, much like the young acolytes. Moreover, this fellow had loose lips. By exchanging some tea leaves, he could glean any news from the sage's side in no time. Upon reflection, this transaction did not seem too unfavorable. Since you desire it so much, I shall gift you some. Chang'er reluctantly produced a small pouch of tea leaves, handing it over to the cleaner with evident reluctance. Many thanks, esteemed friend. Xianjun Yu, unreserved, accepted the tea leaves without further ceremony. This made Jingguang, observing from the side, envious. He too coveted the celestial tea, but lacked the audacity to ask as shamelessly as the cleaner. Junior disciple, this is for you. Noticing Jingguang beside him, Chang'er, feeling another pang of regret, produced a smaller pouch of tea, only a third of what he had given the cleaner. Each a share, he thought. Acknowledging the necessity of appeasing his junior disciple, lest he appear ungracious. Thank you, elder brother. Jingguang expressed his gratitude as he accepted the celestial tea, although it was less than what the cleaner received. He felt content, for he was not one to be greedy. Now that we have eaten and drunk, let us discuss matters concerning our elder brother. Fearing the cleaner might raise further demands, Chang'er hastily redirected the conversation. He had offered the celestial tea and spiritual fruits. Should they fail to obtain any news, he would certainly deal with this insufferable cleaner. Xianjun Yu did not press Chang'er further, taking a sip of tea before beginning to recount his tale. Over 3,000 years ago, our elder brother, Xianjun Yu, broke through to the Tai celestial immortal realm and became enamored with the art of artifact crafting. In pursuit of this craft, he sought the Jade Pure Sage, spending over a millennium mastering the Jade Pure techniques. Upon hearing about his elder brother's endeavors for the first time, Jingguang's eyes sparkled with curiosity and interest. Meanwhile, Chang'er furrowed his brow, disinterested in his elder brother's experiences. He was more concerned with the mistakes made and the present whereabouts. Friend, there's no need to elaborate so thoroughly. I am not interested in the art of artifact crafting. I merely wish to know why our elder brother was imprisoned. Chang'er interjected, visibly impatient. Seeing Chang'er's lack of patience, Xianjun Yu sighed. Why the rush? The reason our elder brother was imprisoned is indeed tied to the craft. Please, let me explain. Oh, it pertains to artifact crafting? Please do share. Jingguang, intrigued, urged him on. Upon discovering the connection to artifact crafting, Chang'er ceased his interruptions and listened intently. Xianjun Yu continued. After mastering artifact crafting, our elder brother encountered the sage's teachings about 600 years ago. During the discourse, he became so absorbed in contemplating the jade pure techniques that he failed to pay attention to the sage's teachings. When the discourse concluded, he was immediately imprisoned within the sanctum. This revelation left both Jing Guang and Chang'e in utter astonishment. To disregard the sage's teachings while engrossed in the jade pure techniques was tantamount to blatant disrespect. How could their elder brother be so reckless? Jing Guang helplessly shook his head. Abandoning the path of a sage to pursue the craft of artifact refinement was not merely foolish. It was utterly absurd. This was the opinion held by Jing Guang, who was unaware of the circumstances. Hearing this, Chang'e also shook his head in bewilderment. Indeed, the actions of his senior brother were far from prudent, yet it was his choice, and we could not intervene. We could only observe. Even if the senior brother had not attended the teachings and had redirected his efforts towards artifact refinement, he had not fallen behind in cultivation, being the foremost in the Tai realm of Kunlun Mountain. Missing a single lecture would hardly have a significant impact. Unlike Jing Guang, Chang'e approached matters with a rather astute perspective. By the way, my friend, do you know where the senior brother is confined within the Taoist temple? Chang'e inquired directly. Having learned the reason for the misstep and also having received celestial tea, he no longer pretended and got straight to the point. This is hardly a great secret. Of course. I know. 300 years ago, after his error, the senior brother was confined in the Master S artifact refinement chamber. Were you unaware of this? Xianjun Yu replied, nonchalantly. He swept the grounds in the Taoist temple and engaged in artifact refinement. And the 4 direct disciples along with the 2 attending celestial beings were well aware. It was no secret, merely something unspoken. Upon hearing this, Chang'e was momentarily at a loss for words. He had assumed that the senior brother, Xianjun Yu, was confined in a small space within the Taoist temple, which was why he was seldom seen. To discover that he was actually in the artifact refinement chamber was disappointing, lacking any sense of mystery. The Master S artifact refinement chamber was not a place one could enter casually. Chang'e began to ponder what to do next. My friend, I have informed you of what you needed to know. There are still leaves to sweep in the Taoist temple, so I shall take my leave. Without lingering further, Xianjun Yu prepared to depart. Chang'e said nothing in response, merely waved his hand absently as he contemplated how to establish a connection with the senior brother. Xianjun Yu. Observing this, Xianjun Yu said nothing more. As a mere groundskeeper, it was only natural that Chang'e did not see him off. He then departed, leaving the matters concerning Chang'e and Jing Guang for later, to be addressed once he was released. As soon as Xianjun Yu returned to the Taoist temple, the voice of his master, Tongtian, echoed in his ears. Have you not taken my words to heart? I instructed you not to leave the Taoist temple. How could you have done so? Do you wish to remain for another 300 years? Tongtian was indeed exasperated. Xianjun Yu was becoming increasingly outrageous. Despite being told not to leave the Taoist temple, he had done so in the final year, as if disregarding his words entirely. Master, you misunderstand. It was merely 2 junior disciples who invited me for tea. I had 2 cups and returned promptly. Hardly a departure, Xianjun Yu explained casually, appearing quite at ease. After all, over these several millennia, he had no intention of leaving Jie Jiao, and staying in the Taoist temple did not impede his affairs. Thus, he was indifferent to the prospect of staying for another 300 years. With no concerns, he felt no fear, as he trusted that his master would not harm him. Disregarding my orders is still a violation. Do not try to quibble. Come in and see me. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu was somewhat taken aback. Was he to enter and face his master again? Surely, he would not be punished for such a trivial matter. Would he? Master, are you truly going to chastise me for such a minor issue? That seems rather petty. Xianjun Yu asked cautiously. He had no desire to face punishment and even entertained thoughts of slipping away. However, he refrained from fleeing without certainty. When did I say I would punish you for such trivialities? I have serious matters to discuss with you. Are you considering running away again? You shall see what happens if you attempt to flee today. Realizing that his eldest disciple was contemplating escape, Tongtian's tone shifted sharply, accompanied by stern warnings. Upon learning that he was not to be punished, Xianjun Yu immediately abandoned any thoughts of fleeing and walked in. pondering what the matter could be. However, upon reaching the main hall, he remained unclear about the nature of his master's serious business. Disciple Xianjun Yu, paying respects to my master, observing the impudent youth before him. Tongtian merely rolled his eyes and then stated coolly, "In a moment, you will accompany me to see your grandmaster. Once there, behave yourself. Do you understand? Going to see my grandmaster?" Xianjun Yu was utterly perplexed. Why the sudden need to seek out his grandmaster? It seemed there were no pressing matters in Kunlun Mountain recently. "Master, may I inquire as to the purpose of visiting my grandmaster?" Before Xianjun Yu could finish, Tongtian retorted sharply, "Must you always ask so many questions? If I instruct you to accompany me, then simply follow quietly." Taking a deep breath, Tongtian quickly suppressed his rising agitation. He could not fathom why he felt such emotional fluctuations in the presence of his eldest disciple. Ugh, this impudent boy is driving me to distraction. After regaining his composure, Tongtian explained, "Your grandmaster has sent us word, urging us to gather at Zixiao Palace to discuss matters concerning the heavenly court, likely regarding the position of its ruler. Your grandmaster, second grandmaster, and I have decided to confer first." With this explanation, Xianjun Yu was suddenly enlightened. So, it was about selecting the heavenly emperor, marking the apex moment for the Taoist disciple Hao Yan from Zixiao Palace. The Tao ancestor Hongjun already had a candidate in mind. What more was there to discuss? Unfortunately, the Sanqing had yet to realize this. "Oh, I see. Well then, let us proceed." Xianjun Yu's interest waned instantly. If it was already decided, what was there to deliberate? Consequently, he followed his master, feeling a sense of ennui, as they made their way to the Taoist temple of the Taiching Saint. The Taoist temple of the Taiching Saint. Laozi was not extravagant. It was merely a somewhat larger courtyard. Upon arrival, Xiandu and Nanji were seen standing at the entrance. "Greetings, Uncle Master, greetings, Senior Brother," upon encountering the esteemed Xinqing Saint and his senior brother Xianjun Yu. The two quickly approached to pay their respects, spare the formalities. Observing his two nephews, Tongtian casually waved his hand, not particularly concerned. "Uncle Master, the teacher, and the primordial master have been awaiting your arrival. Please." As the host, Xiandu respectfully invited Uncle Master Tongtian inside. Nodding slightly, Tongtian proceeded inside, leaving the three chief disciples of the three teachings outside. Once his master entered and was no longer under anyone's supervision, Xianjun Yu unceremoniously plopped down on a stone platform at the entrance, wholly lacking the demeanor of an immortal. Xiandu and Nanji, witnessing this, said nothing further. After all, Xianjun Yu was the most prominent figure there. Who would dare challenge him? "Brother, have you heard about the recent events?" Xiandu asked. "Yes, I have heard a bit. It pertains to the heavenly court's ruler, as disciples of the saints. The position of heavenly court ruler holds little allure for us." Xianjun Yu replied nonchalantly, showing no interest in the position of heavenly court ruler whatsoever. Though he spoke thus, the position of heavenly court ruler was indeed significant, especially as it was designated by their ancestors, meant to govern the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Nanji expressed some excitement. With the demise of the Witch clan, the heavenly court is set to dominate the three realms. The heavenly emperor's status is undoubtedly not low. Moreover, the ruler of the heavenly court would hold a substantial portion of its fortune. In terms of status and the enhancement of one's cultivation, it offered considerable benefits. It was natural for Nanji to harbor such aspirations. In the harsh world of Hongwang, the principle of the weak are eliminated while the strong survive remained unchanging. As long as one had strength, respect would be afforded anywhere. With our foundational talents, achieving quasi-saint level cultivation is merely a matter of time. But do you truly believe that becoming the heavenly court ruler would lead to the pursuit of saintly status? Xianjun Yu regarded Nanji with a serious expression. He genuinely had not anticipated that Nanji would harbor ambitions regarding the position of emperor. Surely, the position of the saint's disciple was far more appealing. Admittedly, he conceded that being the heavenly emperor would be preferable to being merely a disciple of a saint. However, beneath the saints, all were mere ants, and the position of heavenly emperor was rather unremarkable. Nanji, upon hearing this, first nodded, then shook his head. He indeed had aspirations regarding the heavenly court, but not for the imperial title. Rather, It was the immense fortune of the heavenly court that intrigued him as for coveting saintly status. He had never even considered it. If fate could truly elevate one to sainthood, then Dijun Entai E, who once commanded the primordial chaos, would not have met such a dismal fate. The position of the heavenly emperor, the status of a saint, these junior brothers do not covet nor dare to scheme for them. However, with the retreat of the witch and demon, the ancestors now wish to reopen the heavenly court. It is imperative that the heavenly court governs the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, at that time. The heavenly court shall possess an unprecedented vast fortune. Does my senior brother not have any thoughts on this? As he spoke, Nanji scrutinized the two senior brothers before him. All of them were the foremost disciples of their respective sects, astute individuals who would not overlook such matters. Upon hearing this, Xiandu and Xianjun Yu fell into a brief silence. Such immense fortune, it was evidently impossible for the heavenly emperor to monopolize. Fortune is a precious thing. To claim indifference would be implausible, especially for Xianjun Yu. Scheming to share the fortune of the heavenly court was indeed part of his plans. Yet, contemplating such ambitions was not our immediate concern, especially since the ruler of the heavenly court had yet to be determined. Why ponder over it now? While Xianjun Yu feigned indifference, deep within, he was secretly intensifying his resolve regarding this matter. Hao Qian was the de facto heavenly emperor. There was nothing to be said about that, nor was it up for consideration. However, the position of the four sovereigns could indeed be examined. My senior brother is correct. Any schemes for fortune must await the determination of the heavenly court's ruler. The mere prince of the Golden Crow lacks the capability to govern the three realms. One cannot foresee to whom this position will ultimately fall. Xiandu was exceedingly curious about who would assume the role of the heavenly emperor. Whoever it may be, it cannot be the demon race. Regardless, with the presence of our revered masters and ancestors, we shall simply await our share of the fortune. Nanji was indifferent to the title of heavenly emperor, but was particularly concerned about the distribution of fortune. While the three brothers engaged in conversation, the three pure ones had also managed to reach a rough consensus. Come in and speak. As the three conversed, the voice of Taiji Laozu resonated. Instantly, the trio ceased their dialogue. Senior brother, the master calls for you. You should go in. All right, we shall continue our discussion when we have the time. With that, Xianjun Yu rose and proceeded inside. At this moment, he was uncertain what matter the Grandmaster sought him for. But with the three pure ones gathered, it was undoubtedly not a trivial issue. Pondering what he might be called upon to do, he decided to set aside his thoughts. Grandmaster, second master, revered master, upon entering. Xianjun Yu slightly cupped his hands in greeting to the three seated before him. Good. No need for that. Your Laozu and Yuan Shi regarded Xianjun Yu with satisfaction. He was the first disciple to join the three teachings in their initial junior. For this junior, they often exhibited a degree of leniency. Now that you have arrived, listen well. The three of us have conferred and decided to seize control of the position of the heavenly court's ruler. Tongtian cut to the chase, directly revealing the outcome of their deliberations. As he stood in the middle, Xianjun Yu felt a profound shock upon hearing this that T.O. claimed the position of the heavenly emperor. This was unexpected. According to the events of the primordial chaos, the three pure ones, upon receiving the Tao ancestors' message, should have rushed to the Zixiao palace without delay, leaving no room for any so-called deliberations. He had previously thought that their gathering was merely to speculate on the Tao ancestors' intentions, but he never anticipated that they would reach a consensus to seize the position of the heavenly emperor. Could it be that his arrival had altered the course of events? Before Xianjun Yu could fully process this, Tongtian unleashed an even more explosive declaration. Now that the myriad races have lost the ability to contend for supremacy over heaven and earth, this trip to the Zixiao Palace is destined to determine the heavenly court's governance over the three realms. The three realms are vast beyond measure. The reopening of the heavenly court will undoubtedly establish a formidable force, with immense benefits therein. Thus, the position of the heavenly court's ruler is of paramount importance. After much discussion, we have resolved to ensure that you become the ruler of the heavenly court, securing advantages for the three teachings. Hearing this, Xianjun Yu's mind erupted in chaos. To secure him as the ruler of the heavenly court? Was this a jest? Hong Jun already had a predetermined candidate assembled with the saints. This was merely a formality, intended to introduce his chosen one when the saints lacked a unified candidate. Yet now his master and grandmasters sought to jointly endorse him as the ruler of the heavenly court. Was this not pushing him into the flames? If he were to catch the attention of his nominal grandmaster, Hong Jun, he would not know how he might meet his end. No, no, no. This absolutely cannot be. Revered master, grandmasters, I must respectfully decline, realizing that Hong Jun had been keeping a close watch on him. Xianjun Yu hastily rejected the proposal. What? We are securing you the position of heavenly emperor, and you dare to refuse, you insolent brat? I see you are itching for a beating. This position was not easily won. Tongtian had painstakingly persuaded his two brothers, and this insolent brat was dismissing it outright. How could Tongtian not be infuriated? Just as Tongtian prepared to coerce Xianjun Yu into acquiescence, Taiji Laozu interjected. Wait, third brother, why must you be so angry? Let us hear his reasoning before we reprimand him. Do share your reasons for declining. As a junior, Xianjun Yu held considerable standing with both Taiji and Yuanshi, who had high hopes for him. Most importantly, Xianjun Yu served as a crucial link among the three teachings, as well as a vital connection for the three pure ones, which was why Taiji valued him so greatly. His two younger brothers, Yuanshi and Tongtian, were both obstinate characters, and neither would yield an inch. For thousands of years, they had quarreled over trivial matters. Had it not been for Xianjun Yu's emergence, it would have been difficult even to sit here and converse. To endorse him as the ruler of the heavenly court was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. As for the others, let alone the fact that his two brothers would not agree. Even he himself felt inadequate for the role. Reason? Reason. My grandmaster's disciple has no reason. I simply do not wish to occupy that position. Grandmaster, you know my disposition. Let me enjoy myself on Kunlun Mountain. Amusing those young cultivators is fine, but to wield power as the sovereign of the three realms. Pardon me for my incompetence, but I truly cannot manage this, and with my current cultivation, how could I be worthy of such a position? Though he claimed to lack reason, Xianjun Yu had conjured dozens of excuses, ultimately expressing that he simply would not take on the role of the heavenly court's ruler. Were he able to articulate the matter of how Ian becoming the heavenly emperor, he would not have sought these excuses, but could he even speak of such a thing? To refuse this was indeed a daunting task. As Tongtian listened to these excuses, his expression grew increasingly dark, while Yuanshi shook his head in resignation. Rascal, you insufferable fool, how did I take you in as a disciple? I ought to teach you a lesson. As Tongtian prepared to act, he was once again halted by Laozu. Third brother, do not be impulsive. After restraining his younger brother, Laozu turned to Xianjun Yu with a gentle demeanor. I am fully aware of your selfless nature. It is precisely for this reason that I hope you will accept. By taking on the position of ruler of the three realms, you need not worry about daily duties. The three teachings will support you. In simple terms, is merely a change of venue for your enjoyment. As for your cultivation, there is no need for concern. With your master, your grandmasters, and me here, who would dare to trouble you? Furthermore, think carefully. Sitting as the ruler of the three realms, feasting on celestial fruits, sipping divine brews, and occasionally enjoying the sight of celestial maidens dancing. Does this not sound far more delightful than remaining on Kunlun Mountain? In an effort to persuade Xianjun Yu to accept, Laozu enumerated numerous advantages, touting the joys of indulgence and the beauty of celestial maidens. Indulging and watching celestial maidens dance. Is this truly what my elder brother speaks of? Tongtian and Yuanshi exchanged incredulous glances at Laozu's words. To convince Xianjun Yu, their elder brother was truly going to great lengths. Even Xianjun Yu appeared taken aback. Revel in feasting while admiring celestial maidens dance. Would he also be expected to take a harem and indulge in nightly revelries? Was this not the mark of a tyrant? Nevertheless, the scenery was indeed appealing. Alas, with Hong Jun looming over him, he was fundamentally ineligible for the position of ruler of the three realms, at least for the present. It was entirely out of reach, and the future remained uncertain. Grandmaster, the vision you paint is indeed alluring, but before he could finish, Yuanshi interrupted him forcefully. Enough, you err. Since you find it appealing, there is no need for hesitation. Prepare to assume the heavenly court. We have already delayed long enough and cannot afford to linger here. You may leave now. We must depart. Without giving Xianjun Yu any time to respond, Yuanshi simply waved his hand and sent him away, while also taking a moment to inspect his body. The reason for this examination was that Tongtian had explained to him the matter of not using elixirs to enhance one's cultivation. Were it not for that, he might not have consented to the situation in this manner. It was for the best, saving them the trouble of needless discussion. Second brother, third brother, let us depart. Without further contemplation, the trio left Kunlun Mountain and headed straight for Jie Jiao Palace. On the other hand, Xianjun Yu, who had been abruptly sent away, felt utterly helpless that it was over. He would undoubtedly attract the attention of Hong Jun this time. He hoped that Hong Jun did not regard him, a mere small cultivator, as significant. Otherwise, life would become truly arduous. Senior brother, may I inquire why the master summoned you? Could you share with us? Yes, senior brother. Might we hear about it? Seeing Xianjun Yu emerge, Xuandu and Nanji inquired curiously. Initially, Xianjun Yu was already somewhat vexed by the situation. With their persistent questioning, he immediately donned an expressionless demeanor and firmly rejected them. No, return to your respective caves. When our master returns, everything will be revealed. Farewell. With that, Xianjun Yu took flight, leaving without a backward glance, awaiting the return of his master. Xuandu and Nanji were left utterly baffled. What is wrong with senior brother? He seems rather displeased. Who knows what is going on, but it must be something significant. Upon returning to the dojo, Xianjun Yu did nothing but confine himself within the artifact forging chamber, quietly anticipating the return of his master Tongtian. Meanwhile, within Jie Jiao Palace, everything remained unchanged. Inwan Hudu had not recommended any candidates as for Jiejuan and Juani. They vigorously advocated for their disciples from the West. The three pure ones united in recommending Xianjun Yu. The name of Xianjun Yu first reached Hongjuan's ears, yet it was merely a fleeting sound. He held no interest whatsoever in these nominal disciples, not even bothering to investigate further. Ultimately, Hongjun repeatedly dismissed the candidates recommended by the saints and instead presented his two disciples, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, solidifying their positions as the Celestial Emperor and the Queen Mother, respectively. With matters settled, the three pure ones returned in disappointment. Upon Tongtian's return to the dojo, he summoned Xianjun Yu, sitting silently on a mat. Xianjun Yu stood there, unusually refraining from his usual antics, for he understood that his master was likely in a foul mood due to not achieving his wishes. The two remained in silence for a considerable time until Tongtian finally broke the quiet. This matter may disappoint you, my three companions. Master need not elaborate. I am already aware, to alleviate his master-esque guilt. Xianjun Yu quickly interjected. With predetermined candidates in place, no one could covet the position of the Celestial Emperor. It was truly unwarranted for his master to feel remorse over this. You know? Tongtian expressed mild surprise. How could this unruly lad know such things? Only the few saints were present at Jie Jiao Palace, and even their divination could not reach the realm of saints. How could he possibly know? Yet, Xianjun Yu's subsequent words astonished him anew. Indeed, Master, you are not one to conceal your feelings. Just by observing your demeanor, it is apparent that I surmise that your visit to Jie Jiao Palace did not go well. Were it otherwise, you would not have returned in silence, but rather instructed me to prepare for a journey to the heavenly court. Xianjun Yu explained slowly, displaying no disappointment over the absence of the Celestial Emperor's position. Instead, he remained exceptionally calm. Alas, this was indeed quite a fanciful notion. I never anticipated that the Tao ancestor had already made preparations. It seems we are destined to remain estranged from the heavenly court. Tongtian too felt a tinge of sadness at not being able to elevate his eldest disciple to the position of Celestial Emperor. Yet, thinking of Hao Yin, he felt both disdain and frustration. Hao Yin is merely a lowly attendant before the saints. How could he possibly assume the role of the heavenly court's sovereign? It is utterly nonsensical. Tongtian ranted about Hao Yin's inadequacy, his words dripping with contempt, as if he were cursing his lineage. Initially, Xianjun Yu had intended to advise his master not to underestimate Hao Yin. However, given Tongtian's current anger, he chose not to provoke further discord. It was better to let his master vent. After 2 cups of tea's worth of scolding, Tongtian finally ceased, looking at Xianjun Yu with a calm demeanor. Allowing Hao Ian to slip through the back door was unavoidable. You need not dwell on this matter. Remaining within the teachings is not a disadvantage. You still have your freedom here. Fearing that Xianjun Yu might harbor different thoughts, Tongtian continued to offer reassurances. However, Tongtian was overthinking. Xianjun Yu had never cared for the position of Celestial Emperor. Rest assured, Master, I shall not ponder it further. I never valued that position. As long as I cultivate, it matters not where I am, Xianjun Yu replied with an air of tranquility. Seeing that the impetuous lad appeared sincere, Tongtian finally felt reassured. After all, if one could not stabilize their Tao heart, it would significantly affect their cultivation. Knowing you think this way puts my mind at ease. Then, Master, I shall take my leave to tidy up the dojo. With that, Xianjun Yu prepared to turn and depart. Just as he was about to do so, Tongtian sighed, saying, Alas, there is no need for you to clean the dojo. Your 300-year punishment is nearly over. I shall allow you to conclude it early. And you may return. Thank you. Master, I take my leave. After bowing, Xianjun Yu departed. With only a mere 300 days remaining after having endured 299 years, he truly did not mind. A few hundred days were nothing, just a brief respite. As Xianjun Yu left his master's dojo and made his way back to his cave, he noticed many newly opened caves nearby and shook his head slightly. The Jie Sect, while embracing all disciples to enhance their fortunes, also bore significant risks. If not managed well, the Jie Sect would inevitably face ruin. It seemed I must draft a set of rules for the teachings. After pondering for a while, he returned to the cave he had not visited in 300 years. Not far from his cave were several newly opened ones belonging to the disciples of the sect. Although they were described as nearby, they were still several miles apart. The sight of Xianjun Yu returning to his cave was observed by an inner-sect disciple of the Jie Sect. Hey, that fellow looks familiar. Oh, now I remember. Isn't he the errand boy from Master S. Dojo? What is he doing at the eldest brother's cave? Could it be that he intends to pilfer something while the eldest brother is absent? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. If it were any other Jie Sect disciple, he would not have thought so. However, given that the individual was merely a lowly errand boy, he could not help but entertain such thoughts. Hey, you there, thief! Halt immediately. This is not a place for you. The disciple swiftly flew forward to block his path. Hearing this, Xianjun Yu remained unfazed, continuing to walk step by step toward his cave. Seeing the man seemingly oblivious to his words and intent on entering the cave of the eldest brother, the inner sect disciple leapt in front of him. Did you not hear me? This is the cave of Master Xianjun Yu. No one is permitted to enter, the inner sect disciple said sternly. Confronted with the obstruction, Xianjun Yu paused but did not express anger. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, Junior brother Lu, is it possible that I cannot return to my own cave? With that, he revealed a hint of his aura, showing he was at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Indeed, this person was Lu, a second-generation intersect disciple known for his prowess in poison. The title of Plague God was not a mere insult. He was genuinely adept at using toxins. Lu possessed unique skills in crafting talismans and refining artifacts, as well as secret techniques for concocting poisons and medicines. Once unleashed, his abilities could inflict widespread lethal damage, capable of reaping countless lives with a mere flick of his wrist. A true marvel in the realm of deification, a tremendous aura of cultivation suddenly manifested, causing Lu to take a step back. Among all the disciples of the Jie Jiao, only the eldest senior brother possessed the cultivation of a Tai Celestial. The person before him, however, exuded the power of a Tai Golden Immortal and referred to himself as brother, claiming to return to his cave dwelling. Could it be? In a fleeting moment, Lu deduced that this individual was indeed the illustrious Xianjun Yu. His senior brother, it was impossible not to speculate, for the man's cultivation was undeniably formidable. Had he been of lesser status, it would have posed a significant challenge. Are you perhaps the esteemed Xianjun Yu? My senior brother? Lu inquired, to which Xianjun Yu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I am your elder brother, he confirmed, leaving no room for Liu's doubts. With this acknowledgement, Liu sighed in relief. Had it been someone else, his meager cultivation would have rendered him helpless in the face of such power. Nevertheless, Liu did not fully trust the situation. Rumors had circulated that the eldest brother was a Tai celestial, and even if he had made a breakthrough, it was unlikely he would have ascended to the status of a Tai golden immortal. The inconsistency in cultivation levels was the first point of concern. Furthermore, the eldest brother had been confined for 300 years. Although nearly 300 years had passed, the time had not yet reached its completion. How could one emerge before the term was fulfilled? This constituted the second point of doubt. Combining these two factors, the identity of this person appeared highly questionable. This brother was not merely doubted by Liu. It was well known that the eldest brother of Jie Jiao had offended the saint and was imprisoned in the Taoist sanctuary for 300 years. Given that the term had not yet expired, the brother claimed to be Xianjun Yu of the Jie Jiao. Liu could not help but inquire, might you have any proof, despite the disparity in power? Liu suppressed his reservations and shifted his address from fellow Taoist to senior brother. However, Xianjun Yu found himself momentarily bewildered. Why would I need proof of my own identity? Am I not who I am? How could I possibly prove that I am Xianjun Yu? This posed a perplexing challenge for him. Yet upon reflection, he dismissed the matter. Jie Jiao felt like home to him. Why should he prove himself in his own abode? I am who I am. Xianjun Yu is Xianjun Yu. I need no validation, nor shall anyone impersonate me. However, seeing Liu's inquiry, he didn't mind presenting an item as evidence, though he wondered if Liu possessed the discernment to recognize its significance. Sword, come forth. With a commanding call, Xianjun Yu's spiritual energy surged, and a purple spiritual sword emerged from his body, soaring into the air before performing a sharp turn and plunging into the ground between the two. In an instant, an aura of sword intent radiated from the blade. Gazing upon this formidable purple sword, Liu's mind echoed with 4 words. This is a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Such treasures were exceedingly rare throughout the Honghuang realm, and only significant figures could possess items of this caliber. Liu, being somewhat knowledgeable, recalled that the saint's master was the foremost sword cultivator in the Honghuang, renowned for suppressing the fortunes of Jie Jiao with an unparalleled sword formation. It was entirely plausible that the eldest brother wielded the Master's supreme, innate spiritual treasure. With the emergence of the innate treasure, Liu's belief soared to 90% as for the remaining 10%. He intended to seek validation from others. His astonishment. The man was indeed his senior brother. Congratulations, senior brother, on concluding your retreat ahead of schedule. Liu immediately clasped his hands in respect. However, Xianjun Yu merely smiled wryly in response. What retreat? There is no need for such formalities. Liu, I am not one to shy away from responsibility. If I have faced punishment, then I have. There is no need for denial. Being confined is simply that, confined. There is no necessity for subterfuge, and I was not entirely without freedom within the sanctuary. I could still leave when needed. Your openness is commendable, senior brother. I was rather rash. Liu bowed again. Initially, he thought being punished was a grave matter and had intended to downplay it. Yet, realizing that his senior brother had simply been sweeping the grounds within the sanctuary, he concluded that the punishment was indeed light. It seemed the rumors circulating within the sect were not to be trusted. Being tasked with sweeping the grounds hardly constituted a punishment, and the claims that the master disfavored the eldest brother were pure nonsense. As the senior brother had just concluded the master's reprimand, Liu decided not to intrude further on his senior brother's tranquility. Well then, I shall take my leave. Without lingering, he turned to depart. His suspicions regarding the individual's identity had not been fully resolved, so he planned to consult with the second senior brother, Duo Bao. Whispers within the sect suggested that the eldest brother, Xianjun Yu, was extraordinarily powerful and acted without restraint, often displaying a peculiar temperament. Though he harbored doubts about these rumors, he still believed them to some extent, being the closest to this location. He feared that if this person were not truly his senior brother, and if the real senior brother returned to find his cave dwelling violated, who knew what wrath might befall him? To eliminate such possibilities, he felt compelled to seek confirmation from Duo Bao. After all, several direct disciples had met the eldest brother before, Xianjun Yu remained unaware of Lu's intention to consult Duo Bao. And even if he did, he would not be concerned, as he was indeed who he claimed to be that moment. He entered his cave dwelling and surveyed the thick layer of dust that had accumulated, feeling a sense of helplessness. Having been away for nearly several thousand years, the dust was a testament to the absence of vitality. It seemed that wherever one might be, a lack of life ultimately proved detrimental. Particularly as he picked up a cup, it shattered in his grasp, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. His furnishings, constructed from ordinary materials, had naturally deteriorated over the millennia of neglect, without the warmth of life. These objects were prone to decay. Indeed, the presence of life was sometimes quite significant. With a grand gesture, Xianjun Yu summoned a breeze of ethereal energy, sweeping away the dust and restoring the dilapidated furniture. After tidying up his cave dwelling, he conjured paper and a brush, beginning to draft a set of regulations for the sect. Having already formulated several ideas in his mind, Xianjun Yu meticulously penned each regulation. Just as he was engrossed in writing, the voice of Duo Bao interjected, "I seek an audience with my elder brother." Upon hearing Duo Bao's voice, Xianjun Yu halted his pen, vanishing in an instant, along with the table and chairs, to reappear beneath a tree in front of his cave. "Duo Bao, Lu, come forth." The call of the eldest brother resonated, and both Duo Bao and Lu turned in astonishment. What remarkable skill! The eldest brother is indeed impressive. Having confirmed Xianjun Yu's identity through Duo Bao, Lu marveled at his senior brother's prowess. In contrast to Lu, Duo Bao was astounded by the display of supernatural ability and cultivation. This was a spatial technique derived from the great cave true scripture, requiring at least late-stage Tai golden immortal cultivation. Could it be that Lu had not spoken falsely? Did the eldest brother indeed break through to the Tai golden immortal? Having encountered the eldest brother before, Duo Bao extended his congratulations. "I wish to offer my heartfelt greetings, elder brother, on your breakthrough to the late stage of the Tai golden immortal. The path to achieving the Deluo is surely within reach." "Lu, greetings to you, elder brother." Both approached and clasped their hands in salute, particularly Lu, whose demeanor had transformed into one of profound respect compared to before. Xianjun Yu, however, merely shook his head with a wry smile, conjuring two stone benches with a wave of his hand. "The Deluo golden immortal is not the pinnacle of my journey. Please take a seat, my younger brothers." "Thank you, elder brother. With your talent, the Deluo truly cannot be deemed the apex." Duo Bao expressed his gratitude before sitting down immediately. Lu, however, hesitated momentarily. After all, these two were direct disciples. Although he too was a disciple of the master, he did not equate himself with those of direct lineage. "Why do you hesitate, Lu? Sit down," Xianjun Yu urged, producing tea utensils and preparing a pot of tea with leaves acquired from the Chong heir Dingguangxian. Yet, Lu stood awkwardly, recalling his earlier disrespect towards his elder brother. "Lu, do take a seat. Did you not hear your elder brother?" Duo Bao spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Lu glanced at his senior brother Duo Bao and then at his eldest senior brother Xianjun Yu before expressing his gratitude and taking a seat. "Thank you, eldest senior brother. Thank you, Duo Bao senior brother." Xianjun Yu poured each of them a cup of tea, observing Lu's awkward demeanor. This reminded him of the evaluations he had received from the sect. When he was a janitor, the disciples of the sect spoke of him with little restraint, which led him to hear the rumors circulating about himself. "Lu, you need not be so constrained in my presence. I am quite easygoing, and the assessments made of me within the sect are entirely unfounded. Do not take them to heart." Seeing the warm smile on his eldest senior brother's face, which was indeed far from the harshness described in the rumors, Lu nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Duo Bao, intrigued, inquired, "What evaluations, eldest senior brother?" The moment he asked, Lu felt even more embarrassed. Xianjun Yu, noticing Lu's discomfort, laughed casually as he explained, "It's merely that after being punished by our master for 300 years, the newly initiated disciples speculated that I am a bold individual who does not please our master, and they have exaggeratedly transformed me into a rebellious fiend." Reflecting on the absurd rumors spread by his junior disciples, Xianjun Yu burst into laughter. It was truly ridiculous how such a cheerful and amiable person had been misrepresented. In stark contrast to Xianjun Yu's joviality, Duobao furrowed his brow in discontent. How dare these impertinent fellows tarnish the reputation of our senior brother? Such audacity is intolerable. Eldest senior brother Xianjun Yu is the face of our sect. It is outrageous to besmirch his standing. Let it be, junior brother. It is but a trivial matter if they wish to speak. Let them. I am indifferent to their words, so you need not concern yourself with it. Xianjun Yu continued. In fact, I was just preparing to visit you in a few days, since you are here today. It saves me a trip. Come, take a look at this. Changing the subject, Xianjun Yu pushed a document he had written towards Duobao. With a hint of hesitation, Duobao picked it up and, upon seeing its contents, his pupils constricted, and he cautiously remarked, Eldest senior brother, wouldn't this be inappropriate? After all, cultivation is about attaining great freedom, and our master hardly concerns himself with such matters. The contents here seem to impose restrictions on the disciples' behavior, such as prohibiting them from consuming raw flesh on Kunlun Mountain. Many of our sect's members are spirits. Some things are more acceptable than others. However, the consumption of raw flesh is almost instinctual, and to suppress that is quite challenging. Moreover, it is clear that our master does not intervene in this matter. Eldest senior brother, is it truly wise for you to take it upon yourself? Lu, glancing at the document, was equally astonished but remained silent, observing how his senior brother Duobao and eldest brother would handle the situation. Do not use the pursuit of freedom as an excuse. If they can achieve the quasi-saint realm, these rules will naturally not bind them. If they lack the ability and still wish to remain in our sect, they must adhere to the rules. As for our master, I shall address this matter with him. For the future of our sect, these regulations must be enforced. Xianjun Yu's tone was resolute, carrying an air of authority. Routinely consume human and spirit beings. What manner of being does that make one? The most crucial point is that consuming raw flesh on Kunlun Mountain is nothing short of provocation to Yuanshi. If such trivial matters lead to the dissolution of the three clear ones, those fools are unworthy of pity. Seeing the firmness in his eldest brother's stance, Duobao understood that his words would have little influence, and he sensed that their master would likely approve of this initiative. Let our master handle it, he concluded. After all, these rules cannot bind him. Then I shall leave the decision to you, eldest brother. Even Duobao, who did not have high hopes for the plan, recognized that its implementation would likely be challenging. However, for the future of the sect, he knew it was essential to rectify the sect's conduct. This is not solely my responsibility, but rather requires the collective effort of all, Xianjun Yu asserted. Once our master agrees, I will designate Duobao, junior brother, to oversee the male disciples, while Jinling shall be in charge of the female disciples. Xianjun Yu shared his thoughts. With the increasing number of disciples in the sect, relying solely on himself would be unfeasible, especially since he could not remain in the sect indefinitely. Having Duobao and Jinling take charge during his absence was undoubtedly a sound decision. Their standing in the sect was not significantly lower than his own. Provided our master consents, I can manage the male disciples, and I trust our eldest sister will have no objections regarding the female disciples. Duobao reluctantly acquiesced, realizing that this role might not be easy, especially since gaining their master's approval was uncertain. That if consent were granted, he would accept the responsibility, as challenging as it might be, for the benefit of the sect. I will speak to our master. There should not be significant issues. Duobao, junior brother, prepare yourself, and perhaps have a word with your junior sister Jinling. He was determined to persuade their master without yielding an inch. Xianjun Yu was resolute in his intentions. Yes, eldest brother, I understand. I shall take my leave. Without even having a sip of tea, Duobao bowed and departed. Eldest brother, I too shall take my leave, Lu said, also excusing himself without having tasted the tea. Feeling utterly awkward in the situation, Xianjun Yu made no effort to retain them, fully engrossed in the refinement of the sect's regulations, leaving him no time for idle chatter. Once alone, he returned to his cave abode to diligently perfect the regulations, writing for an entire day. The next day, he took the perfected regulations directly to his master Tongtian's hall. However, upon his arrival, he was intercepted by the water and fire disciples. Eldest brother, The master has said he does not wish to see you. You should return. Yes. Eldest brother, please do not make things difficult for us. The water and fire disciples expressed their reluctance to bar Xianjun Yu. Had it not been for the saintess' orders, they would not have wished to obstruct him. What do you mean, not seeing me? Since when does a master refuse to see his disciple? I'm the eldest brother of the here for the future of our sect. How could he possibly refuse to see me? If anything happens to our sect in the future, none of you can bear the responsibility. Step aside, Xianjun Yu insisted, attempting to push past them, yet the water and fire disciples held him firmly back. Their expressions reflected their predicament. Eldest brother, we understand your reasoning, but we are following orders, and we are equally in a difficult position. Indeed, eldest brother, please show us some mercy and return the way you came. We beg you. Seeing the water and fire disciples pleading with him, Xianjun Yu's brow furrowed in concern. It seemed their master was aware of his intentions and was deliberately avoiding him. Nevertheless, for the sake of the future of the sect and the bond with the three clear ones, he was determined to proceed. But he also recognized the water and fire disciples were merely following orders, and he did not wish to make things difficult for them. Are you certain you will not allow me to enter? Upon hearing this, the water and fire disciples nodded. They had initially thought Xianjun Yu would relent, but the next moment, they were taken aback. Very well. If you refuse to let me in, I shall remain here. With that, Xianjun Yu plopped down at the entrance, adopting a stubborn demeanor of not leaving until he was seen. The water and fire disciples exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. The saint had instructed them to block Xianjun Yu, but had not commanded them to expel him. As they hesitated, the surrounding scenery suddenly shifted, and in an instant, they found themselves inside the hall. Tongtian looked at Xianjun Yu, who was being obstinate, with a mixture of disbelief and exasperation that he had clearly stated his unwillingness to meet, yet was still being confronted by such shamelessness. If you can't see the master, then I will remain here and not leave. You will have to feed me and provide for me. I refuse to budge, Xianjun Yu insisted, sitting on the floor in a display of defiance. The water and fire disciples, witnessing this scene, were utterly speechless. They had already entered, yet Xianjun Yu continued to act rebelliously. Clearly, he was doing this for show. Xianjun Yu, will you ever cease this nonsense? You are already inside. Get up, Tongtian shouted in exasperation. Seeing Xianjun Yu sitting on the ground in defiance, his face darkened, realizing that Xianjun Yu was clearly performing for his benefit. Master, how do we suddenly end up in here? Disciple Xianjun Yu pays his respects to the master. Feigning surprise at having just entered, Xianjun Yu shamelessly stood up, presenting an innocent facade. Tongtian was unfazed by this display, opting instead to be direct and forthright. You need not pretend any longer. I am already aware of your intentions. I can unequivocally inform you that this matter is futile. Attend to your own affairs. Without imparting any lesson to his eldest disciple, Tongtian categorically rejected him. His sect, Jie Jiao, embraced an inclusive doctrine, offering a glimmer of hope to all, predominantly teaching various spirits and creatures, with an expectation of an influx of even more in the future. The instinct for survival, embodied in the practice of consuming flesh and blood, was intrinsic. Relinquishing one's foundational principles would effectively sever many from their paths, an affront to his teachings. Moreover, the essence of cultivation lies in achieving ultimate freedom. Autonomy is paramount for a practitioner. Master, I must assert that my sect is the rightful heir of Taoism, a grand teaching beneath the auspices of the sage. Xianjun Yu sought to negotiate further. However, Tongtian offered him no opportunity and no further discussion. My decision is final. Depart. Master, I leave. Recognizing his master's evident displeasure, Xianjun Yu was engulfed in profound disappointment, having believed that the sage would comprehend his perspective. Yet the outcome was entirely unexpected. His master seemed incapable of grasping his rationale. Thus, the disciple took his leave, visibly crestfallen. Meanwhile, Tongtian, observing Xianjun Yu's dejected figure, felt a sense of helplessness. The stakes were too high to disregard the needs of other disciples. To acquiesce to the eldest disciple's proposal would jeopardize the paths of many. Thus, he had no choice but to refuse, unable to concede lightly. This matter presents difficulties for me, and I cannot fulfill your request this time. I hope you can come to understand. After departing the Taoist temple and returning to his own cave, Xianjun Yu wallowed in despair, pondering why his master had denied him. He refrained from practicing, basking in the sun, or even stepping outside. Remaining isolated within his cave, an outsider, it would seem he had suffered a grave blow. News of the eldest disciple, Xianjun Yu, being released from his punishment and returning to his cave spread quickly. Upon hearing this, Chong Erding Guangxian and Jingguangshan hastened to this location. Brother, is the news credible? Has the eldest brother truly been set free? Jingguang expressed skepticism regarding this information. Who can ascertain its truth? The disciples within the sect all proclaimed so. Initially intending to inquire with a menial servant at the master's temple, they found that the individual had vanished at a critical moment, which was exceedingly frustrating. Chong Erding Guangxian wore a displeased expression. I sought to bribe that servant merely to obtain first-hand news from the master's temple. Yet now the eldest brother has returned to his cave, and I received no word whatsoever. Not only had he failed to receive any news, but he could not even locate the servant. It was unbearably infuriating. That servant appeared unreliable. I shall not depend on him. Jingguang remarked, equally exasperated, feasting and indulging at Chong Er's expense. He is clearly not a trustworthy individual. I have no regard for such a servant. After lamenting about the menial servant, Chong Er and Jingguang finally arrived at the entrance of the eldest brother's cave. Sensing the presence of life within, they became convinced that the eldest brother had indeed been released early. Chong Erding Jingguang seek an audience with the eldest brother. As they approached, both felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, it was rumored that the eldest brother possessed a rather peculiar temperament, and who could say what might transpire? Inside the cave, upon hearing their voices, Xianjun Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Ah, it is Chong Er and Jingguang. I surmise they have come to persuade me into action. How amusing. I shall observe their approach. He wondered if Chong Er would be astonished upon realizing who he was. With that thought, Xianjun Yu stepped out of his room, settling into his courtyard while sipping tea. Come in. As the words fell, the door swung open. Seeing the entrance ajar, the two quickly composed themselves, although Jingguang felt an odd familiarity upon hearing that voice. Have I heard that voice before? Is it merely my imagination? No matter, I must not be disrespectful on my first visit to the eldest brother. They entered hesitantly, and upon stepping into the courtyard, their eyes immediately fell upon Xianjun Yu, leisurely sipping tea. What are you doing here? Oh, it's you. Where have you been? I've been searching for you at the master's temple, yet you were nowhere to be found. You had better explain yourself, Jingguang exclaimed in surprise, while Chong Er approached with a confrontational demeanor, as if ready to demand an explanation. Xianjun Yu regarded Chong Er's haughty stance with a slight amusement, then slammed a hand on the stone table, angrily rebuking, impudence, what do you mean by that, Chong Erding? Is this how you address your elder brother? Do you think I am easy to speak to? Upon hearing this, Jingguang felt a chill run down his spine. Noticing the absence of others around, he suddenly realized something and swallowed hard. Could it be? Jingguang began to connect the dots, realizing that the menial servant before him was, in fact, the eldest brother, Xianjun Yu. However, Chong Er remained oblivious, firmly anchored in the belief that a servant could not possibly be the eldest brother, his mind instinctively resistant to such a notion. You dare speak to me in such a manner? You are merely a servant who entered the sect before me. How dare you presume to challenge me? Chong Er retorted defiantly. Observing this, Jingguang tugged at Chong Er's robe, attempting to dissuade him from further antagonizing the situation. Yet, Chong Er, oblivious to the warning, shrugged off Jingguang's hand. Why are you pulling at me, junior brother? Can't you see this fellow is so arrogant? In the cave of our eldest brother, I shall show him how to behave. Do not say any more, elder brother. Just as Jingguang was about to intervene, a formidable spiritual pressure erupted, forcing both Chong Er and Jingguang to retreat. You possess remarkable audacity, Chong Er, since my entry into Jie Jiao at Kunlun Mountain. No one has dared to challenge me aside from the master. Come, let me see how you intend to confront me. As he spoke, Xianjun Yu revealed his formidable golden immortal cultivation. Clearly, Chong Er was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Failing to assert dominance over him would not suffice. Typically, Chong Er exhibited a certain cleverness, Yet today, he seemed utterly foolish. Titai, the golden immortal. How could you possess such strength? Chang Er stammered, astonished he had inadvertently provoked a formidable Tai golden immortal. A mere servant possessed such power. How could this be? Jing Guang, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a mix of surprise and acceptance. After all, it was entirely reasonable for the eldest brother to possess Tai cultivation, albeit on the higher end. Initially flustered, Chang Er quickly regained composure, recognizing that they were in the eldest brother's domain. Not only did the eldest brother possess Tai cultivation, but he was also the highest-ranking individual in Jie Jiao, second only to the sage. Thus, even if this servant were a Tai golden immortal, he would have to bow in deference to "O dare act so brazenly here. You are exceedingly audacious, servant." Junior brother Chang Er Dingguang requests the eldest brother to discipline this presumptuous fool. Chang Er promptly bowed respectfully toward the nearby room, seeking to leverage his position. Jing Guang, unable to endure any longer, interjected, "Please, elder brother, do not say any more. This individual before us is none other than the eldest brother. You should be more cautious." Upon hearing this, Chang Er's eyes widened in disbelief. This detestable servant is the eldest brother. Impossible. This cannot be. How could the sage's foremost disciple be sweeping the grounds? This is inconceivable. Though reluctant to accept the reality, observing the prolonged silence within the abode, he knew that Chang Er spoke the truth. No, he muttered, dazed and unable to confront this fact. Witnessing this, Xianjun Yu retracted his imposing aura of a Tai golden immortal, sipping tea while observing the two before him with keen interest. Even standing so close, Jing Guang failed to recognize his senior brother, and with his eyes blinded by arrogance, he braced himself for a reprimand. Under such scrutiny, Jing Guang was the first to break the silence. Rather than wait for his senior brother to speak, he chose to admit his fault, hoping perhaps his senior brother would show him mercy. After all, it was all due to Chang Er's actions. He had not committed any egregious offenses. "Ha! You are but a mere attendant immortal beside our master. How could I dare punish one so esteemed?" With a subtle smile, Xianjun Yu's tone dripped with sarcasm, the mockery palpable. Realizing his senior brother's displeasure, Jing Guang found himself at a loss for how to respond, and could only attempt to explain. "Senior brother, silence. I do not wish to hear your voice." Cutting off Jing Guang's attempt at justification, Xianjun Yu turned his attention back to the still-dazed Chang Er, tauntingly remarking, "Why is our esteemed attendant immortal so reticent? Did you not wish for me to assist you in dealing with this matter? Here I am, yet you remain silent." At this, Chang Er, lacking any dignity, knelt down, pleading for mercy. "Senior brother, Chang Er acknowledges his mistakes. I beseech you to forgive me this once. I promise there shall be no next time." Watching Chang Er's display of submission, Xianjun Yu felt a surge of frustration. He had merely intended to intimidate. Yet this fellow had knelt so easily. It was utterly disgraceful to witness such cowardice. Never had he encountered someone so quick to yield. Instantly deflated, truly a weakling. "Stand up. I command you, do not kneel." At his reprimand, Chang Er dared not rise. Seeing that Chang Er remained prostrate, Xianjun Yu's expression darkened, and he coldly warned, "Did you not hear my words? If you do not rise, I shall ensure you remain there forever." Faced with his senior brother's seemingly genuine command, Chang Er sprang to his feet with remarkable speed. Observing the two standing there, Xianjun Yu grew increasingly exasperated. Chang Er, the troublemaker, was hardly a commendable character. And Jing Guang, the sycophant, was equally unworthy to. It was evident that associating with such ruffians would yield no virtuous outcomes. "What are you two doing standing there? I want to devour you." "Come sit," Xianjun Yu said irritably. Though he recognized the dubious nature of Chang Er and Jing Guang, he ultimately regarded them as his junior brothers, tools of significant utility in his cultivation endeavors. Furthermore, Chang Er had not yet betrayed their teachings, and he had no desire to punish him unnecessarily. In times past, he would have been cautious around Chang Er, but with the acquisition of the system, such trepidation was rendered unnecessary. He possessed the confidence that should Chang Er choose treachery, neither Kunti nor Jin would be able to protect him. After exchanging a cautious glance, Chang'er and Jin Guang settled into their seats. "Come now, savor the tea you have provided." At this, Xianjun Yu poured them each a cup of steaming tea. As they gazed at the tea before them, an air of awkwardness enveloped them, particularly for Chang'er, who wished fervently to vanish into the earth. This tea was his doing. What was there to savor? They refrained from lifting their cups, but Xianjun Yu paid them no mind. He turned to Chang'er and remarked, "I have heard much about you over the years, with your status as an attendant immortal. You certainly carry yourself with great pride, yet being bested by inner sect disciples must weigh heavily on your heart. Does it not? In my view, you have brought this upon yourself. I imagine my words stir some discontent within you. Know this, do not harbor any resentment here." Feeling the weight of Xianjun Yu's reproach, Chang'er felt deeply wronged. He could not comprehend why. Having been the one to suffer, he was instead chastised by his senior brother. It was only natural for him, as an attendant immortal, to hold a bit of pride. Yet despite his grievances, he dared not speak up as one of the 7 attendant immortals to their master. Being struck by inner sect disciples was an utter disgrace to their master. In this realm of the primordial chaos, where the strong devour the weak, if you possess the strength, it is only natural to be proud. Yet with your meager abilities, seeking to stand atop those stronger than you only leads to folly. Do not expect pity from your senior brother. Xianjun Yu's disdain was evident. The most infuriating aspect was Chang'er's inclination to seek others for help rather than retaliate, as for Chang'er's reckless behavior. Such interdisciplinary disputes were not inherently problematic. As an attendant immortal to a sage, boasting was to be expected, and conflicts among disciples were not uncommon. Jin Guang, sensing something amiss, felt a vague discomfort, yet could not articulate why. In stark contrast, Chang'er kept his head bowed in utter humility. Xianjun Yu continued, "If you truly possess prowess, then reclaim your dignity through your own strength. Only then will your senior brother genuinely respect you. If you are bested by others, do not come seeking my aid. I cannot afford to lose face on your behalf. You are an attendant immortal, with talent not to be dismissed, and instead of seeking my support, focus on your cultivation, elevate your abilities, and none shall dare to lay a hand on you." Upon hearing this, Jin Guang's eyes brightened, and Chang'er, too, lifted his gaze, though the essence of Xianjun Yu's words mirrored those of their master. They found them far more agreeable. In that moment, Chang'er experienced a revelation. Indeed, relying on others was far less reliable than depending on oneself. Given his innate talent for cultivation, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed those inner sect disciples. When that day came, personally exacting his revenge would be far more satisfying than pleading for assistance. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I have attained clarity." Instantly, Chang'er rose and expressed his gratitude. "Clarity is well and good. But Chang'er, I warn you, refrain from causing disturbances within the sect. Should any disciple report your misdeeds to me, you shall witness how I deal with you." Xianjun Yu cautioned him. Chang'er was notoriously prone to instigating trouble. His demeanor towards his senior brothers was one of submissive deference, while he exhibited unrestrained arrogance towards junior brothers he viewed as inferior, often speaking in the most disparaging terms. Over the past 3 centuries, he had frequently heard disciples voicing their disdain for Chang'er, nearly half of them unable to tolerate his presence. Were it not for his status as an attendant immortal, he might have faced a thorough beating long ago. "Yes, senior brother, I assure you I shall not venture out until I have achieved breakthrough." Chang'er replied. Somewhat helplessly, he had always enjoyed mingling with fellow cultivators, especially those of superior status, while he had little regard for those beneath him. Now that his senior brother had issued a clear warning, he understood that further ignorance would likely lead to consequences far worse than mere scolding. "Enough, enough. Whether you go out or not is of no concern to me. Just avoid causing trouble. Yes, senior brother, I take my leave." After a final bow, Chang'er swiftly departed, as if fleeing for his life, unwilling to linger a moment longer. Given his senior brother's peculiar temperament, having merely been scolded without physical reprimand was already quite fortunate. Remaining any longer could lead to unpredictable outcomes. As Chang'er vanished, Jin Guang found himself fidgeting uncomfortably, eager to take his leave as well. However, without permission from his senior brother, he dared not move. With Chang'er gone, Xianjun Yu's narrowed gaze fell upon Jing Guang, for he detested sycophants above all else. Such lackeys were far more despicable than troublemakers like Chang'er. Senior brother, if there is nothing further. Then Jing Guang began, attempting to rise. Yet before he could finish, Xianjun Yu interrupted him decisively. What is your haste? You wish to depart without even tasting the tea. Jing Guang, are you disregarding my hospitality? With his eyes now wide open, Xianjun Yu regarded Jing Guang with a stern expression. No. Senior brother, you misunderstand. I shall drink. The moment Jing Guang attempted to stand, he promptly sat back down, lifting his teacup to take a sip. Under normal circumstances, this tea would be delectable. Yet in this moment, it tasted bitter and nearly unpalatable. With Chang'er's matter settled, it was time to address Jing Guang's issues. You may not realize, but the type I detest most are those who seek favor. Chang'er's penchant for troublemaking was one thing, but Jing Guang's unwillingness to intervene and his audacity to report to their master were intolerable. Speak. What do you propose I do about your actions? Although it is true that Jing Guang did not provoke trouble nor humiliate his fellow junior disciples, he ultimately chose to lend his support. Had it not been for the presence of Chang'er, he would have undoubtedly faced a beating much earlier. The recent scuffle was not without Jing Guang's significant involvement. It would not be an exaggeration to label him as an accomplice. Master brother, please see clearly. Jing Guang is merely a junior to Chang'er, who is undoubtedly considered a senior. Moreover, he possesses a remarkable talent for socializing, holding a prominent position among our many seniors. Including second senior brother and the eldest senior sister, he consistently drags his fellow disciple along. And as a junior, Jing Guang finds himself quite helpless. Were it not for this, he would never have followed along to stir up trouble. Furthermore, while the junior disciple may accompany Chang'er, he has not instigated any wrongdoing. All mischief has been solely the doing of Chang'er. I implore you, master brother, to discern this, Jing Guang hurriedly explained, shifting all the blame onto Chang'er. In his eyes, all misdeeds were the result of Chang'er's actions. He believed he had committed no offense and felt no guilt whatsoever. I am known for my clear distinctions between reward and punishment. Your cultivation is not inferior to that of Chang'er, so why fear him? Should I wish to move against Chang'er, no one, including you, second senior brother, or the eldest senior sister, could intervene. Had I not known that you were not in cahoots with Chang'er. Do you think you could stand here speaking with me? Xianjun scoffed coldly, glaring at this sycophant before him. It was known among the disciples that he possessed an eccentric and exceedingly violent temperament. Now that the master had not endorsed his proposed regulations, he did not mind solidifying this reputation. However, Jing Guang, as the attendant to the immortal, was not an ideal target for his wrath. Yes, master brother. You possess great wisdom. I shall never again indulge in mischief with Chang'er. Jing Guang feigned submission, while inwardly, he harbored intense hatred for Chang'er. It was infuriating to be scolded like a dog for something he had not done. All the chaos was instigated by that scoundrel Chang'er. You are an attendant immortal. You need only understand that you must not cause trouble. For this time, I shall let it slide. Should there be a next time, do not blame your senior for being ruthless. Go now. I am weary. After issuing his warning to Jing Guang, Xianjun did not wish to linger further, for he was, after all, the master's attendant immortal. He could afford to show no leniency to any disciple, but he must still uphold the master's dignity. Yes, junior brother understands. Without hesitation, Jing Guang swiftly took his leave, flying away with a speed rivaling that of Chang'er. Once undisturbed, Xianjun pondered deeply in his cave for a considerable time. The master's refusal to agree to his proposal had indeed posed some challenges. However, encountering difficulties was only to be expected. Without challenges, how could one hope to reform Jie Jiao? The master's disapproval did not equate to my inability to act. Given this situation, I shall take matters into my own hands. If they say I am ferocious by nature, then I shall embrace that reputation. Thus, he resolved to personally execute this plan, eager to see who would suffer the consequences. 10 years, an entire decade. Each day, he wandered aimlessly through Kunlun Mountain, and throughout this time, he managed to capture 2 inner disciples of Jie Jiao, who were engaged in devouring blood offerings, that he acted decisively, enforcing the regulations with great force. This solidified his reputation as eccentric and violent. And after punishing the two disciples, Tongtian did not intervene further. The disciples of Jie Jiao had since become much more restrained. One day, upon returning from his mountain explorations, Xianjun was heard cursing under his breath. "Damn it! After 10 years, I've only dealt with 2 individuals. These people are far too timid. Normally, they all act so bravely. Why do they cower when I take action? No one dares to step forward. Wasting my time." In reality, it was entirely understandable that no one dared to confront him. Not only did Xianjun possess late-stage Tai golden immortal cultivation, but he was also the highest-ranking individual in Jie Jiao, second only to the master. Those who managed to enter Kunlun Mountain's Jie Jiao were all cunning individuals. Who would dare to offend someone of such status and power? That would be tantamount to courting death. They may appear somewhat arrogant, but they are far from foolish. That moment, the earth trembled suddenly, as if a dragon were stirring beneath. The once clear sky gradually darkened. What is happening? What kind of strange phenomenon is this? Observing the celestial oddities, Xianjun found himself utterly perplexed. Simultaneously, the bell summoning the disciples of Jie Jiao began to toll. Dong, 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 X9. The bell rang 9 times. Something significant must have occurred. Without delay, Xianjun transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Taoist temple. Typically, the bell would ring 3 times for gatherings, but 9 rings signified an urgent call. Such a summons would not occur without a substantial event taking place. Xianjun was the first to arrive at the temple, soon followed by Duo Bao and Jin Ling, along with other direct disciples, as the attendant immortals and inner disciples arrived in succession. Tongtian stood solemnly at the highest point. And upon the arrival of all the disciples, silence reigned as they awaited his words. Finally, observing that all the disciples of Jie Jiao had gathered, Tongtian spoke. The Wu clan, led by the fire ancestor Wu Zhong, engaged in battle with the water ancestor Gonggong on Buzhou Mountain. After Gonggong defeated Zhurong, in a fit of rage, he crashed into Buzhou Mountain, causing the heavenly pillar to collapse. Now that the heavenly pillar no longer supports the heavens, a rift has appeared, and the laws of the primordial world are in utter disarray. As these words left his mouth, the disciples of Jie Jiao exchanged bewildered glances. Buzhou Mountain is the pillar connecting heaven and earth. With its collapse, does that not mean the heavens and earth will converge? Upon hearing this, a twitch of disbelief crossed Xianjun's lips. Hoodoo has transformed into the cycle of reincarnation, restoring the earthly realm, drawing upon the lives of the reincarnated to gain an unending stream of merit, paving the way for the Wu clan's future. With this continuous flow of merit and the presence of the 2 ancestors, it is not impossible for them to return to the earthly realm and reign once more. Yet, now, with both ancestors perished and the heavenly pillar brought down, it is said that water and fire cannot coexist. Gonggong, having clearly defeated Zhurong, why did he still crash into Buzhou Mountain? If he perished, so be it. Huitu's monumental merit from the cycle of reincarnation was instantaneously squandered, leaving behind a massive debt. Bearing such a significant burden, the Wu clan may never again have the chance to return to the land. This is simply outrageous. Contemplating this, Xianjun found himself at a loss for words. He had never encountered such a disastrous teammate. However, in his previous life on Blue Star, another version of the story circulated, claiming that Zhurong and Gonggong were manipulated by the Heavenly Tao, leading to their confrontation. The Heavenly Tao sought to deny the Wu clan a chance at resurgence, intending to weaken the earthly realm. After defeating Zhurong, Gonggong uncovered this scheme and, in his fury, crashed into Buzhou Mountain, aiming to retaliate against the Heavenly Tao. Whether this version of events held any truth remained uncertain. Nevertheless, regardless of the reasons, Gonggong's ineptitude was undeniable. Consider the celestial Emperor Tai Yi. In the final moments, as the great sun, he not only replaced his nephew Luya, granting him freedom, but also bestowed upon him the merit of illuminating all things. With such a protective talisman, anyone wishing to harm Luya would have to contemplate the consequences. In stark contrast, Gonggong left nothing of value for his sister, instead burdening her with a mountain of debts. He severed the Wu clan's path to resurgence while inadvertently weakening the earthly realm, subject to the heavenly Tao's oppression. In the primordial world, there was no one more detrimental than Gonggong. After thoroughly criticizing Gonggong in his mind, Xianjun turned his gaze towards his master Tongtian, who stood atop the platform. Given the current chaos, the disciples must remain within the mountain. I shall work with a few saints to stabilize the heavens and earth before proceeding. In such tumultuous times, recklessly venturing out could be perilous, for Tongtian did not wish to see his disciples perish during this tumult. Yes, the disciples shall heed the master's command. The disciples of the Jie Jiao readily agreed. For the world was fraught with peril. Being of lesser cultivation, they naturally preferred to remain indoors if possible. Only Xianjun Yu lingered in silence, pondering something deeply. Tongtian glanced at the gathered disciples, then at his entranced eldest disciple. Before vanishing without a word, Xianjun Yu understood that several saints could undoubtedly resolve the matter at hand. Given his own cultivation, he could offer no assistance in the endeavor to save the primordial realm. While he was powerless to aid in that regard, there was another matter he could address. The current chaos was somewhat perilous, yet for the myriad races of the primordial world, it posed no grave threat. Especially now that the saints had intervened, that it would not be long before this crisis was surmounted. However, the myriad races did not encompass the human race, which, in its current weakened state, faced catastrophic consequences from the surging celestial river. As a child of the human race in his past life, he could not remain indifferent at this moment. His conscience would not allow it. After Tongtian departed, Xianjun Yu ascended the high platform and addressed his younger brothers below. In this tumultuous time, as the beings of the primordial world endure suffering, I, Xianjun Yu, cannot bear to witness their plight and have resolved to descend the mountain to rescue the afflicted. Upon hearing this proclamation, the Jie Jiao disciples erupted into fervent discussion. Their master had just forbidden any departure from Kunlun Mountain, yet the eldest brother was prepared to defy him openly. The chaos of the world might not afflict the myriad races unduly. They were all cultivators, after all, and avoiding disaster should be quite simple. But they could not forget the human race, created by the Saint Enhua. The human race, in its frailty, faced countless deaths and injuries due to the celestial river's inundation. The disciples debated vigorously, and the few favored disciples of Duo Bao exchanged resigned glances. Their eldest brother had only been released for 10 years, and now he was poised to rebel against their master. Such audacity was remarkable. The water and fire boy approached directly, saying, "Eldest brother, the saint has decreed that no disciples are to leave the mountain. You, indeed, eldest brother, please remain calm. Should you defy the saint's command, it will not merely be a matter of 300 years. Do not act impulsively." Despite the water and fire boy's counsel, Xianjun Yu remained resolute. He must go to save the human race. This was not only for their sake, but for the sake of the Jie Jiao as well. The master's edict? Let the master appear before me and speak. In his absence, I am the highest authority within the Jie Jiao. My word is law. Xianjun Yu exuded a rebellious air, embodying the persona he had crafted over the past decade. Ignoring the water and fire boy, he addressed the disciples below. I have made my decision to descend the mountain to rescue the beleaguered human race. Those unafraid of death may accompany me. Those who fear may remain here. This was a voluntary endeavor. The choice to join him lay with each individual. Without waiting for a response, Xianjun Yu departed the dojo and soared toward the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Time was of the essence, and he had no leisure to persuade others. Those who wished to join him could do so. Those who did not, he would not compel. Every soul saved was a boon. As long as he could act with a clear conscience, he took flight. The water and fire boy wore a look of helplessness, while the disciples below grappled with their dilemma. The favored disciples conferred among themselves. Eldest sister, what is your take on this? Should we defy the master's command and follow eldest brother? Duo Bao inquired of the esteemed golden spirit. There was no alternative, given her elevated status. Who else could they consult but her? Golden Spirit, upon hearing their query, found herself in a quandary. Truth be told, she did not wish to oppose their master. Yet eldest brother had always treated her kindly since her initiation. It was a delicate position to navigate. The favored disciples and the seven fairies looked toward their eldest sister. With her word, they would set forth. After much deliberation, Golden Spirit reached a conclusion. In the absence of our master, eldest brother's words are command. Should our master take issue, I will bear the consequences alone. Fellow brothers and sisters, let us follow eldest brother. With that declaration, she soared from the dojo, followed closely by Wudong and Gue Ling, with the other female cultivators swiftly joining them. This clearly illustrated Golden Spirit's esteemed position among the female disciples. Duo Bao did not hesitate to follow suit, accompanied by the seven fairies, and soon a majority of the inner disciples began their exodus as well. The remaining individuals, observing the unfolding scene, felt a sense of resignation. What purpose would their stay at Kunlun serve? They might end up in eldest brother's sights later, so they opted to follow the majority. Meanwhile, at the mountain's base, Xianjun Yu had manifested dozens of avatars. Even if none chose to accompany him, he would strive to save as many as possible. With my cultivation and the assistance of these numerous avatars, I should be able to rescue a considerable number of humans. The next step involves acquiring means of transport. Just as Xianjun Yu prepared to conjure the necessary tools, voices called from behind. Eldest brother, wait for us. How could the expedition to descend the mountain be complete without me? Lu. I shall lend my full support. The matter of eldest brother called for the utmost assistance from Chang'er. Seeing his fellow disciples rallying, Xianjun Yu felt a surge of gratitude. They were willing to risk the ire of their saintly master to join him. This was indeed a significant breakthrough. The unity displayed by the disciples of the Jie Jiao promised a bright future ahead. Sister, how wonderful! Our Jie Jiao stands united, an unstoppable force. Gazing at his fellow disciples, Xianjun Yu was filled with emotion. Though there had been disputes among them, in other matters, they were remarkably cohesive. This was precisely what he cherished about the Jie Jiao. There is no need for further words. Eldest brother, time waits for no one. Please give the order. Golden Spirit stated with gravity. Having resolved to rescue the suffering, she would not take this lightly and would give her utmost effort. Very well, I shall forego lengthy expressions of gratitude. Now, we simply require a means of transport. Observe. With that, Xianjun Yu invoked his magic, and dozens of colossal ships materialized in the air, a manifestation of his immense power that consumed a significant portion of his spiritual energy. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Xianjun Yu leaped aboard one of the vessels. Fellow disciples, follow me aboard as we set forth to rescue the human race? Yes, eldest brother. The Jie Jiao disciples swiftly boarded the ships. And under Xianjun Yu's guidance, the fleet of celestial vessels took flight, embarking on their journey to save the human race. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Chan Jiao also descended the mountain in light of such events. It was inconceivable that Yuan Shi, the astute leader, would remain inactive. That on the other hand, Laozi of the Ren Jiao, whose thoughts were less convoluted, recognized that the human race constituted the foundation of his teachings. And thus he, too, descended to aid them as the disciples of the three teachings engaged in rescue efforts. The saints were not idle either. Enwan mended the heavens, while the divine tortoise supported the sky with its limbs. And all was in motion as Xianjun Yu steered the celestial ships onward. He utilized his formidable magic to rescue individuals from the tumultuous waters. With a wave of his left hand, dozens were saved. Another wave of his right hand brought forth more, as he continued this rhythm tirelessly. Thank you, immortal, for saving our lives. The rescued humans expressed their gratitude, kneeling in reverence. Xianjun Yu, however, had grown somewhat numb to such accolades. He was far too occupied with the task at hand to bask in glory. There is no need for such formalities. Focus on securing those on board. I still have many to rescue. With the passage of time, Xianjun Yu's complexion began to pale. Maintaining the myriad manifestations and rescuing individuals was taking a toll on his energy. Even a Tai golden immortal could not be inexhaustible. Eldest brother, just steady the ship. Leave the rescuing to us. Observing the strain on Xianjun Yu's face, Luo Xian voiced his concerns. Xianjun Yu recognized the wisdom in this. Now is not the time for bravado. Very well, Luo Xian. You and your companions shall handle the rescues. I shall focus entirely on controlling the ship. As they neared the heavenly pillar, The waves grew ever more tumultuous. Continuing to sail upon the sea was becoming increasingly precarious. With the risk of capsizing looming large. Rise! With that, Xianjun Yu cast a spell, and the celestial ship ascended from the tumultuous waters, taking to the skies. The vicinity of the heavenly pillar was a disaster zone, where the human race faced near certain death. Yet, adhering to the principle of not abandoning anyone, Xianjun Yu steered the vessel forward. As they drew nearer, obstacles emerged. "Elder brother, look!" Luo Xian exclaimed in astonishment, pointing ahead. Before them loomed a colossal wave, soaring to a height that matched that of the celestial ship. Observing such an immense wave, Xianjun Yu quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. With a wave of this magnitude, survival was utterly impossible for any beings near the heavenly pillar. Continuing onward would serve no purpose. Should this massive wave crash down, it would spell disaster for those left behind. To safeguard their lives, he had to diminish the wave's ferocity. "Junior brother, junior sister, steady the celestial ship. Allow me to confront this wave." Upon hearing his command, the disciples of the Jie Sect took control of the vessel, and together they exerted their strength to stabilize the expansive celestial ship. Only after assuming control did they comprehend the immense effort required to manage such a grand vessel, deepening their admiration for their elder brother, Xianjun Yu. Maintaining such exertion for an extended period while also saving lives showcased his remarkable prowess. At that moment, Xianjun Yu stood at the bow, his gaze fixed on the towering wave, the innate spiritual treasure, the Zhuzhen sword, materializing in his grasp. Confronting this enormous wave would have been trivial in his prime. However, it now presented a formidable challenge. With his spiritual energy reduced to merely 40%, he could not expend it all, sustaining the myriad transformations, and his doppelgangers required 30%, leaving him with just 10% at his disposal. Yet he sought to act with a clear conscience. Xianjun Yu ignited 10% of his spiritual energy, wielding the Zhuzhen sword to unleash a barrage of sword chi, each arc of energy striking towards the massive wave. However, against such a colossal force, this meager assault was but a drop in the ocean, its impact negligible. Due to their proximity to the heavenly pillar of the Anzu mountain, Tongtian immediately sensed the presence of the Zhuzhen sword in Xianjun Yu. You are... this reckless lad. I told him not to come out. Yet here he is, foolishly wandering about with disciples, infuriating me." Without delay, Tongtian sent his voice to Xianjun Yu as Xianjun Yu struggled against the wave. Tongtian's voice resonated in the ears of the others. "You all possess tremendous audacity to openly defy my command. Do you think I am too timid to deal with you?" Upon hearing their master's voice, the Jie Sect disciples exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. "Master, what should we do now that we've been discovered?" "What should we do? If the law does not prevail, the 5 principal disciples will emerge together. They fear nothing, so why should I? Elder brother has yet to speak. Why should I panic? Whoever speaks first shall be the one to suffer misfortune." They all shared a tacit understanding and remained silent, their eyes fixed on their elder brother at the bow. Xianjun Yu, while cleaving through the wave with his sword, responded loudly, "Disciple acknowledges the gravity of my transgressions and wishes to neither explain nor justify myself at this moment. The calamity of the primordial world has descended. I have unavoidable duties to fulfill. I ask for Master's understanding. Once this matter is resolved, I shall seek out Master to accept my punishment. But at this moment, I cannot cease." He accepted the consequences of defying his master, but he was resolute in not turning back. This was his determination. "Well said, Xianjun Yu. Such courage! I am currently too occupied to discipline you. But I shall address this upon your return to Kunlun Mountain." Tongtian proclaimed he would deal with his audacious disciple upon his return to Kunlun, yet he still replenished Xianjun Yu's spiritual energy. A radiant sphere of spiritual light descended from above, instantly restoring Xianjun Yu's energy. "Disciple, thank you, Master. Sword Chi, go forth." With his energy restored, he promptly expended 20% of it to unleash the supreme sword Chi of the Lanxing sword technique. In a single strike, he utterly extinguished the colossal wave, advanced without hesitation, turned the ship around. After neutralizing the massive wave, Xianjun Yu commanded the crew to redirect the ship. distancing themselves from the range of the heavenly pillar. Tongtian's actions did not go unnoticed by the other sages observing from the center of the Unzu mountain. This young man possesses a profound compassion. Brother, you have truly taken on an exceptional disciple. Niwa remarked, observing how Xianjun Yu had rescued so many of the human race, filled with admiration and silently committing his name to memory. Exceptional disciple. Indeed, merely a reckless, audacious youth, unworthy of sister's praise. Tongtian shook his head in resignation. He understood his disciple's nature better than anyone. Such compassion was merely a fade to curry favor among his peers, allowing him to act without restraint. Let us not be distracted. The heavens and earth have been stabilized. Fellow disciples, assist me in anchoring the elements. Sister Niwa, please proceed with the repairs. As Laozi's words fell, the sages united in their efforts to mend the heavens. Through their combined endeavors, the repairs were executed flawlessly. Meanwhile, Xianjun Yu continued rescuing wave after wave of humans, placing them upon the shores of the four cardinal directions. After depositing the last group on the eastern shore, Xianjun Yu prepared to depart. At that moment, hundreds of thousands of humans knelt in unison. Hundreds of thousands raised their voices in gratitude, expressing their heartfelt thanks, which at first glance seemed quite moving to I in the midst of celestial upheaval. It is but my duty to act. Rescuing all beings is a responsibility we cultivators must embrace. There is no need for such gestures. With that, Xianjun Yu ascended into the skies alongside his fellow disciples. Immortal, please remain among the human race, allowing us to express our gratitude. An elderly innate human stepped forward, wishing to retain the immortal's presence to render service and convey their appreciation. However, Xianjun Yu declined. Fate brings us together and then separates us. Today's parting is merely to pave the way for a better reunion in the future. There is no need to hold me back, as it became evident that the immortal could not be detained. The elderly innate human stood upon the beach, calling out, "Please, immortal, leave us your name, so we may remember it. Our human race shall forever cherish your kindness." Yet, this time, Xianjun Yu did not respond, departing the eastern shore with his disciples and hastening back to Kunlun Mountain. A similar scene unfolded across the shores of the four seas. Immortal, immortal. Once the matter was settled, he concealed his merits and name, leaving not a trace behind. This is the true essence of an immortal. The innate humans would forever remember the savior who had delivered them from peril. Although his name remains unknown, they vividly remember his visage. The statue of Xianjun Yu was erected among the human race, bearing the title, Xian Sheng Renzu, and has been venerated through the ages. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, Xianjun Yu knelt directly at the Taoist altar, without uttering a single complaint. The disciples of the Jie Jiao, who hurried back later, also knelt at the altar, having disobeyed their master's orders, thus leaving them with little to say. After the affairs of mending the heavens concluded, Tongtian returned to the Jie Jiao altar. Observing the kneeling disciples, he chose to remain silent, sitting upon the high platform. Once the mending of the heavens was entirely finished, divine merits descended. Niwa and the black tortoise of the northern sea each took significant shares. One mending the heavens and the other supporting the world with its limbs, that if they did not take the lead, who would? Following them were several assisting sages that a vast amount of merit, like golden light, flowed into Tongtian's being. The disciples of Jie Jiao gazed at their master with a look of envy. This merit not only serves to offset karmic obstacles, but also accelerates cultivation and enlightenment, aids in the refinement of artifacts and spiritual treasures, and influences fortune, an invaluable asset. Such a precious resource is desired by all, yet it remains exceedingly difficult to acquire. However, just as Tongtian received his share of merit, a further bounty descended, distributing among the cultivators who had rescued the beings of the primordial chaos during the calamity of the collapsing celestial pillar. Instantly, all Jie Jiao disciples received a portion of merit, especially Xianjun Yu, the leader, who acquired a substantial cloud of merit that surpassed even the combined total of all Jie Jiao disciples. With the collective efforts of the Jie Jiao disciples, the sect also benefited from share of merit, enhancing its fortune. With such an abundance of merit, Xianjun Yu breathed a sigh of relief. His intention to save humanity was genuine, as was his desire for merit. Now, with merit to his name, anyone wishing to act against him would have to consider the consequences. It served as a protective talisman for his life. Observing the merit shared among the sect, Tongtian felt less angered. This action inadvertently increased the fortune of Jie Jiao. Moreover, since every disciple participated, he found it difficult to impose punishment. Although it was hard to punish them, the leader Xianjun Yu would certainly be dealt with that he was certain that the disciples' excursion had been orchestrated by this mischievous lad. The descent of divine merit proved the correctness of their actions in rescuing the beings of the primordial chaos. And since they had disobeyed the master's orders, he would not hold it against them this time. However, there must not be a next time. Should there be, he would not spare them. Each should return to their cultivation. Except for Xianjun Yu. With the sect's fortune on the rise, Tongtian did not pursue a strict reprimand against the disciples, only wishing to retain Xianjun Yu. The others intended to depart, yet seeing that several direct disciples and the 7 fairies remained unmoved, they too stayed in place. You all are not leaving. Is there still a matter at hand? Noticing that none of the disciples were departing, Tongtian narrowed his eyes slightly, the one ranked just below the eldest disciple. Jinling was the first to speak. Master, this time the eldest brother acted out of compassion for the suffering beings of the primordial chaos. Everything is rooted in circumstance. Jinling, humbly request Master to forgive our eldest brother. With Jinling's lead, others also began to plead for Xianjun Yu. Disciple Duobao dares to request Master to pardon our eldest brother. Disciple Wudong dares to request Master to forgive our eldest brother. We disciples dare to plead for Master's forgiveness for our eldest brother. As Jinling and several direct disciples spoke up, the 7 fairies and the rest of the sect's disciples voiced their pleas as well. Tongtian observed these disciples with a somewhat sullen expression, sensing the undercurrent of a coup in their words. Xianjun Yu also caught this implication. Perhaps his fellow disciples did not intend to force a coup. But their pleas were misguided. This was not helping him. It was harming him. Noticing their master's darkening countenance, Xianjun Yu quickly turned to admonish his fellow disciples. What is this insolence? Whatever Master decides is his affair. When did it become your place to meddle? I, Xianjun Yu, take full responsibility for my actions and require no one to plead for me. Master has instructed you to leave. Quickly depart, and do not linger here kneeling. After scolding them, Xianjun Yu exchanged glances with Duobao and Jinling, subtly shaking his head, signaling them not to interfere and to hasten their departure. Tongtian, observing this, mentally praised his eldest disciple for understanding him so well. He despised being coerced into making decisions or having his work interrupted. Xianjun Yu's actions undoubtedly aligned with his heart. Indeed, this rascal Yu truly comprehends him. Seeing this, Duobao and Jinling realized their eldest brother wished to keep them uninvolved. After a moment of hesitation and a shared glance, they stood up. We disciples have been presumptuous. Master, we take our leave. Master, we take our leave. Under the guidance of the direct disciples, everyone bowed to their sage master before departing the altar. Once the disciples had left, Tongtian remarked wryly, Well done, Xianjun Yu. Your words carry more weight than mine. It seems I should hand over the position of Jie Jiao as leader to you. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu was taken aback. Is Master feeling jealous of me? How come I never noticed this petty side of Master before? He quickly explained, Master is forever the leader of Jie Jiao. How could I ever compare? My temperament is not suited for such a role. The younger disciples were merely concerned for me and did not intend to pressure you. Master, please do not blame them. All the fault lies with me alone. I am willing to shoulder everything without complaint. I implore Master to grant me this favor. He was not a masochist, but to prevent any misunderstanding between Master and the younger disciples, he accepted everything this time. Whether it be punishment or confinement, he would accept it all. For the sake of his younger brothers and sisters, it was all worth it. I did not realize you possessed such responsibility. This is commendable. Initially, I intended to balance your merits against your misdeeds for the good you brought to the sect. Since you now seek punishment yourself, it would be unwise of me not to fulfill your request. With a cunning look, Tongtian gazed at Xianjun Yu. This rascal simply does not learn. Having ended a 300-year punishment prematurely, he caused trouble again after being released for merely 10 years. Truly, A few days without discipline leads to chaos. If I do not deal with him severely this time, who knows what may arise in the future? Xianjun Yu, however, remained unperturbed by Tongtian's words. Regardless of the punishment, he was ready to accept it. Whether or not it came, he was indifferent. 20,000 lashes of the Thunderfire Whip, followed by contemplation until your second master imparts the Tao next, which would be in 2690 years. The D. Oh, you have any objections? Upon stating the punishment, Tongtian looked towards Xianjun Yu, and oh, objections. Wrongs must be punished. I thank master. As he spoke, Xianjun Yu bowed 3 times to his master. 2,000 years of contemplation was inconsequential, yet 40,000 lashes of the Thunderfire Whip was no light sentence. Enduring such a divine punishment would undoubtedly be excruciating, likely leaving him bedridden for several years. Crack! Crack! The 40,000 lashes left Xianjun Yu battered and bloodied, and upon completion, he was confined. This confinement was absolute, leaving him with no freedom whatsoever. Xianjun Yu bore no resentment for this. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. There is no room for sophistry. During this period of confinement, he could devote time to refining some spiritual treasures, which may prove useful in the future. News of Xianjun Yu receiving 40,000 lashes and being confined for over 2,000 years spread, and the disciples of Jie Jiao dared only to discuss it in whispers, never speaking of it openly. 2,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. This year, Tongtian called Xianjun Yu forth, having noted the disciples' considerable talent in swordsmanship and preparing to personally impart the art of the sword to him. He had already taken a half-step into the realm of Deluo Jin Xian. It seemed these 2,000 years had not been spent idly, observing that Xianjun Yu had attained the consummate cultivation of the Tai Golden Immortal. Tongtian was exceedingly pleased that it is likely that during the next sermon by second brother Yuanshi, the first Deluo Golden Immortal of Kunlun Mountain will be born under his guidance. Indeed, the 2 millennia of system cultivation return merely propelled Xianjun Yu to the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. The cultivation required for Deluo Golden Immortal is exceedingly vast, and the progress of the Jie Jiao disciples is insufficient to elevate him to that level. Of course, I haven't been idle. I've simply been a bit bored staying in my room, Xianjun Yu remarked tentatively. He enjoyed being reclusive, yet not in such a manner of perpetual confinement. Gazing at the decorations in his room day after day was becoming quite nauseating. It's not that I'm worried you'll go stir crazy. I brought you out. 2,000 years have passed. Can you not endure for a few more hundred? Tongtian declared. Fine, I shan't argue with you further. I see you possess quite the aptitude for the sword path. From this moment forth, I shall impart to you the Shangqing Sword Tao for a duration of 100 years. Without regard for Xianjun Yu's willingness to learn, Tongtian began to demonstrate and explain. However, Xianjun Yu found no spark of interest in his master's swordplay. He acknowledged the prowess of his master's swordsmanship, which could easily be deemed the finest in the primordial realm, yet he genuinely lacked enthusiasm. The system primarily emphasized high cultivation. Why engage in such combat techniques when one already possesses formidable strength? Were it not for the Zhu Xian sword his possession, he wouldn't even have considered learning the Shangqing sword technique. Mastering combat techniques seemed less appealing than attaining divine abilities. With the cultivation return system in place, why bother practicing combat techniques? Tongtian continued to demonstrate, while Xianjun Yu's mind wandered, allowing the information to drift in one ear and out the other. Occasionally, he resorted to subtle tricks, pretending to be asleep with his eyes wide open. As the century drew to a close, Tongtian observed in dismay the lackluster performance in the swordplay being executed in the center of the arena. His frustration evident. After an entire century of teaching and encouraging, this individual had shown no progress. His swordsmanship remained abysmal. Enough! Cease this mockery of my Shangqing sword Tao, Tongtian shouted, unable to bear it any longer. Master, why must we stop? I feel as though I am on the verge of entering the path. Xianjun Yu feigned enthusiasm, internally reveling in his cleverness. No one can force me to learn what I do not wish to. Yet, I must admit, my master possesses remarkable perseverance. Having persisted with me for a full century, Tongtian's face darkened at these words. On the verge of entering. After 100 years of instruction, my disciple has already grasped the fundamentals. Upon finishing his statement, the water and fire boy executed a set of sword movements, clearly demonstrating his entry into the sword path that it was indeed awkward. While onlookers had made progress, the student himself had not. The Xianjun Sword Dao is undeniably supreme, but the true challenge lies ahead. Entering the path is not difficult. After teaching you for 100 years, my disciple has already grasped it. It seems I was mistaken. You possess no aptitude for the sword path. Go back and contemplate your shortcomings. Tongtian expressed his discontent, that he realized that Xianjun Yu was playing him for a fool. It was implausible for someone capable of self-mastering the Xianjun sword technique to lack talent in swordsmanship. This rascal simply did not wish to pursue the sword path alongside him at all. Then I shall return to contemplate my shortcomings. Xianjun Yu exclaimed, bouncing back with a spring in his step. Tongtian's expression darkened further. The water and fire boy, witnessing the exuberant antics of his senior brother, covered his eyes in disbelief. Senior brother, if you do not wish to learn the sword path, at least pretend a little better. Such joy. It's as if you fear the sage won't notice. Master, it seems our senior brother has no desire to pursue the sword path. Perhaps we should let it be, the water boy suggested tentatively. Upon hearing this, Tongtian glanced at the water boy, his expression one of exasperation. Do you think I am blind? I can see that. This rascal, for reasons unknown, is quite resistant. However, he has learned the Xianjun Sword Dao to a considerable extent. With diligent practice, achieving mastery should not be an issue. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared on Tongtian's face. Although Xianjun Yu pretended to be incapable of learning, the daily exposure had indeed allowed him to grasp the essence of the Xianjun Sword Dao. Everything can be feigned, but that subtle sword intent cannot deceive. In truth, Xianjun Yu had comprehended the Xianjun Sword Dao. He merely feigned ignorance to avoid being pursued by his master 100 years, an entire century. Even a dog could learn a great deal in such time, let alone a human. That if the water and fire boy had grasped the technique, and he had not, it would be truly disgraceful. Understanding Xianjun Yu's reluctance to pursue the sword path, Tongtian ceased his insistence. After another 590 years of contemplation, the 2,690-year deadline arrived, and Yuan's sermon was about to commence, allowing Xianjun Yu to finally emerge. Upon arriving at the Taoist venue, he discovered many disciples of the Jie Jiao awaiting him. Over the course of 2 millennia, numerous new faces had joined the ranks of Jie Jiao. Some had never seen the Jie Jiao's eldest disciple before. It was customary to wait for the Jie Jiao's eldest disciple to lead them to the sermon by second uncle. Greetings, eldest brother. Everyone clasped their hands in salute, addressing Xianjun Yu in unison. The sight of so many immortals bowing their heads was indeed quite imposing, and no need for such formalities. My fellow disciples, 3,000 years have passed. Second Uncle Yuanshi will be delivering a sermon at his venue. Let us depart. Without further ado, Xianjun Yu led the Jie Jiao disciples toward the venue of Second Uncle Yuanshi. This sermon would undoubtedly enable many of the disciples to ascend to new heights, breaking through to the Tai realm. With this new batch of Tai disciples, the system would surely elevate him to the status of the Luo Golden Immortal, allowing him to truly step into the ranks of the powerful. Although he still fell short of the quasi-saints, possessing the cultivation of the Luo would afford him sufficient self-defense capabilities in the primordial realm. He was filled with excitement and anticipation, eager to reach the Luo realm. Eldest brother, are you well? Indeed. Eldest brother, have you suffered any grievances during these 2 millennia? Several disciples, including Duo Bao and Jin Ling, approached him with concern. They had not seen their eldest brother in over 2,000 years and had received no news. Had they not known their master would not resort to extreme measures, they might have grown frantic in their search. What could possibly have happened? I merely endured a little punishment and spent some time lying down. Otherwise, I was simply in my room. It was merely a tad boring. Xianjun Yu responded nonchalantly. Being in seclusion did not equate to being subjected to torment. He had merely spent time in his room, which was not a form of punishment, but rather a means of nurturing his tranquility. Upon hearing that their eldest brother was well, they all sighed in relief. It must be said that their master was rather lenient with the eldest brother. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been subjected to further trials after punishment, rather than being confined to a room like the eldest brother. Soon, Xianjun Yu led the group in his second uncle's venue. At this moment, the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun and Xian Du had already arrived, while Yuanshi had yet to make his entrance. Nanjing, Xian Du, I greet you, eldest brother. Upon seeing Xianjun Yu arrive, Nanjing and Xian Du stepped forward to greet him. You two are too courteous, Xianjun Yu replied, returning the gesture. Jinling, Duo, Bao, Wu Dang, Gui Ling, I greet you, brother Nanjing and brother Xian Du. No need for such formalities, my fellow disciples. Please, take your seats, in response to the Jie Jiao's 4 direct disciples. The two returned their greetings, while merely nodding to the others. Without further ado, the Jie Jiao disciples settled onto the prepared cushions. Xianjun Yu then exchanged glances with Yanzhongzi and the 12 immortals of Kunlun Mountain, before taking a seat alongside Nanjing and Xian Du on the foremost cushions. The 3 cushions were placed within an arm's length of one another. Although this was the domain of the Jie Sect, Xianjun Yu, as the foremost disciple of Kunlun Mountain, still held the central position. The 3 pure ones had yet to separate, and thus, the Jie Sect bore him no prejudice. Eldest brother, I have heard that you were punished by Master Tongtian and confined for 2,000 years. Is everything well? Xian Du inquired with an open mouth. Beside him, Nanji wore an expression of curiosity. He had not been paying much attention to the Jie Jiao lately and was unaware that Xianjun Yu had once again faced punishment. It was nothing serious, merely having been lashed by the thunder fire whip 40,000 times. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu's lips twitched. How could such a trivial matter have spread? It must be those 2 big mouths, the water and fire boys, who let it slip. Those 2 have no discretion. I will deal with them sooner or later. When Jie Jiao had fewer disciples, news traveled quickly, and it seems it is still the same. He had long suspected those 2 gossips. Alas, Master Tongtian should not be so harsh. I've already expressed my gratitude to my brother on behalf of our human race for the last incident. Saying this, Xian Du performed a respectful bow to Xianjun Yu. His brother had been punished for the sake of their kind, whether to express gratitude for his brother's intervention or for his own kin. This gesture was necessary. There is no need for such formality. Junior brother, I merely lamented the loss of so many lives. 2,000 years of punishment in exchange for so many lives. It's worth it. Xianjun Yu replied nonchalantly. Indeed, the cost of 40,000 lashes and 2,000 years of confinement for the sake of preserving so many lives of humanity was, in his eyes, entirely justifiable. As a child of the Chinese in a past life, it was his duty to do so. Thus, he would not dishonor the name of the son of China. Brother, your great compassion is truly admirable. Xian Du bowed once more, and he genuinely respected his brother. At least such an act was beyond his own capabilities. Though he could not emulate such generosity, it did not hinder his admiration for his brother. There is no need for excessive praise. Notions of great compassion are merely the result of differing personal choices, Xianjun Yu said, shaking his head. As a former member of humanity, he acknowledged that even if he had not been reborn into the human race, he still could not let go of his ties to them. Deep down, he continued to contemplate ways to secure a future for humanity. Meanwhile, Nanji shook his head in resignation. Were it not for Master Yuanshi sending them to assist humanity in pursuit of merit, he would not have intervened on their behalf. In his view, the world was vast, but one's own interests were paramount. The idea of great compassion was simply laughable. As they conversed, Yuanshi made his appearance. Saint, greetings. With the voices of the 2 disciples, Yuanshi emerged atop the high platform. We pay our respects to the saint. The disciples rose in unison, bowing and calling out their respects. Dispense with the formalities. Thank you, saint. Upon his arrival, Yuanshi first glanced at the foremost disciples of the 3 teachings, and then surveyed his 12 immortals of Kunlun before retracting his gaze. He did not spare a glance at the others. While he did not regard the Jie Jiao disciples, he inwardly cursed them, thinking, a bunch of lowly, crude beings, how they tarnish my Kunlun mountain. The relationship among the 3 pure ones had not yet soured to that extent. So Yuanshi refrained from voicing his disdain openly. Today, I shall impart teachings for 300 years. How much you comprehend depends entirely on yourselves. With that, Yuanshi commenced his lecture, the sacred melody flowing. golden lotuses erupting from the earth, and all present began to close their eyes in deep contemplation. Even Xianjun Yu joined in, this time in pursuit of breaking through to the Deluo golden immortal realm. He would not be lazy to ensure a 100% breakthrough. He prepared to exert himself. Immersed in the sacred melody, 300 years passed in an instant. It is time to awaken. With this command, everyone emerged from their meditative state, swiftly embarking upon their breakthroughs, and the skies above Kunlun Mountain filled with tribulation clouds. Clearly, a considerable number were on the verge of breaking through to the golden immortal and Tai Yi realms. Scatter! Yuan Shi looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky and simply uttered the word scatter, forcefully dispelling the clouds and aiding everyone in their successful breakthroughs. Yet Xianjun Yu, as before, did not immediately request the system to restore his cultivation. Simultaneously, he was astonished by his second master, Uncle Yuan Shi's prowess. With a mere word, he could disperse the tribulation clouds of others. Such was the method of a saint, truly remarkable. Thank you, saint, for assisting us in our breakthroughs. Those who had succeeded in their breakthroughs expressed their gratitude to Yuan Shi, who remained indifferent. The teaching is concluded. You all may depart swiftly. After casting a glance at Xianjun Yu, Yuan Shi left without looking back. He could discern that Xianjun Yu was on the verge of a breakthrough, but was merely suppressing it. Had it not been for those lowly creatures, he would have wished to converse with Xianjun Yu. However, he could not bear to see such individuals. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind, he did not linger at all. Nenji and Xiandu, one at the early stage of Tai Yi Xian Immortal and the other at the mid-stage, had evidently made significant breakthroughs. Neither was an ordinary character. Congratulations to both junior brothers on your breakthroughs to Tai Yi Xian Immortal. The attainment of the Deluo realm is just around the corner. Xianjun Yu said nonchalantly. In the primordial chaos, Xiandu was a quasi-saint powerhouse, while Nanji was the only quasi-saint among the disciples of the Tongtian Jiaozhu. Their breakthroughs to the Deluo realm were merely a matter of time. Brother, you flatter us. Brother is too humble. How can our modest cultivation compare to yours? The two did not exhibit arrogance due to their Tai Yi Xian immortal status. Anyone with discernment could see that Xianjun Yu was brimming with spiritual energy, already on the cusp of a breakthrough. Though they did not know why he had not broken through immediately, it was evident that the Deluo realm was within reach. There is no need for modesty. Junior brothers, I have great faith in you. The Deluo realm is certainly not your pinnacle. With the teachings of the second master uncle concluded, I must also take the Jie Jiao disciples and depart. Let us meet at the master uncle's abode in 3,000 years. As Xianjun Yu approached his impending breakthrough to Deluo, he did not wish to linger. Upon hearing this, Nanji and Xiandu had no further comments. Brother, as you are on the verge of a breakthrough, we will not keep you. Until next time at the master's abode, Nanji will take my leave as well. After exchanging farewells, all disciples of the other two teachings departed, leaving only the Chan Jiao disciples behind. Xianjun Yu led the Jie Jiao disciples directly towards Master Tong Tian's abode. A perfected Tai Yi Golden Immortal, he was merely a step away from the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Now, he intended to rely on his own strength for the breakthrough. Senior sister, do you think there is something going on with senior brother? He has indeed dismissed his disciples and is so eager to return to Master S' abode. Gui Ling asked in confusion. Not only was Gui Ling puzzled, but the other disciples were equally bewildered. Hearing this, Duo Bao, Jin Ling, and Wu Dang wore expressions of speechlessness. It was so obvious, yet Gui Ling failed to grasp it, truly careless. Gui Ling, look at senior brother. His spiritual energy is overflowing. It is evident he is about to break through. His haste to return to the Master S' abode signifies he intends to make a breakthrough there. Jin Ling explained. Upon hearing this, Gui Ling and the nearby 7 fairies were struck with astonishment. A breakthrough. Senior brother, at the late stage of Tai Yi Golden Immortal, if he breaks through, it means to break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Senior brother is incredible. Gui Ling gazed at the figure of senior brother with admiration. Duo Bao and the others exchanged glances at Gui Ling's demeanor, finding it rather amusing. It was only natural for senior brother to be impressive. After all, without voicing their inquiries, They understood that senior brother must be intending for them to observe, accumulating experience for breaking through to the Deluo golden immortal realm. Senior brother's intentions are truly thoughtful. Xianjun Yu was unaware of their thoughts. Had he known, he would have scoffed vehemently. It was true that he wanted them to observe, but not to accumulate experience. Instead, he merely wished for them to understand his capabilities, to ensure they behaved and did not cause trouble. What thoughtful intentions! Nonsense! Upon arriving at the abode, Xianjun Yu wasted no time and directly settled into a cross-legged position in the spacious area. Duo Bao and the other disciples made way, standing at a distance, their gazes fixed intently upon him. As it became apparent that the eldest disciple was about to break through to the Deluo golden immortal realm. Tongtian also stepped forward. Salutations, dispense with the formalities. As the crowd prepared to pay their respects, Tongtian raised his hand to halt them. He understood Xianjun Yu's intentions, to return to the Jie Sect and achieve a breakthrough. This was a request for him, as the master, to safeguard him. That rascal seeks my protection during his breakthrough. How audacious! No longer suppressing his cultivation, Xianjun Yu's immense spiritual power surged forth, elevating his realm continuously. The skies above Kunlun Mountain gradually darkened as tribulation clouds began to gather ominously. As the clouds formed, Laozi of the Taiji and Yuan Shi the Yuqing appeared almost instantly beside Tongtian. Elder brother, second brother, Tongtian greeted them in turn. Xianjun Yu, being the foremost disciple of Kunlun Mountain and their first junior from the time of quasi-saints, was not surprising them with his breakthrough to the great Luo golden immortal. Greetings to both of you! Spare the formalities. There's no need for excessive courtesy. Laozi waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted the Jie Sect disciples, preventing them from bowing further. In contrast, Yuan Shi paid no heed to the Jie Sect disciples. His gaze fixed solely on Xianjun Yu to break through to the great Luo in merely 10,000 years. Our Taoist lineage has a worthy successor. Splendid indeed. Laozi exclaimed thrice in joy, revealing his genuine happiness for Xianjun Yu's achievement. Had he not been languid for millennia, this breakthrough might have arrived even sooner, but being a late bloomer is not disappointing either, though Tongtian claimed no one was let down by Xianjun Yu's progress. There was a hint of pride in his tone. Breaking through to the great Luo is no simple feat. It typically takes tens of thousands of years, if not hundreds of thousands, with some even remaining stuck as Tai golden immortals for their entire lives. Yet, Xianjun Yu began his ascent to the great Luo in just 10,000 years, a testament to his extraordinary cultivation talent, undoubtedly the finest in the primordial realm. Even the three pure ones required tens of thousands of years to achieve their breakthroughs, making it evident that Xianjun Yu's aptitude and cultivation was not inferior to theirs, perhaps even surpassing it. Of course, this was merely the three pure ones' opinion. The true extent of Xianjun Yu's capabilities was known only to him. The three pure ones were manifestations of the primordial deity Pangu's primordial spirit. To claim that Xianjun Yu surpassed them in talent was absurd. Even Tao ancestor Hongjun would not dare to utter such words. If he possessed an external aid, could he even compare to Pangu with just his innate celestial energy? How shameless! Humph! As long as you understand the risks of misleading the young, if you were to cultivate under my guidance. While I cannot guarantee he would become a quasi-saint, mid-great Luo golden immortal is certainly within reach. Observing Tongtian's smug demeanor, Yuan Shi refrained from comparing his disciple, instead opting to pit himself against Tongtian. The implication was clear. Xianjun Yu's breakthrough to the great Luo was solely his own merit, with no connection to Tongtian whatsoever. Even if Tongtian had contributed a modicum of credit, he could not compare to Yuan Shi. If Xianjun Yu were under Yuan Shi's tutelage, he would undoubtedly fare better than under Tongtian's. Indeed, second brother is impressive. Tongtian cannot measure up to you. Tongtian replied, slightly disgruntled. The elder brother's formidable prowess had long established him as the strongest among the three. And with that, Tongtian had little to counter against Laozi. Yet, as for Yuan Shi, he was merely an annoyance, boasting only slightly superior cultivation. Their disparities were negligible, so what was there to be proud of? With the sword array of the extermination of immortals in hand, Tongtian could easily best several of Yuan Shi's ilk, and yet he remained arrogant, truly a disgrace. However, with the breakthrough of his eldest disciple, Yuan Shi had come to witness the protective ordeal, so he deemed it unnecessary to engage in any further disputes. Enough of this bickering. Focus your attention. It's beginning. Noticing that the two brothers were about to quarrel again, Laozi hastily intervened. In the center of the arena, Xianjun Yu diligently channeled the Supreme Clarity's great cave scripture, his 3 flowers gathering atop, 5 qi converging towards the origin, with the lotus of the primordial spirit blooming above his head. Simultaneously, the tribulation clouds in the sky fully coalesced. It's the 9 heavens thunder tribulation. Second brother, third brother, what do you think? How many petals will your lotus bloom? Laozi inquired of his 2 brothers. The 9 heavens thunder tribulation is the pinnacle of tribulations for breaking through to the great Luo, and it was the very same that the 3 pure ones faced. Contemplating the question posed by Laozi, Tongtian pondered briefly before stating, since it is the 9 heavens thunder tribulation, the lotus of the primordial spirit should at least bloom to the 7th grade. With 9 grades in total, the 7th grade was already considered quite exceptional. As for the rumored 12th grade, that was merely a legend. Beneath the great Tao, the lotus of the primordial spirit could only bloom to 9 grades. There was no such thing as exceeding the 9 extremes. 7th grade? Haha! Ignorance is bliss. Observing Yuer's talent, I would wager he will bloom to at least the 8th grade. Yuan Shi retorted, subtly belittling Tongtian. Hearing Yuan Shi's dismissal of his insight, Tongtian suppressed his displeasure for the sake of his eldest disciple. Following the exchange, Laozi shook his head slightly and remarked, 7th grade? 8th grade? Haha, in my view, Yuer undoubtedly possesses the potential to bloom to the 9th grade, with limitless prospects ahead, breaking through to the great Luo in less than 10,000 years. It is entirely normal for the lotus of the primordial spirit to reach the 9th grade. Were it not for the lack of a foundation for sanctification, I would even consider Xianjun Yu to possess the qualifications of a saint. 9th grade, with Yuer's talent, blooming to the 9th grade is indeed possible. Tongtian and Yuan Shi did not dispute Laozi's assertion. The 9th grade potential was indeed plausible. Their earlier claims of 7th or 8th grade were merely conservative estimates. At that moment, the tribulation clouds above unleashed their thunder. Boom! The 9 heavens thunder tribulation consisted of 9 bolts of thunder, each more powerful than the last. The first bolt struck Xianjun Yu, and while it was not particularly strong, he barely felt its impact. As the first bolt dissipated, the lotus of the primordial spirit bloomed to the 1st grade. Soon after, 3 additional bolts of thunder fell in quick succession, elevating the lotus to the 4th grade. At which point Xianjun Yu began to feel a tingling sensation. The tribulation continued. The thunder grew increasingly fierce, and the pain intensified. With a lotus blossoming to the 7th grade, Xianjun Yu sweated profusely from the agony coursing through his forehead. Good heavens! This pain is unbearable, striking in my very soul, as if it were being torn apart. Had I known it would be this excruciating, I would have relied on the system for a direct breakthrough to the great Luo. Regretting his decision, Xianjun Yu lamented the overwhelming intensity of the pain. If he faltered, he could perish at any moment. Though his breakthrough required enduring tribulations, the system would not subject him to such trials. It would facilitate his ascension naturally. Fortunately, the system had fortified his foundation, preventing any setbacks due to a weak basis. Enduring the soul-rending pain, bolstered by a solid foundation, Xianjun Yu successfully navigated the final 2 bolts of the thunder tribulation. With the lotus of the primordial spirit blooming to the 9th grade, as the tribulation clouds dissipated, Xianjun Yu had successfully ascended to the great Luo golden immortal realm, marking him as the first great Luo golden immortal of Kunlun Mountain. The bloom of the 9th grade was entirely expected. Laozi stroked his beard, observing Xianjun Yu's lotus bloom to the 9th grade with a satisfied expression, as if to say, I knew it would be so. Tongtian also nodded in approval. With the lotus blooming to the 9th grade, Xianjun Yu's future ascent to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood was essentially assured. Yuan Shi, however, felt a tinge of envy. Xianjun Yu was exceptional in every regard, save for the fact that he was not his disciple, a minor flaw in an otherwise perfect picture. Congratulations, Master Brother, on attaining the Great Luo. The disciples of the Jie Sect echoed their congratulations in unison. Xianjun Yu opened his eyes and rose, nodding to his fellow disciples. Then turning to the three esteemed masters and elders on the high platform, he performed a respectful bow. Disciple Xianjun Yu, pay my respects to Master Uncle. Second Master Uncle and Master. In a display of respect for hierarchy, Xianjun Yu ranked Laozi first. Seeing Xianjun Yu's successful breakthrough, he first offered his respects to them. The three elders nodded in satisfaction. Propriety must not be neglected, and they were pleased with his courtesy. There's no need for excessive formalities. Today, as you break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, do not become arrogant or complacent. Remember, there is no pinnacle in cultivation. Strive to attain this saintly position as soon as possible. Laozi spoke softly, indicating that the sage he referred to was not the innate sage fruit position, but rather the quasi-saint fruit position. After all, with the word sage involved, it would not be surprising to mention a saintly rank. As your esteemed master, I urge you, my disciple, to diligently cultivate and strive to attain the saintly position at the earliest opportunity. Xianjun Yu bowed again. His understanding of quasi-saint differed from that of his master. While his master spoke of saintly position, he referred to the true sage fruit position, with the system in place. He was filled with absolute confidence in breaking through to the sage realm. Your master has expressed everything I wish to convey. Remember, you are to maintain your original intention. Avoid mingling with certain individuals, and do not succumb to laziness. The quasi-saint status is within your grasp. Yes, Second Master. The words of Second Master Yuanshi held little substance. They merely advised against laziness. The so-called mingling referred to the demon cultivators within the Jie Sect, with whom he ought not to associate. The foremost disciple of the Jie Sect. His cultivations returned from the system also relied on his junior brothers and sisters that Yuanshi's remarks were of no use to him. Given his status as the foremost disciple, abandoning the Jie Sect disciples was out of the question, especially with the system aiding him. After exchanging a few words with Xianjun Yu, Laozi and Yuanshi instantly vanished. Disciple bids farewell to Master and Second Master. Once the two masters departed, he turned his gaze towards his revered teacher, Tongtian. Disciple, I am grateful for your protection. He respectfully bowed to his teacher. To be honest, he felt uneasy about breaking through to the Luo in Second Master Yuanshi's domain. Who knew if Yuanshi would make things difficult for him? If any issues arose with the foundation of the Luo, it would truly be disastrous. Although the likelihood of Yuanshi causing him trouble was less than 50%, there remained the chance of unforeseen circumstances. Compared to his master, he placed greater trust in Tongtian. Despite Tongtian's stern demeanor, he would never wish him harm. I dare not accept your gratitude. What significance do you possess? Even to break through a mere Luo Golden Immortal requires the protection of a sage. When you attempt to reach the quasi-saint realm, shall I summon the entirety of the Honghuang realm to guard you? Spare me your thanks. If you refrain from causing trouble, that would suffice. After their exchange, Tongtian turned away with a serious expression. Yet as he did so, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, unseen by anyone. Among the three teachings, his disciple was the first to break through to the Luo Golden Immortal, surpassing both of his elder brothers, which brought Tongtian great satisfaction. This also indirectly confirmed that he had indeed surpassed his two brothers in terms of both fortune and discernment. Congratulations, senior brother, on attaining the Luo. With the three sages gone, the disciples of the Jie Sect once again congratulated their senior brother. Standing upon the high platform, Xianjun Yu gazed at the increasing number of junior brothers and sisters, feeling less jubilant and more anxious. Given the circumstances surrounding Second Master Yuanshi and his teacher today, the relationship had become somewhat delicate. It was evident that the turmoil caused within Kunlun Mountain over the past 2,000 years had been discovered by Second Master. If this continued, leaving Kunlun Mountain would be inevitable, and Xianjun Yu would undoubtedly feel reluctant to part with his first home. It held too many of his memories. What is there to celebrate? Everyone disperse, return, and cultivate diligently. With a hint of displeasure, Xianjun Yu retreated into his teacher's domain. Noticing his senior brother's apparent discontent, The others wore puzzled expressions. Ultimately, they concluded with the same phrase. Senior brother's temperament is indeed peculiar and ever-changing. Duo Bao and the others paid it no mind. Since their senior brother had broken through to the Luo, they, as his direct disciples, could not lag behind too much. Thus, they promptly returned to their secluded training. Within the domain, Xianjun Yu made his way to his teacher's library, where he had previously discovered the Lanxing sword techniques. The sage's library was not to be entered casually without the sage's permission, including by disciples of the Jie Sect, except for Xianjun Yu, of course. Within were various martial skills, cultivation techniques, body-refining arts, and magical spells, all of which he had extensively copied and transcribed at AS for his motives behind the copies. Only he was privy to that information. Upon reaching the library, Xianjun Yu did not forget that he still had the cultivation return from the system awaiting him. "Come on, Brother Tongzi, grant me my cultivation return." Instantly, the system's notification chimes resonated in succession. Ding! Jinling's cultivation has broken through to the late stage of Tai, celestial immortal. Ding! Wudong's cultivation has broken through to the mid-stage of Tai, celestial immortal. Ding! Duobao's cultivation has broken through to the mid-stage of Tai, celestial immortal. Ding! Guiling's cultivation has broken through to the early stage of Tai, celestial immortal. The random multiplier returned the host cultivation to the early stage of the Luo, golden immortal. 7 levels of cultivation. All 4 of Jie Sect's direct disciples had broken through to the Tai realm, with Duo Bao even catching up to Jinling. 7 levels of early De Luo, golden immortal. Enhancing 6 levels of minor cultivation was quite commendable. Feeling the cultivation within him, Xianjun Yu felt no dissatisfaction. Though 6 levels of minor cultivation might seem modest, it was substantial compared to the other disciples in the sect. The gap between De Luo, golden immortal, and Tai realm was immense. While the cultivation improvements of the other disciples resembled a small stream, he was akin to a vast ocean, with such a significant disparity. Attaining a 6-level enhancement in cultivation was impressive. The system's random multiplier was already quite high to it appeared that, for the foreseeable future, significant leaps in cultivation would be unlikely. Nonetheless, it was still faster than cultivating on his own. Comparatively, he felt no anxiety. As long as his junior brothers and sisters improved their cultivation, his return of cultivation would not be insignificant. That it merely required a bit more time. After receiving the system's cultivation return, Xianjun Yu wandered within the library. Alchemy techniques. Let me see where the jade slips on alchemy are. The interior of the library resembled a towering structure, with multiple layers making it quite vast. Finding specific items was no simple task. Xianjun Yu floated through layer after layer and searched. He had enough knowledge of weapon crafting, and he intended to delve into alchemy. Originally, he had planned to seek instruction from his master Laozi directly. However, following the previous incident, his teacher Tongtian had mentioned that he too had some knowledge in this area, so Xianjun Yu decided to self-study within the sect for the time being. Once he grasped the fundamentals, he would then seek his master's guidance, which would surely expedite his learning. After gathering a substantial number of jade slips regarding alchemy, Xianjun Yu began his studies, adhering to the same principle as before: comprehend the theoretical knowledge before practicing. Initially, he had thought that, like weapon crafting, he would grasp it within 100 years, but Xianjun Yu soon realized he was mistaken. Understanding the properties of spiritual materials, whether they belong to fire or water, how to combine them, the appropriate quantities, when to apply high heat versus low heat, none of it could be taken lightly. This was exponentially more complicated than weapon crafting, that if the difficulty and complexity of weapon crafting were rated at 5, then alchemy would be rated at 15, thrice as troublesome. Xianjun Yu spent a full 300 years completing the foundational theoretical knowledge. With the foundational theoretical knowledge in place, he requested an alchemy furnace from the Water and Fire Boys and began alchemy within his teacher's domain. Bang, 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 damn! Why did the furnace explode again? What went wrong this time? Xianjun Yu reviewed the book in his hands. He had successfully mastered the creation of pills below the 7th grade, although they were not of the highest quality. They reached the mid-grade. However, upon attempting to refine 8th grade pills, he faced frequent furnace explosions, leaving him bewildered. The recipe, quantities, and heat control were all correct. Why did it still explode? Where could the error lie? Once more, I refuse to believe I cannot identify the issue. Bang, bang, continuing the trial and error. The entire domain echoed with explosive sounds, reminiscent of a festive celebration. After several days of this, Tongtian could no longer contain himself. What on earth is this rascal doing? It's just alchemy. Why is there such a commotion? It has been days. His tranquil meditation had been completely disrupted by this fellow. Consequently, Tongtian made his way to the alchemy room. Kicking the door open with a forceful kick, he bellowed angrily, "Xianjun Yu, you impudent boy! What are you doing? Is it never-ending?" Before he could finish his sentence, Tongtian was taken aback by the sight of the alchemy room shrouded in smoke. Visibility was nearly zeroed. This my pristine alchemy room. It's all black and smoky. Where's the once clean and tidy appearance? Waving his hand to disperse the black smoke, he observed Xianjun Yu, who looked like a piece of charcoal, and was left utterly speechless. While he knew he was refining pills, one might mistakenly think he was developing some powerful spirit weapon. "Oh, teacher, why have you come?" "Disciple pays respects to you, master." Setting aside the jade slip in his hand, Xianjun Yu hastily rose to his feet, cupping his small black hands in a gesture of respect. He glanced at his soot-covered self, and then at the discarded Dan furnace beside him. And Tongtian's entire countenance darkened. Oh, his spiritual materials could be forgiven, but now he was ridiculed for his Dan furnace as well. What kind of alchemy is this? It was clearly mockery. Tongtian opened the Dan furnace, peering at the dark, clumped substances within, and immediately recognized the issue. He turned to Xianjun Yu and exclaimed, "Are you not aware that for Dan pills of the 8th grade and above, ordinary flames can no longer suffice for the integration of medicinal powers? You are mocking my spiritual materials and Dan furnace on purpose, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu's expression shifted to one of confusion. 8th grade Dan pills cannot be refined with standard flames, but the jade slip made no mention of such a stipulation. Picking up the jade slip, Xianjun Yu perused it once more, still failing to find any such indication. He could recite the contents of this jade slip by heart, and was certain that there was no mention of this point. If there had been, he would not have overlooked it. Noticing his bewilderment, Tongtian snatched the jade slip from him and pointed at the text, declaring, "If it's not stated, then what is this? You're not even diligent in examining the jade slip and are making excuses. If you don't understand such common knowledge, how can you even attempt alchemy?" On the lower right corner of the back of the jade slip, there is a line of small text indicating that ordinary flames cannot be used to refine Dan pills of the 8th grade and above. Observing this crucial note on the back, Xianjun Yu was rendered speechless. Such an important detail was inscribed on the back of the jade slip. Indeed, the person who wrote it must have been deranged. Any rational individual would not commit such an oversight. Written on the back, and in such tiny script, who could possibly see it? Xianjun Yu muttered softly. Although Xianjun Yu spoke in hushed tones, Tongtian's keen hearing caught every word. "If you didn't see it, you have no one to blame but yourself, without a master to guide you. Your alchemy is utterly chaotic. There is hardly a decent Dan pill among the few you possess." Opening a jar filled with Dan pills, he observed that it contained mostly mid-grade pills, with only a scant few being of the highest quality, and even those were of a low tier. Tongtian shook his head in resignation. This was the consequence of lacking a competent master. However, Xianjun Yu had indeed demonstrated remarkable talent, managing to independently refine to the 7th grade. "As your master, I have a smattering of knowledge in alchemy from accompanying your grandmaster. For now, you shall study under me, and once you have grasped the essentials, you may seek your grandmaster for further instruction," Tongtian stated calmly. Since Xianjun Yu had shown an interest in alchemy and possessed some aptitude, Tongtian was more than willing to assist him. Xianjun Yu did not decline this proposal. After all, he wished to self-study for a while before seeking his grandmaster's guidance, since his master claimed some understanding of alchemy. It would be beneficial to learn from him first. "Yes, thank you, master, for your guidance." Thus, the master and disciple remained in the alchemy chamber, one teaching and the other learning, while the water and fire boy continuously gathered spiritual materials. It was undeniable that with guidance, Xianjun Yu's success rate in refining Dan pills increased significantly, and the output of top-tier spiritual Dan pills grew steadily, of course. This was also due to Tongtian imparting to him the 6th Ding divine fire, an invaluable alchemical flame. This period of study lasted a full decade. Xianjun Yu progressed from only being able to refine 7th-grade Dan pills to now being capable of producing 4th transformation golden Dan pills. The grades of ordinary Dan pills range from 1st to 9th, while the next tier of golden Dan pills is categorized into 1st to 9th transformations. 1st to 9th grade represents mere ordinary Dan pills, while the transformations signify true divine pills. In just over a decade, Xianjun Yu could refine 4th transformation golden Dan pills, showcasing his exceptional talent for alchemy, compared to the thousands of years he spent on weapon forging. He achieved this in merely a few hundred years. Indeed, hard work pales in comparison to innate talent. Xianjun Yu was confident that he could refine 9th transformation golden Dan pills in no more than 1,000 years. Your 4th transformation golden Dan pills are my limit. I can no longer teach you beyond this point. It's time you sought your grandmaster. Tongtian remarked with a hint of resignation that it was undeniable that his disciple possessed extraordinary talent in alchemy, mastering his teachings in a mere decade, leaving him with little left to impart. Sometimes having an exceptionally gifted disciple could be quite the burden. Understood. I am grateful for Master's guidance over the years. Xianjun Yu bowed respectfully to Tongtian, and no need for such formality. You possess this innate talent, and I have merely facilitated your growth. Prepare yourself, and go seek your grandmaster, Tongtian replied before vanishing from the alchemy chamber in an instant. Truth be told, he had initially harbored concerns upon witnessing his disciple dabbling in both weapon forging and alchemy. After all, one's focus is limited, and attempting to juggle so many pursuits could prove exceedingly challenging. However, seeing that his disciple's progress and cultivation had not faltered and that he genuinely exhibited talent in alchemy, he felt entirely at ease. As for Xianjun Yu, he did not rush to leave at once. First, he refined an innate spiritual treasure Dan furnace and gathered a batch of spiritual materials. After reorganizing his master's alchemy chamber, he finally departed for his grandmaster, Tongtian Jiaozhu's abode. At Tongtian Jiaozhu's residence, Xianjun Yu announced, "Disciple Xianjun Yu seeks an audience with my grandmaster." As his words fell, Xuandu emerged from within. "Greetings, senior brother. Congratulations on achieving the Tao of the Luo." "Junior brother, there's no need for such formality. My breakthrough to the Luo was merely fortuitous." Senior brother need not be so humble. Please come in." The two entered amidst laughter and conversation. Point one was the first disciple of Kunlun Mountain, while the other was the second. Their camaraderie was quite good. In contrast, with the third disciple from Nanji, there always seemed to be some distance, unlike the ease they shared. Pouring a cup of warm tea for his senior brother and presenting some snacks, Xuandu inquired, "Senior brother, you are not one to visit without reason. May I know what brings you here to seek our master?" Xuandu spoke with a degree of subtlety that, of course, he could listen to matters that were appropriate to share. But anything deemed confidential was beyond his interest, regardless of curiosity. That was simply his character. Of course, it's nothing shameful. Recently, I have developed an interest in alchemy, and I came to seek my grandmaster's guidance on the subject. Xianjun Yu explained casually while sipping his tea. Initially, he had anticipated that seeking his grandmaster for alchemy might distract him, causing Xuandu to feel displeased. However, Xuandu's reaction exceeded his expectations entirely. Learning alchemy. How wonderful. This is excellent news. Upon hearing that his senior brother Xianjun Yu wished to study alchemy, Xuandu's face broke into a radiant smile, revealing his delight in the teachings of their sage master. Xuandu was the sole disciple. The philosophy adhered to by their master was that of Tao above, non-action. Although he did not oppose it, it could become somewhat monotonous. Being the only one on the path of learning left him filled with uncertainty, wondering if he was progressing quickly or slowly, and whether his master was satisfied with him. Now that his senior brother had arrived, he no longer felt solitary in his pursuit of knowledge, and they could mutually advance. A truly fortunate development. "Xuandu, are you all right? Why are you so excited?" Xianjun Yu observed Xuandu's exuberance, utterly perplexed. "What is going on with Xuandu? Shouldn't he be wary of me? Why is he so thrilled?" Xianjun Yu pondered, suspecting that perhaps the solitude of his cultivation had driven Xuandu to a state of mental disarray. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Their grandmaster, who adhered to the principle of non-action, remained perpetually calm, exuding neither joy nor sorrow. Facing him alone in this vast emptiness for too long could indeed drive one to madness. Oh, poor Xuandu. Ha ha! Senior brother's presence brings joy to me as well. Come, let me take you to meet our master. Disregarding the tea, Xuandu eagerly pulled Xianjun Yu along to meet their master. Xianjun Yu could only smile wryly at the situation. Feeling so ecstatic just to have me as company. What a pitiful junior brother. Upon arriving at a chamber, Xuandu bowed and announced, Master, disciple Xuandu brings Xianjun Yu, disciple of Tongtian, to seek an audience. Come in. The voice of Laozi resonated from within, and the door swung open. Both Xuandu and Xianjun Yu stepped inside without hesitation. Disciple Xianjun Yu pays respects to my grandmaster. Upon meeting Laozi, Xianjun Yu bowed in reverence. You err. No need for excessive formalities. What brings you here today? Laozi inquired with a calm demeanor. Regarding the intentions of Xianjun Yu, Laozi did not attempt to deduce them. After all, he was not Yuanshi, who insisted on adhering to the rigid ways of saints, which seemed utterly futile. Master, I wish to learn the art of alchemy from you, Xianjun Yu said, his heart racing with trepidation. Should he be met with refusal, he would be at a loss as to where to seek guidance. Upon hearing this, Laozi was momentarily taken aback. However, he maintained a stoic expression and inquired, to study alchemy under my tutelage. As far as I know, you have already dabbled in the craft of artifact refinement. Why then pursue alchemy? Are you not aware that one cannot digest too much at once? Laozi was not outright rejecting Xianjun Yu. He merely believed that a plethora of knowledge could lead to confusion. Each individual has their own suitable path. It is not necessarily advantageous to possess an abundance of skills. Too many abilities might obscure one's true path. I understand that one cannot bite off more than they can chew. Yet my interest in alchemy is genuine. Under my master's guidance, I have already managed to refine a 4-turn golden elixir, Xianjun Yu explained slowly. Hoping Laozi would not turn him away, he revealed that he was capable of refining golden elixirs. And he had a system that expedited his cultivation time, enabling him to fully digest the knowledge rather than being overwhelmed by a 4-turn golden elixir. Upon hearing that his senior brother could refine such a potion, Xuandu gasped in astonishment. He had been following Master Laozi for thousands of years and had only achieved the ability to refine a 1-turn golden elixir, which he regarded as a commendable feat. It was astonishing that his senior brother, an outer disciple, could refine golden elixirs. Did this imply that his senior brother was more gifted in alchemy than he? Laozi cast a glance at Xuandu, who immediately apologized to his master, bowing in respect, and promptly fell silent. After sizing up Xuandu, Laozi turned his attention back to Xianjun Yu, equally astonished. As far as he was aware, Xianjun Yu had never engaged in the study of alchemy. At least when he sought Yuanshi for artifact refinement, he had not practiced alchemy. This meant that he had mastered alchemy in just a few hundred years and could refine a 4-turn golden elixir, which suggested he truly possessed a talent for it. The thought of deceit never crossed Laozi's mind. Xianjun Yu would not lie to him, and no one dared to do so in his presence. To refine a 4-turn golden elixir, this does not seem to stem from mere ambition. However, words alone do not suffice. Demonstrate your ability to refine a 4-turn heavenly origin golden elixir, Laozi commanded, gesturing towards the nearby alchemical furnace and spiritual materials. In his heart, he had already agreed to teach Xianjun Yu, but he wished to observe his alchemical process first. Very well. I shall now present my humble attempt. With that, Xianjun Yu stepped forward to select the spiritual materials for the alchemical process. Xuandu watched intently, eager to see if his senior brother could truly refine a 4-turn golden elixir. However, upon observing Xianjun Yu's techniques, he felt a sense of familiarity. Laozi scrutinized Xianjun Yu's methods and steps, a slight smile gracing his lips before he quickly composed himself. Every alchemist possesses their distinctive techniques. While the steps may be similar, the methods are unique to the individual, shaped by their habits. An alchemist's techniques are often influenced by the first teacher they encounter, and the initial mentor's methods remain imprinted in their very being, even if they change mentors and develop their own style. Traces of their first teacher's influence linger. The fact that Xianjun Yu's methods bore such resemblance to his own left Laozi somewhat astonished. Yet he refrained from inquiring immediately, with the assistance of the six-dang divine fire. After a day of patient waiting, the four-turn heavenly origin golden elixir was successfully completed. The elixir is ready, Master. Please take a look. Xianjun Yu presented the four-turn heavenly origin elixir before Laozi, who was equally taken aback. Xuandu stood in stunned silence, astonished that his senior brother had indeed managed to refine a four-turn golden elixir. He began to question whether his master's indifference towards him stemmed from his own lack of talent in alchemy. Although he knew deep down that it could not be the case, Laozi, stroking his beard, nodded in approval as he examined the mid-grade four-turn heavenly origin golden elixir. Quite impressive. You have indeed managed to refine a four-turn golden elixir. Though there are a few minor issues, Yu possesses a true talent for alchemy. Recognizing Xianjun Yu's potential, he readily agreed to teach him. Relieved, Xianjun Yu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Meanwhile, Xuandu, having regained his composure from the shock, felt no resentment towards his senior brother's superior talent. Instead, he was filled with joy at the prospect of having a rival to challenge him, which would foster his own growth, and he longed to witness the rise of a genius in alchemy. There is no need for excessive gratitude. Your learning will depend on your own efforts. Without talent, no amount of teaching will suffice. By the way, I noticed a certain familiarity in your alchemical techniques. Did you truly learn from your master, Tongtian? Laozi finally posed the question that had been on his mind. Xuandu perked up, eager to hear the response. Initially, he thought the sense of familiarity was merely his imagination. But Laozi's observation confirmed that it was not that. It seemed that both he and his master had encountered this technique somewhere before. Uncertain as to why Laozi would pose such a question, Xianjun Yu explained, Indeed, I learned this alchemical method from my master, but I only began my studies when refining 8-rank elixirs. Previously, I had been practicing while referencing the jade slips, which documented various issues and solutions. Laozi, intrigued, inquired, You have jade slips with you? If so, please show them to me. While he had an inkling of what Xianjun Yu was implying, he wished to see the jade slips to confirm his suspicions. Oh, I have them, Master. Here they are, Xianjun Yu exclaimed, producing the jade slips that had served as his introduction to alchemy. Upon examining the jade slips, Laozi was both surprised and amused, a smile gracing his lips. Aha! I knew it. These jade slips are not from another. They're my own writings, meaning you have been following my methods in your alchemical practice. These were records he had penned throughout his journey of mastering alchemy. To his astonishment, over the years, his third disciple had cherished these slips as treasures. Ah, my third disciple, your reverence for these humble notes truly touches my heart. Seeing a rare smile appear on his usually stoic master's face, Xuandu stepped forward to examine a slip. Upon recognizing the contents, he finally understood why Xianjun Yu's techniques felt so familiar. That's it. I suspected as much. No wonder it felt so familiar. You have been studying from Master's alchemical jade slips all along. The handwriting and content were unmistakably the same, and Xuandu quickly realized the connection to Master's jade slips, the one stored in the library. Xianjun Yu echoed, somewhat astonished. However, upon reflection, it did not seem entirely unfathomable. The three teachings were originally one family, and after their transformations, they had remained together as true brothers. Master Laozi's alchemical skills were unparalleled. To claim second place would be an affront to his prowess, and Tongtian's abilities were indeed inferior in this regard. Regardless of familial bonds or other considerations, it was entirely reasonable for him to possess these alchemical texts. At that moment, it became clear that since he had been practicing alchemy according to Master Laozi's methods, Laozi was indeed his true mentor in this art. The connection was indeed remarkable, with the ability to refine a 4-turn golden elixir. Learning would become significantly less arduous. Henceforth you shall study alongside Xuandu under my guidance. Without excessive explanation, I readily accepted the opportunity to learn from Xianjun Yu. The fact that he could concoct a 4th-turn golden elixir in such a brief period highlights his remarkable talent in alchemy. And I certainly do not wish to miss the chance to learn from such a gifted individual. Yes, thank you, Master Uncle. Upon hearing the affirmative response from Master Uncle, Xianjun Yu was filled with immense joy. The path of alchemy is not akin to that of artifact crafting. Once one learns the basics, progress can be made gradually. Alchemy necessitates the guidance of a formidable teacher. Otherwise, it becomes exceedingly difficult to enhance one's skills. Achieving the 4th turn level in alchemy may be impressive for an ordinary cultivator, but for Xianjun Yu, it is utterly insufficient. Senior brother Xianjun Yu's ability to learn from the master brings great joy to Xuandu, as he finally has someone to accompany him. Thus, Xianjun Yu remained with Laozi to commence his studies. Laozi is a renowned master of alchemy, and his own skills are continuously advancing. 100 years for the 5th turn, 200 years for the 6th, and 300 years for the 7th, nearly achieving a new turn every century. Originally delighted, Xuandu soon found himself in despair, as he had yet to progress from the 1st to the 2nd turn after several hundred years. He finally realized that his talent in alchemy was not as exceptional as he had believed. The transition from the 7th to the 8th turn took Xianjun Yu a mere 400 years, while during the shift from the 8th to the 9th turn, only Laozi and Xianjun Yu remained. Xuandu had long since fallen behind and withdrawn from the endeavor. The passage of a millennium saw the rivalry between the teachings of Chan and Jie come to fruition. One day, after finishing his alchemical practice and preparing to rest, Xuandu approached him, visibly agitated. "Senior brother, something terrible has happened. What troubles you, Xuandu?" Xianjun Yu responded, opening the door to find his flustered junior brother, perplexed by his demeanor. The disciples of the sage should not display such impatience. The sky is not falling. Even if it were, the sages would still be there to support us. So what is there to fear? Senior brother, something terrible has happened. Why are you so calm? Deeply inhaling, Xuandu looked at his senior brother with confusion that if such a situation had arisen for him, he would certainly struggle to maintain composure. If I were not calm, would I be running around in a panic? Besides, you haven't even explained what this terrible thing is, Xianjun Yu replied, equally bemused. You keep shouting about something terrible without providing any details. What do you expect me to do if I remain calm? You've been so focused on alchemy with the master that you might not even be aware of the current situation. Over the past few centuries, conflicts between the disciples of Chan and Jie had been frequent, and today another clash had erupted. I heard that Dao Bao and the others had joined in, and it escalated to physical confrontation. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu gasped in shock. What the hell? Those scoundrels! Initially, he had not been overly concerned about the conflicts between the disciples of Chan and Jie, considering their rivalry to be a natural occurrence. However, upon learning that Dao Bao and the other direct disciples had also engaged in the fray, he wasted no time and took to the skies. Departing from a human teachings, it was not that he was calm, but rather that he was unaware of the gravity of the situation. Watching his senior brother vanish into the distance, Xuandu could only manage a wry smile. He had no intention of involving himself in the matters of Chan and Jie. Meanwhile, as Xianjun Yu soared toward the conflict, his heart swelled with concern. He understood that these millennia would not pass without turmoil, but he had not anticipated such a degree of unrest. A mere verbal altercation was to be expected, but an outright brawl was an entirely different matter. Damn it, it's clear that the trouble was instigated by those fellows from the Jie Sect under the influence of the second master uncle. If I were to depart from Kunlun Mountain, just wait and see how I would deal with you all. The disciples of Jie, under his strict supervision, would never cause such chaos. Xianjun Yu surmised that the root of the issue undoubtedly lay with the 12 golden immortals. Sensing the disturbance of spiritual energy, Xianjun Yu flew with all his might toward the source. The eldest disciple of the Jie Sect, upon sensing Xianjun Yu's approach, shook his head helplessly and made his way toward the fray. To be honest, he had no desire to be involved, but with the first disciple of Jie present, he could not afford to feign ignorance as Xianjun Yu neared the site of the clash. He witnessed Dao Bao engaged in a one-on-one battle against Chijingzi and Tai, seemingly overpowering both opponents on the ground. Jinling and the others faced off against several of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun Mountain, with the only surprising absence being Yun Changzi. Cease this madness at once, Xianjun Yu declared, emanating the aura of a great Luo golden immortal as he descended into the midst of the confrontation between the Chan and Jie disciples. Master brother, senior brother. Upon his arrival, the disciples of both sects greeted him respectfully, and even the three combatants suspended their duel in the air. Why do you remain aloft? Do you wish for me to personally bring you down? Xianjun Yu exclaimed, his expression reflecting his displeasure at the trio's reluctance to descend. These three rascals had the audacity to ignore him even upon his arrival. Their audacity was growing increasingly brazen. They clearly no longer regarded him with the respect he deserved. His reprimand. Dao Bao, Chijingzi, and Tai reluctantly descended to the ground. "Greetings, Master Brother. Master Brother, they are two." Dao Bao began to voice his grievance, but was promptly interrupted by Xianjun Yu. "Silence, did I ask for your input? As the second senior brother of Jie, leading your junior disciples into a brawl is utterly unacceptable. This is sheer folly, but Master Brother, they were the ones," Dao Bao attempted to explain. But upon meeting Xianjun Yu's warning gaze, he swallowed his words and promptly admitted his fault. Seeing Dao Bao fall silent, Xianjun Yu felt a measure of satisfaction, observing the injuries on Shijingzi and Tai while Dao Bao remained unscathed. He felt a mix of anger and slight satisfaction. To be able to hold his own against two of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun Mountain speaks volumes of Dao Bao's prowess, which has always surpassed that of the other two. Should he have been beaten, it would have been an utter disgrace. Glancing at the disciples of both sects, Xianjun Yu continued, "While minor disputes may be overlooked, to gather here and resort to violence is intolerable. Do you hold no reverence for the sages? If you believe your cultivation is sufficient, feel free to challenge me anytime. There is no need to act so high and mighty here. Remember, this is the sacred ground of the sages, not a place for your antics." His reprimand carried a deeper implication. There was no need for the disciples to pretend to be superior to one another. As they were all disciples of the sages, should anyone feel overly proud, they could challenge him to see if he would spare them. Faced with Xianjun Yu's admonishment, the crowd fell silent, heads bowed in deference. Had it been anyone else, they might have dared to retort, but in the presence of Xianjun Yu, it was wiser to remain quiet. Not only was he of high cultivation, but he was also favored by the three sages. Opposing him would be foolhardy to that moment. Nanji arrived, slowly stepping forward. "Greetings, Master Brother," he said, offering a simple salutation without delving into further details. "Nanji, you arrived just in time. How do you propose we resolve this?" Xianjun Yu inquired nonchalantly. Nanji, clearly aware of the ongoing situation, yet choosing to remain uninvolved, was clearly attempting to evade the issue. However, with the matter escalated to this point, it was impossible to avoid any longer. Xianjun Yu decided to place the responsibility of resolution upon Nanji, curious as to how the eldest disciple of the Chan sect would handle the situation. "This matter is entirely at your discretion." "Master Brother. I will follow your lead." Nanji returned the question. Originally, he had no intention of becoming entangled in this affair. He preferred to let the first disciple of Kunlun Mountain handle it. "Since you're following my lead, let us conclude this issue here, shall we?" Xianjun Yu suggested, turning his gaze toward Nanji. Nanji appeared to communicate a sentiment that Xianjun Yu was free to make the decision, advising him not to seek his input. Upon seeing this, Xianjun Yu silently cursed, truly cunning. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, it seemed that he was indeed the most suitable to handle the situation, as he had connections with all three teachings of Kunlun Mountain. However, just as he prepared to quell the turmoil, two inner disciples of Jie who had been beaten jumped forth. "This is unacceptable. Master Brother cannot simply let them off the hook." "Indeed, Master Brother, this cannot stand. They look down upon us and have spoken insultingly. They initiated the violence and must not be allowed to escape so easily." Upon hearing these words, Qi Jingzi arrogantly tilted his head aside. He had previously declared that the disciples of the Jie Sect were nothing but lowly beasts, unworthy of residing on Kunlun Mountain. It was he who had instigated the first act of violence. There was nothing more to explain as for Tai Yi. While he too looked down upon these spirit creatures, he did not openly express his disdain. He merely assisted his senior in dealing with Duo Bao. He presented himself with an air of complete indifference. However, upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu's countenance darkened considerably. He was aware that the inner disciples had been wronged, yet this moment was not suitable for escalating conflict. Knowing was one thing, but voicing it was another matter altogether, putting him in a precarious position. These two fellows were nothing short of incompetent allies. At this juncture, Nanji realized he had to intervene. Who knew whether Xianjun Yu might act against the Jie Sect disciples? Senior brother, Qi Jingzi has spoken disrespectfully. I will report this matter to our master for resolution. Reporting to the second master Yuan Shi was clearly an attempt to prevent him from taking action against Qi Jingzi. Would the second master truly handle his 12 immortals? That was utterly impossible. Simply refraining from applauding would be a commendation in itself, let alone dealing with Qi Jingzi. Nevertheless, since the sage was invoked, Xianjun Yu felt it inappropriate to say much more to as for the affairs of the Jie Sect disciples. I, as a Jie Sect disciple, shall not interfere. Let Master Yuan Shi manage it himself. With that, Xianjun Yu turned to the two inner disciples and declared, what happens with the Jie Sect is beyond my purview, but I can certainly manage the Jie Sect disciples. You two have instigated discord between the two sects and have caused a scene on the sacred mountain of the sages. If you are not punished, it would be a grave injustice. With that, Xianjun Yu flicked his wrist, unleashing two beams of celestial energy that instantly sent the two flying. Bang! Bang! With a splatter, they crashed into a massive boulder, spewing blood and promptly losing consciousness. Witnessing this, the disciples of both sects felt their pupils constrict. Xianjun Yu's response was shockingly severe. Qi Jingzi, upon seeing this, became utterly flustered. He could not withstand the assault of a great Luo golden immortal, and the fate of those two was likely to be his OWNAT that moment. He truly feared Xianjun Yu might turn his wrath upon him. However, Xianjun Yu did not spare a glance at the Jie Sect disciples. Instead, he addressed the Jie Sect disciples, stating, this time, it is merely a slight reprimand. Should there be a next time, it will not be so simple. I hope this is both the first and the last occurrence. Of course, we do not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. If anyone dares to speak disrespectfully again, they may come to me, and I shall personally tear their mouths apart. He was well aware of the grievances faced by his junior disciples. Punishing his juniors was also a warning to the Jie Sect disciples. Mind your own affairs, and do not overreach. Refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for being heavy-handed. While he could overlook this incident, the next might not be so easily dismissed. Yes, senior brother, the Jie Sect disciples complied, bowing respectfully. The mere fact that their senior brother stood up for them was more than sufficient, even if it meant facing consequences in the future. The Jie Sect disciples, upon hearing these words, furrowed their brows, silently contemplating avoiding any future provocations against Xianjun Yu, lest they find themselves in a precarious situation. If you understand, then be gone. Stay indoors unless necessary. Do not obstruct others' paths. Return to your cultivation, with Xianjun Yu's command. The inner disciples carried the unconscious pair away, leaving only the four closest disciples of Duo bow behind. The Jie Sect disciples, feeling embarrassed by the turn of events, stood awkwardly in place, unsure whether to leave or stay. Brothers, I bid you farewell. May there not be a repeat of such incidents. Yes, senior brother, travel safely. Having said that, Xianjun Yu departed with Duo Bao and the others. Once Xianjun Yu had left, Nanji finally spoke up once more. A group of unrefined individuals, clad in fur and bearing horns. One wonders why Uncle Tongtian would take in such characters. Senior brother Junyu is far too protective of them. Qi Jingzi continued to mutter curses under his breath. Meanwhile, Huang Long remained silently in a corner, a member of the Dragon Clan, which also fell under the category of these unrefined beings. Qi Jingzi had even insulted him. However, not favored by Master Yuan Shi. He chose to remain silent, merely observing from the sidelines. At this moment, Nanji could no longer hold his tongue. Junior brother, enough. You openly insult the Jie Sect disciples and even resort to violence. Do you not realize the magnitude of the trouble you have caused? Had I not been here representing our master today, do you think Xianjun Yu would have let you off so easily? Do not act so shamelessly. Faced with a reprimand from his senior brother, Qi Jingzi had no retort. That on one side was the master of the Jie Sect, while on the other was the master of the Jie Sect. He could not afford to offend either. Yet, he remained obstinate, unwilling to accept the chastisement. Observing Qi Jingzi's defiance, Nanji sighed inwardly, lamenting how indulgent their master was with such individuals. Humph. You may not be aware that our master once promised Xianjun Yu the position of deputy master of the Jie Sect, only to have it declined. Do you understand what this implies? It means that should you be killed today, our master would not utter a word in your defense. Qi Jingzi, do not be so arrogant. With that, Nanji flicked his wrist and departed. These junior disciples were so full of themselves that it was only a matter of time before trouble arose. He had already given enough warnings. Should anything happen in the future, he would not be held accountable for not forewarning them. Deputy Master, Qi Jingzi was drenched in cold sweat. It was the first time he had heard such news. Reflecting on his earlier arrogant demeanor, he felt a wave of trepidation. Had Xianjun Yu truly decided to act, he would have likely met a tragic fate. The other golden immortals, upon hearing this, also furrowed their brows, silently reminding themselves to tread carefully in their dealings with Xianjun Yu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Duo Bao remained perplexed throughout the journey. Why did senior brother, despite his formidable cultivation, choose to back down? Previously, he had refrained from speaking up after being reprimanded by senior brother. Immediately, he exchanged glances with senior sister Jinling, who held considerable influence with senior brother. It was most fitting for her to speak up. This exchange of glances did not escape Xianjun Yu's notice. Leaving him momentarily speechless, It seemed Duo Bao was aware that he only responded favorably to the female immortals. Regrettably, Duo Bao was overthinking. He merely wished to accord some respect to the female immortals, hence his amiable demeanor towards Jinling and her peers, but he harbored no ulterior motives. There is no need for such signals. If you have something to ask, just inquire directly. There is no need to involve your senior sister. Upon hearing this, not only did Duo Bao feel embarrassed, but Jinling also felt a twinge of awkwardness. Being caught in the act was undeniably uncomfortable. However, with their ruse unveiled, Duo Bao decided to discard pretense and openly inquired, "Senior brother, was it not the Jie Sect disciple who acted disrespectfully first? Why then did you punish our inner disciples instead? Indeed, senior brother, with your capabilities, why should you fear them?" Jinling chimed in. Wudong and Guiling nodded in agreement that it was difficult for anyone to accept being punished when the fault lay with the other party. Observing his junior disciples' expressions and glancing at the vicinity of their master's domain, Xianjun Yu could only sigh in resignation. Alas, I am well aware of the injustices you have faced. My actions today do not reflect submission to the Chan sect, but rather an effort to maintain the camaraderie between our master and the second master. The second master has never been fond of demons. My stringent management of our inner disciples is to prevent offending the second master. I am not afraid of those Chan sect disciples. I am simply striving to uphold the integrity of the three pure ones that you understand. Were it not for this, with the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun Mountain, not to mention the addition of the South Pole immortal, he could easily annihilate them like slaughtering dogs within 3 breaths. Yet for the sake of the three pure ones' friendship, he must refrain from acting, and he must never strike first. Hearing this, Duo Bao and the others, being perceptive, instantly comprehended the situation. It was not a matter of not wanting to protect them. Rather, their senior brother was operating on a different level of understanding. While they focused on the inner disciples, senior brother was considering the 3 sages that in this vast eastern land. The united forces of the 3 pure ones were immensely powerful. It would not be an exaggeration to say that all gods would steer clear. With the alliance of the 3 pure ones, no other sages dared to encroach upon their domain. Junior brother, junior sister, can you not comprehend these matters? In truth, Xianjun Yu had yet to voice a particular sentiment, that he was reluctant to thrust Yuanshi into the hands of those 2 shameless individuals in the West, as well as Laozi. Although he recognized the inevitability of the circumstances, he still endeavored to preserve this bond of friendship. Should the situation ultimately prove untenable, he would unite with his master to confront the adversaries. And even in failure, he would harbor no regrets. Eldest senior brother, Duo Bao acknowledges his errors. Eldest senior brother, Jinling, Wu Deng, and Guiling have also come to enlightenment. The individuals who had misjudged the situation were quick to admit their faults. Observing this, Xianjun Yu nodded in satisfaction. He was indifferent to the misunderstandings of others regarding the significance of his actions. However, he was unwilling for Duo Bao and the other direct disciples to remain as oblivious as the rest. Upon arriving at his master Tongtian sanctuary, They witnessed several inner disciples tending to the injuries of the two previously wounded disciples. Soon, the two awakened, though their faces remained pale, for the harm inflicted by eldest senior brother Xianjun Yu was indeed considerable, even leading to a decline in their cultivation level. Eldest senior brother, we refuse to accept this. Upon regaining consciousness, the two looked at their eldest senior brother with expressions of grievance, as if they were on the verge of inscribing the words eldest senior brother. You are unjust upon their faces. Enough. I am aware of your grievances. There is no need for further words. First, consume this. Xianjun Yu gently shook his head and produced 2 golden pills he had refined. The 2 inexperienced individuals stared in confusion, unsure of what their eldest senior brother had presented them. Meanwhile, Duo Bao and the other direct disciples gazed at the golden pills with eyes aglow. These are 8 transmutation golden pills, and of the finest quality. You 2 unambitious souls, your eldest senior brother bestows upon you 8 transmutation healing and soul golden pills. Do not hesitate to accept them. Duo Bao chided them. Exasperated, it was truly astonishing that they hesitated in the presence of such exquisite 8 transmutation soul golden pills. Oh, thank you for the bestowed pills, eldest senior brother. Upon realizing they were supreme 8 transmutation golden pills, the two immediately bowed their hands in gratitude. This pill will not only restore your injuries, but also aid in enhancing your cultivation. Let this matter conclude, and do not engage in further mischief. Understood? At that moment, Xianjun Yu's previously indifferent demeanor softened considerably, as he spoke to the two in a gentle tone. Eldest senior brother, we did not wish for this. It was merely that Shi Jingzi was excessively overbearing. Indeed, eldest senior brother, they insulted our junior disciples, and that was merely the beginning. They also insulted our Jie Jiao. Hearing this, Duo Bao and the other direct disciples could only shake their heads in resignation. Had it not been for the other party's transgressions, they would not have felt compelled to intervene. Enough. I know their temperament better than any of you. These strict measures I impose are merely to prevent them from seeking trouble. Remember my words. If there is no resonance, silence is peace. Now is not the time for conflict. When a moment is right, I shall ensure that they pay back 100-fold for the affronts they have inflicted upon our Jie Jiao. If they seek trouble, come to me. Our patience has its limits. The pursuit of cultivation is meant for great freedom, not to endure humiliation. Should this continue indefinitely, I shall sever ties without hesitation, though I cherish Kunlun Mountain. It is not an absolute necessity. Ultimately, it depends on how Master Bo and Second Master choose. Yes, eldest senior brother, with the backing of their eldest senior brother, that was more than sufficient for them. Especially that phrase, if there is no resonance, silence is peace, which they found increasingly profound upon reflection. Well, since you all understand, return to your cultivation. Do your utmost to refrain from venturing outside. Yes, eldest senior brother. Subsequently, the group dispersed, and after exchanging farewells, Duo Bao and the other direct disciples departed in the midst of the sanctuary. Only Xianjun Yu remained standing alone. What a tumultuous season this is that I hope nothing else arises. Alas, just as he was pondering, the water and fire boy emerged. Eldest senior brother, the master wishes to see you. Please come. Humph. Tell the master I am unavailable. I am currently at the Taiji Sage's sanctuary learning alchemy, and have not returned. With that, Xianjun Yu took flight without a backward glance. What is this? Why does eldest senior brother not heed even the master's words? Who knows? He is probably vexed about something again. Then what should we do regarding the master? The water and fire boy, observing eldest senior brother Xianjun Yu's departure, found himself at a loss. The fact that he dared to disregard even the master's words indicated that eldest senior brother was becoming increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Tongtian sanctuary, the master observed Xianjun Yu's retreating figure with a twitch of his lips. He dares to disregard my words. This impudent lad is becoming increasingly incorrigible. Oh well, let him be. The child has grown and formed his own ideas. Originally, Tongtian had intended to discuss the conflict between the two sects with Xianjun Yu, advising him not to be so hesitant and to act decisively, assuring him that he had his support. Now, however, there was no opportunity to convey such sentiments. Xianjun Yu was well aware of what his master Tongtian wished to express. He had grown weary of such unproductive discourse and had long since lost the desire to listen. Acknowledging the futility of the situation, he still sought to maintain the final vestiges of camaraderie among the three pure ones. Effort does not guarantee reward, yet at the very least, he had made the attempt. Should failure be the outcome, he would harbor no regrets. Soon, he returned to Laozi's sanctuary. "How did it go, brother? Is everything resolved?" Seeing his brother Xianjun Yu return, Xuandu hurriedly approached with inquiries. "What do you mean, how?" "It is only natural for there to be some conflicts, given the increased number of disciples from Kunlun Mountain. Rather than concern yourself with such trivial matters, you should focus on your cultivation and strive to inherit the teachings of Master Bo." With that, Xianjun Yu directly entered the alchemy chamber. Xuandu gazed at his brother's departing figure, filled with uncertainty. Normal? If it is so normal, why does eldest brother appear troubled? Quite strange indeed, after the incident of the sex conflict. Xianjun Yu devoted himself wholeheartedly to learning alchemy from Laozi, striving to transcend from an 8-transmutation alchemist to a 9-transmutation 1.1 day. While refining pills, Laozi broached the topic of the sect conflict. I have heard that your Jie Jiao disciples clashed with the Tongtian Jiaozhu disciples?" Laozi asked casually, his gaze fixed on the furnace. Yet Xianjun Yu understood that such a seemingly offhand remark carried deeper implications, as his master typically did not concern himself with such matters. Master, being a sage, you can ascertain the situation with a mere calculation. There is no need to inquire of your disciple. Xianjun Yu replied lightly. Casting the question back to his master, he pondered what exactly his master intended to convey and what thoughts lay beneath. "Heh, you little sly fox, pretending to be oblivious when you know precisely what I wish to discuss. You deserve a reprimand." Even a sage was not immune to jest, as Laozi gently tapped Xianjun Yu's head with his whisk. Receiving the tap, Xianjun Yu shrugged it off, continuing to refine the 9-transmutation golden pill while contemplating for a moment before stating. "The ideologies of the Chan and Jie sects differ. Second Master and my master hold opposing views that on Kunlun Mountain. Anyone with sense can see that conflicts and contradictions are entirely foreseeable, even if we ultimately part ways. I can envision that outcome. However, I remain uncertain about your stance. Esteemed master," he spoke candidly, revealing his true thoughts without any pretense, eager to understand how I, as the elder brother, perceives the situation with my 2 younger siblings. Upon hearing this, I did not respond immediately. Instead, I stroked my grizzled beard, deep in contemplation. Xianjun Yu is an astute individual. His inquiry came as no surprise to me. Intriguingly, the matter he wished to address was remarkably similar to my own intentions. Originally, I intended to ask Xianjun Yu for his perspective, yet he reversed the question back to me, which added an unexpected twist. It was quite unexpected for us to arrive at the same conclusion. Observing my silence, Xianjun Yu remained patient, waiting quietly. After a moment, I finally spoke. "To be honest, I hold no prejudice against your master Tongtian's disciples. Their admission into my sect serves the purpose of promoting our teachings, and that is beyond dispute. As for your master and my brother, I harbor no bias toward either. After all these years, regardless of what transpires, we 3 pure ones are ultimately one family. However, you are as innate sages and saints of the heavenly Tao. Although we are immortal and indestructible, there are times when we find ourselves bound by circumstances. The term heavenly Tao saint evokes a sense of nostalgia within me. Since attaining the status of a heavenly Tao saint, I have increasingly felt that it may not have been the most optimal choice. Yet now, I find myself lacking any alternatives. From my words, Xianjun Yu grasped the implication. I would remain impartial and offer no assistance to either of my younger brothers. However, should the heavenly Tao choose to favor one side, I would be powerless to intervene. The heavenly Tao saint, outwardly the strongest being in the primordial realm, is in essence merely a puppet existing beneath the heavenly Tao. I see. I comprehend in that moment. Xianjun Yu refrained from further commentary. What could he say as a puppet in service to the heavenly Tao? My responses have been given. Now I must inquire. How do you envision the future trajectory of the 3 teachings? Having answered Xianjun Yu's question, I turned the tables and asked him in return. I was eager to learn his thoughts on the future of the 3 teachings. However, upon hearing my inquiry, Xianjun Yu shook his head with resignation and replied, Those not on the same path will never be aligned. Forcing the issue is ultimately a futile endeavor, a mere drop in the bucket. The era of Hutu as a shaman is over. We have learned from past experiences. The three pure ones, alas, his words were quite clear. The saint of Hutu is no longer of the shaman lineage, and the three pure ones are destined to part ways. Initially, I had hoped to maintain the unity of the three pure ones, but at this moment, I have come to terms with the inevitability of following the natural course of events, and no matter how fiercely we may contend, none will resort to lethal measures, so be it. Let nature take its course. Upon hearing this, I chose not to elaborate further. I had anticipated this situation and found it entirely unsurprising to that moment. The alchemical furnace stirred, indicating that the 9-turn golden elixir was about to be completed. With a gentle wave of my feather duster, I opened the furnace, and the resplendent golden elixir floated forth. As the elixir manifested, it summoned the tribulation of the elixir, which struck it with lightning 9 times before finally dissipating. That I had not expected that the 9-turn golden elixir would attract such tribulation. No wonder it was so challenging to refine. Xianjun Yu, too, was filled with admiration. The crafting of this 9-turn golden elixir had taken a full decade, highlighting its considerable difficulty. Achieving elixir formation in 10 years is already quite rapid. Your alchemical skills have reached a commendable level. You're about to make further advancements. You must forge your own path in the realm of alchemy. I secured the 9-turn golden elixir within a gourd and stated matter-of-factly. To be recognized as a 9-turn alchemist is to have reached the pinnacle of your current capabilities. Should you wish to refine elixirs of a higher caliber, you must carve out your own path. Master, I humbly thank you for your guidance over the millennia. Xianjun Yu expressed his gratitude with a formal bow, acknowledging me as his mentor in the art of alchemy. Observing this, I slightly raised my hand, using my celestial energy to elevate Xianjun Yu. His rapid achievement in alchemy is a testament to his innate talent. Without such talent, even hundreds of thousands of years of teaching would yield no results. Though this sentiment may not seem entirely appropriate, I must express my anticipation for your future in alchemy. Xianjun Yu, positioned within the Jie Sect, is not bound by the same constraints as Xiandu in the teachings of others. He can practice both cultivation and alchemy simultaneously. The Jie Sect is populous, and, as the eldest disciple, he must possess formidable cultivation to command respect among his peers. Yes, master, I understand, he affirmed, resolute in his commitment to both alchemy and artifact forging. After all, he possesses a system that does not necessitate conventional cultivation, allowing him ample time to delve into these pursuits. Here lies a jar of exquisite 9-turn golden elixirs, containing both your creations and mine. Take it with you, I proclaimed, and with that the jar of elixirs soared from my side. Disciple, I am grateful to you, master. As he accepted the elixirs, Xianjun Yu once again expressed his thanks. This jar contains a multitude of elixirs. Although he can refine them himself, having such a collection will undoubtedly save him considerable time. Do not mention it. Go forth? Yes, I take my leave. After bowing once more, Xianjun Yu exited the alchemical chamber, preparing to return to the Jie Sect. Not long after his departure, he encountered Xiandu around a bend. That I greet you. Senior brother, Xiandu. Junior brother. They exchanged formalities, acutely aware that they would soon part ways. With the next meeting uncertain, perhaps thousands or even tens of thousands of years hence. The primordial realm knows no concept of time. None have the leisure to dawdle. I had thought you would linger for quite some time. Yet you achieved such progress in merely a millennium. Your talent for alchemy is truly remarkable, senior brother, Xiandu remarked with admiration. Looking at Xianjun Yu, who excels in both alchemy and artifact forging and has attained the rank of Deluo Golden Immortal, he felt a sense of inadequacy in comparison. Junior brother Xiandu, there is no need for such self-deprecation. Each person has their own unique path. There is no need to pursue what does not suit you. You are not inferior to anyone. You are the sole disciple of the human teaching. As long as you progress steadily, a bright future surely awaits you. Xianjun Yu gently reassured him. Xiandu, a member of the innate human race, possesses noteworthy talent. He is at least comparable to Duo Bao and is likely to become a quasi-saint in the future. Yet when compared to Xianjun Yu, he feels he falls short. Perhaps so. I shall take your words to heart. Senior brother, Xiandu replied with a wry smile, having resigned himself to not competing with Xianjun Yu, for it would only serve to demoralize him further. Junior brother Xiandu, let us meet again in the future. I too must return to the Jie Sect, where matters are likely still unsettled. Very well. I shall not keep you, senior brother. We shall reconvene another day. Farewell. After exchanging their farewells, Xianjun Yu ascended on a cloud, swiftly departing the human teaching to return to the Jie Sect. Having prepared most of the preliminary work, he now contemplated setting his pieces in motion for the next phase, rather than visiting his master's abode. He opted to return directly to his own cave dwelling. After so many years away, he felt a longing for home. Upon returning to his cave, he collapsed onto a reclining chair. How delightful! These past millennia have been filled with confinement and relentless pursuits of knowledge. With my tasks now nearing completion, it is high time I grant myself a respite. After years of diligent effort, a little relaxation is not too much to ask. I shall set a modest goal, perhaps a year of slumber to begin with. As he spoke, he reclined in the lounge chair and succumbed to slumber. After 2 millennia, his cultivation had progressed from the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal at the 7th level to the mid-stage at the 2nd level, drawing ever closer to the realm of quasi-saint. According to Xianjun Yu's own estimations, in merely a few thousand years, he would attain the quasi-saint status, positioning himself among the foremost powers of the primordial chaos. He lay in the chair for a full 10 days. On the 11th day, the water boy, an attendant of Tongtian, arrived, thoroughly disrupting Xianjun Yu's plans for a year of tranquil meditation. Senior brother, are you there? Receiving no response, the water boy continued to knock and shout loudly, completely indifferent to whether he was disturbing anyone else. After 3 minutes of incessant noise, Xianjun Yu could no longer tolerate it and awakened. Ah, how detestable! That water boy dares to disrupt my ascetic practice. With a swift wave of his hand, he unleashed a spatial divine ability, instantly capturing the water boy at the entrance. You better have a good reason for this disturbance. If not, you know the consequences of interrupting my meditation. Xianjun Yu glared at the water boy with displeasure. If the water boy's justification failed to convince him, it would not only be about the disturbance, but also a matter of silencing this loquacious individual. He resolved to teach him a lesson, for he would not quell his inner fury without some retribution. Senior brother, how could I dare to disturb your meditation? It is the master who wishes to see you. The water boy replied, his demeanor cautious. He was acutely aware of his senior brother's recent foul mood. He had not intended to come, but having lost a game of chance to the fire boy, he had no choice. The master wishes to see me. Do you know the reason? Upon hearing that the master, Tongtian, desired to meet him, Xianjun Yu's expression shifted to one of curiosity, discreetly inquiring if the water boy had any insight into the matter. Well, the water boy hesitated, clearly torn. He feared speaking carelessly about the master's intentions, yet he was uncertain how to proceed, given that the man before him was no ordinary individual. However, observing the water boy's indecision, Xianjun Yu mistakenly assumed he was angling for some favor, and his expression darkened. You, water boy, dared to seek benefits from me. Do you wish to be punished? Xianjun Yu reprimanded him with evident displeasure. The still hesitant water boy, upon hearing this, hastily shook his hands and clarified. No. You've misunderstood. Senior brother, I'm not seeking any favors. I was merely contemplating how to broach the subject. You have truly misinterpreted my intentions. Seeing that the water boy did not appear to be feigning, Xianjun Yu realized his mistake, though he was unwilling to admit it. When I inquire about matters, you stammer, as if you were seeking a handout. It is only natural for others to misconstrue your intentions. Nevertheless, recognizing his own misjudgment, he decided to offer a token as compensation to silence the loquacious fellow. Now, stop hesitating. If what you say proves useful, I happen to possess a premium 9 revolutions water yin golden elixir, which I shall bestow upon you. He had previously refined a water yin golden elixir, which would greatly aid the water boy. A being of fluidic essence, if the situation proved genuine and beneficial, he would not mind parting with a good treasure, the premium 9 revolutions water yin golden elixir. Upon hearing this, the water boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. This elixir was renowned for enhancing cultivation and unlocking latent potential. It was said to also improve one's talent for cultivation. A veritable treasure. Who would be foolish enough to let such a prize slip away? He was determined to obtain the elixir. Immediately, the water boy began to explain that it is like this, senior brother. Today, the heavenly emperor Hao dispatched a certain Tai Bai to Kunlun Mountain, where he has successively visited several saints. Ultimately, he arrived here to invite the master to some kind of peach conference. However, the master is yet to meet him, and I suspect he summoned you for this matter. The water boy relayed the situation in one breath. Peach conference? Surely you mean the peach gathering. The heavenly court currently has no one of merit. It seems Hao Yin is seeking assistance from the three teachings. This is intriguing. Just as he contemplated wrapping up his rest and preparing to set his plans in motion, he found Hao Yin unexpectedly presenting himself at his door. That a devious smile crept across Xianjun Yu's face, rekindling his prior thoughts regarding the heavenly court. Senior brother, the water boy cautiously inquired, do you think the elixir? Observing the mischievous grin on his senior brother's face, the water boy felt an uneasy chill creeping up his spine, but for the sake of the water yin golden elixir, he was willing to take the risk. Take it, Xianjun Yu readily responded, producing the 9 revolutions water yin golden elixir and handing it to the water boy. After accepting the elixir, the water boy expressed his gratitude profusely. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you. Enough, let us depart. Without lingering, Xianjun Yu dispelled his drowsiness and, invigorated, soared alongside the water boy toward the domain of their master, Tongtian. Meanwhile, at Tongtian's domain, Tai Bai stood in the expansive space, feeling exceedingly anxious. He had been dispatched by the heavenly emperor to invite the 3 pure ones to the heavenly court for the peach conference. However, upon his arrival, he had already been met with 2 refusals. The Taiji and Yuqing saints had outright declined to see him, only sending their disciples to relay messages. The Yuqing saint was somewhat accommodating, indicating he would send someone, but the Taiji saint had outright rejected his invitation, stating that his only disciple, Xuandu, was on the verge of a breakthrough. Now, only the Shanqing saint remained, and he was uncertain whether or not he would be received. Anxiety gnawed at him, for these were saints, after all. Soon, Xianjun Yu and the water boy arrived at Tongtian's domain, and Xianjun Yu quickly spotted an elderly man clad in white. It was evident that this individual was none other than Tai Bai, the heavenly emperor's devoted lackey. Little immortal, has your saint expressed a willingness to see me? As the attendant approached, Tai Bai inquired with a sycophantic demeanor, all the while scrutinizing the individual accompanying the attendant. Puzzled as to why such a person was in his company, that he surmised that the individual must be a disciple of the Jie Sect. Why master has not indicated a desire to see you? He merely instructed me to summon my senior brother, Xianjun Yu. The water boy replied with an air of arrogance. Both his words and demeanor exuded pride, clearly not regarding Tai Bai as a formidable presence. The water boy, being a servant at the side of the saint, believed himself to be on par with Tai Bai, who was merely a sycophant serving the heavenly emperor. Tai Bai, witnessing the attendant's audacity, could only force a smile, then turned his attention to the individual beside the attendant. Realizing it was the foremost disciple of the saint, he quickly apologized, saying, I beg your pardon, esteemed disciple. I did not mean to offend. Tai Bai, while smiling, bowed respectfully, his demeanor remarkably humble. Such flexibility suited his role as an envoy, truly befitting Hao Yin's top lackey. After a moment of silent ridicule, Xianjun Yu returned the bow with a smile. There is no offense taken. It is I who have failed to show proper hospitality to the esteemed Tai Bai, who has come to our Jie Sect. I hope you will not take offense. In pursuit of his ambitions concerning the heavenly court, Xianjun Yu lowered his stance, willing to be accommodating for the sake of his sect. However, Xianjun Yu's unexpected demeanor left both Tai Bai and the water boy taken aback. Tai Bai was astonished by the cordiality exhibited by the Jie Sect's foremost disciple, especially in contrast to the other 2 sects, which had been rather aloof. Instantly, he developed a favorable impression of the Jie Sect, that it was akin to being consistently looked down upon only to have someone unexpectedly express admiration for you. Such contrast was delightful. The water boy was equally surprised by his senior brother's demeanor. Why would the foremost disciple of a saint treat this mere lackey of Hao Yan with such courtesy? No, no, you are too gracious. Tai Bai exclaimed, feigning surprise, his inner thoughts affirming the merit of Xianjun Yu. Now this is a true disciple of a saint. His vision is far broader than that of the disciples from the other sections. Junior brother, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and welcome the esteemed Tai Bai inside. Brew a pot of fine tea for our guest. Xianjun Yu instructed the water boy. But, senior brother, this fellow is merely. The water boy interjected, but upon hearing Xianjun Yu's command, he wore a face of disdain. Why should he welcome such a sycophant inside, let alone offer him their celestial tea? Did he even deserve to drink it? What do you mean, but? Every guest is to be treated with respect. Such conduct undermines the dignity of our Jie Sect. Do not dawdle any longer. Xianjun Yu glared discontentedly at Shuitong. As long as one could scheme to reach the heavenly realm and obtain that which one desired. What did it matter to lower one's head? It would not cost him a morsel. Yes, Master Brother Tai Bai, please. Under the warning gaze of a senior, Shuitong immediately acquiesced, reluctantly ushering the sycophantic Tai Bai, jinxing inside. After guiding him into the guest room of the Taoist temple, Shuitong brewed a pot of tea for him. Excellent tea, truly remarkable. The tea of the Saint of Heaven is simply exquisite. After tasting the tea, Tai Bai jinxing praised it repeatedly. It was not mere flattery. The tea not only possessed an exceptional flavor, but also enhanced his cultivation, rendering his entire being clear and enlightened. This was undoubtedly tea of the highest quality. Observing Tai Bai's look of enjoyment, Shuitong felt nothing but disdain, secretly mocking him in his heart that, of course, it was fine tea. The saint had prepared it exclusively for the quasi-saints of the primordial chaos. For someone of Taiji's realm to indulge in such tea was a stroke of luck. He himself had never tasted it. Master brother, regarding the Lord's summons, not wanting to linger on the sycophant, Shuitong reminded his senior, Xianjun Yu. Upon recalling that his master was calling for him, Xianjun Yu promptly rose, addressing Tai Bai jinxing, Immortal Lord, my master has summoned me for a matter. Please wait here a moment. The saint's summons must be heeded. Oh, not let me detain you. I shall await your return. Tai Bai jinxing replied respectfully as he rose. Very well. Immortal Lord, please wait here. After instructing Shuitong to serve some spiritual fruits to the Immortal Lord and to treat him well without neglect, Xianjun Yu made his way to find his master, Tongtian. Upon arriving at his master's grand hall, he entered directly, bowing in respect to his master, who sat alone upon a high dais. Disciple Xianjun Yu pays respects to master. Observing his eldest disciple, Tongtian remained silent, lightly gesturing with his finger, causing a meditation cushion to manifest instantly. He signaled for Xianjun Yu to sit and speak. Thank you, master. Xianjun Yu expressed his gratitude before promptly settling down. Tongtian remained silent throughout, clearly displeased or preoccupied with some matter. Xianjun Yu surmised that his displeasure was likely due to the incident from a millennium ago when he had disregarded the summons and left abruptly. It would be strange if his master were not upset as for the matter at hand. He suspected it concerned Tai Bai's intentions. The two sat in silence, the atmosphere in the grand hall becoming eerily quiet. Even the sound of breathing could be heard. Nearby, Huitong was nervously swallowing hard. The sight of the Lord and Master Brother like this was truly frightening. He feared they might come to blows. Given the Lord's demeanor, it seemed Master Brother might be in for a scolding. After a prolonged silence, it was Tongtian who finally broke the stillness. I shall not hold last time against you. But with the arrival of Hao Yan's envoy, you ought not to demean yourself so. Do not tell me you relish groveling. Speak your mind. Being so courteous to Tai Bai has utterly tarnished the dignity of the saint. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I shall have to discipline you accordingly. Xianjun Yu took a deep breath and began his explanation. Regarding this matter, I wish to start with my own sect. As for the sword array of Zhuzhen suppressing the fortunes of our sect, I believe Master understands this better than anyone. Compared to the treasures of merit that the Run and Shan sects utilize to suppress their fortunes, the Zhuzhen sword array, primarily used for slaughter, is clearly ill-suited for this purpose. Our sect's fortunes are steadily diminishing, and I trust Master has noted this. The topic abruptly shifted to the fortunes of the Jie Sect, causing Tongtian's brow to furrow. The Ren and Chan sects each possess treasures of merit to stabilize their fortunes, while he lacks such a supreme treasure. Resorting to the Zhuzhen sword array for this purpose was indeed a last resort. He was well aware of the dwindling fortunes within the sect, and his solution had been to gather more disciples to bolster their fortunes and counterbalance the loss. Now that the discussion had veered into this territory, Tongtian began to sense Xianjun Yu's intentions. However, he found himself somewhat discontented with this line of thought. Meanwhile, Xianjun Yu continued to expound, "I understand Master's approach, seeking to strengthen our fortunes to halt their decline. Yet, while attempting to bolster our fortunes, we inadvertently hasten their depletion. This method is rather flawed. Previously, I proposed implementing rules to restrain the disciples in our sect to mitigate the loss of our fortunes. Although this strategy was not particularly effective, it could yield some results. Alas, Master rejected it." Hearing this, Tongtian's mouth twitched. This was not the time to place blame. He had asked for thoughts, not for complaints. It was as if he were accusing him of lacking understanding. This brazen child had a knack for finding fault. Noticing the darkening expression on his master's face, Xianjun Yu hastily continued, "While this method may slow the decline of our fortunes, its impact is minimal. And Master's rejection is entirely understandable. As for why I've been so courteous to Tai Bai, it is entirely for the sake of our sect's fortunes." Upon hearing this, Tongtian realized that his initial suspicions had indeed been correct. His expression softened somewhat, revealing a hint of resignation. "Hao Qian wields the title of Heavenly Emperor, governing the three realms and enjoying the fortunes of countless beings. You wish to seize the fortunes of the heavenly court to compensate for our sect's losses, correct?" Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu nodded. "Precisely. Hao Qian is but a mere quasi-saint. How can he rightfully monopolize such vast fortunes? My master is a congenital saint, the mightiest being in the primordial universe. There is no reason we cannot claim a share of Hao Qian's fortunes. I'm not the only one with such intentions. Indeed, did he truly believe the other saints were not coveting this immense fortune? Did Yuanshi not covet it? Who would be foolish enough to believe he was not interested? He merely lacked the desire to bow his head. As for the likes of Zhuanti and Jin, they were likely already in motion. With Nuwa possessing the fortunes of humanity, even Hao Qian was encroaching upon her share. Surely, Hutu harbored ambitions as well, though he lacked the means to scheme in the netherworld. Among the saints, only Nuwa and Hutu seemed less interested. The others were all fixated on Hao Qian's heavenly court. Of course, Tongtian himself was also somewhat disinterested in the face of his eldest disciple's flattery. Tongtian feigned ignorance. To be honest, he held little interest in the fortunes of the heavenly court in the future. When the Jie Sect gathers myriad immortals, would their fortunes dwindle? He could not conceive of himself bowing to the Taoist Hao Qian. How naive you are! Hao Qian is no fool. Why would he share the fortunes of the heavenly court with you? Tongtian scoffed dismissively. If he could enjoy it all himself, why would he share even a morsel? Hearing this, Xianjun Yu regarded his master with a look of incredulity, nearly at a loss for words. His master was astute in many matters. How could he be so foolish in this regard? Was it truly such a challenge to engage in a bit of cunning? Thus, Xianjun Yu began to elucidate his master's misunderstanding. "Master, the issue is not that simple this moment. Hao Qian is akin to a man possessing a mountain of gold, yet lacking the strength to defend it. With several saints pressing down on him, he cannot afford to be selfish. My ancestor merely granted Hao Qian the title of the heavenly court's ruler, but did not oversee the rest." As he spoke, a sly smile crept upon Xianjun Yu's lips. With the vast fortunes of the three realms at stake and the saints eyeing them hungrily, how could a mere quasi-saint like Hao Qian possibly defend them? As Tongtian listened, his brow furrowed deeper. According to his eldest disciple, it seemed as though the fortunes of the heavenly court were ripe for the taking. But was it truly that simple? "I can exert pressure on Hao Qian, but do you truly believe he would relinquish these fortunes so easily?" Tongtian questioned skeptically. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu smiled slightly, revealing that same cunning grin. If it were solely up to you, Hao Qian would undoubtedly hold on tightly. However, if we unite with Master Uncle and the other saints, then Hao Qian will have no choice but to part with them. The original Hong Huang Yuanshi Tianzun acted in this manner. uniting with the myriad saints. Not only did he share the fortune of Hao Yin, but he also usurped his authority. It was merely a matter of not obstructing the teachings. Should Hao Yin prove unwise, Xianjun Yu would not hesitate to persuade his master, Tongtian, to join forces with the other saints to decisively seize Hao Yin's authority and fortune. Oh, on what grounds do you believe your master and grandmasters would unite? Perhaps they are utterly indifferent to this fragment of fortune, Tongtian remarked with keen interest. He was eager to understand why his eldest disciple so casually suggested a coalition. Upon hearing his master's inquiry, Xianjun Yu paused for a moment before responding. I cannot be certain about my grandmaster, but given the nature of my second master, he must harbor considerable thoughts regarding the merits and fortunes of the heavenly court. As for my grandmaster, I would wager 7 parts out of 10 that he entertains such intentions. As for Jin, there is no need to elaborate. He refrained from mentioning that the original Hongwang's second master, Yuan Shi Tianlin, had indeed acted in such a manner. Upon realizing that Xianjun Yu's conclusions were based on speculation and intuition, Tongtian felt a twinge of exasperation. Yet upon reflection, it was not without merit. The benefits of merit and fortune were manifold. No one would ever find it excessive. Given the character of his second brother, it was plausible he could have ulterior motives. His elder brother, Laozi, was unlikely to have such ambitions. Though that was not entirely certain. As for Jin, ever since Luo Hon nearly obliterated the West, these shameless beings had become desperate for merit and fortune. Their ambitions would hardly come as a surprise. However, his relationship with Yuan Shi was deteriorating, and if he wished to conspire, he would have to lower his head, something he was unwilling to do. As for Jin, he had no desire to associate with those two. This presented a rather awkward situation. Whether to unite or not was mere rhetoric. Scheming for the merits and fortunes of the heavenly court was far from simple. Not only would he have to humble himself, thus losing face, but he might end up with nothing at all. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Tongtian inquired once more. Speak frankly. Uniting posed a challenge for him. Yet once his eldest disciple made a decision, it was difficult to retract. He could not outright deny him. As he recalled the last time he had dismissed the rules governing disciples, that impudent fellow still held a grudge. Indeed, master, I've already made up my mind. As for the possibility of returning empty-handed, that is inconceivable. At worst, I shall achieve a modest gain. With you backing me, Hao Yin would dare not take advantage of me, lest he face repercussions. Xianjun Yu spoke with utmost confidence. As long as Hao Yin was not a fool, he would not reject someone who approached him with respect and courtesy, especially one willing to support him. If Hao Yin behaved otherwise, he would truly deserve to be trampled underfoot by the saints. Since you are resolute, then go forth and give it a try. Shortly, I shall meet with Hao Yin's envoy and accept his invitation. At that time, take a few disciples with you to represent me. How you conduct yourself is entirely at your discretion, though it might be slightly embarrassing for him. He recognized that this impudent fellow was acting for the sake of the Jie Jiao, and it was not wise to discourage him. Allowing him to test the waters was acceptable. A little embarrassment was a price Tongtian was willing to pay. Yes, master. However, one cannot attend a meeting empty-handed. Can one? What do you think? As he spoke, Xianjun Yu rubbed his hands together, immediately beginning to request gifts, his actions remarkably adept. Observing this, Tongtian felt a surge of dissatisfaction. A sage, sending someone to the heavenly court, was already a concession to Hao Yin. To require gifts as well was to treat Hao Yin as less than he was. It suffices for you to go. Hao Yin was once merely a Taoist boy. Why should he expect such grand gestures? Tongtian expressed his displeasure openly. He possessed gifts aplenty, yet he had no desire to offer anything to Hao Yin, who had usurped his disciple's position as the heavenly emperor. Master, you mentioned that he was once a Taoist boy, and indeed, he was the Taoist boy of our ancestral master. Just as you extend courtesy to your fellow disciples, it would be remiss not to show respect to him, particularly now that he governs the 3 realms as the Lord of the heavenly court. Whether for the heavenly emperor or our ancestral master, I cannot afford to arrive empty-handed, Xianjun Yu explained patiently. Since he had resolved to humble himself and extend goodwill, a small gift would not be amiss. If you choose to proceed, ensure it is done to the best of your abilities. That is simply my way of conducting affairs. Very well, I shall arrange for something to be sent to you. However, I warn you, this is a one-time allowance. If you fail, do not attempt it again. You understand? Tongtian spoke with utmost seriousness, although it made him uncomfortable to have his eldest disciple bow to Hao Yin. He allowed Xianjun Yu this one opportunity. Yes, master, I understand. I shall take my leave now. With his master's consent, Xianjun Yu had nothing further to say and promptly departed, after his eldest disciple left. Tongtian turned to the Taoist boy beside him. Today's matters must not be uttered a single word beyond these walls. Strive to keep it from prying ears. Yes, my lord, the fire boy replied with utmost respect. Such discussions were never meant for his ears. He had restrained himself from eavesdropping. Yet, being so close, it was impossible not to overhear, scheming for the heavenly court's merit and fortune, as well as the movements of other saints, was beyond the purview of a mere Taoist boy. Go, bring Hao Yin's envoy here. Yes, my lord, I shall do so. As Xianjun Yu departed, he felt a mix of confusion and relief at his master's easy acquiescence. He had expected persuading his master to be a formidable task, yet it seemed that all were keenly aware of the significance of merit and fortune. Hao Yin, you must not be ungrateful. Originally, he had planned to proceed to the heavenly court regardless of his master's stance. Now that he had received approval, he could fully commit to the endeavor. As he pondered, the voice of the fire boy called from behind. Eldest brother, wait for me. The fire boy hurriedly chased after him. Xianjun Yu turned to face him, inquiring nonchalantly, What is it, junior brother? You seem in quite a rush. Is it that master has changed his mind? Upon hearing this, the fire boy quickly shook his head, eager to clarify. No. My lord instructed me to summon Hao Yin's envoy. I noticed you hadn't left, so I thought to accompany you. Relieved that his master had not reversed his decision, Xianjun Yu exhaled. If master had chosen to retract his consent at that moment, it would have been a considerable setback. However, noticing the fire boy's demeanor, he narrowed his eyes and casually asked, I did not expect master to allow you to remain today. You haven't overheard anything, have you? The moment those words left his lips, the fire boy was drenched in cold sweat. His master had just warned him, and now his eldest brother posed the same question. Clearly, this matter held great importance. Though he wished to claim ignorance, his master and eldest brother had not made any effort to conceal their discussion, leaving him in a precarious position. He immediately feigned innocence. What are you talking about? Eldest brother? I heard nothing today. My ears are completely unresponsive, and I saw nothing. I swear. Observing the fire boy's exaggerated act, Xianjun Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Your ears are unresponsive? How convenient. He shook his head, acknowledging that those around his sage were indeed clever. Nonetheless, he appreciated the fire boy's awareness of the situation, as this was not knowledge for the uninitiated. Very well, I commend your discretion. This matter should remain known only to a select few disciples. Even the 7 fairies should remain in the dark. Of course, if Duo Bao or any of the other core disciples inquire, do not speak a word. Understood, junior brother? The fire boy nodded vigorously. Though he tended to be loose-lipped, he knew when to withhold information. If his master had instructed silence, he would adhere to it without fail. Had it not been for his eldest brother's prompting, he would have never divulged a word, even to Duo Bao's closest disciples. Humph! You, with your loose tongue, have no credibility that I can surmise that your indiscretions are the handiwork of you and the water boy. Though he did not take offense at such matters, this situation was different. If the fire boy could maintain silence, he would be rewarded. Speaking thus, Xianjun Yu also produced a 9-turn golden pill. Upon hearing the first half of his statement, Huatong's expression turned tense. After all, the matter concerning the eldest senior brother was indeed something he and Shui Tong had spread, and he had initially thought that the eldest senior brother would reprimand him for it. However, upon seeing the golden pill in the eldest senior brother's hand, he immediately cast aside those concerns, his eyes fixated intently on the pill. That, if he was not mistaken, this was the exquisite 9-turn Huiyin golden pill. A truly valuable treasure. Eldest senior brother, if I'm not mistaken, this is the superb Huiyin golden pill. Are you truly giving it to me? Huatong inquired with a hint of confusion. The number of individuals capable of refining a 9-turn golden pill was already scarce, and those who could produce an exquisite one were even rarer. Only the Taiqing sage could accomplish such a feat. The prospect of receiving such a precious item left Huatong somewhat incredulous. Naturally, as long as you refrain from spreading it indiscriminately, this golden pill shall rightfully belong to you. However, should you fail to ensure this, then it shall be forever out of your reach. With that, Xianjun Yu prepared to stow the golden pill away. Upon witnessing this, Huatong swiftly seized the pill, cradling it protectively in his hands. Eldest senior brother, rest assured, I will guarantee that I do not disclose this to anyone. Since the matter has reached the elder, I shall not speak of it carelessly. With the sage's endorsement, he would never divulge such information. And now that the eldest senior brother had presented the 9-turn golden pill, it felt akin to receiving a gift. This moment, who would refuse such an offer? Observing Huatong's fervent demeanor, Xianjun Yu smiled gently, confident that the importance of this matter would deter the loose-tongued Huatong from spreading it. The reason for producing another golden pill was merely to ensure fairness. Having given one to Shui Tong, he could not neglect Huatong. As the eldest senior brother, he treated all his junior disciples equitably. Discontinuing the discussion, Xianjun Yu and Huatong proceeded to the guest room. Eldest senior brother, the Taoist friend has returned. Upon seeing Xianjun Yu re-enter, both Shui Tong and Tai Bai approached to pay their respects. Xianjun, if my junior has been remiss in his duties, please do not hesitate to address it. I shall rectify it. After returning the greeting, Xianjun Yu spoke. Upon hearing this, Shui Tong looked utterly aggrieved. You would discipline me for the sake of an outsider? Eldest senior brother, you have changed. No, my Taoist friend is exaggerating. Shui Taoist has not been neglectful. Everything has been perfectly well. My friend is overly courteous. Tai Bai hastily interjected. After all, Shui Tong was a close attendant before the sage. Despite being merely a Taoist boy, he was certainly not someone he could provoke. That is good to hear. Xianjun Yu nodded in agreement. Tai Bai Jinxing was a figure from Haotian, representing his authority. Haotian had sent Tai Bai to gauge the attitudes of several sages, so it was imperative not to let Shui Tong's presence jeopardize matters. At that moment, Huatong also spoke up. Xian Envoy, my master the sage requests your presence. Seeing that Huatong was so deferential, even addressing him as Xian Envoy, Shui Tong was utterly bewildered. The actions of the eldest senior brother were eccentric, and it was normal for him to act out of character, but why was Huiji's demeanor also so amicable? What was happening? The sage wishes to see me. Excellent. Let us hurry and not keep the sage waiting. Upon hearing that the Shanqing sage wished to meet him, Tai Bai Jinxing urged Huatong to proceed. However, at that moment, Xianjun Yu interjected. There is no need to rush, my friend. There is no immediate urgency. Upon hearing this, Tai Bai quickly regained his composure, apologizing, I beg your pardon. Since arriving at Kunlun Mountain, this was his first encounter with a sage among the 3 pure ones, which was genuinely exhilarating. After being turned away twice, his excitement was understandable. I have heard that you have come at the behest of the Heavenly Emperor to invite my master to a banquet. Is this true? Xianjun Yu inquired. Although he was already aware of the purpose of the visit, he still posed a question, primarily as a form of polite pretense. Indeed, I have come at the Heavenly Emperor's command to invite the 3 sages of Kunlun Mountain to attend the Peach Banquet in 10 years' time. I wonder if my friend is... Tai Bai Jinxing looked on, puzzled, not quite understanding the intent behind Xianjun Yu's inquiry. Yet the next moment, Xianjun Yu's words brought him immense joy. Dada, my master has summoned me for this very purpose. And it should not pose any significant issue. However, my master is entering seclusion and may not be able to attend. I shall likely lead my disciples in his stead, and I hope the Xianjun will not take offense. With that, Xianjun Yu casually mentioned the seclusion, knowing that since his master would not be attending, fabricating an excuse was harmless. This was also an opportune moment to inform Tai Bai of the situation. It is indeed a pity that the sage cannot attend, but it is splendid that you can go. I shall ensure to warmly welcome you at the heavenly court. While it was unfortunate that the Shanqing sage could not attend, Tai Bai Jinxing did not find it to be a major drawback, as he had also hoped for the sage's presence. Moreover, Xianjun Yu was no ordinary individual, even as a Tai realm cultivator. He could not discern his cultivation level, indicating the depth of his prowess. Most importantly, he had the audacity to reprimand a close attendant of the sage, showcasing his elevated status within the Jie Jiao. Having the first disciple of Jie Jiao attend would undoubtedly be a significant honor for the Shanqing sage. Then we shall meet at the heavenly court. Xianjun, do proceed to see my master, while I shall prepare myself. Very well, my friend, please do. After speaking, Xianjun Yu took his leave, soaring into the skies with a single leap. Watching him vanish in the blink of an eye, Tai Bai sighed. Acknowledging that he was indeed the first disciple of the sage, his cultivation was simply formidable. Thus, Tai Bai Jinxing went to see Tongtian, who, as Xianjun Yu had indicated, refused to meet with Tai Bai, citing his seclusion, but expressed willingness to allow his first disciple to attend. Contrary to returning to his cave residence immediately, Xianjun Yu made his way to Duo Bao's cave dwelling that he intended to bring Duo Bao along for the heavenly court visit. While leaving it to Duo Bao to select a few other disciples, Duo Bao, are you present? Standing before Duo Bao's cave door, Xianjun Yu employed a minor divine communication technique. Inside the cave, upon hearing the voice of his eldest senior brother, Duo Bao promptly emerged. Eldest senior brother, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Opening the door, Duo Bao quickly bowed in apology. He held a deep respect for this eldest senior brother, admiring him for both his status and cultivation. In short, he held multifaceted admiration for him. There's no need for such formality. Junior brother, please come in. After ushering the eldest senior brother inside, Duo Bao offered celestial tea and fruits, even bringing out 2 jars of celestial wine. Nearly presenting all the finest delicacies he had, it was clear that Xianjun Yu held considerable standing in Duo Bao's eyes. Eldest senior brother, please savor the offerings of your junior. Duo Bao poured a cup of celestial tea for Xianjun Yu, encouraging him to indulge freely, as he had plenty of these items. Originally intending to serve wine, Xianjun Yu declined. He had come to discuss matters with Duo Bao, not to feast extravagantly. A cup of tea and some light snacks would suffice. Drinking wine could be set aside. Duo Bao, there is no need for such courtesy. I have come to seek your assistance regarding a matter. A light repast is all that is necessary. Observing the lavish spread before him, Xianjun Yu wore an expression of disbelief. The various celestial fruits and delicacies, some of which he had never even encountered, paired with the exceptionally high quality of the celestial tea, made him ponder if he was truly the eldest senior brother or if Duo Bao held that title instead. Compared to Duo Bao, his own cave residence felt quite humble. Not a matter. I wonder what brings you, eldest senior brother, to seek me. Whatever it may be, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Duo Bao appeared confident. Though uncertain of the specifics, he was assured that since the eldest senior brother had come to him, it must be something within his capabilities. If it were something he could handle, then there was nothing to worry about. There is no need for such exertion. This matter will be quite effortless. The heavenly court, dispatched by Hao Yan, has sent an invitation for our master to attend a banquet. He would prefer not to go himself, intending for me to accompany a few disciples in his stead. Naturally, I thought of you immediately. Without delving into extensive explanations, Xianjun Yu simply requested Duo Bao to join him for the visit. Elaborating further would consume time, which he could not afford, as he had other matters to attend to. Attend a banquet at the heavenly court. Upon hearing the news of a journey to the celestial court, Duo Bao was not only astonished, but also filled with perplexity that, as a direct disciple of a sage, he held a certain disdain for Hao Yan, the celestial being, and he was not alone in this sentiment. Being a disciple of a sage carried a weight that the mere attendant of a sage could not hope to match. The distinction between disciple and attendant was stark, with attendants often regarded as subservient. Moreover, to his knowledge, his master, Tongtian, harbored a profound aversion towards Hao Tong. It seemed utterly baffling that he would consent to attend any banquet. How curious it is that my senior brother, Rong, spoke so freely, given our master's long-standing disdain for Hao Yan. What could have compelled him to agree to this gathering? Duo Bao pondered aloud, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him. Something felt amiss, yet he could not pinpoint precisely what it was. Xianjun Yu, after sipping his tea, spoke in a measured tone. It is evident that our master harbors no desire to attend, nor would he permit his disciples to go. He was merely persuaded by our elder brother. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao felt a sense of clarity wash over him. His master would undoubtedly refrain from attending, but if his elder brother were to intercede, the situation would shift entirely, rendering it all comprehensible. Given the significance of this matter to the Jie Sect, it was clear that their master's consent implied a deeper complexity. Junior brother, summon a few trustworthy fellow disciples. In 10 years, accompany me to the celestial court. You need not concern yourselves with the details. Simply ensure you do not commit any faux pas, indulge in the feasting, and leave the rest to me. Bringing Duo Bao and the others along was merely a matter of maintaining appearances. The specifics would be handled by him alone. Duo Bao, however, was left speechless, indulging in feasting. It was not that he looked down upon Hao Yan. Rather, he questioned the merit of what the restructured celestial court could possibly offer. Surely, the fare laid before them could not surpass his own. Yet, curiosity regarding the urgent business that warranted their visit lingered in his mind. Elder brother, might you share what this pressing matter is? Duo Bao inquired with genuine interest. To uncover the nature of this urgent business. You might consult the water and fire attendants of our master. I have exhausted my commentary on this topic, that I originally had other matters to attend to and merely stopped by to inform you. With this message conveyed, I must take my leave. Junior brother, remember to select your companions wisely for our journey to the celestial court in 10 years. With that, Xianjun Yu rose and departed without delay. The explanations he left behind were entrusted to the loquacious water and fire attendants, sparing Duo Bao from further inquiries. Yes, I bid farewell to my elder brother. After Xianjun Yu's departure, Duo Bao made his way to his master's sanctum. Consumed by curiosity about their purpose in the celestial court, he found himself unable to wait even a moment longer. Meanwhile, upon returning to his cave, Xianjun Yu retrieved materials and commenced his crafting, all in preparation for the journey to the celestial court. Given Tongtian's disdain for Hao Yan, Xianjun Yu pondered what gifts were to be presented. If they were too meager, they would fail to create the desired impression. Thus, he resolved to personally forge several spiritual treasures to offer Hao Yan. Time passed swiftly, and after expending a plethora of materials, Xianjun Yu successfully crafted a set of exquisite postnatal spiritual treasures. This ensemble, composed of 5 pieces, provided comprehensive protection. While not the finest of creations, they would suffice as presents. As the time for departure loomed, the gifts from Tongtian were delivered by the water and fire attendants. Xianjun Yu gazed into the box, his expression one of disbelief. Are you certain this is the gift our master intends for me to present to the celestial court? He inquired. The water and fire attendants nodded affirmatively. Indeed, elder brother, this is what our master instructed us to bring. There has been no mistake. Is there an issue? Upon realizing these were indeed the items, Xianjun Yu's incredulity reached its peak, not for any other reason than the fact that the 3 spiritual treasures within the box were of his own making, crafted hastily in his master's workshop. Neglected in a corner gathering dust. Although they were postnatal spiritual treasures, they were of the lowest quality, merely a step above ordinary spiritual treasures. Is this truly acceptable? He lamented. Our master exhibits such magnanimity, offering postnatal spiritual treasures with such ease. Return and inform him of my gratitude. While his words were courteous, the tone in which they were delivered suggested otherwise. However, the water and fire attendants, untouched by the harsh realities of the world, failed to detect any hint of sarcasm and instead perceived their elder brother's words as praise for their master. Rest assured, elder brother, we shall convey your sentiments to the sage, with our task complete. We shall take our leave. Wishing you a safe journey, we bid you farewell. After bowing, the water and fire attendants departed. Once they were gone, Xianjun Yu slammed the box shut with a forceful thud, even delivering a swift kick for good measure. What a pitiful offering! For the sake of the Jie Sect, this is what we present. Even if our master looks down upon Hao Yan, a modicum of sincerity would not go amiss. This is simply unacceptable. The sheer inadequacy of the gifts incensed Xianjun Yu, nearly prompting an expletive to escape his lips. Among the 3 postnatal spiritual treasures, the most inferior items were hardly worthy of a genuine sage's gifts, especially when the recipient was a quasi-saint. Reflecting on the sages, he mused that some might not fare much better in their offerings. Thankfully, he had crafted a set of exquisite postnatal treasures, where he would have truly been at his master's mercy. It seemed he would need to dig into his own reserves. With this thought, Xianjun Yu retrieved the 3 treasures sent by his master and carefully wrapped them in 3 gift boxes. Despite their lackluster quality, they were still postnatal treasures, and a well-chosen box could elevate their presentation. Once the treasures were prepared, he produced a small box and selected 10 assorted 9-turn golden pills to place inside. After completing these tasks, Xianjun Yu awaited Duo Bao's arrival with quiet anticipation. After a brief wait, Duo Bao arrived, accompanied by a throng of individuals. However, upon seeing the entourage Duo Bao had brought along, Xianjun Yu was rendered utterly speechless. "Duo Bao, is this truly the company you have chosen?" he exclaimed, his expression a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. Present were Jin Ling, Wu Deng, Gue Ling, and the 7 immortal attendants. All 5 of the primary disciples along with the 7 attendants had come. What kind of influence did Hao Yan possess to warrant such an assembly? Xianjun Yu had intended to bring only Duo Bao as the primary companion for this journey to the celestial court. Yet now, the entire backbone of the Jie Sect was present. What is the meaning of this? Indeed, elder brother, did you not suggest I gather some reliable companions? I deem my senior sister and the junior siblings to be quite dependable. Duo Bao replied matter-of-factly. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Duo Bao had chosen to include the core members of their sect to support his elder brother and prevent any embarrassment. Elder brother, if there is an opportunity for a feast in the celestial court, why would you wish to exclude us? Do you believe that accompanying you would bring disgrace? Jin Ling, with an expression of innocent grievance, gazed earnestly at Xianjun Yu. Wu Deng and Gue Ling mirrored her sentiments, their faces equally troubled. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu could only manage a pained smile. Particularly as he met the pleading gazes of his 3 junior sisters, his feelings of helplessness deepened. This journey was not meant for indulgence, but rather to endure humiliation. And he truly wished to spare his sisters from such indignity. Yet, faced with their unwavering stares, he felt utterly powerless. Very well, I never suggested you would bring shame upon us. Just be aware that this journey is not merely for enjoyment. If you can endure the discomfort, then by all means, accompany me. With a resigned expression, Xianjun Yu conceded. The direct disciples were aware of the true purpose of this expedition, and since his 3 sisters had chosen to attend, it seemed they had reconciled with the situation, alleviating his concerns. What truly troubled him were the 7 immortal attendants. Upon learning that this was a journey of endurance, they expressed confusion and skepticism. Are we not going to the celestial court for merriment? How did it transform into a trial? This contradicts what junior brother Duo Bao conveyed. Elder brother, what discomfort do you face? Are we not going to the celestial court to feast and revel? Long Air asked, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. The other 6 echoed his sentiments, equally perplexed. Indeed, elder brother, what is the nature of this change? One should not ask what should not be asked. Do you not understand such a simple principle? Xianjun Yu cast a stern gaze upon the 7 attendants that a group of individuals merely tagging along for food and drink did not warrant his explanations, nor did he wish to indulge them. Instantly, the 7 attendants fell silent, mindful that questioning the senior brother could lead to dire consequences. Enough, the time is nearly upon us. Gather the items. We shall set forth. Xianjun Yu gestured toward the gifts placed at the entrance and led the group toward the heavenly court. With little time remaining before the commencement of the Peach Tree Festival, tardiness was a grave error that must not be committed. As the disciples of the Jie Jiao set out, representatives from the other 2 sects at Kunlun Mountain also departed early. Although they held disdain for Hao Yan, both sects sent emissaries, evidently coveting the merits and fortunes of the heavenly court. Upon arriving in the domain of the heavenly court, they observed a steady stream of individuals soaring toward the southern heavenly gate, clearly en route to the festival. Go think there would be so many attendees. It seems Hao Yan's popularity is rather commendable, Duo Bao remarked with a hint of indifference. They are likely just here for the food and drink. What popularity could they possibly possess? Jin Ling retorted disdainfully. Everyone knows that Daozu Hongjun bestowed the innate spiritual roots and the heavenly Ren water peaches upon the Yaoqi. This news has spread throughout the Honghuang, she continued. Who wouldn't want to sample the innate spiritual roots? Spare me the talk of popularity. I tea her words. Xianjun Yu offered a faint smile. Jinling's perspective is not entirely accurate. Certainly, there are many here for the feasting, yet not all are driven solely by gluttony. With Daozu supporting Hao Yan, the position of the heavenly court as the ruler is nearly secured, and there are indeed those who genuinely wish to serve the heavenly court, considering its authority over the three realms. The ruler of the three realms, the acknowledged leader of the cultivation world. Such a title is quite appealing, he continued, as it entices those of average talent. However, upon hearing this, Duo Bao and the other immortals wore expressions of disdain. Joining the heavenly court pales in comparison to being a disciple under a saint. These Hong Huang cultivators must be out of their minds. Why choose the heavenly court when they could be with the saints? Utterly ridiculous, the four direct disciples exclaimed in unison, their frustration palpable. Xianjun Yu, well-versed in the original Hong Huang narrative, could only manage a wry smile. Was the heavenly court truly so inferior? Certainly not, with the saints stepping back. The heavenly court had almost cemented its dominant position, its influence unprecedented. Had he not entered the fold of a saint, he would have chosen the heavenly court as well. But that was no longer a hypothetical scenario. Well, how others choose is their business. We shall focus on our own conduct. Once we arrive at the heavenly court, I expect you to temper your arrogance. Do not create disturbances. Duo Bao, this matter falls upon your shoulders. Should anything arise, I shall hold you accountable. Xianjun Yu cast a sweeping glance over the assembly of immortals before ultimately entrusting Duo Bao with the responsibility. As Duo Bao had gathered these individuals, it was only fitting that he oversee them. If trouble were to ensue, he would not blame the other disciples, but would seek out Duo Bao, the instigator. Understanding the purpose of their journey, they were acutely aware that maintaining composure was paramount. Understood, senior brother, leave it to me. Duo Bao replied promptly, then turned to the 7 attendants, my fellow disciples. Partake in your meals and drinks as necessary, and when the time comes to pay respects, do so accordingly. Do not bring the heirs of the saints' disciples into this. Should anyone dare offend the senior brother, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Upon hearing this, the 7 attendants nodded vigorously, recognizing that while Duo Bao was amiable, he was not one to be trifled with. Defend both the senior brother and the second brother would undoubtedly spell disaster within the Jie Jiao. Seeing no further responses, Duo Bao reiterated sternly, have you all gone mute? Do you comprehend? Understood, second brother. The 7 attendants chorused in unison. As for why Duo Bao did not admonish Jinling and the others, it was due to their status as direct disciples. Moreover, Jinling was the senior sister. Who among them would dare to speak against her? All being direct disciples, none held superiority over the others, leaving Duo Bao to caution only the 7 attendants, satisfied with their understanding. Xianjun Yu nodded approvingly and led the group toward the heavenly court's entrance, specifically the southern heavenly gate. That moment, Taibai Jinxing, the envoy of Hao Yan, had assumed the role of gatekeeper, welcoming a continuous stream of celestial visitors. Welcome, esteemed guests, fellow Taoists, please enter. With a perpetual smile, Taibai Jinxing greeted each arrival until he spotted Xianjun Yu and the disciples of Jie Jiao. He swiftly delegated his reception duties to an aide and approached respectfully. Honored immortal, it is a privilege to receive your esteemed presence. Your courtesy is overwhelming, Taibai. Xianjun Yu responded with a smile, returning the gesture. As he did so, he discreetly observed his fellow disciples. Instantly, the Jie Jiao members understood. Suppressing their disdain as they reciprocated the greeting, we, the disciples of Jie Jiao, pay our respects to the honored immortal. Esteemed immortals, I humbly reciprocate your greetings. Please, follow me into the heavenly court. The heavenly emperor awaits your arrival. Taibai Jinxing gestured with utmost reverence. Since the heavenly emperor is awaiting, I shall not be courteous any longer. Fellow disciples, let us proceed into the heavenly court, Xianjun Yu declared, following Taibai as they entered the southern heavenly gate in grand procession. The scattered cultivators at the southern heavenly gate observed Taibai personally leading the way and began to murmur among themselves. Who are those individuals that command such attention from Taibai? Are you truly ignorant? Those are the disciples of the upper clear saint, the Jie Jiao. It is only natural they would receive such treatment. Even as disciples of a saint, there seems no need for such deference. Taibai personally guiding them is quite unusual. Upon learning they were disciples of the upper clear saint, the crowd grew quieter, merely harboring envy, noting Taibai as apparent favoritism. They dared not criticize the saint and could only extend their regards to Taibai. The gatekeeper. Meanwhile, Taibai, in a lively manner, continued to converse. I did not expect an honored immortal to personally bring a party. This truly brings glory to our heavenly court. Your words are too kind. My master was unable to attend, so I took it upon myself to come, Xianjun Yu replied. Having you here is a great honor. One cannot compare a saint to ourselves. As Taibai, Jinxing, and Xianjun Yu exchanged pleasantries, they engaged in a mutual flattery, each complimenting the other in turn. Except for Duo Bao and Jin Ling, the rest of the party listened with growing discomfort. The exchange between the senior brother and Taibai was nothing short of remarkable, the flattery ringing in their ears to the point of nausea. While one might view it as eloquent, others found it utterly repugnant. On the other hand, Chang'er Dingguang observed this interaction with admiration, giving an approving thumbs up. The senior brother is indeed exceptional. His eloquence is unparalleled, a true model for us all. That I could never articulate such sentiments. Today has been an enlightening experience. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of the Huangji Lingxiao Hall, the outer sanctum of the Lingxiao Palace. Esteemed immortals, please hold for a moment, Taibai called out, swiftly approaching the guard stationed at either side of the entrance to whisper. Upon hearing his words, the two guards nodded slightly and straightened their posture, announcing the first disciple of the upper clear saint, Xianjun Yu, arrives with the Jie Jiao disciples. This proclamation echoed within, causing a ripple of similar announcements to resonate throughout, ultimately reaching the ears of the heavenly emperor. Hao Yan, the celestial beings already present in the Lingxiao Palace express surprise at the arrival of the Jie Jiao representatives. The Jie Jiao has arrived. The Ren Jiao and Chan Jiao have sent their disciples. Now the Jie Jiao joins the gathering. The heavenly emperor's prestige is indeed remarkable, even attracting disciples of the saints. Upon hearing the name Xianjun Yu, Hao Yan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in mild surprise. He was quite familiar with this name, as it belonged to his rival for the position of heavenly emperor, a candidate strongly supported by the Sanqing. Were it not for Daozu's backing, it was likely that Xianjun Yu would be the one seated in his place today. Xianjun Yu, I am eager to see what manner of individual can garner such esteem from the Sanqing. Please, come forth. Hao Yan proclaimed succinctly that in response, the heavenly attendants relayed the message. The heavenly emperor commands, inviting all esteemed immortals. As the guard's voice faded, Taibai Jinxing nodded in satisfaction, noting that the speed of communication was indeed swift. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips, masking their true sentiments. So the heavenly emperor has issued a decree. What a grand display. He truly sees himself as something special. Even our master doesn't flaunt such grandeur. Hao Yan can certainly put on a show. Xianjun Yu, observing the scene, refrained from making further comments. As the overseer of the three realms and the sovereign of the heavenly court, a modicum of ostentation was to be expected. After all, he had to play the role of the elder brother in plain sight. Esteemed immortals, please enter. We are grateful for your hospitality, immortal lord. Immediately, Xianjun Yu and the others followed Taibai, Jinxing inside. Upon arriving at Lingxiao Palace, Xianjun Yu surveyed the assembly of immortals and quickly recognized several familiar faces. Xiandu, Guang Qingzi, and others were present, although it seemed that the master brother of the Jie Sect, Nanji, was absent. Only a few of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun had arrived. Once in place, Taibai Jinxing bowed to the imposing figure of Hao Yan seated on the imperial throne and declared, I report to your majesty, the foremost disciple of the supreme clarity saint, Xianjun Yu, has arrived with his junior brothers and sisters. After the announcement, noticing that the emperor remained silent for an extended period, Taibai glanced up slightly. He observed Hao Yan scrutinizing Xianjun Yu. In turn, was fixated on the legendary Jade Emperor. The two were engaged in a mutual appraisal. So this is the Xianjun Yu that the three purities have been advocating. He possesses an elegant countenance, with long hair and clad in white robes, truly a figure of celestial grace. Yet, only a Deluo golden immortal in cultivation. That is somewhat lacking. After his assessment, Hao Yin concluded with a simple, not bad. Xianjun Yu, however, held no substantial opinion. Hao Yin was much as he had envisioned, lacking points for both derision and praise that to him. It was just as expected. Disciple Xianjun Yu, accompanied by the disciples of the Jie Sect, pays respects to you, Master Uncle. Greetings, Master Uncle. Under Xianjun Yu's lead, the Jie Sect disciples bowed in unison. Hearing this, Hao Yin was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated some tension given their rivalry for the position of Heavenly Emperor. To his surprise, Xianjun Yu not only refrained from disdain, but also was the first to bow, elevating Hao Yin to a status akin to that of Saint. It is known that during his ascent to the throne, not a single saint had regarded him favorably, for the disciples of saints tended to be proud. Wherefore, Xianjun Yu's actions were not merely a bow, but an acknowledgement of Hao Yin's status. Dear disciples, there is no need for such formalities. Please, take your seats. Hao Qian invited the Jie Sect immortals to sit with a beaming smile. Clearly, the gesture of Xianjun Yu and his companions was a boon to his pride. Much to his delight, Master Uncle, before my master arrived, he entrusted me with gifts to present. I hope you do not find them lacking. Without immediately taking a seat, Xianjun Yu spoke with a calm demeanor. As his words fell, the disciples of the Jie Sect opened the gift boxes, revealing 8 pieces of post-heaven spiritual treasures in an instant. The sight of 8 post-heaven spiritual treasures left the assembled immortals in astonishment. 8 pieces of post-heaven spiritual treasures. The supreme clarity saint is truly generous. It's evident that the depth of a saint is not something ordinary cultivators can rival. I am envious. The scattered cultivators murmured in surprise. Some Deluo golden immortals and quasi-saints remained unfazed. To them, post-heaven spiritual treasures were not particularly remarkable. The disciples of the human teaching, Xiandu and Guang Chengzi from the Chan sect exchanged glances, shaking their heads slightly. What worth does Hao Yin possess to warrant such a number of post-heaven treasures? Master Tongtian is perhaps overestimating him. Hao Yin, gazing at the 8 post-heaven spiritual treasures, particularly noted one set of exquisite treasures. And his smile broadened. As long as you come, gifts are unnecessary. Please extend my thanks to Master Xianqing. Though he said this, Hao Yin waved his hand, instructing the heavenly servants to receive the gifts from the Jie Sect disciples. The Jie Sect disciples stifled their disdain as they handed the gift boxes to the heavenly servants. Calling him Master Brother, how brazen can Hao Yin be? What qualifications does a former attendant have to address our master as such? We have never encountered such shamelessness. Master Uncle's gratitude will surely be conveyed by your disciple. Xianjun Yu continued, producing 10 9-transformation golden pills, revealing them from a small box for all to see. Moreover, here are 10 9-transformation golden pills, a gift from my master to you, Master Uncle. I hope you will accept them. The revelation of the 9-transformation golden pills incited a mix of envy and admiration among the crowd. Some expressed their astonishment at the Jie Sect's vast resources, while others perceived it as a display of comparison and rivalry. Among the same ranks of saints, the Chan sect had only presented 2 post-heaven treasures, and the human teaching had offered merely 2 9-transformation golden pills. The Jie Sect, however, had brought forth 8 post-heaven treasures and 10 9-transformation golden pills, clearly disturbing the customary gift-giving balance. The disciples of the human teaching and Chan sect were rendered speechless. Feeling overshadowed, Master Tongtian's strategy is indeed ruthless. Hao Yin observed the 10 9-transformation golden pills with mild astonishment. These pills could enhance the cultivation of even quasi-saints, crafted solely by the most adept alchemists. As far as he knew, only one, the Taiji Laozi, was capable of refining such divine pills. Regardless of their origin, the Jie Sect's offering of 10 pills demonstrated their sincerity. Who would have thought that Master Xianqing would bestow such a grand gift? As a younger brother, I am truly humbled. While professing humility, Hao Yin's actions betrayed his sincerity as he summoned a minor divine power to retrieve the 10 9-transformation golden pills along with their box. Observing this, the Jie Sect disciples exchanged exasperated glances, humbled yet accepting so swiftly. Is this truly the heavenly emperor? How utterly shameless! Dear disciples, please take your seats quickly. Further gifts are simply unnecessary. Hao Yin warmly urged the gathering to sit. Hearing this, the assembled immortals, now somewhat speechless, sought available seats, desiring more gifts yet unable to accept. What a predicament! Even Xianjun Yu found himself at a loss for words. He had never realized how audacious Hao Yin was. Indeed, those who ascend to the throne are often characterized by their audacity. After a brief survey of the seating arrangements, Xianjun Yu settled into a forward position without overthinking. To his right, there was a slight gap, but to his left sat another immortal in close proximity. However, unbeknownst to Xianjun Yu, the space to his right symbolized a significant position, as those seated there were renowned immortals of the primordial world. Nevertheless, as a Deluo, golden immortal, and the foremost disciple of the supreme clarity saint, along with his generous offerings, his presence here was certainly warranted. Once seated, Xianjun Yu raised his teacup and nodded to the person beside him. The immortal beside him reciprocated with a lift of his cup, acknowledging the silent toast. The dragon clan of the Eastern Sea, disciple of the Saint Enhua, Xian Nu. Following this, Hao Yin continued to receive the invited guests from the primordial realm, which proved to be rather uneventful. But if one were to note anything of interest, it would be the arrival of Xian Nu, the disciple of the Saint Enhua, which drew some attention, largely due to her exceptional beauty. As the tedium of watching Hao Yin greet guests lingered on, the immortal seated next to Xianjun Yu began to scrutinize him. After a prolonged appraisal, he finally spoke. Young friend, to possess the Luo cultivation at such a young age is indeed commendable. You truly live up to the reputation of the foremost disciple of the supreme clarity saint. The future is bright. Upon hearing the immortal beside him speak, Xianjun Yu regarded him carefully. Unable to discern his cultivation, he surmised that the other's prowess far surpassed his own. Otherwise, it would be implausible for him to remain inscrutable. Accordingly, he humbly replied, "You flatter me. Esteemed immortal, the Deluo is commonplace in the primordial realm. My level of cultivation is indeed not noteworthy." "Ha, young friend, you are overly modest. While the primordial realm is not lacking a Deluo, to achieve such status in merely 10,000 years is certainly commendable." The Taoist stroked his beard, a beaming smile adorning his face as he gazed at Xianjun Yu. Upon hearing his words, Xianjun Yu was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, since his transformation, nearly 10,000 years had passed. And yet this Taoist had effortlessly discerned his age, demonstrating remarkable insight and profound cultivation. Instantly, he began to ponder the identity of this individual, for he was well acquainted with the renowned figures of the primordial chaos, though their appearances often eluded him. Who on earth could this person be? A Deluo was still a Deluo, yet his cultivation was somewhat lacking at but I have yet to inquire about the esteemed name of the immortal. With no clear direction, Xianjun Yu directly posed his question. The Taoist responded with continued mirth, saying, "It seems that young friend rarely traverses the vastness of the primordial chaos. That I am Zhen Yuanzi of the Wuzhuang Temple. Pray, have you ever heard of me?" Zhen Yuanzi's modesty was indeed remarkable. As a pinnacle sage, who in the primordial chaos did not know him. Wuzhuang Temple's Zhen Yuanzi. Goodness, upon hearing this name, Xianjun Yu was instantly stunned, never expecting that the figure seated beside him was the ancestor of Earth immortals, Zhen Yuanzi. What an extraordinary coincidence. Here was a pinnacle sage, choosing not to occupy the foremost position, but rather sitting further back. He truly knew how to engage with others. In truth, Zhen Yuanzi had visited Kunlun Mountain to congratulate the three purities upon their ascension. But at that time, Xianjun Yu was in a state of complacency, and due to his low cultivation, he had failed to make his acquaintance. Realizing the identity of this great sage, Xianjun Yu hastily performed a respectful gesture. It is the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi. I am but a dullard who failed to recognize your esteemed presence. I hope you will not hold it against me." His bow was sincere. He held no resentment toward Zhen Yuanzi, preferring him greatly over Hao Yin. After the demon ancestor Luo Ho detonated the Western spiritual veins, Zhen Yuanzi utilized the Earth Book to manage the aftermath, preventing the complete annihilation of the West. Furthermore, he diligently repaired the spiritual veins. Embodying great virtue and deserving of admiration, not mention it. The title of Ancestor of Earth Immortals is merely a nominal distinction that it is entirely understandable that you, young friend, who have not ventured beyond Kunlun, would not recognize this humble Taoist. Zhen Yuanzi responded graciously, displaying no anger at Xianjun Yu's oversight, instead offering an excuse for him. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu felt a wave of emotion. Had it been another pinnacle sage, not recognizing him would have likely resulted in a poor attitude. Even if they chose not to confront him in stark contrast, Zhen Yuanzi remained unperturbed, consistently smiling and even providing a rationale. Such grace of character is no wonder he is regarded as a great immortal. It is clear why Zhen Yuanzi is so well-liked. The great immortal's magnanimity truly left Xianjun Yu feeling humbled. Not recognizing the true visage of the great immortal warrants my self-imposed penalty of 3 cups. As he spoke, Xianjun Yu raised his cup. Observing from short distance, Tian Nu promptly approached to fill his glass with celestial wine. Young friend is indeed amusing. I must partake in this drink. Initially reluctant to indulge, Zhen Yuanzi, seeing Xianjun Yu's enthusiasm and being a person who cherished friendships, lifted his cup in reply. After having Tian Nu refill their cups with celestial wine, the two began to drink heartily. As the saying goes, where there is wine, there are friends. After a few rounds, they were entirely at ease with one another. Great Immortal, your protection of the Western spiritual veins with the Earth Book and your efforts in safeguarding the region are truly commendable. Xianjun Yu expressed his admiration. Such deeds are simply my duty, nothing worthy of mention. During my visit to Kunlun Mountain, I also heard the 3 saints speak of you. They engaged in a lively exchange. Their conversation flowing effortlessly, so much so that an outsider might assume they were longtime friends, when in fact, this was their first official meeting that I have heard that you possess a primordial spiritual root. The ginseng fruit tree, which flowers once every 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000 years, and takes yet another 3,000 years to ripen, only to be consumed after 10,000 years. Is this true? Xianjun Yu inquired, steering the conversation toward the topic of primordial spiritual roots. He was exceedingly curious about the ginseng fruit, particularly regarding its taste, as it was the very item that the Monkey King had pilfered. The essence of the earth, the ginseng fruit, is indeed real. However, I did not bring many this time, Zhen Yuanzi replied casually. For others, the ginseng fruit might be a rare and precious delicacy, but for him, it was merely a treat for his guests. If you desire, young friend, you are always welcome to visit Wuzhuang Temple to indulge in its flavors that I shall prepare for your arrival. Xianjun Yu was overjoyed at Zhen Yuanzi's invitation. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted their conversation. The 2 saints of the West have arrived. As Tian Nu's words echoed, all conversation ceased, and soon, Zhuan Ti and Jie floated gracefully into the Lingxiao Palace. Upon the arrival of the 2 saints, everyone rose to pay their respects. Even Hao Qian descended from his elevated platform. Salutations, saints. We pay our respects to the 2 esteemed saints. Although some individuals were aware that these 2 were rather shameless. Respect and decorum were still due to the saints. In response, Zhuan Ti and Jie simultaneously spoke. You need not be formal. Hao Yin, my fellow disciple, and I have arrived late. We present this Bodhi fruit to you. As Zhuan Ti spoke, he produced a crimson Bodhi fruit. Zhuan Ti, having transformed from the primordial Bodhi tree, had this fruit separated from his own essence, making it a truly remarkable item. Xianjun Yu, observing this, was slightly astonished. Offer a Bodhi fruit was indeed a grand gesture. Given the personalities of these 2, it seemed they were quite envious of the celestial merits of the heavenly court. Their personal visit was a significant show of respect towards Hao Yin, complicating matters further for him. Thank you for the Bodhi fruit. I am most grateful to the 2 saints. Hao Yin expressed his surprise, yet he accepted the gift graciously. Upon meeting the 2 saints, he promptly arranged for 2 additional seats beside him on the high platform, inviting them to sit together. After everyone resumed their seats, the atmosphere returned to normal. However, once seated, Xianjun Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He had anticipated that Zhuan Ti and Jie might make a grand gesture, and while he considered the possibility of one of them attending, he had not expected both to arrive. While the Bodhi fruit was indeed valuable, it was ultimately limited in quantity, raising concerns about the implications of two saints being present, compared to the others. Hao Yin would undoubtedly harbor a greater affinity for the West now. This turn of events had caught him completely off guard, leaving him to observe how Hao Yin would choose to proceed. You seem troubled. Young friend, since the arrival of the two saints, your demeanor has shifted. Do you carry some concern? Noticing Xianjun Yu's sudden silence, Jin Yuanzi inquired, "It is nothing of great concern, merely a moment of reflection." Xianjun Yu replied, choosing not to elaborate on the matter, as it was not something he could openly discuss. Sensing Xianjun Yu's reluctance, Jin Yuanzi, ever perceptive, refrained from pressing further. Although he hailed from the West and shared a common background with the two saints, he held a certain disdain for Zhuan and Jin. Their conduct and mannerisms were, to him, rather unbecoming of saints, and being a person who cherished friendships, he preferred to avoid them when possible. As Hao Yin continued to greet the invited guests and receive various gifts, Zhuan and Jie exchanged discreet remarks using their saintly powers. "Brother, this East truly abounds with remarkable individuals. I did not expect such a turnout for Hao Yin's peaches of immortality. Indeed, their generosity is quite astonishing. They possess myriad elixirs and treasures." The two observed Hao Yin receiving gifts with envy, wishing they could personally partake in the offerings, since Luo Ho's detonation of the spiritual veins. The West had become desolate, living conditions were strained, unlike the East, where prosperity flourished. "Brother, upon our return, we should organize a grand gathering to collect gifts from these Eastern cultivators. Yes, it would indeed be prudent to host such an event." The two plotted, eager to leverage the gathering to amass gifts from the Eastern cultivators, confident in their status as saints and the respect they would command, as the invited guests began to settle. Hao Yin addressed the assembly, saying, "I am exceedingly delighted by the presence of all our celestial friends. Please accompany me to the Yaoqi of the heavenly court." At that moment, the crowd followed Hao Yin to the Yaoqi. Upon arrival, Hao Yin promptly announced the official commencement of the Pan Tao conference. Plate after plate of peaches were presented, while in the open space, a multitude of fairies danced gracefully. Laughter and conversation began to flow among the attendees. Hao Yin, accompanied by the Yaoqi, approached the invited guests one by one, engaging in conversation while partaking in drinks. Meanwhile, Xuandu found himself beside Xianjun Yu. To his surprise, his senior brother had also come to the heavenly court. Had he known, he would have accompanied him. Xuandu remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu wore an expression of amusement. It was evident that both the three teachings had sent representatives without informing each other, each harboring their own intentions. They were indeed traveling together. It was likely that the great master had deliberately instructed Xuandu to arrive quietly. These prominent figures were all quietly scheming. Traveling together, do you truly believe that? "Junior brother, I suspect the great master does not wish for us to journey together," he said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Xuandu might not have such ulterior motives, but one could not say the same for him. "Ha, senior brother, I naturally think so. However, you are aware of our teacher. Besides, look, all three teachings from Kunlun Mountain are present, presumably for the same purpose. Now that Zhuan and Jane have also arrived, what do you propose we do?" Xuandu inquired softly. His master had instructed him to foster good relations with Hao Yin, striving to gain merit and fortune from the heavenly court. However, the arrival of the two saints posed a significant obstacle. Realizing the difficulty, he prepared to ally with senior brother Xianjun Yu to address the hindrance posed by Zhuan and Jin. Matters concerning the East should not be meddled with by the West. Xianjun Yu, observing Zhuan and Jin in the distance, furrowed his brow. The heavenly court, being in the East, was indeed a matter for their region. Their attempt to intervene was nothing short of a dream. However, when it comes to saints, it was beyond their control. Once the conference concludes, they could relay the matter back to Kunlun Mountain for their masters to handle. He offered no solution, instead passing the matter off to his masters at Kunlun Mountain. There was no other course of action. Indeed, there was little they could do regarding saints, and Xuandu did not press further. Such matters were best left to their masters, as he found himself powerless. Xuandu then withdrew to the side. "Young friend, this Pan Tao is a primordial spiritual root. Do taste and see how it fares." Jin Yuanzi gestured towards the peaches before him. while others had one each. Zhan Yuanzi and Xianjun Yu were presented with an entire platter. This clearly illustrated the disparity in status and treatment. Very well, since the great immortal suggests it, I shall indulge. With that, Xianjun Yu picked up a peach the size of his palm and took a bite. The flavor was sweet, quite akin to an ordinary peach. If there was any distinction, it was solely in its ability to enhance cultivation. Xianjun Yu could distinctly feel his cultivation level rising slightly. If even a Deluo Jinxian's cultivation could be elevated, it was evident that the reputation of the primordial spiritual roots was not unfounded. How is it, young friend? Zhan Yuanzi inquired with keen interest. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu displayed no remarkable expression. Instead, he responded with a calm demeanor. The flavor is acceptable. It indeed enhances cultivation. It is certainly not comparable to ordinary fruits. However, it has not truly surprised me. In a word, the primordial Ren Shui Pan Tao was merely that. Upon hearing Xianjun Yu's words, Zhan Yuanzi erupted into hearty laughter. The primordial Ren Shui Pan Tao can elevate Deluo's cultivation. That is already quite impressive. This spiritual root boasts 3,600 varieties. The first 1,200 yield small fruits that mature every 3,000 years, granting immortality upon consumption. The next 1,200 mature every 6,000 years, allowing ascension and eternal life. And the final 1,200, with fine purple veins, mature every 9,000 years, bestowing longevity equal to heaven and earth. Such effects indeed justify its title as a primordial spiritual root. Young friend, do not harbor overly high expectations. For mortals and those of lesser cultivation, these peaches are undoubtedly exceptional. However, once one surpasses the Deluo Jinxian realm, the peaches merely serve as a novelty, with their effects becoming nearly negligible. Those who could attend the heavenly court were all beings who had attained immortality. The lifespan of a Deluo Jinxian was tantamount to eternity, rendering notions of eternal life a mere jest. The great immortal's lesson was clear. Having never consumed primordial spiritual roots, the young one had mistakenly elevated their significance. With that, Xianjun Yu set down the half-eaten peach. That a peach that could enhance cultivation by a small margin was hardly remarkable. With his system, such a minor boost held no appeal for him. That is indeed the nature of primordial spiritual roots. For those of profound cultivation, they are akin to ordinary spiritual fruits. A taste is sufficient. But expecting any miraculous effects is best left aside. As Zhan Yuanzi spoke, there was an underlying message. Primordial spiritual roots were largely similar, and he advised Xianjun Yu not to place undue hope in his ginseng fruit, suggesting it was merely for tasting. Indeed, a taste is a fine choice. With that, Xianjun Yu joined in the laughter. Previously, he had believed primordial spiritual roots to be extraordinary, but upon reflection, the allure of sharing longevity with heaven and earth would only attract lesser cultivators and mortals. Having achieved the Deluo realm, he already possessed boundless lifespan. The exaggerated claims surrounding primordial spiritual roots held little significance for him. What brings you to such joy? Hao Yan, the heavenly emperor, approached with Wang Mu of the Yao Qi. Taoist Hao Yan, Taoist Yao Qi. We pay our respects to you both. Upon the arrival of the two hosts, Zhan Yuanzi and Xianjun Yu promptly stood to greet them. Seeing Xianjun Yu conversing amicably with Zhan Yuanzi surprised Hao Yan. Though it was not entirely unexpected, Zhan Yuanzi was renowned for his amicable nature, making Xianjun Yu's acquaintance unsurprising. What delightful conversation do you share with my esteemed nephew, so merrily? Indeed, young friend was under the impression that primordial spiritual roots were extraordinary. And I was merely clarifying. Zhan Yuanzi candidly explained to Hao Yan, as this was a trivial matter and required no pretense of knowledge. After all, many present were tasting the primordial Ren Shui Pan Tao for the first time, and it was unnecessary to discuss expertise. Precisely. The outside world has inflated the reputation of primordial spiritual roots, deceiving young friends. So that is the case. Upon hearing this, Hao Yan could not help but laugh aloud. If the primordial Ren Shui Pan Tao were truly something extraordinary, he would not have presented so many. Xianjun Yu had certainly overestimated its value. Wang Mu of the Yao Qi covered her mouth. Stifling a smile, Xianjun Yu, feeling slightly embarrassed as the others laughed at him, mentally criticized Zhan Yuanzi. Damn, Jin Yuanzi is quite the trickster. He could have kept this to himself. Though he grumbled inwardly, Xianjun Yu did not take offense. Such trivial matters were of little concern to him. The legends of the Hong Huang cannot be fully trusted. I have embarrassed my two esteemed uncles and the great immortal. Xianjun Yu feigned humility. Just a mere peach. Let them laugh. Your possessions are worthless. Why should I care? It's not as if the worthless things are mine. Come, esteemed nephew. It is fate that brings us together today. Let us raise our cups in celebration. Hao Qian raised his goblet, and Jin Yuanzi and Xianjun Yu followed suit, toasting heartily. After exchanging pleasantries with Jin Yuanzi, Hao Qian turned his attention to Xianjun Yu. Nephew, your position as the heavenly emperor was usurped by your uncle. Surely you have grievances regarding this? The mention of Hao Qian usurping Xianjun Yu's position piqued Jin Yuanzi's interest. He had never heard of such news before. He listened intently, eager for the unfolding gossip. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu paused in surprise before shaking his head with a wry smile. Uncle, your words are exaggerated. The throne rightfully belongs to you, and there is no question of it being usurped. Moreover, the disciple, being inherently indolent, had no desire for the imperial throne. It was solely due to the insistence of my esteemed master and two venerable uncles that he was recommended for it. Despite his attempts to dissuade them, his pleas fell on deaf ears, and any lingering resentment was utterly absent. Xianjun Yu spoke with remarkable candor and ease. T.O. claimed that he harbored no thoughts regarding the position of the heavenly emperor would be disingenuous. After all, who among the rulers of the three realms would lack ambitions, save for the sages? Yet, contemplating the title of heavenly emperor, would the Tao ancestor ever acquiesce? He was well aware that such a position was beyond his reach, and he accepted this truth with grace. If it was not meant for him, then he bore no ill will. Upon hearing this, Hao Qian and Yao Qi exchanged bewildered glances, according to their prior assumptions, as a former rival. It was already a significant improvement that Xianjun Yu had not caused any disruption during this visit. This title of Heavenly Emperor had been conferred upon him by the Tao ancestor himself, and despite his outward restraint, it was anticipated that he would harbor some grievances. However, not only did this individual refrain from causing turmoil, but he also displayed an unexpectedly amiable disposition, leaving them utterly perplexed. Was it truly the case that the disciple thought in this manner? Hao Qian cautiously inquired. In response, Xianjun Yu nodded solemnly. Although my disciple may be laid back, I possess my own principles. That which belongs to me cannot be taken by anyone. And I never covet what is not mine. I have no connection to the imperial throne. Thus, the position of the ruler of the heavenly court rightfully belongs to my uncle. This is my stance. Upon articulating this sentiment, Hao Qian was even more confounded. Even if Xianjun Yu were to speak with disdain today, he could understand, for it is only natural to feel resentment after losing the imperial title. Yet his current calmness only deepened Hao Qian's suspicions. However, given the sincerity with which Xianjun Yu spoke, he found it difficult to counter his assertions. Consequently, he and Yao Qi exchanged slight nods, reluctantly accepting this explanation. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzi, overhearing this intimate exchange, stroked his long beard with keen interest, focusing intently on the foremost disciple of the celestial pure. It was truly unexpected that the three pure ones would endorse Xianjun Yu as the ruler of the heavenly court, especially considering his competitive dynamic with Hao Qian. How intriguing indeed! Disciple. As you know, the heavenly court is just beginning to take shape, and the number of capable individuals is exceedingly limited. That I have heard that there are many disciples of the Jie Sect. I wonder. After reluctantly acknowledging Xianjun Yu, Hao Qian proceeded to outline the primary purpose of convening the Peach Banquet, namely, the urgent need for personnel, with the demon court's withdrawal and the establishment of the heavenly court. There was a significant shortage of manpower to govern the three realms. This gathering was aimed both at recruiting and at seeking assistance. Upon hearing Hao Qian's words, Xianjun Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His primary objective for this visit was to position individuals within the heavenly court, thereby leveraging its merit and fortune to stem the decline of the Jie Sect's fortunes. Hao Qian's invitation was, in essence, a boon for him. Be candid with my uncle. I have come precisely at this moment of need to alleviate your concerns. With just a word from you, the Jie Sect shall undoubtedly lend its unwavering support. While I am indeed here to assist you, the distribution of merit and fortune from the heavenly court is contingent upon your choices. Upon hearing this, Hao Ian immediately broke into a smile. Excellent, excellent. Your actions are truly a tremendous help. But I wonder if my senior brother from the Celestial Pure is aware of this, or if it is merely your personal initiative. Naturally, Hao Ian was delighted at the prospect of receiving assistance. Yet he hesitated, recalling the previous incident at the Zixiao Palace. At the tea that time, Tongtian was eager to take action against him, dismissing him as a mere Taoist boy. Why had his attitude shifted so dramatically now? He feared that this was solely Xianjun Yu's personal inclination. The Jie Sect belongs to my master. I cannot make decisions unilaterally. Rest assured, what I have said reflects my master's intentions. After the banquet, I shall select disciples from the Jie Sect to ascend to the heavenly court, ensuring that your requests are fulfilled. Xianjun Yu spoke slowly, fearful that Hao Ian might reconsider, thus firmly establishing that he would dispatch individuals after the banquet. Little did he know that while inviting deities is easy, sending them away proves to be a challenge. Very well, since it is indeed the will of my senior brother from the Celestial Pure, I shall accept this favor and express my gratitude to him once more. Hao Ian was overjoyed, for the Jie Sect's willingness to provide assistance meant that after the banquet, he would have the help he so desperately needed. It was common knowledge that the reopening of the heavenly court, coupled with his lack of prestige, made it exceedingly difficult to recruit personnel, to the point where he was developing a phobia regarding his insufficient manpower. The Jie Sect's readiness to contribute alleviated much of his burden. However, unbeknownst to him, Xianjun Yu was even more elated. Yes, my uncle's gratitude shall surely be conveyed to my master. Esteemed immortal, please enjoy your meal at your leisure. I must attend to matters on my end. After exchanging pleasantries, Hao Ian bid farewell to Xianjun Yu and Zhen Yuanzi, taking Yao Qi to seek out others for conversation. Observing Hao Ian's evident delight, Zhen Yuanzi shook his head with a sense of helplessness. Such an act of inviting wolves into one's home, while feeling pleased with oneself, was truly foolish and oblivious. While it may be acceptable to recruit scattered cultivators, drawing in the disciples of sages into the heavenly court was a grave misstep. Inviting immortals is easy, but sending them away is not. What is this, my young friend? Let us continue to drink and enjoy the spectacle. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi's pitying gaze directed at Hao Ian, Xianjun Yu spoke with a broad smile. Yet to Zhen Yuanzi, this smile bore an air of cunning, as if to warn, Zhen Yuanzi, it would be wise for you to mind your own business. This is a matter pertaining to our sage's disciples. Perceive it, but do not speak of it. Nonetheless, Zhen Yuanzi was indeed disinterested in intervening. As Wuzhuangguan had no disciples of its own, he was not part of that faction and had no stake in their affairs. Thus, Hao Ian merely sought to maintain a good rapport with Zhen Yuanzi, without any intent of pulling him into the fold. Ha ha ha, my young friend, let us continue to drink and enjoy the dance. Zhen Yuanzi laughed heartily, choosing not to meddle, for it is best to remain uninvolved in the affairs of sages. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Unlike Xianjun Yu from the Jie Sect, the disciples of the Yuanshi and Chan sects did not respond immediately when Hao Ian expressed the need for personnel. Instead, they stated they would return to seek the sage's counsel. In this regard, Xianjun Yu had undoubtedly taken the lead. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Once one establishes a foothold in the heavenly court, subsequent matters become considerably easier. As the celestial maidens concluded their dance, and the peaches had been nearly consumed, the peach banquet aimed at recruiting personnel drew to a close. After bidding farewell to Hao Ian, the celestial beings began to depart. Outside the Lingxiao Palace, Zhen Yuanzi addressed Xianjun Yu. My young friend, now that the peach banquet has concluded, I must return to Wuzhuangguan. You, who have not tasted the ginseng fruit, would you care to accompany me to experience its unique flavors? At the entrance, Zhen Yuanzi extended an invitation to Xianjun Yu. Upon hearing the mention of ginseng fruit, the Jie Sect disciples behind him, including Du Obao and Jin Ling, brightened at the prospect. The ginseng fruit, a treasure of the innate spiritual roots, was indeed a coveted delicacy. They had anticipated savoring the ginseng fruit alongside their senior brother. However, in the next moment, Xianjun Yu outright declined, extinguishing their hopes. Esteemed immortal, you are overly gracious, But perhaps another time I have matters to attend to and must return to Kunlun to report to my master. So I cannot impose on you, he said with an apologetic demeanor. Having learned from the experience of the rainwater peach, his expectations for the ginseng fruit were not as high as before. With pressing matters at hand, he could not afford to indulge in a trip to the western Wuzhuang merely for a taste at I see that the sage is indeed paramount. Since you have matters to attend to, let us part ways here. Visit Wuzhuang whenever you have a chance. I shall await your arrival. Very well. Esteemed immortal, take care. Farewell. Upon realizing that Xianjun Yu had matters to report to the supreme sage, Zhang Yuanzi refrained from extending further invitations and took his leave directly. Watching Zhang Yuanzi depart, the members of the could not hide their dismay. The precious ginseng fruit they had hoped to acquire had slipped away, leaving them in a state of regret. Master brother, why didn't you accompany Zhang Yuanzi? I heard he has the innate spiritual root essence ginseng fruit, spoke Jinling, clearly intrigued by the ginseng fruit's allure. Upon hearing Jinling's words, Xianjun Yu felt compelled to swallow the reprimand he had been about to deliver. Although he could overlook Jinling's comments, he would have certainly chastised his other junior disciples, such as Duo Bao. The ginseng fruit is similar to the peach of immortality. I can always request some later. For now, we have pressing matters to attend to, so please refrain from indulging too much. Junior sister, Xianjun Yu replied in a notably calm tone, showing no signs of anger. All right, master brother, it's not that I am being greedy. I simply wish to taste the ginseng fruit since I have never had it before. Jinling retorted, somewhat defensively. The other members have shared her sentiment. They were not being greedy, merely eager to sample the essence of the innate spiritual root that I understand. When I have the opportunity, I shall visit Zhen Yuan Daxian and request a couple of ginseng fruits for you. Xianjun Yu assured them. Very well. Let us take our leave. With that, Xianjun Yu moved to depart. However, just as he was about to escort his junior disciples back, the voice of Tai by Jin Xing suddenly rang out. Immortal, please, the esteemed immortal of hold on. Tai by Jin Xing approached, accompanied by several celestial attendants carrying trays filled with exquisite Renshui peaches. Xianjun Yu cast a curious glance at the peaches held by the attendants and turned to Tai by Jin Xing with a look of inquiry. Is there something else, Celestial Lord? In response, Tai by Jin Xing gestured toward the peaches and explained, Indeed, the Supreme Sage has sent an abundance of gifts this time, and His Majesty feels somewhat undeserving. Thus he has commanded me to bring some peaches as a return gift to the Supreme Sage. The first 20 are for the Sage, while the last 10 are specifically for you. Esteemed immortal, His Majesty holds you in high regard. Tai by Jin Xing spoke the first part loudly, aiming to convey the heavenly court's etiquette, while the latter part was uttered in a hushed tone. Those last 10 peaches were a personal gift from the heavenly sovereign to Xianjun Yu, meant to bypass the sage's hands that I see. Then I shall express my gratitude to His Majesty on behalf of my master. Xianjun Yu nodded appreciatively, casting a quick glance at his junior disciples. They all accepted the peaches from the attendants. Esteemed immortal, I must return to the select disciples for ascension. It is not convenient for me to linger here. So I bid you farewell. Very well, esteemed immortal. After parting from Tai by Jin Xing, Xianjun Yu wasted no time and led his junior disciples directly out of the southern heavenly gate, soaring back towards Kunlun Mountain. Along the way, Duo Bao, eyeing the peaches in the celestial attendant's hands, remarked proudly, Master brother, I didn't expect the heavenly sovereign to be so perceptive. Before our departure, he bestowed such an abundance of peaches. It seems he is not foolish and knows how to curry favor with our master. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu could only shake his head in resignation. Master Tongtian is a sage. It is entirely normal for the heavenly sovereign to present a token of appreciation. The status of a sage is not something to be taken lightly. Foolish? How could one who rules the heavenly court be foolish? Do you believe this return gift is exclusive to us? Duo Bao continued. The heavenly sovereign is certainly not naive. He simply lacks experience. Moreover, he can surmise that these peaches are not only being sent to our, but likely to other prominent figures as well. Whether the quantity matches ours remains uncertain, as the heavenly sovereign has only recently assumed control over the heavenly court. And the peaches must be in limited supply. Not just us. Duo Bao mused. Indeed, it seems the heavenly sovereign is quite adept at forging alliances, After a moment of contemplation, Duo Bao grasped the situation. His view of the heavenly sovereign's approach was a mix of disdain and admiration. While he found it unappealing, he couldn't dismiss its effectiveness. His ability to form alliances is of little concern to us. My purpose for this journey has been accomplished. Upon our return to Kunlun Mountain, we shall gather the disciples for ascension. Which of my junior disciples wishes to accompany me to the heavenly court? Xianjun Yu inquired, looking at the disciples who had followed him. Indeed, he intended to personally oversee their duties in the heavenly court, as he did not trust others to do so. The disciples of the sage typically held disdain for the heavenly sovereign. It would be unfortunate if their reputation were tarnished over trivial matters at this juncture. We all wish to follow Master Brother. The disciples have responded eagerly, though their sincerity was questionable. Who would willingly become a subordinate under the heavenly sovereign's command? Were it not for Xianjun Yu's invitation, none would abandon their status as disciples of a sage to serve as mere lackeys. Xianjun Yu observed their reluctant expressions. Recognizing their true feelings, he shot them an exasperated glance. If you want to go, then go. If not, you need not pretend to desire it. This is merely sycophancy. His junior disciples were clearly playing a game of pretense, feigning eagerness while harboring reservations. Enough. I see you're not inclined to go. Not every disciple of the inner sect is required to accompany me. Only those I deem worthy must attend. I grant you the privilege to choose freely. Whether you wish to go or stay is entirely your decision. There is no need to flatter me, Xianjun Yu stated, his expression one of mild exasperation. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao and the others felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, since it was a voluntary choice, they found it much easier to accept. Master Brother, I prefer to remain within so I shall not accompany you. With Duo Bao leading the way, the others quickly echoed his sentiment. Master Brother, we too wish to stay in The two closest disciples, Wu Dang and Gue Ling, declined the journey to the heavenly court, as did several others, including Wu Yunxian, Jinggu Xianma, Bai Lu Xian, Ling Xian, and Xiu Shou Xian. Master Brother, I shall accompany you, Jin Ling declared, along with Chong Er Dingguang and Jin Guang, who also expressed their willingness to follow. Xianjun Yu was not surprised by Jin Ling's decision, as she was the female immortal among them and could not easily turn down the opportunity. However, he was taken aback by the willingness of the troublesome duo, Chong Er Dingguang and Jin Guang, to join him. It seems my stern warnings have had some effect. They are willing to come despite the claim of voluntariness. This troublesome duo proves to be quite interesting, he mused. Those who do not wish to accompany me should focus on their cultivation. For those who choose to ascend with me, prepare yourselves. Yes, Master Brother. Xianjun Yu held no strong opinions regarding those who opted not to join him. Everyone had their own desires. He did not wish to compel anyone, for although working in the heavenly court under the heavenly sovereign might be somewhat demeaning, it was not devoid of benefits. Those who exerted themselves would simultaneously enjoy the fortunes and merits of both in the heavenly court, ensuring a smooth path in their cultivation journey. As for those who declined this fortuitous opportunity, it was simply a matter of fate. Soon, the group returned to Kunlun Mountain. Upon their arrival, they proceeded directly to meet their master, Tongtian. Disciples, pay your respects to the master. The disciples all bowed in unison within the palace. Rise, Tongtian said calmly, seemingly indifferent to their formalities. His interest piqued instead by the outcomes of their visit to the heavenly court. Yet with so many present, he chose not to inquire immediately. Master, this innate spiritual root, Renshui Peach, is a return gift from the heavenly sovereign. Xianjun Yu opened his mouth and pointed to the Renshui Pan Tao held by the 7 celestial attendants. Upon hearing this, Tongtian waved his hand and, employing his divine powers, collected all the Pan Tao, every single one, leaving not a trace behind. The innate spiritual roots gifted by Hao Yin were too precious to be left unclaimed. Observing this, Xianjun Yu's lips twitched in dismay. Before he could fully articulate his thoughts, his master had already seized the items, including his share. Xianjun Yu, not one to suffer such a loss, especially given his fondness for these peaches, promptly voiced his demand. Master, Hao Yin has bestowed upon you 20 Pan Tao, and left 10 for me. Since they are a gift from Hao Yin, you should accept them without needing to inform me. Tongtian replied nonchalantly, mistakenly believing his eldest disciple was merely flaunting his good fortune. He thought little of such trivial matters. Unbeknownst to him, the eldest disciple was actually requesting his rightful portion. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu was rendered speechless. Did his master truly not comprehend? Or was he pretending to be oblivious? If he understood, it was shameless indeed to so openly covet his disciples' belongings. No, he adored these Pantao and was determined to reclaim them. Master, Hao Qian sent 20 Pantao to you, yet you have taken 30. Who do you think those extra 10 belong to? As these words were spoken, the other disciples of Jie Jiao instantly grasped the situation. There were 30 Pantao in total, 20 of which had been sent by Hao Qian, while their master had collected 30, indicating that 10 belonged to the eldest brother. Were it them, they would not dare to ask for their share back from their master. Yet now, with their master having taken them, the eldest brother dared to demand his rights. One could not help but admire his audacity. He truly feared no repercussions from his master. Realizing he had indeed taken more than his due, Tongtian thought to himself, so what if I've taken more? You could have simply asked for them back privately. Why reveal this before so many others? Do I have no pride? The news of a saint pilfering from his disciples would certainly tarnish his reputation. That insufferable brat was truly relentless in his pursuit of fairness. However, he only grumbled internally, maintaining his facade of dignity as a master. Do not be anxious. I am merely ensuring that Hao Qian has not tampered with the Pantao. Tongtian fabricated a plausible excuse. The other disciples, upon hearing this, expressed a collective understanding, realizing that their master was only checking the peaches for safety, not coveting the eldest brother's possessions. Xianjun Yu, however, found the reasoning unconvincing. You've taken more than you should have, yet you seek a pretense of investigation. Who would believe such a tale? Oh, if that's the case, has the inspection concluded? If so, please return my peaches. These Ren Shui Pantao are particularly fond of me. They spoil easily when separated from their rightful owner. With that, Xianjun Yu extended his hand, his meaning clear. Return my peaches at once, or I shall resort to underhanded tactics. Tongtian, upon hearing this, felt his teeth grind in irritation. The Ren Shui Pantao were innate spiritual roots, genuine celestial fruits. How could they possibly spoil? Xianjun Yu's implication was that he might misappropriate his peaches. The audacity of that brat was becoming increasingly infuriating. Rest assured, they are perfectly fine. Take them. With a wave of his hand, 10 Pantao fell into Xianjun Yu's grasp. The latter, cradling the peaches, expressed his gratitude profusely. Thank you, master. Your consideration for my safety truly moves me. He continued to extol his master's virtues, likening his admiration to the ceaseless flow of a mighty river. Tongtian and the other disciples exchanged glances of disbelief and embarrassment, struggling to comprehend how Xianjun Yu could so effortlessly flatter. His smooth tongue seemed almost innate, though even the most complimentary words felt oddly tinged with sarcasm to Tongtian's ears. Enough, enough. Save your flattery for others. You may disperse now. I have matters to discuss with your eldest brother. Without delving further into the implications of Xianjun Yu's words, Tongtian urged the others to leave. Yes, master. I take my leave. Duo bow, and the others bowed and exited without further inquiry. Once the disciples had departed, Xianjun Yu employed a small spatial technique to swiftly gather the Pantao, fearing his master might snatch them away. Though he was quick, Tongtian observed the entire transaction. Look at you, acting as if I would covet your insignificant peaches if I truly desired them. Hao Qian would have delivered them by the cartload. This assertion held merit. If Tongtian truly wanted the Pantao, Hao Qian would indeed provide them in abundance, assuming he possessed enough. Indeed, master, you would never stoop to desire the Ren Shui Pantao. If you wish for more, Hao Qian would surely supply them. Xianjun Yu replied, feigning indifference yet exuding an air of mockery. In the future, refrain from these trivial antics. They are merely a handful of peaches, not something to fuss over. If Hao Qian offers you more, simply accept them without bringing them here. Tongtian scoffed. To prevent such situations from occurring, he instructed Xianjun Yu to accept Hao Qian's gifts without further ado. Yes, master, Xianjun Yu mumbled. It's just a peach. Why the fuss? After complying, he muttered under his breath about his master's pettiness over a few fruits, claiming it was unbecoming of someone in his position. Tongtian cast Xianjun Yu a sidelong glance, choosing not to engage further in this triviality, and instead inquired about the recent developments in the heavenly court. Now, let us discuss serious matters. How did your journey unfold? In response, Xianjun Yu adopted a serious demeanor. Although there were some unexpected occurrences during the heavenly court visit, it ultimately proceeded smoothly. Hao Yan has agreed to allow Jie Jiao to establish a presence in the heavenly court. We need only send disciples to fulfill this task. He expressed his determination to personally oversee the matter, believing that once Jie Jiao's fortunes intertwined with those of the heavenly court, their decline would cease, and prosperity would follow. Seeing Xianjun Yu's willingness to take initiative brought Tongtian satisfaction. It was a positive sign that his eldest disciple was no longer languishing in despair. I trust you to handle this matter. I will issue a command shortly for all Jie Jiao disciples to heed your orders and proceed without hesitation. Tongtian felt no doubt or concern in entrusting this task to his most reliable disciple. However, Xianjun Yu's next words caused his brow to furrow. Yes, master, I will handle this well, but I must mention that I encountered several unexpected figures during my visit to the heavenly court. The Western figures, Zhuanti and Jin, have come in person, and both de Shibua and Air Shibua have also sent representatives. Xianjun Yu spoke with gravity, recognizing the complications that such attention from the heavenly court could pose. Tongtian's brow furrowed deeply. He, too, was taken aback. His elder brother's sending representatives without notifying him was already a source of irritation. Now, with Zhuanti and Jane seeking to involve themselves, it was utterly intolerable. Both of my brothers are looking out for their own interests, showing no regard for their younger brother. How delightful. He felt no surprise at Heir Shibua Yuan Shi's actions, but the situation was becoming increasingly untenable. However, it was quite unexpected for Xiong to act in such a manner, as it marked the first time he had expressed dissatisfaction toward his elder brother. Xianjun Yu observed his master's somber countenance, remaining silent for a considerable time, and he could surmise the reason behind it. Thus he spoke in a measured tone. Master, the three pure ones each establish their own teachings, and with the inheritance of the Tao, it is only natural that they strive for the interests of their respective traditions. This is to be expected, and there is no need for you to dwell on it. Presently, the intrusion from the West is a matter of grave concern. I implore you to address that issue first. After all, they are longtime brothers, and in such circumstances, it is only human to ponder deeply, to the very least. I find it difficult to dismiss these thoughts myself. Thus it seems prudent to redirect the conversation towards the affairs of the West. Upon hearing this, Tongtian let out a sigh. The bond between the three pure ones had inevitably changed. Yet, they remained as the three pure ones, and he could only strive not to dwell on the matter. Although a lingering discomfort resided in his heart. Focus on your own endeavors. This matter does not require your involvement. Since both of your esteemed uncles harbor such intentions, I shall engage them in discourse. Very well. You may descend to attend to your affairs. Assemble the necessary personnel and ascend to the heavens, Tongtian said, his tone tinged with despondency. Recognizing his master's inner turmoil, Xianjun Yu refrained from further commentary. After bowing respectfully, he exited. Once outside, he gazed upon his master's sanctuary and then at Kunlun Mountain, letting out a resigned sigh. Alas, the three pure ones are indeed descending into decline. Kunlun Mountain is not the rightful foundation of my Jie Sect. He summoned the disciples of his sect, selecting half of them, and 3 days later, Xianjun Yu led them to the heavenly realm. Hao Yan was quite accommodating, assigning many important positions to the disciples of the Jie Sect. And Xianjun Yu was granted residence in the 9 heavens in Yuan Palace, assuming the position of the thunder god Pua Tent, at a time when the 6 sovereigns had yet to come into existence. This position was the most significant beneath Hao Yan. Notably, both the human sect and the Chan sect also sent representatives, albeit their ranks were not as elevated as that of Xianjun Yu. Nonetheless, they occupied crucial departmental roles. The West also dispatched an individual known as Jiang Longren, who arrived at the heavenly realm. Yet Xianjun Yu remained unconcerned, trusting that his master and the three pure ones would handle the situation, as they could not linger for long. For a powerful figure like Xianjun Yu, his presence in the heavenly realm was merely a change of scenery for rest, devoid of pressing responsibilities. The heavenly court lacked administrators. As for expendable personnel, they were in no short supply. Some trivial matters were far beneath his concern, thus he remained there for 10 years, a fleeting decade. One day, Xianjun Yu was leisurely wandering the heavenly realm atop a celestial steed. Unknowingly arriving at the banks of the river of heaven, having arranged for his tasks, he found himself utterly at leisure. Indeed, possessing strength and status made all the difference. Wherever he went, he enjoyed tranquility. At present, he had achieved success in both alchemy and artifact crafting, and with a system to support his cultivation, there was nothing to fret about. Receiving a salary without the burden of labor in the heavenly court was nothing short of a dream come true. In that moment, he suddenly noticed an individual swimming in the river, bare-chested. Who is this, so carefree as to be swimming here? As Xianjun Yu pondered, the swimmer noticed him and swam over. Upon reaching him, Xianjun Yu recognized the individual. Tianpeng pays his respects to the heavenly sovereign. I was unaware of your arrival, and beg your pardon for not welcoming you properly. Tianpeng, with an expression of regret, clasped his hands in salute. The thunder god, Puhua, Tianzuan. Both his cultivation and status surpassed Tianpeng's, making it impossible for Tianpeng to show anything less than respect. Indeed, this individual was Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West, currently serving in the heavenly realm as Tianpeng, the commander of the River of Heaven's water forces. A capable aide to Hao Yan, he was a figure of considerable authority, possessing the cultivation of a Tai, celestial immortal, albeit not particularly formidable. Commander, what a grand leisure you take in the River of Heaven, Xianjun Yu remarked with an amused glint in his eye. It was truly difficult to imagine that this dashing figure, even possessing a hint of charm, would eventually become the lowly, gluttonous Zhu Beiji of lesser cultivation. One could only conclude that all was part of the machinations of the heavenly court in the West. However, upon hearing Xianjun Yu's words, Tianpeng perceived them as a reprimand, and his demeanor turned anxious. Although directly under the command of the heavenly emperor, he was still subordinate to the leading figures of the Thunder Department. And as the chief of the Thunder Department, Xianjun Yu had the authority to hold him accountable. Immediately, Tianpeng hastened to explain, Heavenly Sovereign, Tianpeng has not neglected his duties. I merely took a moment of respite in the River of Heaven. I hope you will understand. His face was a picture of tension. He had managed the River of Heaven well, and if he were to be held accountable for this, he would feel utterly wronged. Understand what? Commander Tianpeng is not under my Thunder Department's jurisdiction. Whether you're negligent or not is of no concern to me. I merely happen to stroll by out of boredom. Xianjun Yu replied nonchalantly. The negligence of heavenly officials had no bearing on him. He was merely here to partake in the distribution of merit and fortune, focusing on his own responsibilities. As for other matters, Hao Yan would handle them. He had no time for unnecessary interference. Is that so? You truly startled Tianpeng. Upon hearing this, Tianpeng breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it was not a confrontation. He could accept it. He certainly did not wish to face the might of the thunder god, Puhua, Tianzuan, for he could not match him in status or strength. Should he be reported to the heavenly emperor, there would be no mercy. Commander! At that moment, two heavenly attendants approached, carrying garments. Upon recognizing the figure atop the celestial steed, they were so frightened that they immediately knelt before him. We humbly pay our respects to the thunder god Puhua, Tianzuan. Trembling uncontrollably, the two attendants quivered at the sight of the formidable thunder sovereign. As subordinate officials, they feared for their lives, knowing that playing while the commander was absent could lead to dire consequences. Xianjun Yu glanced at the kneeling attendants, and then at the bare-chested Tianpeng, shaking his head in exasperation. Spare the formalities. Hurry and have your commander put on some clothing. What sort of appearance is this? Yes, heavenly sovereign. After donning his garments, Tianpeng promptly invited Xianjun Yu. With the heavenly sovereign gracing the River of Heaven, please allow me to host you in my residence and extend my hospitality. Tianpeng's words sounded somewhat like a challenge, as if to say, come with me and witness how I handle my domain. Though he knew Tian Peng did not mean it that way, something felt off about the statement to Xianjun Yu. Is there fine wine available? Upon hearing this, Tian Peng and the two attendants were momentarily taken aback, then quickly broke into smiles. It turned out that the heavenly sovereign was fond of fine wine. They had plenty to offer. What are you two standing there for? Hurry and lead the heavenly sovereign steed. The two attendants rushed forward to take the reins at Tian Peng's residence. Xianjun Yu indulged in a lavish feast. For him, it was merely a minor interlude. For someone with nothing pressing to attend to, such occurrences happened daily. Today he would visit Tai Bai, tomorrow Tian Peng, and the day after that, tease the celestial maidens. Xianjun Yu had nearly become a street urchin in the heavenly realm. On this day, the Westerners were repelled by Hao Yan, evidently due to the intervention of the three pure ones from Kunlun Mountain. Of course, this was merely a trivial matter. Time flowed swiftly, a millennium passing in the blink of an eye, bringing the impending arrival of the Ta Ching saint ever closer. During this period, after a millennium, Hao Qian finally realized that the disciples he had summoned to the heavens were becoming increasingly unwieldy. While those from the Jie Sect were somewhat cooperative, the disciples of the human sect and Chan sect scarcely regarded him. They would outwardly comply with his directives while secretly ignoring them, standing idly by without fulfilling their duties. In the rear hall of the Yaoqi, the heavenly emperor Hao Yan and the queen mother of the Yaoqi sat facing each other, engaged in discussions regarding the situation. The disciples of the Chan sect were manageable at first, but now they have completely disregarded our words. The likes of Xuandu have become entirely uninvolved aside from alchemy. Yuan Shi has even hinted at the idea of elevating my position. Sister, what do you propose we do? Hao Tian furrowed his brow and inquired. Although Xuandu was still able to refine some pills for him, the Chan sect had largely ceased its activities aside from secluded cultivation, and such inactivity was hardly advantageous. Their numbers were already limited. While they possessed some cultivation, it was nothing extraordinary, and he was not lacking in personnel. What was most egregious was the proposal to establish an imperial position, which not only aimed to undermine his authority, but also sought to divide the heavenly fortune of his celestial court. How could he possibly accept such a thing? With no one to consult on the matter, and if Yuan Shi were to come at him forcefully, they would have no means to counteract. They might as well delay as long as possible. With the backing of his own prestige, he believed Yuan Shi would refrain from reckless actions. When Yaoqi voiced this, even she herself seemed a bit incredulous. The Tao ancestor had once stated that as long as the heavenly Tao did not manifest and Hong Jun did not emerge, as long as the ancestor did not intervene, Yuan Shi, this saint, could act as he pleased. Regardless of how long they delayed, a resolution would ultimately have to be reached. Now that the ancestor had not made an appearance, who could say whether Yuan Shi might not come at them forcefully, and she suspected they could not delay for much longer. Under the relentless scrutiny of Yuan Shi, Hao Tian found himself in a most exasperating predicament. Were the Tao ancestor present, Yuan Shi would undoubtedly hesitate to act with impunity. However, the ancestor had declared that without the heavenly Tao's indication, he would not emerge. Without such powerful support, he was utterly helpless against the saint. Yaoqi was naturally aware of this situation, and in the face of Yuan Shi's aggression, they both fell into a contemplative silence, pondering their strategies at that moment. A figure suddenly flashed through Yaoqi's mind, and she promptly conceived an idea. Indeed, since Yuan Shi is a saint, why not ally with another saint to restrain him? As long as they could delay until the ancestor reappeared, all would be well. Upon hearing this, Hao Tian initially thought his junior sister had come up with a viable solution. But to his dismay, it was merely this. He shook his head in resignation that he lamented, "Junior sister, do you think I have not considered this approach? However, we currently have no saint to ally with. Niwa had no part in the affairs of the celestial court, and, as the sovereign of the demon race, she could not be expected to join them." The situation was even more dire with the two from the west, who had been driven away. Attempting to court them would only invite further calamity, and with the three pure ones being one family, whom could they possibly ally with? After much deliberation, it became evident that there was not a single suitable candidate for an alliance. Any alliance would only serve to offend more saints. This contradicted their original intent of restraining Yuan Shi. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Yao Qi wore a mysterious smile. Haha, while the three pure ones are considered one family, I do not share that sentiment. Brother Hao Tian is preoccupied with celestial affairs and may not be fully aware of certain matters. However, I have been observing the internal dynamics of the celestial court closely and have discovered some intriguing discrepancies. Red flowers, white lotus, green lotus leaves, though the three pure ones are indeed considered a family. This is knowledge no one can dispute. What brings you to make such a claim, junior sister? Hao Tian inquired, his expression one of confusion. The notion that the three pure ones were a family was common knowledge throughout the vast wilderness, and Yao Qi's assertion seemed decidedly amiss. Brother, you may be unaware, but although it is said that the three pure ones are a family and their disciples are naturally aligned, the reality appears to diverge from this assertion. Based on my observations, I have found that within the celestial court, the disciples of the Jie Sect and the Chan Sect have virtually no interaction and seldom gather together, even when they do encounter one another. It is often marked by mutual derision, and there even seems to be a tendency towards conflict. This hardly resembles a familial bond at all. Yao Qi recounted her observations, though. Is it truly so? Upon hearing this, Hao Tian narrowed his eyes, contemplating the veracity of her words. If junior sister Yao Qi claimed this, then there must indeed be some truth to it. However, whether it was orchestrated by the three pure ones for his benefit remained to be seen. Yet time was no longer on his side. Yuan Shi was pressing closer, and he needed to make a decision. What do you mean, junior sister? Yao Qi recognized that her brother was beginning to grasp the situation, and she quickly elaborated. Laozi is the leader of the three pure ones, and it would be customary to seek his alliance. However, his stance is ambiguous, and his followers are few, so his assistance to you would be limited. I believe that Qing Tongtian is the most suitable candidate for an alliance, as his Jie Sect disciples are quite supportive of you and possess the formidable Zhuxian sword array. This is a powerful weapon indeed. With Tongtian wielding the Zhuxian sword array, he could contend against four saints. Just this alone makes him worthy of an alliance, not to mention that the Jie Sect disciples are very cooperative with him. Hao Tian acknowledged with a nod. Yao Qi continued, moreover, according to my investigation, Xianjun Yu is not only Tongtian's eldest disciple, but also the foremost disciple of Kunlun Mountain, holding significant standing with both Laozi and Yuan Shi. If that's the case, since Yuan Shi wishes to establish the imperial position, why not support our Jie Sect and grant Xianjun Yu that title, allowing the three pure ones to contend amongst themselves? Upon uttering these words, Hao Tian fell silent once more. The establishment of an imperial position, regardless of to whom it was granted, would undoubtedly divide the celestial court's merit and fortune, a matter he had to consider with utmost caution. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that apart from the Jie Sect, he had no other options. Rather than allow those who sought to ride upon his coattails to gain the advantage, it was preferable to choose someone he found more agreeable. Very well, if the Jie Sect supports me, granting them an imperial title is not unacceptable. Let us proceed as you suggest, junior sister, he concluded, weariness etched upon his face. To relinquish both authority and merit is quite a toll. And it is only natural for me to feel a pang of regret. Since brother has agreed, then there is no time like the present. Let us finalize this matter at once. Indeed, very well. With a decision made, Hao Tian promptly summoned the celestial attendant. Come forth, convey to the nine heavens responding origin palace that the thunder god, Puhua Tianzuan, is to be received. Yes, your majesty. The celestial attendant immediately obeyed and set off for the nine heavens responding origin palace to deliver the summons. Meanwhile, in the thunder department, Xianjun Yu had just completed his alchemical work and sat idly in his main seat, pondering whom to visit today. Should he seek out Xuandu, Tianpeng, Taiba, just as he contemplated which establishment to frequent? A servant entered the premises, reporting to the heavenly sovereign, His Majesty's envoy has arrived with an edict. May I proceed? Hearing this, Xianjun Yu felt somewhat perplexed, as Hao Tian seldom summoned him, and now suddenly sending someone could only mean there was a matter of importance at hand. He had intended to enjoy a few more days of leisure before returning to Kunlun Mountain to seek the Tao, yet unexpectedly, an urgent matter had arisen. Summon, cough cough, summon the envoy of His Majesty. Just as he began to utter Hao Tian's name, he quickly corrected himself, Realizing he had become accustomed to referring to him as such and almost slipped up, "I in the celestial court. Proper respect must be accorded to those deserving of it." "Yes, Tianzun." The attendant swiftly exited to bring in the celestial attendant bearing the edict. These attendants, as close aides to Hao Tian, typically carried themselves with an air of superiority, often receiving bribes, and no one in the celestial court dared to offend them. However, in the presence of Xianjun Yu, they did not dare act arrogantly. Even the heavenly emperor addressed him respectfully, as Ting, to behave presumptuously here would be akin to courting disaster. Little attendant pays respects to the thunder god. Puwa Tindan, the celestial attendant, upon seeing him, bowed deeply with a respectful demeanor. "There is no need for excessive formalities. You have come on business, I presume." Xianjun Yu responded without much ceremony. Had the visitor been of a higher status, he might have been slightly more courteous. But to someone like this attendant, merely acknowledging him as an envoy was sufficient to ask for offering tea or a seat. That was out of the question. He would not entertain such frivolities for someone of this rank. "Indeed, Tianzun, His Majesty has summoned you to the rear hall for a meeting. We hope you will set forth without delay and not waste time." The celestial attendant, somewhat anxious, urged Xianjun Yu, uncertain of whether the Tianzun appreciated being rushed. Yet, as one bearing the edict, he could not refrain from delivering the message. His Majesty in such a hurry to see me." "Do you know the purpose of this summons?" Surprised by Hao Tian's urgency, Xianjun Yu inquired further of the attendant. However, the attendant merely shook his head. They could ascertain details about minor matters, but this was not the case. Regarding this matter, they have not shared any whispers at all. The little servant is unaware. Perhaps the celestial sovereign should personally inquire with His Majesty. It is not that he is unwilling to speak, but rather that he genuinely does not know, observing that the little servant does not seem to be lying. Xianjun Yu refrained from pressing further. It is not unusual for the little servant to be uninformed about significant affairs. Without delay, he set off for the rear hall of the Yaoqi. In the rear hall of Yaoqi. The little servant quietly informed the celestial emperor, "Your Majesty, the thunder god Puhua from the 9 heavens has arrived." "Oh, he has come. Then please invite him in swiftly." Upon hearing that Xianjun Yu had arrived, Hao Tian donned a smile and hastily instructed the little servant to welcome him. Soon, Xianjun Yu entered the hall. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Excellency." Upon arriving, he respectfully saluted the two figures before him. Seeing Xianjun Yu maintain such humility and courtesy, both Hao Tian and Yaoqi nodded in satisfaction. Based solely on this demeanor of modesty and respect, it would not be difficult to accept him as the emperor. There is no need for excessive courtesies. "Esteemed guest, someone, please provide the esteemed guest with a seat." After dismissing the formalities, Hao Tian quickly had a chair brought forward. Shortly thereafter, 2 attendants approached, carrying a golden chair. The privilege of sitting on a golden chair attests to Xianjun Yu's esteemed status within the heavenly court. Few others enjoy such treatment. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Without feigned politeness, Xianjun Yu expressed his gratitude and took his seat upon the golden chair. Engaging in excessive niceties would be disingenuous, and he refrained from such behavior. Once seated, he promptly inquired about the matter at hand. "I wonder why Your Majesty summoned me in such haste. Has something significant occurred in the heavenly court?" In response, Hao Tian shook his head slightly and spoke leisurely. "Nephew, there is no need to be anxious. Nothing has transpired in the heavenly court. It is merely that your esteemed uncle from Yaoqi and I wish to discuss a few matters with you." Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu's mind began to race. A discussion? And in such urgency, this must be of considerable importance. What could it possibly be? With the Westerners cleared out, the heavenly court should be devoid of major issues. Wait, with the Westerners cleared out, could it be that Kunlun Mountain is preparing to take action? But I have received no news on that front. If it is not related to that, then what could it be? Puzzled, Xianjun Yu spoke up. "What is it that Your Majesty and Your Excellency wish to discuss?" After exchanging glances and nodding slightly, Hao Tian and Yaoqi delved into the main topic. "Nephew, we have observed your diligent efforts alongside the disciples of the Jie Sect. It is somewhat unjust for you to serve in the Thunder Department as the foremost disciple of a sage. There are, in truth, very few positions within the heavenly court that would be worthy of your attention." Therefore, your esteemed uncle and I have resolved to establish an additional imperial position. An additional imperial position. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Securing an imperial position within the heavenly court had indeed been his primary objective. He had anticipated that he would need to wait several tens of thousands of years before Hao Yan would relinquish such a position. Yet here it was being proposed within a mere millennium. It was clear that Hao Yan was under some pressure. Otherwise, he would not have broached the matter himself. Why would your majesty suddenly entertain such a notion? Though the heavenly court is vast, you should be capable of managing it. Should you not? Xianjun Yu questioned, although he understood and eagerly anticipated the prospect of the imperial position falling to him. However, he had a persona to maintain, and he needed to uphold it. Hao Yan, upon hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness. How could he manage the heavenly court as he once did? There were those aiming to divide his authority, and he was compelled to make a choice. He was unwilling to relinquish what he had fought to obtain. However, he could not voice these thoughts. This matter is not merely about managing. You, dear nephew, are a formidable contender for the position of the heavenly court's ruler. Yet here you are serving in my thunder department, which is indeed somewhat unjust. I have taken note of your contributions to the heavenly court. Therefore, I believe it is only fitting to offer you this additional imperial position that I implore you not to decline. To provide a compelling rationale, Hao Yan even referenced the previous competition for the position of the heavenly court's ruler, hoping to persuade Xianjun Yu that he believed that even if Xianjun Yu were to share the heavenly court with him, he would not behave as others might. At the very least, he would maintain the dignity of the heavenly sovereign. At this moment, Xianjun Yu felt an overwhelming desire to agree immediately. Yet reason cautioned him that he must not reveal such eagerness, lest all his efforts be in vain. An additional imperial position for me, your majesty, with all due respect, it would be disingenuous to claim I do not desire it. However, this matter is of utmost importance, and I must consult my master before making a decision that I hope for your majesty's understanding. As he spoke, Xianjun Yu wore an expression of genuine regret. He was sincere in his reluctance to rush into such a significant decision without first consulting his master. Tongtian Jiaozhu agree hastily would surely provoke discontent among the other sages. That is entirely understandable, dear nephew. You may certainly seek counsel from the sages. However, I hope you can convey my sincere intentions to them. Hao Yan replied earnestly, I truly wish for this arrangement to strengthen our connections and cooperation. I entrust this matter to you. In a rare gesture, Hao Yan bowed to his junior in a show of respect. At this juncture, he had no other option save for Tongtian. Witnessing Hao Yan's gesture, Xianjun Yu immediately stepped forward to support him. Uncle, what are you doing? This is far too much for me. I assure you, I will do my utmost to facilitate this matter. Please do not bow to me again. He understood that obstacles lay ahead, but for the sake of the Jie Sect, he could not allow anything to deter him. Then I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. I must return to Kunlun Mountain for a time. Please handle this for me. After a few more polite exchanges, Xianjun Yu took his leave from the rear hall of Yaoqi. As he stepped beyond the confines of Yaoqi, a smile crept onto his face, revealing a sense of triumph. It appeared that his second uncle, Yuan Shi, had exerted considerable pressure on Hao Yan, compelling him to establish an additional imperial position for Xianjun Yu. Was this a ploy to incite a contest between his master and his second uncle? Hao Yan was indeed playing a clever game, yet it suited Xianjun Yu's desires perfectly. Upon leaving, he returned to the Thunder Department of the Nine Heavens. Xianjun Yu summoned his junior disciples and set off toward Kunlun Mountain. Along the way, Jinling could no longer contain her curiosity. Elder brother, why the sudden return to Kunlun Mountain? There are still matters to attend to in the heavenly court. Though the heavenly court was bustling and she had little time for cultivation, her progress had not faltered. In fact, her cultivation speed had accelerated beyond her previous pace. She had grown quite fond of her time within the heavenly court. The others felt similarly. Having transitioned from reluctance to a newfound appreciation, they savored the benefits of sharing the merits and fortunes of two great factions that we are disciples of the Jie Sect, not truly denizens of the heavenly court. The time for our master's teachings is approaching, and how can matters of the heavenly court take precedence over cultivation? Xianjun Yu replied calmly, He refrained from mentioning the imperial position and instead used his master's teachings as a rationale, subtly reminding them that they were Jie Sect disciples and not heavenly court subjects, that we must prioritize the Jie Sect in order to better serve the heavenly court. The others grasped their elder brother's intent and acknowledged their understanding. We shall remember, elder brother. After returning to Kunlun Mountain and dispersing his junior disciples, Xianjun Yu sought an audience with his master, Tongtian. Elder brother, you have returned. The master has been awaiting your arrival. Please. The water and fire spirits stood at the entrance of the palace, seemingly welcoming Xianjun Yu. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu produced 2 9-turn water and fire golden pills as gifts for the water and fire spirits. Splendid. I managed to refine some golden pills, so here are a couple for you. After bestowing the pills, he proceeded into the palace. Thank you, elder brother. The water and fire spirits, clutching the golden pills, were elated. They had taken a particular liking to the 9-turn golden pills, which were especially suited for their use. Ever since they had consumed the last batch, their cultivation had soared, bringing them immense joy. Wow. Another batch of 9-turn golden pills. Elder brother, your generosity seems to have grown with your return. Observing Xianjun Yu's cheerful demeanor, they speculated that he must have encountered favorable circumstances. Otherwise, how could this golden elixir be so easily bestowed upon us? The discussions of the water and fire used were unbeknownst to Xianjun Yu, who had now arrived before his master, Tongtian. Disciple pays respects to master. Spare me the formalities. Your grandmaster's preaching begins in 2 days. Returning early must mean you have matters to attend to. Tongtian discerned his eldest disciple's behavior at a glance. Xianjun Yu was notorious for his punctuality, and an early return, especially by 2 days, was simply out of the question unless there was a pressing issue at hand. Master is truly sagacious. I have returned because the layout of our Jie Jiao in the heavenly court has reached its final step, and I specifically came to seek your guidance. As he spoke, Xianjun Yu's face beamed with joy. Back at Kunlun Mountain, he abandoned all pretense, laughing freely and speaking his mind, for with Master Tongtian present, he feared no one. The layout reaching its final step implied that Hao Yin had finally relented. The unchanging countenance of Tongtian, after millennia, finally revealed a smile. Once the issue of the ebbing fortune was resolved, he could finally rest easy. Then let us discuss Hao Yin's conditions. Assuming that Hao Yin was willing to share the great merits and fortunes of the heavenly court, Tongtian directly inquired. However, upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu wore a bewildered expression. What conditions? Master, what are you saying? We are not here to negotiate. Have you forgotten that we are engaged in a no-cost venture? Where are the conditions? Xianjun Yu was utterly speechless. The intention was to scheme against the heavenly court. And since that was the case, the notion of exchanging conditions was nonsensical. Surely, Master wasn't he becoming muddled with age? After all, having lived so long, a bit of confusion was to be expected, ain't he this? Tongtian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Have schemed against the heavenly court within a mere 1,000 years. Was it not Hao Yin who had discovered something and offered conditions? He could hardly believe that Hao Yin would simply bestow such a significant advantage without reason. What on earth is going on? Speak plainly and spare the riddles. Of course, if you are feeling mischievous, continue with your riddles. It would provide me the opportunity to correct this troublesome habit of yours. With that, Tongtian shot a glare at his eldest disciple, Xianjun Yu. Each time there was an issue, he would only divulge half the story, making Tongtian frequently appear foolish. Without further ado, Xianjun Yu promptly revealed the entire situation. Master, it is like this. Recently, Hao Yin sought me out. The matter is roughly as follows. How do you perceive this situation, Master? Xianjun Yu took a deep breath and recounted Hao Yin's proposal without reservation. Upon hearing this, Tongtian began to contemplate. If Hao Yin was being so astute, he could not be foolish. There must be some underlying secret unknown to us. But what kind of secret could prompt Hao Yin to open such a door? He pondered deeply, yet no conclusion emerged. Truth be told, he was not particularly adept at navigating such convoluted matters. This was not Tongtian's forte, yet it was Xianjun Yu's. Thus, he immediately began to explain. Master, I suspect that our second master may have privately exerted pressure on Hao Yin. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly made such concessions. Second brother, why do you suspect him? Tongtian looked at Xianjun Yu with a perplexed expression. This inquiry had already led him to believe that the matter was indeed related to Yuan Shi. He simply wished to hear how his eldest disciple would analyze in response to this question. Drawing from his understanding of the Hongwang, Xianjun Yu began to expound. Such matters are easily deduced with a little thought. The two saints, Hutu and Inhua, cannot intervene, and the two from the west have been expelled. Presently, the only ones closely monitoring the heavenly court are we from Kunlun Mountain. Our Grand Master Laozi has but one disciple and is unlikely to resort to such heavy-handed tactics, since we from Jie Jiao have yet to take action. Only one person remains a quasi-saintly power. Hao Yin could only be threatened by a saint. Eliminating the other saints, the issue pointed directly to Yuan Shi. Those who understood the situation could easily deduce it was Yuan Shi. However, Tongtian, hindered by his brotherly ties, was reluctant to entertain such thoughts. Truly his character. With the Tao ancestor above, he dares to openly threaten Hao Yin, showing utter disregard for the Tao ancestor. As a saint, employing such clandestine tactics was becoming increasingly shameless in Tongtian's eyes. A single saint, if he truly desires something, why resort to threats? If he spoke plainly, Hao Yin would have no choice but to comply. Now that matters are laid bare, all three teachings covet the treasures of the heavenly court. It would be simple for the three brothers to unite against Hao Yin and divide the merits and fortunes of the heavenly court, rendering Hao Yin powerless. Yet Yuan Shi engages in underhanded schemes behind their backs. Is he not becoming increasingly shameless? Master, do not focus solely on second master. Hao Yin's actions are not so benevolent. By granting us access to the imperial position, he undoubtedly aims to confront second master. That imperial position is certainly not easily attained, especially with second master standing in our way. As Xianjun Yu spoke, he felt an overwhelming turmoil within. Confronting his own heart, had second master Yuan Shi ever mistreated him? Clearly not. On the contrary, he had treated him exceptionally well, imparting the art of artifact crafting without reservation. Now, to turn against second master was a source of great distress for him. Yet he felt compelled to act. If he did not, the fortunes of Jie Jiao would surely wane, leading to inevitable doom. Fortune was not something that could simply be compensated with cultivation. However, should he proceed, it would be akin to repaying kindness with ingratitude. This dilemma had occupied his thoughts ever since the system altered the trajectory of his life, and he had long since arrived at a conclusion. For the sake of Master and Jie Jiao, he could only apologize to second master. Yet he did not wish to go too far, for second master had never wronged him. However, Tongtian, who had always valued the bond among the three pure ones, today exhibited a starkly different demeanor. With a dismissive tone, he remarked, upset, why must we be beholden to him? How Jie Jiao conducts its affairs is not for him to dictate. Once you finish listening to your Grandmaster's teachings, go to the heavenly court to take charge of this matter. I will personally handle your second master Yuan as not harbor concerns. Act with abandon. In a mere 1,000 years, Tongtian's attitude towards Yuan Shi had markedly soured, indicating that something had transpired. Observing his master-esque demeanor, Xianjun Yu let out a resigned sigh. It was evident that conflicts between the two sects had likely escalated. The only representatives of the Chan teaching at the heavenly court were Guang Chengzi and a few others. The 12 golden immortals had not all gone as destined adversaries. Their close proximity would inevitably lead to strife. Yes, Master. Yet, Master, the three pure ones are still family. We should leave room for future encounters. Just as Xianjun Yu was about to suggest that they should leave some leeway for future interactions, Tongtian abruptly interrupted him, admonishing, how I conduct myself is not for you to instruct. Focus on your own affairs. Whether to yield or not is for me alone to decide. Go and prepare yourself for the preaching session in 2 days. Denying Xianjun Yu any further opportunity to speak, Tongtian waved his hand, employing divine powers to send him out of the hall. In an instant, Xianjun Yu found himself at the center of the Taoist practice grounds, shaking his head in resignation. With such a resolute stance for Master, a clash seemed imminent, and facing second Master was now unavoidable. It appeared that his days at Kunlun Mountain were numbered. For the next 2 days, he went nowhere, but remained quietly in his cave dwelling. That he understood that every second spent at Kunlun Mountain was a fleeting moment, each glance a precious sight. Thus, he refrained from visiting others and spent 2 days tidying up the surroundings of the cave dwelling, cleaning the premises, weeding the garden, and pruning the flowers and trees that in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. On the 3rd day, at the break of dawn, Xianjun Yu made his way to the Taoist temple. Arriving unusually early, this session of imparting teachings was of great significance to him, as many of his fellow disciples had already entered the Tai realm. This time, he anticipated numerous breakthroughs into Tai. The explosive growth of the Tai realm within the Jie Jiao sect suggested that, should the system deliver another critical boost, it would undoubtedly elevate him to the pinnacle of his potential. To ascend to such heights, he was determined to put forth his utmost effort. The path ahead would become intriguing once he reached the summit. As far as he knew, the path to becoming a quasi-saint was not singular. When the moment arrived, he could adjust his course based on the system's feedback. 8 seconds ticked by in Xianjun Yu's anxious wait. The trusted disciples and the 7 celestial attendants gradually arrived. Amidst the calls of senior brother, more and more Jie Jiao disciples gathered, and the number of inner disciples had surpassed the previous 100. It was evident that over the past several millennia, Jie Jiao had recruited a multitude of disciples, now exceeding 1,000, though the quality left much to be desired. Some even bore the heads of strange creatures that this Xianjun Yu chose to ignore. Having already resolved to confront his second martial uncle Yuanzhen, as long as their behavior remained within reasonable bounds, he had no inclination to intervene. Simultaneously, he began to grasp why the relationship between his master and second martial uncle had deteriorated. As the sunlight fully illuminated the Taoist temple, the time to commence had arrived. At this juncture, Xianjun Yu finally spoke up. How can one achieve greatness in such a leisurely manner? Even I, a slothful individual, am aware that some of my younger brothers are even slower than myself. What a disgrace! The assembly should be hurrying here at full speed. Let this time pass, but I do not wish to see such a situation arise again. If anyone is slower than me in the future, consider your presence here unnecessary. With a serious expression, Xianjun Yu surveyed the disciples below. They were haphazardly scattered, laughing and chatting, exhibiting a complete lack of decorum, which incensed him. Normally, such behavior could be overlooked, but gathering at the sacred place of a saint and indulging in such frivolity was inexcusable. It was no wonder Yuanshi looked down upon them. If others disdained them, what reason did they have to be so unremarkable? As Xianjun Yu's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Though it lasted but a moment, shortly thereafter, hushed whispers began to circulate. Why is this senior brother so fierce? Isn't it expected that he arrives first as the elder? Besides, we haven't arrived late. Who knows? I've heard he usually shows up last. I wonder what prompted him to arrive early today. Shut up, you two. The senior brother is still watching. While a few individuals murmured quietly, the growing number of hush comments became increasingly conspicuous. The disciples, led by Duo Bao, were astonished to see their fellow disciples dare to whisper during Xianjun Yu's admonition. They marveled at the audacity of these newcomers, realizing they were in for a reckoning. Meanwhile, Xianjun Yu's expression darkened. Have you said enough? Is this never-ending? In an instant, his immense power as a great Luo golden immortal surged forth, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that compelled the nearest disciples to stagger back 2 steps. Under the weight of his imposing aura, they finally fell silent, if they could not recognize the gravity of the situation now. They were truly beyond redemption. Who permitted you to interrupt while I was speaking? Is there no sense of decorum? Do not think that entering the realm of saints grants you the freedom to act recklessly. Let me be clear. This is unacceptable. Joining Jie Jiao means adhering to its rules. Xianjun Yu reprimanded the disciples with a stern countenance. As the saying goes, without rules, nothing can be accomplished, as long as he remained within Jie Jiao. He would never allow his younger brothers and sisters to behave like this. Duo Bao, observing from the sidelines, felt somewhat taken aback. Had it been in the past, the senior brother would have likely taken action by now. Today, however, it seemed he was merely issuing a reprimand, perhaps due to the crowd, as the law does not punish the multitude. Nonetheless, it was not long before Xianjun Yu began to single him out. In the future, when I speak, you may only respond with yes or understood. Any other comments should be kept to yourselves. If anyone dares to interrupt me again without my master's permission, I will personally deal with you. After all, I have ample time to hear you out. Upon hearing this, a chorus of nods affirmed the disciples' understanding. Having learned from this experience, they resolved not to repeat such folly, at least most of them. A small faction still seemed intent on courting disaster, but that was no concern of theirs. After admonishing the others, Xianjun Yu turned his gaze to the front, where Duo Bao stood, expressing his dissatisfaction. Duo Bao, if you're unwilling to assist me in the heavenly court, then you ought to remain here and manage the younger disciples. Look at this chaos. Is this how a second martial brother should lead? Suddenly shifting his tone, Duo Bao found himself bewildered, not expecting the repercussions to fall upon him. Yet he could not refute the accusation. Senior brother, Duo Bao attempted to explain that he had been in seclusion and lacked the time to oversee the inner disciples. However, Xianjun Yu offered him no opportunity for defense. What do you mean The laxity of the younger disciples is a direct reflection of your failure as their second martial brother. Your shortcomings outweigh theirs. Do not think about explaining yourself. I care not for the process, only the outcome. I hope this is the first and last time. Should I return and find a similar situation, I will not hesitate to remove you as second martial brother. Xianjun Yu's disappointment with Duo Bao reached its zenith. With their master indifferent to the affairs at hand, and Duo Bao neglecting his responsibilities, he found himself burdened with the task of managing these incompetent allies. In Jie Jiao, apart from himself and Jin Ling, Duo Bao held the highest rank and authority. If he did not hold him accountable, who else could bear the blame? To question their master, Tongtian, ridiculous. It was the senior brother who understood this truth. In response, Duo Bao bowed in acknowledgement, indicating his comprehension. With no alternative, he accepted the reprimand. Afterward, he resolved to warn the younger disciples not to act out in the presence of the senior brother. This matter was easily resolvable. As long as you understand. With time drawing near, it was time to set forth. All disciples, follow me. With that, Xianjun Yu took the lead and soared into the sky. The other Jie Jiao immortals promptly followed suit, heading towards the Taoist temple of the Tongtian Saint. Before long, they arrived at the sacred grounds, which appeared markedly different from usual, but a vast open space had been cleared, evidently in preparation for the imparting of teachings. Upon arrival, they found only Xuandu and 2 young acolytes present, while the Chan Jiao members had yet to arrive. Xuandu, greetings to my senior brother and esteemed fellow disciples. Upon noticing their arrival, Xuandu and the 2 acolytes immediately approached to pay their respects. Xianjun Yu promptly helped Xuandu to his feet. Xuandu, there is no need for excessive courtesy. It seems I have not arrived late after all. Not seeing the Chan Jiao members, Xianjun Yu felt somewhat surprised, as they typically arrived ahead of him. However, this time they were delayed, which piqued his curiosity. You are remarkably punctual, senior brother. Please, esteemed fellow disciples, take your seats. Acting as the host, Xuandu and the 2 acolytes welcomed the Jie Jiao members inside. The Jie Jiao disciples, following their ranks, chose their meditation cushions and sat in silence. Understanding Jie Jiao's customs, Xuandu noted their unusual quietude, occasionally glancing nervously at Xianjun Yu. Senior brother, what has caused such a change in the demeanor of the typically lively disciples today? As he led the senior brother to his seat, Xuandu inquired with genuine curiosity. However, upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu cast a glance at his fellow disciples and responded with irritation. A bunch of undisciplined individuals. I merely taught them some basic decorum before arriving. The esteemed master is indifferent to affairs. These matters can only be resolved by your elder brother, much to the amusement of the junior disciple. Upon hearing this explanation, Xuandu immediately comprehended the situation. Usually, the disciples of the Jie Sect are noisy and reckless in their actions. It seems today they have been subdued by the elder brother, which explains their unusual behavior. The revered master Tongtian contemplates the supreme path, and with so many disciples in the Jie Sect, it is only natural that he lacks the time to manage them. Having an elder brother to take charge is indeed a blessing. Xuandu remarked calmly that he holds a certain admiration for the methodical approach of his elder brother, which has proven to be remarkably effective. Do you not see? The Jie Sect disciples are unusually quiet today. Alas, I am but one person. How can I constantly keep watch over them? Ultimately, I am stretched too thin, after settling onto the foremost mat. The two engaged in casual conversation. Before long, the disciples of the Jie Sect also arrived. With their arrival, the disciples of Kunlun Mountain gathered as well, and at that moment, Laozi appeared on the high platform. I pay my respects to the sage of Tongtian and no need for formalities. After taking his seat upon the high platform, Laozi cast a glance at the multitude of Jie Sect disciples before returning his gaze and stating blandly, "This teaching session will last for 300 years. Divided into 3 lectures for the Golden Immortals, 6 for the Tai, 9 for the Deluo, and 12 for the Quasi-Saints. The extent of your comprehension depends entirely on your own efforts. The formal teaching begins now." After delivering the opening remarks, Laozi commenced the transmission of the teachings. The gathered individuals closed their eyes, attentively listening and contemplating, with Xianjun Yu not shirking his duty either, engaging earnestly in the insights being shared. Under the flow of the sacred rhythm, everyone listened with rapt fascination. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. Awaken now. With a call to awaken, all present emerged from their deep contemplation, promptly initiating breakthroughs, and countless tribulation clouds appeared in the skies above Kunlun Mountain. Clearly, many were breaking through to the golden, immortal, and Tai realms, even more so than 3,000 years prior. Disperse, Laozi gazed at the tribulation clouds in the sky, and with a mere utterance he forcefully dissipated them, aiding the multitude in their successful breakthroughs. Thank you, sage, for assisting us in our breakthroughs. Those who had broken through expressed their gratitude to Laozi. Laozi, however, remained indifferent, simply waving his hand dismissively. The transmission of teachings has concluded. You all may depart swiftly. Come see me shortly. With that, Laozi's figure vanished without a trace. Yes, Master Uncle. As he responded, Xianjun Yu also performed a respectful bow. This session of teachings had yielded benefits for him as well. He had advanced to the mid-stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, making significant strides towards the late stage, with the return of cultivation from the system. Reaching the peak of the Deluo realm seemed virtually assured, and he might even be able to ascend directly to the quasi-saint level. Jinling, after the teachings conclude, take your group back to the heavenly court. There are many matters awaiting you after 300 years of absence. In duo bow, upon your return, select a group of junior brothers and sisters to assist. The heavenly court is in need of personnel, and this task should be prioritized. Xianjun Yu did not immediately enter to see Master Uncle Laozi, but instead began instructing Jinling and Duo Bao. Now that they had established a presence in the heavenly court, they should fully commit to their roles. Every bit of merit and fortune counted, and with so many remaining at Kunlun Mountain, trouble was bound to arise that it was better to take a group with him. Yes, Master Brother, Jinling and Duo Bao promptly acknowledged. Nanji, we shall gather again when we have the opportunity. I must first see Master Uncle. All right, brother, please go ahead. Xianjun Yu did not elaborate further regarding Nanji. Merely offering a brief greeting at it was destined that they would stand on opposing sides. Merely exchanging pleasantries demonstrated a considerable level of decorum. As for anything else, it was better left unsaid, in response. Nanji showed no particular reaction. The relationship between the Chan and Jie sects had grown increasingly strained, and the former camaraderie had nearly faded. He cared little for formalities. Upon entering the presence of Master Uncle Laozi, Xianjun Yu once again bowed respectfully. Disciple Xianjun Yu pays his respects to Master Uncle. Please take a seat. Observing Xianjun Yu, Laozi gestured with his hand, causing a mat to materialize before him, signaling for him to sit. Thank you, Master Uncle. Without pretense, Xianjun Yu promptly seated himself. Once seated, neither of the two spoke initially, sitting in silence without haste to converse. Laozi regarded his disciple opposite him and ultimately broke the silence. Do you know why Master Uncle has summoned you? As he spoke, Laozi gently waved his hand, and 2 cups of steaming tea appeared before them. Gazing at the cup of hot tea before him, Xianjun Yu took a sip, and his mind began to form conjectures regarding the matter at hand. Currently, the primordial realm was devoid of significant events, save for the trivial issues concerning Kunlun Mountain and the heavenly court. Master Uncle Laozi's summons certainly pertained to these 2 points. Master Uncle, forgive my ignorance. I'm unaware of the reason for this summons. Xianjun Yu feigned ignorance, whether it was concerning Kunlun Mountain or the Heavenly Court. Master Uncle Laozi occupied an awkward position. He did not wish to be the first to broach the subject. He was curious to see how this esteemed disciple of Hongjun would articulate his self-interest. If this were a matter discussed by your Master Tongtian, I would naturally believe it. There is no need for you to feign ignorance, sir. You know precisely what I wish to convey. Laozi narrowed his eyes slightly. Stroking his beard, he tossed the inquiry back to Xianjun Yu. Observing this, Xianjun Yu could not help but silently label Laozi as a cunning old fox. Nonetheless, as an elder, it was indeed his prerogative to initiate the discussion. After a moment of silence, he set down his teacup and, with a serious expression, fixed his gaze on Master Uncle Laozi, stating, "Master Uncle, forgive me for speaking disrespectfully, but for the sake of our master and the Jie Sect, I cannot yield regarding matters pertaining to the Heavenly Court. When it comes to our master and the path of our lineage, I shall not back down." Upon hearing this, Laozi exhibited no significant emotional response. He was aware of the path of the third disciple. Although the three pure ones share fortune and merit, he and his second brother, Yuan Shi, were indeed benefiting from the fortune of the Jie Sect. He had no qualms about this arrangement. The matter of fortune is not one I hold particularly dear. Let us discuss another issue instead. I trust upon your return, you have noticed some differences? Laozi remarked indifferently. Aside from his disciples, who were but a lone Taoist boy in Xuandu, he was not particularly invested in the merit and fortune, yet he was more concerned about the circumstances of his two brothers. As the conversation shifted to Master Tongtian and Master Yuan Shi, Xianjun Yu briefly fell into silence. He initially thought this discussion would revolve around matters of fortune, only to realize it pertained to internal affairs within Kunlun Mountain. He recalled having articulated this matter to Master Uncle Laozi a millennium ago. Now, he questioned the intent behind this inquiry. Did he wish to preserve the camaraderie between the three pure ones? That seemed unlikely. Laozi was known for his ruthlessness. Would he truly care about such trivial bonds? Indeed, I have noticed some differences, but I am uncertain of Master Uncle's intentions. Are you suggesting that I mediate? Xianjun Yu tentatively inquired. He was quite familiar with the situations concerning both Master Tongtian and Master Yuan Shi. Only Master Uncle Laozi's stance remained ambiguous. Outwardly, he appeared dispassionate, yet he was a cunning and formidable character, making him difficult to gauge. Whether or not to mediate is entirely your decision. I merely wish to hear your thoughts. As he spoke, Laozi's expression remained inscrutable, his demeanor cold. Xianjun Yu was not only the foremost disciple of Kunlun Mountain, but also the cherished pupil of the third disciple, Tongtian, serving as his advisor. Whether it was in restraining disciples of the sect, rescuing the human race to gain merit, or undertaking responsibilities within the Heavenly Court, each action carried significant weight, and these strategies were undoubtedly devised with the guidance of Xianjun Yu. Regarding his third brother, Tongtian, Laozi was eager to hear Xianjun Yu's perspective, for Tongtian heeded the counsel of this treasured disciple. Unable to discern Master Uncle Laozi's true intentions, Xianjun Yu lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before raising it to assert gravely, "My stance remains unchanged. If Kunlun Mountain cannot accommodate Master and myself, as well as the Jie Sect, then we shall depart from here. The vastness of the primordial realm surely holds a place for us, staying at Kunlun Mountain. Every word and deed must be scrutinized to ensure that other sages do not harbor disdain. He has long grown weary of such a life. Departing from Kunlun Mountain to Jiao Island seems quite appealing. At least there he can truly liberate himself and no longer concern himself with the opinions of others." Upon hearing this response, Laozi wore a resigned expression. "It seems this notion persists. Alas, it is indeed a dilemma for you. Remember that the bond of the three purities must not be forsaken. The matters at hand are not directed at you or your master. Some things are simply destined. In certain respects, he feels remorse toward his two younger brothers, whose incompatible natures have led to their anticipated separation. There is nothing surprising about that. Nevertheless, the three purities remain the three purities. Even in separation, they shall always be so, and that is an unchangeable truth. Understood, Master Upon hearing this, the celestial figure Yue also expressed his comprehension. At this stage, the unity of the three purities must not be disrupted. Regardless of what schemes this Grandmaster Laozi may be plotting, it is indeed unwise to fracture their alliance at present. As long as you understand, go back and counsel your master well. I take my leave. With the conversation having commenced, Yue did not linger and directly departed from the Grandmaster Laozi's abode. On the journey back to his master's domain, he pondered the intentions of Laozi. Maintaining the camaraderie of the three purities might indeed be a consideration. Yet, it is hardly a substantial one. The Grandmaster Laozi never engages in actions devoid of significance, especially not for such a bond. I ask it to continue sharing the merits and fortunes of the Jie Sect. Or is there something else at play? Or perhaps it pertains to that event. The transformation of the three purities. One wonders if that rumor holds any truth. If it does, this Grandmaster would be most unworthy. Well, time will tell. Upon returning to his master's domain, Yue quickly found a room, locked the door, and began to absorb the system's cultivation. As for why he did not return to his cave dwelling, it is primarily because he feels a sense of security here under Master Tongtian. Come now, Brother Tongzi, let's initiate the return. Sitting cross-legged, Yue immediately called upon the system. The system's notification sounds rang out repeatedly. Ding! Jinling's cultivation breaks through to the early stage of Tai, Golden Immortal. Ding! Wudong's cultivation breaks through to the mid-stage of Tai Xian Immortal. Ding! Duobao's cultivation breaks through to the late stage of Tai Xian Immortal. Ding! Guiling's cultivation breaks through to the early stage of Tai Xian Immortal. Ding! Wun Immortal. Ding! Jingu Immortal. As the system bound thousands within the Jie Sect, the cacophony of notifications nearly overwhelmed Yue's mind, observing that the system continued to announce the cultivation levels of each junior disciple. Yue promptly called for a halt. What are you doing, Brother Tongzi? Are you trying to burst my head? Skip the binding notifications and just return my cultivation directly. Yue communicated with the system, utterly speechless. With so many disciples in the sect, announcing them one by one was excruciating. Why must it be done this way? Simply report the amount of cultivation returned. It is worth mentioning that Yue had instructed the system to automatically bind any newcomers to the Jie Sect, which saved him considerable effort. Ding! At the host's request, automatically skipping binding notifications. Ding! Random multiplier returns the host's full cultivation of the Luo Golden Immortal. With the system's announcement, Yue instantly leaped from the mid-stage to the pinnacle of the Luo Golden Immortal. Everything unfolded as he had envisioned. Bolstered by the support of his fellow disciples, he had reached the peak of the Luo and was now poised to step into the realm of quasi-saint. Feeling the power of a Deluo peak cultivation coursing through him, Yue was immensely satisfied. With the aid of so many, he had indeed attained the consummation of Deluo Golden Immortal, and it seemed he could contemplate the path to becoming a saint. Currently, the quasi-saint practitioners of the Honghuang era predominantly utilize the method of severing the three corpses, a path only successfully traversed by the primordial deity Pangu. He is aware of three known methods to achieve sainthood. The first involves using spiritual treasures to sever the three corpses as a transition to quasi-saint. The second, based on the primordial purple energy, leads one to sainthood. The third involves cultivating a particular law to attain the path of laws, where any of the 3,000 laws can lead to sainthood, though this path is fraught with challenges. Upon reaching the pinnacle of Deluo Golden Immortal, one must make a choice regarding the path to sainthood. Severing the three corpses to ascend to quasi-saint is not viable without the primordial purple energy as a foundation, leaving one with no hope of attaining the saintly fruit. Moreover, becoming a heavenly saint is no simple feat, thus this option is dismissed. He can only select between the latter two paths. Which should he choose? Yue found himself torn between the paths of power and the path of law. With the system as his aid, he leaned towards the path of power, for it is the strongest route to sainthood, as evidenced by the primordial deity Pangu. Witness how Pangu nearly annihilated the 3,000 chaotic demons who tread the path of laws. With such an advantage, choosing the path of power and potentially becoming the second Pangu seems merely a matter of time. However, time is precisely what he lacks. The momentum of the heavenly principles is unstoppable. Should he slow down, Both the Jie Sect and his own existence are at risk of obliteration. Who knows how much cultivation the path of power requires to reach that level? He cannot afford to gamble on this. The remaining path of law is no easier. Relying solely on himself to carve out a complete avenue of the great Tao is uncertain and may even lead to failure. If this path were simple, there would be countless successful practitioners in the vast expanse of Hongwang. Darn it! Neither of these paths seems easily traversable if he truly opts for severing the three corpses to ascend to quasi-saint. Even if granted the primordial purple energy by the heavenly principles in the end, he would merely be a puppet of the heavenly doctrine. What to do? Where does my path lie? Where, upon reflection, Yu realized that the other two paths are not suited to his current circumstances and are not the optimal choices. Suddenly, he found himself engulfed in confusion, uncertain of what to do next. However, just as he grappled with his decision, the system proactively reached out to him for the first time. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is unable to make a choice for the next stage. The system will automatically generate the optimal route for the host. Optimal route generation in progress. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile broke across his face. Ha! As expected of my brother Tongzi, coming through at a critical moment. You truly understand me best. Quickly, let me see what the optimal route you have devised is, with the system providing him with a choice. Yu decided to relinquish his own thoughts and no longer ponder, for with the system's assistance, he need not think for himself. The route provided by the system is undoubtedly the best, as long as it is not too lacking. He is prepared to follow the path laid out by the system. Ding! Optimal route generation successful. The system recommends the host pursue the path of law through the severing of the three corpses. The mention of the path of severing the corpses caused Yu to furrow his brow, clearly indicating his aversion to this route. This path, devised by the scheming Hongjun, is the complete doctrine of the three corpses, whereby one severs the good, evil, and self corpses using spiritual treasures of the same origin, ultimately merging the three corpses to achieve sainthood. Yet, where in the world can one find so many spiritual treasures of the same origin? Even if ordinary spiritual treasures were employed, the significance would be minimal. He even harbors doubts about whether the path of the three corpses can truly lead to sainthood. Hongjun and the heavenly principles are two conniving entities. And Yu suspects that the path of the three corpses is not merely a creation of Hongjun, but potentially a scheme of the heavenly principles. It is quite likely designed to ensnare Hongjun. The probability of this is substantial. Now that the system has proposed the path of severing the corpses, how could it not provoke his disdain and resistance? Brother Tongzi, you cannot possibly be unaware of the implications of the path of severing the corpses. And it is highly likely that this is a plot of the heavenly principles, severing good and evil, severing self-obsession. This path is devoid of compassion. Without these elements, what meaning remains in cultivation? You must clarify this for me. Yu questioned the system with a serious expression, abandoning good and evil, discarding self-obsession. What kind of cultivation is this? Is it not self-harm? As a transmigrant, he cannot let go of his 7 emotions and 6 desires. His cultivation, which defies the heavens, seeks ultimate freedom. That if the pursuit of cultivation requires the abandonment of self-obsession, then what significance remains? In the next moment, the system provided a perfect explanation. Ding! Please note, host, that this path of law through severing the three corpses is not the same as the spiritual treasure method of severing the three corpses in the Hongwang realm. This path has been automatically generated by the system based on the host's needs, forming a perfect great Tao. This method severs the host's 3,000 fallen souls using the 3,000 laws of the great Tao, allowing for personal achievement without impacting oneself, ultimately merging the 3,000 fallen souls into the supreme realm of the great Tao. This method is devoid of flaws, and the host need not harbor any concerns. The system's output is undoubtedly of exquisite quality, a statement that holds true. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him, as it would not affect his own being. If the notions of good and evil were to dissipate, he would cease to be himself. This was a reality he found most difficult to accept. However, the term 3,000 fallen souls was novel to him. leaving him somewhat perplexed about the essence of fallen souls. Thus, he posed a question to the system. Brother Tongzi, what exactly are these fallen souls? Could you provide an explanation? Ding. The essence of all things is not born perfect. The Tao is flawed, with only 9 out of 10 progressing. Fallen souls represent the greatest obstacles for cultivators. Deficiencies in foundation, spirit, and soul all fall under this category, why severing these inadequacies known as fallen souls. One can transcend the Tao and become a truly perfect cultivator to eliminate one's own shortcomings. This is merely a means of remedying one's flaws. Instantly, Xianjun Yu's eyes brighten. It is known that nothing in existence is absolutely perfect. Yet the system's approach could render him perfect. This method was simply revolutionary. Isn't it astonishing? A perfect embodiment of the Tao, a truly flawless cultivator. Such prospects were immensely enticing. However, Xianjun Yu soon recognized the dilemma. To eradicate 3,000 fallen souls, one would require 3,000 principles of the Tao. Not to mention, he lacked even a single principle, and without addressing this issue, perfection would remain a mere jest. Brother Tongzi, since you have proposed the principle of severing souls, do not tell me that you are unable to resolve the matter of principles. Xianjun Yu inquired, somewhat exasperated. If the system could not address the principles, then all would be in vain. Gathering 3,000 principles to sever souls was a task solely reliant on the system, with no alternative. The system, however, was quite considerate, promptly granting Xianjun Yu access to a significant advantage. Ding! As the host has reached the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, the path has shifted, and the system will begin to modify the rules according to the host's circumstances. Rule modification in progress. Ding! Rule modification successful. The grand boundary span will consolidate and return cultivation. Xianjun Yu had no objections. Moreover, with the addition of a percentage progress bar, things became intriguing. Yet, these were not what he truly desired. Upon meeting the total requirements, the system would not only restore his cultivation, but also return a complete principle of the Tao. Due to this rule modification, an additional special reward of a complete principle of time will be granted to the host. Upon hearing that his cultivation would be restored along with a principle of the Tao, Xianjun Yu could hardly contain his joy. However, when the system directly rewarded him with the complete principle of time, he was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he leaped with excitement. Wow. Incredible, Brother Tongzi. The principle of time, and a complete one at that. Having acquired the principle of time, Xianjun Yu could not help but praise Brother Tongzi's brilliance. An external aid is indeed remarkable. The principles arrive, as if summoned. Just as the principle of time fully integrated with Xianjun Yu, the river of time materialized instantaneously, and his spirit consciousness was uncontrollably drawn into its depths. As time flowed backward, he witnessed his first arrival at Kunlun Mountain, the battle between the Wu and the Lich, and the moment Hongjun attained sanctity at the Zixiao Palace, observing the ancient history of the primordial realm. Xianjun Yu was both astonished and troubled. I have been drawn into the river of time, and it is reversing. What could this possibly mean? In his astonished gaze, time continued to rewind rapidly, revealing scenes of Hongjun leading Yin and Yang, the battle between Yang Mei and the calamity of Luo Hu, all sweeping past him. Next came the war of the 3 innate tribes, culminating in a return to chaos, where time ceased its backward flow. Is it finally over? Where is this taking me? He found himself in the void of chaos, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted colossal beings confronting one another from afar. Each of them towered thousands of zhang high, rendering Xianjun Yu insignificant in comparison. Moreover, thousands of giants were clearly attempting to overwhelm a singular entity. Yet as he gazed at the beleaguered giant, an unsettling familiarity tugged at him, with feet upon a lotus, a jade disc atop his head, and an axe in hand. This ensemble struck a chord of recognition. Wait a moment, could this be the Pangu the Great? A fleeting thought struck Xianjun Yu, and he immediately realized that this figure was indeed the creator god. Pangu, with the primordial azure lotus beneath his feet, the disk of creation above, and the axe of the heavens in hand, there was no mistaking it. This was Pangu the Great. The identity of the thousands was now clear. They were the chaotic demons. This was not a case of a multitude oppressing a singular individual. Rather, It was one individual mercilessly slaughtering thousands. Pangu radiated divine power, causing the surrounding space to shatter, and with a single swing of his divine axe, he annihilated the foremost challenger. Incredible! A single strike to extinguish a saintly chaotic demon. Pangu the Great is truly formidable. Watching the chaotic demon vanish with a single blow, Xianjun Yu could not help but marvel at Pangu's overwhelming prowess. At that moment, after dispatching a chaotic demon, Pangu turned his gaze towards the direction where Xianjun Yu stood. Humph! A mere sound of disdain sent Xianjun Yu plummeting into an abyss, and in an instant, time began to accelerate forward. He was forcibly expelled from the river of time, his spirit consciousness returning to his body. This truly Pangu the Great? He can perceive me even after countless ages. And that chilling sense of impending doom. Xianjun Yu's forehead beaded with sweat as he gasped for breath, the terrifying sensation of death causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Clearly, Pangu's mere glance had left him utterly astounded. A mere unintentional act from Pangu felt akin to facing death itself. What fate awaited the chaotic demons who stood before the might of the Creator God? What a legendary figure Pangu is. Truly as invincible as the tales suggest. To confront Pangu the Great, the chaotic demons must endure immense pressure. Xianjun Yu could scarcely fathom the weight of such an experience. Witnessing Pangu's effortless extermination of a chaotic demon only heightened his restlessness. If I possessed such cultivation, who would I fear? In that instant, he found himself yearning for a path to enlightenment through strength, a route that also belonged to the principles of the Tao, a path of power. However, this path had only been successfully traversed by Pangu, who could be deemed the chosen one. That he was certain that even if someone attempted to walk the path of strength, they could never surpass Pangu, as the halo surrounding him was far too radiant. Could it be that the thousands of chaotic demons, who shared the same chaotic principles, could not withstand even a single blow from Pangu? To compare oneself to Pangu would be folly. The secrets surrounding the great Pangu were numerous. If only he could unravel them through time's regression, perhaps. No. He immediately dismissed the notion of unraveling Pangu's secrets through time regression. Pangu had already expelled him, demonstrating restraint. Should he dare to probe further, it would not be improbable for Pangu to cleave him in two across the river of time. His curiosity about the secrets of Pangu was not an invitation to death. Let it be. Let it be. Such an existence is beyond my current reach. In due time, when I possess the strength, I may explore it little by little. Now that he had acquired the principle of time, it was time to break through to the quasi-saint realm. Suppressing his curiosity, Xianjun Yu began to channel the power of the principles, preparing to sever his first fallen soul. Fall, with a single utterance. He successfully severed his first soul corpse, an identical figure manifesting before him. As the soul corpse landed, his cultivation surged to the initial stage of quasi-saint. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The soul corpse offered a respectful bow. No need for such formalities. Xianjun Yu returned the gesture. His curiosity piqued as he regarded the fallen soul that emerged from within him. He was eager to ascertain whether this fallen soul was still a part of himself or if it constituted a completely new entity. The means of verification were quite simple. Observing the fallen soul before him, Xianjun Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he posed a question. Palace liquid jade wine. Upon hearing this, the soul corpse momentarily paused, then its lips mirrored a smile as it replied, nonchalantly, 180 per cup. Seeing the fallen soul respond to the coded signal, Xianjun Yu beamed with delight. It seemed that this entity was indeed still a part of him, not a wholly new individual. Yet, Xianjun Yu's curiosity was insatiable as he pressed on. How is the wine? Let me sing your praises. The king covers the earth tiger, the pagoda suppresses the river demon. Little hammer 40, big hammer 80. As soon as the unique cipher was uttered, all the fallen souls were able to respond. With this inquiry, Xianjun Yu felt entirely reassured. As long as this individual was indeed him, he had acquired yet another person in whom he could place his complete trust, which was exceedingly favorable. Come in, confirming that this fallen soul was indeed him and possessed all his memories. Xianjun Yu released the flower of his primordial spirit and enveloped him within. It is said that time reigns supreme, Space holds authority. Fate remains unyielding, and causality is sovereign. Destruction knows no bounds. Creation is unparalleled. The five elements govern. Yin and yang rise. Power reaches its zenith, and reincarnation controls the realm. With the laws of time in hand, even when facing a peak quasi-saint, I can maintain an invincible stance. And many restrictions have been lifted. However, without achieving sainthood, one is but an insignificant insect. It appears that further efforts are necessary. Having stepped into the quasi-saint realm, Xianjun Yu's spirit soared, and with a smile gracing his face, he unlocked the door and stepped outside. Meanwhile, Tongtian, who was engaged in cultivation within the ancestral hall, noticed that his eldest disciple, Xianjun Yu, had just broken through to the quasi-saint level. He immediately closed his eyes and revealed a smile. He has indeed ascended to the quasi-saint position. Truly, my disciple is remarkable. After countless epochs, he had attained the quasi-saint status. What extraordinary fortune does this rascal possess that grants him such capabilities? Achieving quasi-saint cultivation in such a brief period left Tongtian exceedingly curious about the secrets his eldest disciple harbored. If he were not his disciple, he would have wanted to seize him and dissect him for a thorough investigation. Yet such intentions were reserved solely for outsiders. He would never resort to such dark methods against his own disciple. Given this rascal's pace, it was only a matter of time before he touched the realm of saints. However, with the 6 saints predetermined, he feared he might be left without a saintly position. No, there remains a spot for the myriad beings of the Hongwang. Perhaps there lies a chance for that position. It appears that a visit to the Xiao Palace is in order. Contemplating the vacant position, Tongtian began to devise a plan. For the sake of his eldest disciple, he was willing to beseech Xiao Palace. However, what he did not realize was that the so-called vacant position was merely a thought left by the Tao of Heaven and Hongjun for the beings of Hongwang. It was a notion that, as long as there was one saintly position still unfilled, not all was lost. Everyone should strive for cultivation in hopes of securing that position. Yet, the 6 saints were indeed full, and there existed no other heavenly saint. Everything was but an illusion, a deception that Tongtian remained oblivious to. On the other hand, after Xianjun Yu stepped out of his chamber, he did not leave the ancestral hall, but instead halted at the high platform in front of the open grounds. He stood there, awaiting someone. Previously, he had instructed Duobao that he intended to take a group of people to the heavenly court, aiming to occupy as many positions there as possible. It wasn't long before Duobao arrived with 200 people. Evidently, the number of those wishing to go to the heavenly court was still quite limited. Greetings, senior brother! Greetings, senior brother! Under Duobao's lead, the hundreds of disciples bowed in unison, observing his junior brothers and sisters. Xianjun Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he directly revealed his quasi-saint cultivation. Those accompanying him to the heavenly court must heed his commands. They could not behave chaotically as they did on Kunlun Mountain. By revealing his quasi-saint cultivation, he issued a warning and a reminder to them. What is this? The moment the senior brother revealed his cultivation, Duobao was utterly astonished. It was indeed quasi-saint cultivation. How could it be that the senior brother had ascended to such a level in such a short time? Congratulations, senior brother, on your ascension to quasi-saint. Immediately, Duobao expressed his congratulations with a bow, thrilled that their sect had produced a quasi-saint. The senior brother has reached quasi-saint status. Upon hearing Duobao's words, the others present were momentarily taken aback. But soon they too congratulated him in unison. Congratulations, senior brother, on your ascension to quasi-saint. There is no need for excessive formalities, my younger siblings. As long as you diligently cultivate, achieving quasi-saint status is not an insurmountable task. With that, Xianjun Yu slightly raised his hand. Using his celestial power to lift those who had bowed, he did not delve further into the matter of quasi-saint cultivation, as the intimidation had already been established. They were all fellow disciples, and there was no need to be overly severe. As you accompany your senior brother to the heavenly court, remember not to act recklessly. We may endure being beneath others, but do not jeopardize my grand plan. Do you understand? Understood, senior brother. Seeing that these junior brothers and sisters had not spoken further and were increasingly disciplined, Xianjun Yu nodded with satisfaction. Maintaining this demeanor would suffice for their journey to the heavenly court. Casting his gaze over Duo Bao, Xianjun Yu could not help but remind him, Duo Bao, in my absence, you are the one with the most authority in the sect apart from our master. Be sure to manage our junior brothers and sisters well. And do not let such incidents occur again. I understand, senior brother. You can rest assured. Duo Bao replied with utmost respect. This was a task he would ensure was executed well, with Xianjun Yu's ascension to quasi-saint. He had essentially become the second in command of their sect, his status equivalent to that of their master, Tongtian. He absolutely did not wish for the next time Xianjun Yu returned to find himself on the receiving end of reprimands. That as well. Focus on your cultivation within the sect, striving for an early breakthrough into the Deluo realm as the second disciple. You must not fall behind. Without further ado, he declared, all junior brothers and sisters, accompany your senior brother to the heavenly court. After ensuring Duo Bao was prepared for his cultivation, Xianjun Yu led the 200 disciples of the Jie Sect toward the heavenly court. This endeavor, to bring people to the heavenly court, was but a minor task. The true priority lay in securing the imperial position, a matter that might even clash with his uncle. Upon arriving at the heavenly court, Xianjun Yu directly sought an audience with Hao Yan, expressing his willingness to accept the imperial position. If the saint agrees, that would be splendid. Let it be decided at the Grand Assembly a month hence, where all the immortals shall gather to formally confer. With Tongtian having already consented to the matter of the imperial position, Hao Yan promptly scheduled it for a month later at the Grand Assembly. Once all the immortals had returned, he would officially bestow the imperial position upon Xianjun Yu. Thank you, Your Majesty. After finalizing the matter of the imperial position, Xianjun Yu discussed some minor matters with Hao Yan, initially assigning the position of head of the Thunder Department to Jinling, and thereafter requesting arrangements for the individuals he had brought along. After concluding these discussions, he bid farewell to Hao Yan and returned to the Nine Heavens in Yuan Palace. At that moment, both Hao Yan and Yao Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tongtian had agreed, and now it was up to the three pure ones to navigate the situation. This was a burden they could now set aside. For the time being, they had managed to restrain Yuan Shi, allowing Hao Yan to temporarily release his worries. After all, he had only offered the imperial position once, and the ultimate outcome would rely on the confrontation between Tongtian and Yuan Shi. Haha, with Tongtian wielding the sword array of extermination, suppressing Yuan Shi should not be a challenge. This time, Yuan Shi is bound to face some headaches. My senior brother can simply sit back and watch the battle. With Tongtian as their ally, Yao Qi revealed a smile. Ha ha ha, let the battle commence. This time, I am eager to see how Yuan Shi will manage to be so arrogant. Hearing this, Hao Yan also broke into hearty laughter, his excitement palpable as he anticipated how Yuan Shi would falter. Yet would events truly unfold as they envisioned? Within the three pure ones, it seemed they had forgotten about one, Laozi of Taiji, upon returning to the Nine Heavens in Yuan Palace. Xianjun Yu summoned Jinling and the troublemaking duo. Senior brother, did you summon us for something? Jinling inquired, her expression one of curiosity to Cheng'er Dingguang, and Jingguang also looked at their seated senior brother with puzzled expressions. Please, have a seat. I have something to discuss with you. Serve tea. After inviting his junior brothers and sisters to sit, Xianjun Yu instructed the servants of the palace to bring forth cups of hot tea. Observing his senior brother's courteous demeanor, the three became even more perplexed, knowing that under ordinary circumstances, he would not summon them without reason. Senior brother, what is it? If there is something, please instruct us. Dingguang will certainly execute it to the best of his ability. Indeed, whatever it is, we shall be ready to assist. Upon taking their seats, Jinling directly inquired, while the troublemaking duo expressed their willingness to undertake any task. Under Xianjun Yu's leadership, the troublemaking duo had shown no inclination for mischief, instead behaving quite obediently. Particularly Cheng'er, who had been diligent and compliant, at least for the time being, refraining from any antics. I have not called you here to assign you a task, but rather to inform you that in about a month, I shall be departing for the heavenly court, and I wanted to let you know in advance. Xianjun Yu spoke softly. Once I assume the position of the emperor, I shall be duty-bound to fulfill my responsibilities. Remaining in the heavenly court to languish would not suit my character. Upon hearing that their elder brother intended to leave the heavenly court, the three companions were immediately taken aback. Jinling, in particular, could not contain her curiosity and asked directly, "Leaving the heavenly court? Are you returning to Kunlun Mountain? If you do, should we follow you?" It was evident that Jinling was somewhat anxious. Despite her elder brother's leisurely existence in the heavenly court, he had always been their pillar of support. As long as he remained there, they felt an overwhelming sense of security. Now that he announced his departure, how could she not be worried? Observing Jinling's insistence to accompany him, Xianjun Yu could only respond with a wry smile. Thus, he decided to lay everything bare, without any further concealment. "All right, Jinling, please allow me to explain. When I say I am leaving the heavenly court, it does not mean I am truly departing, nor am I returning to Kunlun Mountain. Rather, I am set to assume my duties. Hao Yin and our master have already discussed this and are preparing to establish an additional emperor position for me, which will be formally conferred in a month. The heavenly court can only accommodate one ruling emperor, and it would be somewhat inappropriate for me to remain here while taking on that role. Do you understand?" Xianjun Yu briefly elaborated on the matter of the emperor position, choosing not to delve into the intricacies of the situation. But he felt it was unnecessary to burden his junior siblings with the hidden schemes that he alone would navigate. An additional emperor position, that means you will be on equal footing with Hao Yin. Has Hao Yin lost his mind? How could he create such a position? Is he out of his wits? Upon hearing about the emperor position, Jinling and the others were utterly astonished, internally lamenting Hao Yin's apparent madness. "Elder brother, why would Hao Yin relinquish such a position?" Jinling wished to inquire further, but Xianjun Yu raised his hand slightly to stop her. "You need not concern yourselves with why this emperor position has arisen. Simply know that it exists. I have already recommended you to take on the role of the god of thunder. What Tiandun? Once you are appointed, Chang'er and Jingguang, you two shall assist Jinling diligently. Is that understood?" As he spoke, Xianjun Yu turned his gaze toward Chang'er and Jingguang, hoping that this mischievous duo would remain in line and not cause trouble under Jinling's watch. "Yes, elder brother, we understand." Seeing their elder brother's serious expression, the two immediately acknowledged their comprehension. They had only recently redeemed themselves after offending him, and they certainly did not wish to jeopardize their improved standing over trivial matters. "I have been observing your actions, and I appreciate your efforts during this time. Your swift response in coming to me shows your dedication, and I am not one to be ungrateful. Thus, I present you with these." With that, Xianjun Yu produced 3 9-turn golden pills, distributing one to each of his junior siblings. These pills were tailored specifically to their constitutions, offering unparalleled benefits. It is no trouble at all. This is merely what a junior should do. "Thank you, elder brother, for bestowing the pills." Chang'er and Jingguang expressed their gratitude as they received the 9-turn golden pills. Such pills were coveted treasures, typically reserved for the Luo Jingxian and quasi-saint powers, and the number of individuals capable of crafting them was exceedingly rare. For them, receiving such a golden pill was akin to acquiring a priceless gem, and no need for thanks. You will benefit from following me. However, I must give you a word of caution. While I can overlook minor grievances, please do not engage in any actions that might undermine our sect. I have issued this warning, should anyone act against this. Do not blame me for the consequences. With that, Xianjun Yu placed his left hand on the table before him. Applying a slight force, the table crumbled into powder, scattering into the air. Observing this, Chang'er and Jingguang nodded vigorously in understanding. The teachings of our master, the saint, dictate that anyone with common sense would not dare to act foolishly. Xianjun Yu lightly brushed the powder off his hands, primarily aimed at reminding Chang'er not to court disaster. In the current context of the Jie Jiao, betraying the sect will be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Neither Kunti nor Jin could protect such a person. Meanwhile, Jinling, seated nearby, held the 9-turn golden pill but appeared far from elated. Instead, her expression was one of concern. It was not that the pill lacked value. Rather, her thoughts were consumed by the implications of the emperor position, which troubled her greatly. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke up. "Elder brother, both the human and Shan sects are clearly watching the heavenly court that if you abruptly assume an emperor position, what will happen with Master Uncle and Second Master Uncle? With the other 2 sects keeping a watchful eye." She did not believe that those 2 elder masters would remain passive while Jie Jiao seized a significant advantage. Upon hearing her words, Chang'er and Jingguang also set aside their golden pills, their expressions now filled with concern. Indeed, elder brother, master uncle, and second master uncle will surely not remain indifferent to this matter. What do you think we should do? In response, Xianjun Yu did not appear overly concerned, believing that everything would be resolved in due course. Furthermore, matters involving saints were beyond his control. Thus, he replied calmly, I've already gauged Master Uncle's sentiments regarding the heavenly court, and he does not seem overly concerned. As for second Master Uncle, our master has assured me he will address it personally. The affairs of saints are not ours to meddle in. We must focus on our own responsibilities, facing second Master Uncle Yuanshi. He felt a touch of discomfort, but for the sake of Jie Jiao, he had to endure it. He simply hoped that their master and elder masters would handle the situation coolly. Yes, elder brother, we understand. Jin Ling and the others recognized that worrying would serve no purpose. Matters of the saints were beyond their jurisdiction. Since their elder brother had spoken thus, they felt it inappropriate to press further. After revealing the details regarding the emperor position to Jin Ling and the others, Xianjun Yu settled into a period of quiet anticipation. During this time, he refrained from leaving his residence or mingling aimlessly with the denizens of the heavenly court. A month passed swiftly, and on this day, nearly all external personnel of the heavenly court had returned, creating a lively atmosphere in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Haoyin summons. Everyone from Xuandu to the Jie Sect who had contributed to the heavenly court had arrived. Elder brother, do you know why Haoyin has suddenly gathered so many people? In the Lingxiao Hall, Xuandu inquired curiously of his elder brother, Xianjun Yu. The unexpected assembly suggested something significant was afoot, but he could not guess what it might be. So he turned to his elder brother from Kunlun Mountain for insight. Just wait a moment. It will be announced shortly. There is no need for you to be so anxious. Xianjun Yu cast a glance at Xuandu, but chose not to elaborate. Although Master Uncle seemed indifferent to the affairs of the heavenly court, he doubted that he would remain unmoved by the emperor position. He intended to occupy that seat first and foremost. As for other matters, with their master Tongtian backing him, he had no cause for concern. I see. Observing his elder brother, Xuandu furrowed his brow slightly. It was apparent that his elder brother knew something but was unwilling to share, leading him to suspect that the situation was anything but trivial. What could it possibly be? The others were equally curious, speculating about the purpose behind Hao Yan's assembly of the crowd. Soon, Hao Yan and Yao Qi arrived at the Lingxiao Hall. Ascending to the imperial throne on the high platform, that we pay our respects to your majesty. We pay our respects to the empress. The gathered deities immediately bowed in reverence, with the disciples of the Jie Sect, such as Guangchengzi, not even daring to perform the customary salute, highlighting their disregard for Hao Yan. Observing the Jie Sect's nonchalance, a flicker of displeasure crossed Hao Yan's eyes. These incorrigible Jie Sect disciples truly do not regard me at all. I wonder how long you can maintain this arrogance. Yet, Hao Yan chose not to dwell on the matter. All officials rise. Thank you, your majesty. After allowing the deities to stand, Hao Yan cast a glance at Xianjun Yu. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a subtle nod of understanding. This moment did not go unnoticed by Xuandu, who was now even more perplexed. Looking at Jin Ling and the others, he noticed their expressions filled with anticipation. Could it be that Jie Jiao and Hao Yan have reached some form of consensus? I must listen closely to what is about to unfold. Xuandu speculated that Hao Yan and Jie Jiao were likely poised to make a significant move. And indeed, both factions were on the brink of a monumental decision. Finally, Hao Yan spoke up. I have summoned you all today to announce an important matter. After careful consideration, I have decided to establish an additional emperor position within the heavenly court, to facilitate better management of the vast primordial universe. This position shall be known as the Emperor of the Upper Palace of Gocheng. As the sovereign emerged, the crowd below exchanged glances, acutely aware of the significance of a newly appointed emperor. Yet their understanding only deepened their bewilderment. Guangchengzi and his companions furrowed their brows. They were cognizant of their master Yuanshi's discussions regarding the sovereign's position with Hao Tian, but the latter had consistently withheld his consent. The abrupt decision to establish a sovereign seat left them incredulous, for they did not believe that their master had successfully persuaded Hao Tian. After all, had such an agreement been reached, they would undoubtedly have been informed. The silent proclamation of the sovereign's position raised questions about Hao Tian's intentions. Meanwhile, Xiandu, observing the expressions of his fellow disciples and Jin Ling, was struck by a thought. Could it be? Surely not. For Tongtian to entertain such notions at this juncture would be exceedingly irrational. Why would his senior brother follow suit in such folly? This was troubling indeed. At that moment, a figure from the heavenly court stepped forward. Your Majesty, this course of action is ill-advised. I implore you to reconsider. With this lead, a dozen or so members of the heavenly court echoed the sentiment. Having fully integrated into the institution, they were now metaphorically in the same boat. The establishment of a sovereign-esque position threatened to siphon away the merit and fortune of the heavenly court. If they remained silent on this matter, they would truly have no place in this realm. There is no need for further counsel. I have made my decision. You may all withdraw. Hao Tian glowered at them, his expression grave. To speak thus at this moment was tantamount to offending the Jie Jiao and, more importantly, the esteemed Xianjun Yu. These individuals were part of his heavenly court, and he had no desire to incite the ire of Jie Jiao, risking their downfall. Moreover, had circumstances not compelled him, he would have preferred to avoid this confrontation altogether. Seeing the emperor's demeanor, those assembled had intended to press their case further, but upon noticing his subtle gestures, they reluctantly retreated. As you wish, Your Majesty. Yet, they remained perplexed, uncertain of the emperor's true intentions. Subsequently, Hao Tian formally announced the appointment. After careful consideration, I decree the exaltation of the Thunder God, Pu Huatun Zun Xianjun Yu, as the emperor of the Upper Palace of Gochun, entrusted with the dominion over the north and south poles of the primordial world. This meant that the most northern and southern realms of the primordial universe would henceforth fall under Xianjun Yu's jurisdiction. Reactions varied. Some were astonished, others puzzled, while a few comprehended the rationale. After all, within the heavenly court, be it in rank or status, Xianjun Yu stood as the foremost beneath Hao Tian, and he was also the most esteemed disciple of Kunlun Mountain. Thus, the elevation to emperor was not entirely unfathomable. While the heavenly court remained relatively quiet, the disciples of the Chan Jiao were quick to voice their discontent, led by Guang Chengzi, the foremost among the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. Your Majesty, this action is exceedingly inappropriate. I beseech you to retract your command. His brother's assertion was echoed by Qi Jingzi and supported by others, all demanding that Hao Tian rescind the decree. It was one thing for the title to be conferred upon them, but for it to fall to another was intolerable, a sentiment shared even among the disciples of Jie Jiao. Faced with their forceful objections, Hao Tian clenched his fists in frustration. He was tempted to crush them with his own hands. To audaciously speak to him in the presence of all in the Lingxiao Hall was nothing short of outrageous. Observing this, Yao Qi gently placed a hand on Hao Tian's arm, subtly urging him to temper his anger. Looking at her hand, Hao Tian managed to suppress his fury. It must be said that Yao Qi was indeed his greatest ally. Without her, he could scarcely fathom how he would cope with such matters alone. Though Hao Tian maintained his composure, Xianjun Yu was not inclined to indulge their insolence, but he spoke up. What is it? Do my esteemed younger brothers deem me unworthy of this emperor's title? As he spoke, the manifestation of his quasi-saintly power was unmistakable, unleashing an aura that swept through the Lingxiao Hall. The presence of such power left the onlookers wide-eyed in astonishment. Utterly incredulous, wasn't the Thunder God merely a great Luo golden immortal? How had he ascended to the realm of quasi-saint? As Xianjun Yu's quasi-saintly presence radiated, Hao Tian's eyes sparkled with realization. This individual was commendable in every regard. His cultivation had merely lagged behind, but now that it had risen, everything seemed to fall into place. Hao Tian internally praised his choice. The heavenly court had gained a formidable quasi-saint. Xiandu had initially intended to intercede on behalf of his senior brother Xianjun Yu, but found himself dissuaded upon witnessing the latter's quasi-saintly stature. Having yet to reach the Tai realm, he felt no entitlement to advise one who had already entered the quasi-saint domain. Guang Chengzi and the others, feeling the weight of the quasi-saint's pressure, fell silent, targeting Hao Tian, but never Xianjun Yu, whom they had never intended to oppose. So, you all oppose my ascension to emperor. Yet now you remain mute. Xianjun Yu scoffed, his gaze piercing through Guang Chengzi and the others. Those caught in his stare averted their eyes, unable to meet his gaze. Hao Tian observed as Xianjun Yu addressed the disciples of the Chan Jiao, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Guang Chengzi. What say you? Should I ascend to this emperor's throne or not? Xianjun Yu's finger pointed directly at Guang Chengzi. While he dared not offend his master Yuan Shi, he regarded the 12 golden immortals with little concern. Should the southern pole arrive, he might afford them some courtesy, but as for these particular individuals, he could only chuckle. Faced with such public scrutiny, Guang Chengzi had no choice but to step forward. My brother is indeed suited for this emperor's position, but this sovereign's role is unlike any other. Perhaps we should consult with our elders. As he spoke, Guang Chengzi cautiously gauged Xianjun Yu's reaction. This was, without doubt, an attempt to undermine Xianjun Yu's claim, and he had no recourse but to invoke the name of the sage in hopes of averting disaster. Humph! This is a matter concerning the Jie Jiao. Aside from my master, none shall interfere. Today, I shall firmly establish myself as emperor, and no one can thwart me. Any of my younger brothers are welcome to return to Kunlun Mountain to report this. And of course, should any brother feel their cultivation sufficient and wish to spar with me, I shall gladly oblige. Xianjun Yu's stance was resolute. He was determined to claim the emperor's title. With such declarations made, Guang Chengzi found himself at a loss for words. There was no point in continuing this discourse. He must swiftly inform his master Yuan Shi. Even the contentious Qi Jingzi fell silent, standing quietly to the side, lacking any desire to provoke further conflict. What folly it would be to confront a quasi-saint. He was no fool to seek death through such reckless behavior. Seeing the Chan Jiao disciples rendered speechless, Xianjun Yu cast a disdainful glance at them before addressing the assembled immortals. If any of my fellow Taoists have objections to my ascension as sovereign, I invite you to voice them. I have always believed in winning others over through virtue. If you have grievances, now is the time to express them. Upon hearing this, no one dared speak up. In their hearts, they inwardly scoffed. Win over through virtue. Had it not been for your threatening demeanor, we might have considered it. The title of emperor is already effectively yours. Who among us would dare to offend you? With no opposition in sight, Jinling led the disciples of Jie Jiao in salutation that we pay our respects to the emperor of the upper palace of Gochun. We pay our respects to the emperor, with Jinling and the Jie Jiao disciples taking the lead. The heavenly court officials followed suit, kneeling in homage. Even Xian Du and Guang Chengzi complied, bowing before Xianjun Yu, as the circumstances left them with no choice but to honor the ritual. Observing the throng of kneeling immortals, Hao Tian felt not jealousy, but a profound sense of satisfaction. It seemed that only Xianjun Yu could hold sway over these obstinate disciples of Chan Jiao. Selecting Xianjun Yu had proven to be a wise decision. Witnessing the Jie Jiao disciples prostrated before him, Hao Tian applauded his own foresight. With no dissent, the emperor could rest easy. All of you may rise. As he gazed at the bowed figures, Xianjun Yu raised his hand, employing celestial power to elevate the assembled immortals. Once he assumed the mantle of emperor, there would be no turning back, and neither of his two masters would be able to displace him. Excellent. Thus, the imperial seal shall rightfully belong to the emperor of Gochun. Jinling would assume the former position of the Thunder Department. After Hao Tian conferred the imperial seal representing the great emperor, he elevated the positions of Jinling and several disciples of thereby bringing this matter to a definitive conclusion. Ordinarily, such an occasion as the ascension of a great emperor would warrant grand celebrations. However, both Hao Tian and Xianjun Yu were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Consequently, neither of them felt inclined to celebrate. Upon receiving the imperial seal, Xianjun Yu firmly established his position as the emperor of Gochun. Rather than departing the heavenly court immediately, he chose to remain and await the reactions of his two esteemed masters and several other saints. With the opening of the imperial authority, matters were bound to become intricate, as the saints who coveted the merits and fortunes of the heavenly court would soon take action. Following the conclusion of the morning assembly, Xuandu and Guang Chengzi hurried back to Kunlun Mountain. The western two saints, having infiltrated the heavenly court, disseminated this news widely. Even the Hutu of the netherworld received word through her channels. In an instant, all the saints were made aware that Hao Qian had opened the path to imperial authority, prompting them to mobilize. Within Kunlun Mountain, upon receiving this news, the three saints convened. Elder brother, look, Tongtian has audaciously taken matters into his own hands, seeking to monopolize the merits and fortunes of the heavenly court. This is utterly contemptible. If we do not teach Tongtian a lesson, he will only grow more insolent. Yuan Shi, rather than addressing the problem, seeks to win over Laozi to grant Tongtian some means, indicating that his relationship with Tongtian is terribly strained. Tongtian, upon hearing this, retorted fearlessly, "Teach me a lesson. Do you, Yuan Shi, possess the strength to do so? I have never feared you. Moreover, this matter was initiated by Hao Qian approaching me. Unlike certain individuals who act covertly, why should I refuse?" He first asserted his lack of fear towards Yuan Shi and clarified that the imperial authority was bestowed upon him by Hao Qian, rather than something he sought for himself. In this way, he maintained both his momentum and rationale, seizing the initiative as the fortunes of the continued to grow. His cultivation flourished, and in terms of prowess, he did not lag behind Yuan Shi. Coupled with the extermination sword array, confronting Yuan Shi would require little effort. Therefore, what was there left for him to fear? Rebellion. Tongtian, you have truly overstepped. Elder brother, witness Tongtian's current arrogance. He dares to openly speak of confrontation with his elder brothers. If this continues unchecked, our three pure ones will be utterly ruined. Yuan Shi, visibly incensed, turned to Laozi to voice his grievances, though he expressed his ire towards Tongtian. He had no intention of taking action himself, for he was wary of Tongtian's extermination sword array. The saying that the four saints were unbeatable was not mere rhetoric. Were it not for this lethal weapon, he would have already moved to discipline his arrogant younger brother. Enough. Silence. Very well. Second brother, what is wrong with you yielding to third brother as an elder? And third brother, Yuan Shi, is your elder. How can you speak to him in such a manner? Laozi intervened, admonishing both Yuan Shi and Tongtian. After thousands of years of their bickering, his ears were nearly calloused from the incessant squabbling. With Laozi's intervention, Yuan Shi and Tongtian exchanged cold huffs and turned their heads away, refusing to meet each other's gaze. As the leader of the three pure ones and their elder, Laozi's words commanded respect. Noticing the cessation of their dispute, Laozi spoke slowly. Since Hao Qian has relinquished the imperial authority and we all harbor intentions regarding the heavenly court, it is time for us to unite and take action, ensuring that outsiders do not exploit this opportunity. Third brother, this authority cannot be monopolized by you alone. What are your thoughts? The merits of fortunes are universally coveted, and even the saints are no exception. Laozi did not intend to usurp Xianjun Yu's position as emperor, but rather sought to negotiate for another imperial authority from Hao Qian. Given Xianjun Yu's status as the master's nephew, it would be inappropriate for him to act against a junior, especially considering that Tongtian would not be easily spared. What objection could I possibly have? Hao Qian willingly conferred the imperial authority. If elder brother desires it, he may approach Hao Qian himself. I remain indifferent, Tongtian remarked nonchalantly. He cast a glance at Yuan Shi, as if to say, see, you desire something and engage in various schemes, yet receive nothing, while I have done nothing and it is given to me. He had no intention of participating in this affair, as he had already secured the imperial authority. There was no need to press Hao Qian and sour their relationship. In summary, the message was clear. If you wish for the imperial authority, seek it from Hao Qian. I shall not involve myself. Yuan Shi, witnessing Tongtian's arrogant demeanor, felt an overwhelming frustration at that moment. He harbored deep resentment towards Hao Qian. Had Hao Qian not been so unyielding, he would not have found himself at a disadvantage against Tongtian. Accursed Tongtian! Damn Hao Qian! Seeing that his third brother Tongtian was indifferent to the matter, Laozi immediately called upon Yuan Shi. Since third brother harbors no objections, let us ascend to the heavens and seek out Hao Qian. Very well, elder brother. This is agreeable. Yuan Shi had no reservations, as he had not intended to monopolize, but merely wished to secure a significant share. However, now that the larger share was claimed by Tongtian, he would settle for what he could obtain. After their discussion, the three set forth to the heavenly court. As for Tongtian's presence, it was undoubtedly to support his eldest disciple, with several saints vying for the imperial authority. His eldest disciple would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the scrutiny. With his presence, none would dare bully his disciple. Those who opposed would soon face the extermination sword array. I shall soon arrive at the heavenly court. Do not delay in gathering people to welcome me. While enjoying celestial fruits in his residence, Xianjun Yu was momentarily taken aback by his master's voice. Without hesitation, he tossed aside the celestial fruit and rushed to the courtyard, employing his divine communication to summon Jinling, Dingguang, Jingguang. Master is arriving at the heavenly court. Quickly gather the junior brothers and sisters to welcome him at the southern heavenly gate, after transmitting his message to Jinling and the others nearby. Xianjun Yu hastened to the southern heavenly gate. In turn, Jinling and the others, upon receiving the news, quickly assembled a group of disciples and made their way to the southern heavenly gate. Disciples from both were similarly summoned, all rushing to the southern heavenly gate. After waiting for a brief moment at the southern heavenly gate, Xuandu, Guangchengzi, and the arrived in succession. Greetings, elder brother, with Xuandu leading the way. Guangchengzi and the other disciples begrudgingly bowed to Xianjun Yu. Despite their mutual animosity, decorum could not be disregarded. It was a matter of principle, a rule established by Yuan Sh at all times. Respect must be upheld, especially towards Xianjun Yu. All disciples are present. There is no need for excessive formality. Observing the arrival of the disciple from the three teachings, Xianjun Yu realized that the three pure ones had indeed come together. It seemed that both his master and second master were present. This matter would likely not end lightly. He began to worry whether his master could withstand the pressure. This time, he would face not only Laozi and Yuan Shi, but all saints with intentions of their own. The pressure was undeniably immense. All present understood the purpose of their master's visit, yet they chose to remain silent, casting indifferent glances at Xianjun Yu. It was uncertain whether he could retain his position as Emperor of Gochun. Before long, the heavenly court was enveloped in radiant hues, with purple qi emanating from the east and golden lotuses rising from the earth, clearly indicating the arrival of the saints as anticipated. The three saints of Kunlun soon appear before the southern heavenly gate. Disciples pay their respects to the master, esteemed elder brother, and second elder. Disciples pay their respects to the master, and to both esteemed uncles. Disciples pay their respects to the master, esteemed uncles. Greetings to the three saints. The assembled crowd outside the southern heavenly gate bowed and greeted the three saints, with the gatekeepers performing a kneeling salute. In response, the three saints simultaneously spoke. You may rise. Thank you, master. Thank you, esteemed elder brother. Thank you, esteemed uncles. As the crowd expressed their gratitude towards the three saints, they straightened their backs and lifted their heads, gazing intently at the guard from the heavenly court stood at a distance, their anxiety palpable, not daring to meet the gaze of the three saints. These three were indeed the mightiest beings in the realm, ranking among the top three among all the saints. Such formidable figures evoked a sense of trepidation that made even the act of merely looking upon them feel daunting. Yuan Shi regarded Xianjun Yu and spoke in a composed manner. Indeed, you have managed to obtain what belongs to my esteemed master before I could. Truly, what is meant to be yours will inevitably find its way to you. Do not think for a moment that I would covet what is rightfully yours. Before Yuan Shi could finish his statement, Tongtian interjected assertively. He would not tolerate any attempt to bully his disciple. Not only would he not allow any disrespect, but he would also never permit Yuan Shi to hold his disciple accountable. Though Yuan Shi did not intend to reprimand Xianjun Yu, he merely wished to commend his capabilities. However, this was misconstrued by Tongtian. In the presence of so many juniors, Tongtian's direct rebuke of Yuan Shi ignited a spark of anger within him. What do you mean, Tongtian? When have I ever harbored intentions towards your position? Do you truly think I fear you? In an instant, the three treasures jade rui appeared in Yuan Shi's hand, indicating his readiness to engage. It would be unbecoming of him to remain indifferent in the face of such a blatant affront from Tongtian. Seeing that Yuan Shi seemed genuinely unthreatening, Tongtian realized he might have misjudged the situation. Yet, With Yuanshi brandishing his rui in a confrontational manner, Tongtian felt compelled to stand his ground in front of the younger generation. You wish to fight? Ha! As I stated a myriad of years ago, I have never feared you in battle. If you seek to bestow a lesson upon me, then come forth. With that, the Qing Ping sword materialized in Tongtian's grasp. The two saints faced each other with palpable tension, leaving the disciples of the three teachings utterly astonished. They never anticipated that the relationship between these two would reach such a breaking point. A clash between saints was no trivial matter, as it posed a risk of shattering the very fabric of the primordial world. Just as the two were poised to engage, Lao Zi, holding the Tai dust brush, stepped forward and reprimanded them. Have you had enough of this ruckus? You could not settle down on Kunlun Mountain, and now you wish to cause a scene before so many juniors. Do not forget our purpose here. We must retrieve the spiritual treasures. Hearing the words of the Grand Master Lao Zi, the disciples of the three teachings collectively breathed a sigh of relief, including Xianjun Yu, who felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Should the two saints clash, it would inevitably attract the attention of Hongjun, and he, as the source, would certainly be scrutinized. There was a risk that Hongjun might take an interest in him, which was not something he desired. Humph. Were it not for my elder brother intervening, I would not have spared you today. Humph. You are welcome to come at any time. I shall be ready for you. After exchanging glances of defiance, the two saints simultaneously sheathed their spiritual treasures, indicating that their intentions were not to engage in actual combat, but rather to preserve their dignity as saints that if they truly wished to fight, they would not have been deterred by a mere admonition. Let us not cause further disturbances in public, lest we become the subject of ridicule. Please introduce us to Hao Tian. Yes, Master Uncle. Upon hearing the request to introduce Hao Tian, Xianjun Yu promptly assumed the role of a guide, leading the three saints to meet Hao Tian. After the three saints departed to confer with Hao Tian, Xianjun Yu and the other disciples of the three teachings stepped back, realizing that the matters being discussed were not intended for their ears. Once outside the hall, the disciples of the Chan and Jie Sects regarded Xianjun Yu with curious expressions. Typically, this senior brother would remain beside his uncles during such ceremonious occasions, especially since he was the focal point this time. Could it be that the position of Emperor Go-chan was at stake? At that moment, not only the disciples of the Chan sect, but also those of the Xiandu and Jie sects began to entertain such thoughts. It was not surprising, considering that just moments ago, the two saints had nearly clashed over this very issue, making the position seem far from secure. The disciples of Xiandu and Guangchengzi did not approach to inquire further. Meanwhile, Jin Ling, approaching Xianjun Yu, whispered, "Senior brother, what has happened? Is your position in jeopardy?" Faced with such a direct question, Xianjun Yu looked at Jin Ling with a bemused expression. Truly, she was his dear junior sister. Her candor in suggesting he might lose his imperial position was both amusing and exasperating. What do you mean, my position is in jeopardy? Jin Ling, are you jesting? As he spoke, Xianjun Yu did not lower his voice, but rather raised it. What? My position is in jeopardy. Instantly, those disciples of the Chan sect turned their gazes towards him. With everyone's attention now fixed on him, Xianjun Yu continued speaking to Jin Ling. Sister, although I may only possess the cultivation of a quasi-saint, I share an excellent rapport with my two uncles on Kunlun Mountain. If I declare that the position of Emperor Go-chan is mine, then it is indeed mine. No one can seize it from me. So cast aside your worries. Clearly, this declaration was aimed at the other disciples of the sects, signaling that the position of Emperor Go-chan was firmly his, and neither of his uncles had any intention of contesting it. Upon hearing this, Guangchengzi and the others felt a twinge of disappointment. The position of Emperor Go-chan conferred significant authority compared to Hao Tian, and the merits and fortunes enjoyed by the heavenly court were substantial. Losing such a favorable position naturally led to their disheartenment. On the other hand, Xiandu was not particularly surprised. Yuanshi and his master, Lao Zi, held an extraordinary affection for his senior brother, Xianjun Yu. Even if his senior brother were to act foolishly in claiming the position of Emperor Go-chan, it was unlikely that his uncles or master would hold it against him. He had long recognized this favoritism, which was a point of envy for him. Yes, senior brother, Jin Ling affirmed, feeling reassured by his words, though she couldn't help but quietly ridicule. Why should I put my heart in my stomach? What a strange expression, senior brother. Having ascertained that the position of Emperor Go-chun was secure, Xianjun Yu and the others lapsed into silence, waiting patiently outside the hall. However, their wait was not prolonged, as the heavenly servants soon conveyed that two saints from the west had also arrived. Upon hearing that the two saints from the west were making their entrance, the crowd furrowed their brows. The convergence of 5 saints could not bode well. It was clear that today would not be tranquil. Xianjun Yu, however, felt no surprise at the arrival of the shameless saints, Zhuan Ti and Jie. It would have been peculiar indeed if these two opportunists had chosen not to show up for such advantageous dealings. Senior brother, with Zhuan Ti and Jie here as well, do you think this could lead to trouble? Jin Ling asked quietly, her expression laced with concern. Yuan Shi had already clashed with her master, Tongtian, and now with the arrival of 2 additional saints, it was a precarious situation. Xianjun Yu understood her worries. Yet he remained unconcerned. Sister, there is no need for alarm. The eastern and western factions are distinct. Our master and uncles are surely aware of the dynamics at play. Furthermore, there exists a hierarchy among the saints. Dealing with individuals like Zhuan Ti and Jie would be a mere formality for our master, although he was uncertain of Tong Tian's current level of cultivation among the saints. His understanding of the primordial trajectory allowed him to discern the strengths and weaknesses of the saints. Regardless of who ranks higher, it was undeniable that Zhuan Ti and Jie were at the bottom of the hierarchy. The other saints did not regard these 2 opportunists with any seriousness at all. Is that so? Jin Ling responded, her expression one of bewilderment. The nuances of saintly strength were beyond her comprehension, given her lack of cultivation at that level. Nonetheless, she trusted her senior brother implicitly and believed in his words. Since the senior brother has spoken thus, it must undoubtedly be correct. That moment, the celestial slave, leading Zhuan Ti and Jie, flew past the gathered individuals and entered within they passed before Xianjun Yu. Both Zhuan Ti and Jie cast a fleeting glance at him. Look, brother, that person possesses the cultivation of a quasi-saint. Indeed, the East is truly a land of exceptional talents. He is indeed remarkable. This individual seems to have a connection with our Buddhist sect. As they spoke, Zhuan Ti and Jie exchanged knowing glances and shared a subtle smile, clearly contemplating the prospect of recruiting him. However, they remained unaware that Xianjun Yu was a precious gem of Tongtian, and attempting to take advantage of him would be akin to opposing Tongtian himself, destined to yield no favorable outcome. Following the entrance of the 2 from the west, the voice of the celestial slave resonated once more. Upon hearing this, the assembly was once again astounded. The arrival of the 6 saints was akin to tearing the heavens asunder. This matter was evidently of great significance. The 6 saints were present at their own volition, and only at this moment did they realize the gravity of the situation. Responding to the announcement, Xianjun Yu was momentarily taken aback. But soon a smile graced his face, unperturbed by any potential misfortune befalling his master. Ping Exing, known as Ho Tu, had now arrived, rendering the situation increasingly intriguing. It appeared that conflict was inevitable today. Swiftly, under the guidance of the celestial slave, Ho Tu soared past the disciples of the 3 teachings. This was the first time Xianjun Yu beheld the authentic sage, Ho Tuesday, observing her enchanting demeanor. With shy eyes and a smiling, cherry-red mouth, as the wind swept through the grapes and sunlight danced upon her pomegranate skirt, Xianjun Yu was left somewhat dazed. According to legend, the primordial witch Ho Tu was the ancestral witch of the Central Earth, naturally capable of manipulating the essence of the earth, characterized by a human form with a serpent's tail, 7 hands on her back, and 2 hands on her chest, firmly grasping a writhing serpent. Yet, she appeared like a fairy. This was unexpected. It seemed one could not fully trust the tales of old. With a soft murmur, Xianjun Yu chuckled bitterly and shook his head slightly. He had anticipated that the ancestral witch Ho Tu would present a mighty and imposing image, only to find her resemblance more akin to a charming neighbor girl. Strangely appealing, it seemed that upon hearing Xianjun Yu's words, Ho Tu turned to glance at him, a slight smile curling the corners of her mouth. Before she entered directly, could it be that she heard my words? I had thought I had muted my voice, but if not, what could that sly smile signify? Reflecting on this, Xianjun Yu reminded himself not to speak lightly of saints. It was indeed careless to do so, that he resolved to refrain from discussing saints unless he reached the saintly realm, and even whispered comments were inadvisable. Beside him, Jin Ling, noticing her senior brother murmuring to himself, inquired with curiosity, "Senior brother, what are you saying?" Nothing. Without further explanation, Xianjun Yu fell silent, standing straight with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting the movements of the saints, observing that her senior brother did not wish to elaborate. Jin Ling refrained from pressing further. The primordial saints, apart from Hongjun and Nu Hua, had all gathered here. What the 6 saints were conferring upon remained a mystery to everyone. However, while others were oblivious, Xianjun Yu, familiar with the primordial realm, had a fair inkling of the discussions involving the 6 saints, Hao Tian, and Yao Qi. Originally, there were 6 sovereigns in the primordial realm, namely, the Jade Emperor Hao Tian, the Emperor of the Upper Palace, the Emperor of the North Star, the Emperor of Longevity in the South, the Emperor of the East, and the Earth deity Ho Tuesday. The Jade Emperor need not be mentioned. He was indeed Hao Tian. The teachings of the primordial realm had also occupied the positions of the Emperor of the Upper Palace and the Emperor of Longevity. However, with Xianjun Yu occupying the position of the Emperor of the Upper Palace, it was uncertain whether the teachings could still hold 2 positions. The Emperor of the North Star was undoubtedly associated with Xiandu. After all, his master brother was present. The Emperor of Longevity was expected to be from the south. As for the Earth deity, that position would certainly belong to Ho Tuesday. Therefore, the only point of contention lay in the position of the Emperor of the East, which side would claim it depended upon their respective capabilities. Now that the position of the Emperor of the East had become vacant, Zhuan Ti and Jie would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Entertainment was on the horizon, while Xianjun Yu pondered the impending contention between the 2 from the west for this position. Suddenly, the might of the saints burst forth from the treasure hall, emanating from Zhuan Ti, Jie, Yuan Shi, and Tongtian. Clearly, the discussions within were not proceeding smoothly. What is happening? Why has there been such a sudden outburst of power from the 4 saints? And why are they at odds with one another? Could it be that they are about to engage in battle? The crowd began to speculate whether a confrontation was imminent, as the individual with the highest cultivation. Xianjun Yu immediately discerned that his master, his uncle, and the 2 from the west were clashing. The pressure of the saints was evidently in collision, and a confrontation seemed imminent. Wow, these 2 dare to challenge my master and uncle. They are truly overstepping, Xianjun Yu exclaimed, his excitement evident as he laughed heartily. He was eager to witness the battle among the saints, particularly the prospect of Zhuan Ti and Jie being thoroughly defeated. Beside him, Jin Ling and the others exchanged perplexed glances at Xianjun Yu's enthusiasm. The collision of saints was nothing short of catastrophic. Why was their senior brother so exhilarated? Truly, he was different from the rest. At that moment, for beams of light shot forth from the Lingxiao treasure hall, flashing before the eyes of the crowd in an instant, rendering them unable to discern their forms. However, from the aura, it was clear that they were Yuan Shi, Tongtian, and the 2 from the west. Immediately, the crowd followed the trajectory of the light, soon witnessing the 4 saints hovering in mid-air. Yuan Shi held the 3 treasures Jade Rui. Tongtian wielded the Qing Ping sword, while Jie and Zhuan Ti brandished their respective weapons, the demon-dispelling pestle and the divine pestle, gazing intently at one another. Oh wow, they are truly going to fight. Xianjun Yu grinned widely, bouncing with excitement, reveling in the unfolding drama. This moment, the onlookers were no longer focused on Xianjun Yu, but were instead fixated on the 4 saints in the sky. Yuan Shi, Tongtian, you 3 pure ones have already occupied 3 positions. The remaining 1 rightfully belongs to us in the west. Why do you monopolize it? Do you presume us to be easy prey? Indeed, the position of the Emperor of the East should belong to us in the west. Yuan Shi, Tongtian, do not overstep your bounds. Jie and Zhuan Ti, filled with indignation, were fiercely contending for the last remaining sovereign position, willing to engage in combat with the Eastern Saints. Humph! When did our Eastern affairs become your concern? Be wise and return to manage your own West. If you dare to extend your hands further, do not blame me for being impolite. Yuan Shi cast a disdainful glance at Jie and Zhuan Ti, evidently regarding them with contempt. while Tongtian mirrored that disdain. There is still time to retreat. If you truly seek your demise, I do not mind assisting you on your journey. Assist us on our journey. Tongtian, you speak so boldly. Do you truly think I fear you? Junti retorted without reservation. Clearly, after achieving sainthood, he had grown somewhat arrogant. Previously, he had always kept a low profile before the three pure ones. Yet now he dared to confront Tongtian, and he believed that having become a saint, he was no longer intimidated by such figures. His facade had dissipated. Today, we in the West must claim a sovereign position. Jie echoed, refusing to yield. As the elder brother, Jie, despite his own arrogance, remained somewhat cautious, mindful of the authority of the Panga Orthodox, three pure ones. Yet this caution had lessened after attaining sainthood, though it had not vanished entirely. The brazen demeanor of the duo from the West infuriated Yuan Shi. He immediately declared, "Very well. After a long absence, it seems you two have lost sight of your own standing. Today, I shall ensure you learn your place. Even as saints, I am not someone you can afford to offend. Tongtian, you handle Jie. I shall deal with this arrogant Junti." With his words, Yuan Shi turned to Tongtian and spoke calmly. Although he could handle either adversary alone, he preferred to utilize this opportunity for assistance. With Tongtian dealing with Jie, he could focus on teaching Junti a lesson. "Humph! No need for your words. Jie, behold my sword." With a cold snort, Tongtian directly wielded the Qingping sword to attack Jie. Observing Tongtian's demeanor, Yuan Shi shot him a glare before similarly launching an assault on Junti. Bang! Bang! The collision of the four saints unleashed immense power, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, shaking the entire heavenly court. Among the disciples of the three teachings present, aside from Xianjun Yu, everyone else swayed unsteadily, resembling drunken revelers. The might of the four saints was so formidable that even the residual shockwaves were unbearable for ordinary individuals, prompting the disciples to retreat, fearing for their safety. Only Xianjun Yu remained rooted in place, his face alight with excitement as he watched. This was the manifestation of a saint's power. The surrounding space quivered incessantly. Witnessing his master and second uncle jointly pummel the shameless duo from the West was a rare spectacle indeed. Let the battle continue. Strike them. Pummel those shameless ones, as an aficionado of dramatic events. Xianjun Yu longed to vocally cheer for his master, but refrained, mindful of the presence of other saints, to avoid causing any trouble. As the clash of the four saints intensified, the surrounding space could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to fracture. Upon witnessing the collapse of space, the four simultaneously ceased their attacks in unison. The primordial heavens could not endure their divine might. If the battle continued, the very fabric of reality would be undone. Fighting here was simply out of the question. If you have the courage, bring it to the outside world. With that, Yuan Shi transformed into a streak of light, soaring away from the primordial realm. "Humph! Do you think I fear you?" After another disdainful snort, Junti followed suit. Jie and Tongtian, witnessing this, also took flight, departing the primordial heavens together. Once the four saints had completely vacated the area, the shattered space ceased its fragmentation and began to heal, soon restoring itself entirely. What? They left? Continue to beat them. Why fly so fast? Where am I to witness this grand spectacle? Come back and let us deal with them. Seeing the anticipated performance slip away, Xianjun Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, the relieved onlookers exchanged exasperated glances at his outburst. If this continues, the primordial heavens will be undone. And you're worried about watching a show? Brother, your nerves are rather too frayed. At that moment, the voice of Ta Qing Laozu echoed in Xianjun Yu's ears. Cease your nonsense. Hearing the transmission from his master uncle, Xianjun Yu halted his shouting, slightly shrugging in disappointment as he stood still. Well, it seems there will be no show after all. He had hoped to witness firsthand how the shameless duo would be vanquished, but now it appeared that would not come to pass. He understood that the primordial heavens could not withstand the clash of saints, yet the abrupt conclusion felt rather premature. They hadn't even exchanged a few blows. Through the transmission from his master uncle, he discerned that there had been no intention to prevent the conflict. It was clear that the shameless duo had become overly arrogant, and it was only right for the three pure ones to teach them a lesson. After a lengthy wait, the four saints reappeared in the primordial heavens, now presenting a markedly different image. Yuqing Yuanshi and Shangqing Tongtian stood tall, brimming with vigor, in stark contrast. The duo from the west appeared disheveled. Their hair unkempt and faces smeared with dirt, their garments tattered and ragged, resembling beggars. What a splendid Yuanshi! What a remarkable Tongtian! My fellow disciples, take note of this. After delivering a sharp retort, the shameless duo departed without a backward glance, clearly retreating in haste. They had believed that attaining the status of saints would render them invincible, only to discover that there remained a disparity among saints. Once outside the primordial realm, the four had unleashed their full strength, and the outcome had been overwhelmingly one-sided. Had they not been halted promptly, they would surely have faced dire consequences. Truly shameless. They were just pleading for mercy moments ago. I have never encountered such audacity. Observing the fleeing duo, Yuanshi and Tongtian exchanged glances of disdain. Just moments ago, the duo from the west had been begging for mercy, and now, seeing the multitude gathered, they attempted to salvage their nearly non-existent dignity. Utterly shameless. After casting a scornful glance at the western duo, Yuanshi and Tongtian descended before their disciples. As their master and uncle landed, Xianjun Yu transformed into an enthusiastic admirer, rushing forward to shower praise upon them. Wow! Master and second uncle are simply incredible. Effortlessly thrashing the western duo, the disciples' admiration for their master and uncle flowed like an unceasing river, overwhelming and uncontrollable, their prowess unparalleled, a legacy unmatched throughout the ages. Hearing Xianjun Yu's words, the disciples of the three teachings, who had initially intended to congratulate their master and uncle on their victorious return, stood frozen in place. Brother, you've taken all the flattery. What more can we say? Meanwhile, Yuanshi relished Xianjun Yu's praises, beaming with satisfaction. Indeed, you possess remarkable insight. Your uncle is greatly pleased. As for the likes of Zhuanti and Jane, I have never regarded them with any seriousness. What are they? Bring forth another group, and they would only know to beg for mercy. Hearing their master boast alongside the flattery of his elder disciple, the disciples of the Chan school quickly grasped the situation. No wonder their master held Xianjun Yu in such high regard. They finally understood. This Xianjun Yu truly knew how to seize the moment to offer praise. Perhaps we should try this as well in the future. Indeed, second uncle is unparalleled in the world, truly the foremost saint. With that, Xianjun Yu raised his thumb in approval. Initially, he had intended to shower compliments solely on his master Tongtian, but unexpectedly, his uncle Yuanshi joined in. However, since he had done so, Xianjun Yu felt it inappropriate to deny him that moment. Observing the scene, Tongtian shot a disapproving glance at Yuanshi, who was basking in the adulation from his eager disciple. How shameless, Yuanshi! Those words were clearly meant for me, yet you're climbing the ladder. Such shamelessness is evidently innate. Enough, put away your flattery. You all wait here. We shall discuss matters and return shortly. Stopping Xianjun Yu's praise, Tongtian instructed the assembly before vanishing in a flash. Re-entering the Lanxing palace, Yuanshi, watching Tongtian's departure, couldn't help but silently grumble. You offer no basic encouragement to your disciples, if you're not leading them astray. Who is following this? Yuanshi lightly patted Xianjun Yu on the shoulder, giving him an appreciative glance before also disappearing into the Lanxing palace, leaving Xianjun Yu standing alone in place. He was acutely aware of the kindness Yuanshi extended towards him. He knew it was profound and genuine. The three saints of Kunlun treated him well, yet the more Yuanshi cared for him, the more guilt he felt, for they were not of the same path. If his second uncle were to be reborn, Xianjun Yu would undoubtedly aspire to be a celestial of the Chan school. In this life, it could only be deemed as fate unfulfilled. Observing Xianjun Yu lost in thought, the others gazed at him enviously. The three saints of Kunlun held this elder brother in high regard, and they could only sulk in silence, in the Lanxing palace, now devoid of the western duo. Discussions began regarding the remaining position of Udai, as Laozi possess but one disciple who occupies one position, I am indifferent to the other. While Pingxin Hutu desired to secure the other position, she recognized her inability to compete with the three pure ones and wisely refrained from interfering. The most formidable contenders remained Yuanshi and Tongtian, who were at odds with each other. Since my elder brother and the Pingxin Daoist friend do not seek this Qinghua position, then it shall be mine. With his brother and Hutu abstaining, Yuanshi aimed to claim the position of the great emperor of Qinghua. However, upon hearing this, Tongtian immediately objected. The universe ought to have 6 Yu, having claimed the position of the great emperor of Goqing. I hold little interest in the remaining position, but if that position were to belong to Yuanshi, then I must contest it. Whoever claims the Qinghua position is irrelevant, but it cannot be Yuanshi. You wish to take it? Why should you? Having already claimed the position of Changshan, you still covet the Qinghua position. Your appetite is indeed insatiable. With a face full of disdain, Tongtian remarked, it is precisely to prevent Yuanshi from acquiring another position of authority. Observing the confrontation between Yuanshi and Tongtian, apart from Laozi, who furrowed his brow in concern, the others merely appeared to be spectators, showing no inclination to intervene. Whether my appetite is small or not is of no concern to you. My disciples of the Chan teaching are all individuals of profound fortune. What harm is there in having another position of authority? This Qinghua position does not belong to my Chan teaching. Should it then be bestowed upon your ragtag group of horned and fur-clad individuals? Ridiculous. As he spoke, Yuanshi wore a similarly disdainful expression. While boasting about his disciples, he did not hesitate to belittle Tongtian's followers. Causing Tongtian's face to darken upon hearing the latter part of the remark, he was utterly fed up with the constant insults directed at his disciples. Ridiculous. What is so laughable? As beings of the Honghuang, none is more noble than the other. Who among us, capable of transformation and cultivation, is not a person of deep fortune? You, with your horns and fur, you are the most absurd one here. As Tongtian reached the end of his tirade, he pointed directly at Yuanshi. Tired of Yuanshi's disdainful attitude, he had tolerated it for far too long and was no longer willing to endure it today. Bang! Tongtian, how dare you speak to me like this? I am your elder brother, and you address me in such an insolent manner. Yuanshi slammed his hand on the table, standing up in fury to confront Tongtian, attempting to assert his authority over his younger brother. In response, Tongtian sprang to his feet, pointing a finger at Yuanshi's nose and unleashing a torrent of words. Elder brother? Ha! An elder brother should act like one, if you could persuade me with reason. Then I, Tongtian, would truly admire you. Yet, in your current state, you have no right to call yourself my elder brother. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Tongtian's words flowed with a fervor that mirrored the sharp retorts of his eldest disciple, Xianjun Yu. His critique of Yuanshi was precise and unfiltered, devoid of any vulgarity, yet striking at the very essence of Yuanshi's character. You? Oh, very well, truly a splendid younger brother. If I do not deal with you today, you shall only grow more insolent in the future. Facing the gaze of Haotian, Yao Qi, and Hutu, Yuanshi was pushed to the brink of rage as Tongtian pointed a finger at him. He raised his hand, summoning the Pango banner, a treasured artifact of the teaching, to demonstrate just how enraged he truly was. Observing Yuanshi finally taking action, Laozi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yuanshi, Tongtian, enough, sit down and be silent. Is it not embarrassing enough to act like this in front of several fellow Taoists? With a huff, Yuanshi reluctantly sheathed the Panga banner and resumed his seat. Thanks to Laozi's intervention, he chose to endure this time. But patience has its limits. Tongtian's repeated provocations had brought him to the edge. Should there be another incident, even Laozi's words would not persuade him to retreat so easily. Come if you dare. I have said it before. I have never been one to cower. With a similar huff, Tongtian sat back down. With the contention over the position of authority resolved, his goal had been achieved, and he had undoubtedly emerged victorious from his clash. Seeing that the two brothers had ceased their quarrel, Laozi let out a sigh of relief, though he could not help but shake his head at their final exchange of threats. His two brothers were becoming increasingly unmanageable. The matter regarding the Qinghua position needed resolution. Otherwise, they might come to blows the moment they left the heavenly court that a moment's thought brought to mind the image of a clever individual. It appeared he would need to step in to resolve this matter, or it would remain unresolved. Without hesitation, Laozi waved his tai whisk, employing spatial magic to summon that individual. Outside the hall, Xianjun Yu was suddenly ensnared by an unseen force. Everything around him blurred, and he vanished from his spot. Ah, senior brother! How could he have just disappeared like that? What is happening? Witnessing their senior brother vanish in an instant, Jin Ling and Chang Er were equally astonished. Do not worry, fellow disciples. This is likely the work of the saints. Your senior brother should already be inside. There is no need for concern. Xiandu stepped forward to clarify, addressing the panicking disciples. Your senior brother, with his quasi-saint cultivation, can only be moved so easily by a saint. It was clear that the disciples of the Jie school lacked any semblance of intelligence in Lingxiao Palace. As Hutu gazed at the individual who appeared below, curiosity filled her expression. Isn't this the young man they were discussing at the entrance? What does Laozi intend to do by bringing him here? Noticing this, Hao Qian and Yao Qi exchanged glances and subtly nodded in agreement that Laozi's summoning of Xianjun Yu was evidently tied to the matter of the Qinghua position. If even Laozi regarded Xianjun Yu with such significance, their wager was undoubtedly a sound one. Xianjun Yu raised his head to look at the assembled saints, momentarily taken aback before promptly bowing. I pay my respects to my esteemed Grandmaster, Second Master. And Master, he greeted the saints and the ruler of the heavenly court in succession. Although uncertain about the purpose of his summoning, he remained unperturbed, reassured by the presence of the three saints. There is no need for excessive formalities, Great Emperor. Hao Yan was the first to speak, then turned his gaze towards Laozi. Laozi glanced down at his two brothers before calmly stating, your second master and master have been engaged in a heated debate over the remaining Qinghua position. And as you are the chief among the gods, your grandmaster wishes to hear your thoughts. The position of the emperor of the heavenly palace of Guoqian is one that assists the Jade Emperor in governing the polarities of heaven, earth, and humanity, commanding the stars, and overseeing warfare among mortals. This position is one of true authority, the chief among the gods, and Laozi's assertion was not inaccurate. The chief among the gods? That would be the Guoqian Emperor. This young man is indeed Guoqian Shangong's heavenly emperor, meaning he is Tongtian's eldest disciple, Xianjun Yu. It was at this moment that Huda finally realized who this young man, the subject of their discussions, truly was. She was all too familiar with the name Xianjun Yu, the contender for the heavenly court's authority, the first to ascend to a position of power. These matters were all closely tied to this young man before her. As Xianjun Yu listened, he raised his head to see the displeased expressions on the faces of his second master and master, feeling somewhat speechless. Are second master and master truly engaged in a heated debate over the Qinghua position? If it were merely a debate, why would I be summoned? Clearly, words have failed, and I have been called in to settle this matter. Regardless of how he chose, there would be displeased parties. It was a predicament he truly wished to avoid. Noting Xianjun Yu's silence, Laozi spoke once more. Do not overthink it. Feel free to express your thoughts candidly. I would love to speak freely, but Grandmaster, are you certain this will not offend anyone? After all, I am your eldest nephew. I cannot believe you would put me in such a precarious position. Xianjun Yu internally lamented upon hearing this. With the addition of the 5 positions, Hao Yan was already extremely dissatisfied. And it was likely that everyone present had a stake in one of the positions. The allocation of the Qinghua position was a trap. No matter who it was assigned to, someone would be offended. Perhaps sensing Xianjun Yu's dilemma, Laozi added, your second master and Hutu shall not partake. You need not worry, for I will support you in this matter. Speak your mind freely. Laozi's intention was clear. His backing was meant to empower Xianjun Yu to determine who would claim the Qinghua position. It was evident that he was placing this burden squarely on Xianjun Yu's shoulders. Realizing that his grandmaster was insistent on having him speak, Xianjun Yu began to ponder. With the absence of his grandmaster and Hutu, the pressure had significantly lessened. Since Hao Yan had no say in the matter, the outcome rested solely on the shoulders of second master Yuanshi and master Tongtian, occupying the position of the Guoqian Emperor, which is paramount among the 5 positions beneath the Jade Emperor. Claiming an additional position would bear little significance. His master seemed intent on aggravating his second master. This meant that only second master had a genuine interest in the position. Yet, considering that the Chan teaching was destined to become the Jie teaching's future adversary, it was clear that Second Master could not be allowed to seize it, should he show any weakness now. The disciples of the Jie teaching would face dire consequences. After careful contemplation, an idea suddenly sparked in Xianjun Yu's mind. He had thought of another candidate, one that no one would have anticipated. Thus, he spoke calmly, "Since Grandmaster has permitted me to express my thoughts, I shall share my perspective. This is merely my personal opinion, and I hope the saints will forgive any inaccuracies," as he spoke. Xianjun Yu also paid his respects to those present. Observing this, Laozi, Hutu, Tongtian, Jiaozhu, and Yaotai watched Xianjun Yu with great interest. The few individuals present showed no strong desire to compete for the Qinghua position. Their curiosity lay solely in how Xianjun Yu would articulate his thoughts. Yuan Shi, however, furrowed his brow slightly. As a disciple of the Jie Jiao, he harbored genuine concerns that Xianjun Yu might seize this position for his sect. He held no ill prejudice against Xianjun Yu. Rather, he could not afford to lose to Tongtian. Should the Qinghua position fall into the hands of the Jie Jiao, he would vehemently oppose it. Yet, what Xianjun Yu said next not only surprised Yuan Shi, but also caught the attention of the others present. Among the saints, all have obtained their positions, and the remaining Qinghua position will surely leave someone dissatisfied. As a disciple of the Jie Jiao, Xianjun Yu should not have participated in the saints' deliberation. However, since his master uncle urged him to speak, he would certainly adhere to the principle of fairness. Upon hearing these words, the three pure ones nodded in satisfaction. Truly, he was the foremost disciple of Kunlun Mountain, able to act impartially at this moment, fully deserving of the title. Even Hutu watched Xianjun Yu with keen interest. At this point, his call for impartiality raised questions of authenticity. Nonetheless, the magnitude of his stance was commendable. Had this matter fallen upon her, she would undoubtedly have favored her side. The three pure one's admiration for this young man was not without reason. In certain aspects, he indeed matched the saints. After all, the heavenly court belongs to His Majesty Jiaozhu, so I believe the remaining position should rightfully belong to him. Once he uttered this statement, Xianjun Yu cautiously raised his gaze to the assembly of saints. The saints momentarily froze, their faces reflecting disbelief. Even Jiaozhu and Yaotai stood rooted in astonishment. Clearly, Xianjun Yu's declaration caught everyone off guard. They had initially come to divide Jiaozhu's possessions, and they certainly did not anticipate leaving behind a portion unclaimed. "Ha! My dear nephew, your imaginative thinking is truly delightful." The saints remained speechless for a prolonged moment, but Hutu burst into laughter. Although the position did not belong to her, it also did not go to anyone else, which was indeed a cause for celebration. Witnessing Hutu's joy, Yuan Shi began to reconsider his stance on relinquishing the Qinghua position. They had come to share in the merits and fortunes of the heavenly court, and having already secured their portions, their objective had essentially been fulfilled, merely varying in quantity. Tongtian had merely taken the position of Emperor Gaochen, accumulating a bit more than the others. Yuan Shi was determined not to lose to his younger brother. However, with Tongtian now opposing him at every turn, easily claiming the Qinghua position was no longer a possibility. Should it be left to Jiaozhu, he still had opportunities to maneuver. Xianjun Yu's actions undoubtedly provided him a retreat, which was acceptable. Laozi and Tongtian, though surprised, held no objections. Their interest in the Qinghua position had not been particularly strong. Leaving it with Jiaozhu was indeed a reasonable choice. Only Jiaozhu, seated upon the imperial throne, gazed at Xianjun Yu with excitement. He had thought all 5 positions beneath him would be taken away, yet unexpectedly, one could be preserved. This nephew had genuinely touched him. "Your Majesty," this Jiaozhu looked at Xianjun Yu with immense gratitude. Even under the pressure of the saints, he managed to speak up and safeguard a position. This individual was certainly capable. Seeing Jiaozhu's reaction, Laozi cast him a sidelong glance and remarked mildly, "Although your idea, may be somewhat inappropriate, it seems we have no other course of action." Turning to his 2 younger brothers, he inquired, "Do either of you have any objections to Yuer's proposal?" Acknowledging Xianjun Yu's proposal, Laozi also sought the opinions of his siblings that, as the first descendant among the 3 brothers, Laozi had to concede that Xianjun Yu held significant importance and influence among them. His 2 brothers were also willing to yield for Xianjun Yu. a point that set him apart from others. Since our elder brother sees no issue, let us proceed as Yuer suggests. Since my esteemed nephew has spoken, I too have no objections. Yuan Shi and Tongtian both expressed their agreement. With their elder brother and most cherished descendant, Xianjun Yu, having voiced their opinions, they were willing to accommodate this concession. After all, the position was in Hao Yian's hands, and they could easily make a move later. All right, since neither of you has any objections, the allocation of the Qinghua position shall be determined by you. Hao Yan. Yes, thank you. Ta Qing Shengren. With the Qinghua position returned to the heavenly court, Hao Yan's previously somber expression finally revealed a hint of joy. This incident further deepened his appreciation for Xianjun Yu. Once the positions were nearly finalized, the various saints did not linger any longer and departed in their separate ways. Only Tongtian remained outside the southern heavenly gate. Engaged in conversation with his cherished disciple, with the allocation of positions settled, he sought to understand Xianjun Yu's future plans. His eldest disciple, serving Hao Qian in the heavenly court, stirred discomfort within him. After all, what was Hao Qian to command his disciple? As for the matter of positions concluded, my disciple intends to leave the heavenly court and head to the domain under Emperor Gaochun's rule. Now that I have become an emperor, it feels somewhat awkward to have two emperors within the heavenly court. Xianjun Yu spoke slowly, revealing his intention to depart from the heavenly court. Indeed, leaving the heavenly court is an excellent choice, sparing Hao Qian any discomfort. However, I still hope you will return to Kunlun Mountain. The younger disciples in the sect miss you dearly. Tongtian refrained from stating his own worries, instead using the longing of the younger disciples as a pretext. Hoping his eldest disciple would return to Kunlun Mountain, his beloved disciple was not one to express such sentiments lightly. Returning to Kunlun Mountain, reflecting on the junior disciples who had helped him refine his skills. Xianjun Yu smiled. Returning to refine elixirs for his juniors and enhance their cultivation was indeed a worthwhile endeavor, yet there were still matters he needed to attend to step by step. Remaining solely within the Jie Jiao was not feasible. Thus, he gently shook his head, saying, with Duo Bao Shidi overseeing the younger disciples, I have no worries. Returning would only involve unnecessary back and forth. Moreover, I have grown up. It is time to explore the vastness of the Honghuang world. Staying under my master's protection hinders my growth. Understanding that his master, Tongtian, desired him to return to the Jie Jiao for the sake of his grand plans, Xianjun Yu politely declined. Observing his disciple's resolute desire to venture out, Tongtian felt a bittersweet mix of reluctance. Nonsense! How could you not grow under my protection? Have you not seen how far you have already progressed? However, knowing his disciple's strong will, he chose not to impose too many restrictions, even though he felt a deep sense of loss. Yes, master, I shall certainly heed your words. Immediately, Xianjun Yu clasped his hands in respect, fully aware of his master Tongtian's concern for him. Come forth, sword! With Tongtian's command, the Xianyuan sword within Xianjun Yu materialized instantly, flying into Tongtian's grasp. Holding the sword, Tongtian cast a spell and returned it to Xianjun Yu. Yuer, I know you have always had your own ideas, and I do not wish to interfere. However, the Honghuang world is fraught with danger. I have infused the Xianyuan sword with my sacred intent. This sacred intent can assist you at crucial moments and alert me in a timely manner, serving as a safeguard. Tongtian explained slowly, concerned for his beloved disciple's safety in the vast and perilous Honghuang. He left behind a protective charm, allowing him to feel more at ease. Thank you, master. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu beamed with gratitude. With the safeguard, he felt even more assured in his endeavors. After all, the will of the sage is not something that certain individuals can obstruct. Remember to return to Kunlun Mountain for a visit. Your master has departed. With that, Tongtian vanished in an instant from the south heavenly gate. Farewell, master. After bowing once more in the direction of his departing mentor, Xianjun Yu grasped the Zhuxian's sword, running his fingers along the blade as he reflected on his master's words, feeling a warmth in his heart. Have such a caring master. Everything was worthwhile for the sake of his master and the Jie Sect. Once the sage had departed, Hao Qian and Yao Qi once again convened with Xianjun Yu in the rear hall. They presented him with fine offerings such as celestial wine and the pan tao. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude for your immense assistance, Your Majesty. Let us raise our cups in a toast. Hao Qian declared, clinking his cup with Xianjun Yu's from afar and downing an entire cup of celestial liquor. After drinking, Xianjun Yu responded nonchalantly. This position of authority rightfully belongs to Your Majesty. The teachings of the human sect and the Chan sect have merely added a few more positions of power. And I feel quite embarrassed. After all, Lanxing Xianjun Yu are his masters, and his Grand Master and Second Master have divided so much of Hao Qian's possessions. Let us forego the thanks. I have consumed so many of others' resources and yet must accept their gratitude. I'm not part of the Western duo. Such shamelessness is beyond my character. There is no need for embarrassment. The sage embodies heaven itself. In this primordial universe, none can defy the will of the sage. Saying this, Hao Qian took another hearty sip of celestial wine. With the 6 sages present, he, as the heavenly emperor, had no real authority. As long as the master Hong Jun remained absent, who would dare oppose these sages? When he reflected on his position, he found it utterly ludicrous. With a sage around, was he truly the heavenly emperor, or merely a puppet? Observing this, Yao Qi could only shake her head in exasperation. The dynamics of the primordial realm had always been thus. The sages were the true rulers. While the heavenly emperor appeared to be exalted, but was hardly distinguishable from an ordinary cultivator in the eyes of the sages. Once, the sage lord halted the Wu Yao war with a single command. Today, the 6 sages similarly initiated the 4 imperial seats with just one word. The sages are indeed the sovereigns of this realm. Put it bluntly, beneath the sage, all are mere ants, whether it be Your Majesty or myself. We are but ants. Reflecting on the former Dao ancestor makes this realization easier to accept. Noticing Hao Qian's lingering unease regarding this matter, Xianjun Yu dismissed the notion of being an ant and invoked the name of Hong Jun. When Hong Jun attained sainthood, how many powerful beings in the primordial realm did not submit willingly, calling him the Dao ancestor with utmost respect. He intervened in matters as he pleased, and who dared to oppose him? Even the Wu clan, who once disrespected heaven and revered only Pangu, ultimately found no success and had to retreat in compliance after confronting Hong Jun. Remembering the former sage lord, both Hao Qian and he found a slight solace in their hearts. The current sages resembled the former sage lord, while they themselves were once formidable beings of the primordial realm, unable to resist submission. Moreover, they were not the 12 ancestors of Wu, who could unite Pangu's true essence with their 12 heavenly godly array and wield axes against the sages. Perhaps it is true that beneath the sage, all are mere ants. While Hao Qian muttered this phrase, his heart was filled with different thoughts. He truly did not wish to be subjugated by these sages. To firmly establish his position as the sovereign heavenly emperor, he must break the impasse. Observing Hao Qian in deep contemplation, Xianjun Yu shook his head slightly. Engage in equal dialogue with a sage. One must be a sage oneself. Otherwise, it would be mere empty talk that is utterly impossible for a quasi-saint to scheme against a sage. Regardless of Hao Qian's calculations, he naturally expressed his intentions. Your Majesty, even if you do not seek me out this time, I intend to come to you. Come to me? What matter do you have, great emperor? Upon hearing this, Hao Qian inquired with some confusion. Even Yao Qi, standing nearby, wore a curious expression, having just concluded the matter of the 5 great seats. What else could Xianjun Yu possibly want? Inwardly, Xianjun Yu silently scoffed. Damn, what a fool, if I had no matters to discuss. Would I seek you out? Communicating is truly exhausting. I hope I am not driven mad over the matter of the 4 seats. However, he kept this to himself, knowing that arguing over such trivialities with Hao Qian was ultimately unproductive. Indeed, there are some matters. I have now ascended to the position of the Emperor of the Goqing, and as the saying goes, 2 emperors cannot coexist in a single day. I plan to depart from the heavenly court to the North and South Poles to seek a place to exercise my divine authority. And I hope Your Majesty will take note. Without further ado, he directly stated his intention to leave the heavenly court, believing that Hao Qian would understand the reasons behind it. Upon hearing that Xianjun Yu intended to depart, Hao Qian and Yao Qi exchanged a fleeting look of joy, though it was quickly suppressed. The Emperor of Goqing is the foremost among the gods and holds a position second only to his own. Although Xianjun Yu had been supportive during his time in the heavenly court, the foremost among the gods naturally conflicted with him. Moreover, being a disciple of the three pure ones, remaining in the heavenly court alongside him would only diminish his own prestige and inevitably push the other towards opposition. Given such an awkward predicament, leaving was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Xianjun Yu's willingness to consider his position left Hao Yian momentarily at a loss for words. To urge him to stay would imply he feared Xianjun Yu might truly leave. Yet not urging him would make him appear lacking in grace. It was a conundrum that moment. His ally Yao Qi also spoke up. Great Emperor, why would you say such a thing? If you were to leave just like that, the other celestial beings might think that your majesty cannot accommodate the great Emperor. I implore you to consider this matter carefully. Seeing his junior sister Yao Qi speak on his behalf, Hao Yian cast her a grateful glance. He then echoed her sentiments, saying, Indeed, great Emperor, this action could lead to misunderstandings among the celestial beings of the heavenly court. I hope you will reflect upon this, observing their subtle gestures and hearing their words. Xianjun Yu felt utterly speechless. Did they think he was some naive fool who understood nothing? How absurdly pretentious. Not a word about staying, just asking him to consider. Could they be any more disingenuous? Clearly, they were eager for him to depart. After a moment of silence, Xianjun Yu resolved not to linger any longer in the heavenly court. Having already contemplated leaving, I have already thoroughly considered this matter. Your Majesty and the Empress need not persuade me further. If the celestial beings truly share a common bond with the heavenly court, I believe they will understand. Having secured the position of the Emperor of Goqing, he could also share in the merits and fortunes of the heavenly court. Rather than waste time here, it would be more beneficial to descend to the mortal realm and see what intriguing individuals or events he might encounter. Very well then. Since the great Emperor insists, I shall not press you further, Hao Yian declared, feigning regret while internally feeling pleased. He exhibited no intention of urging Xianjun Yu to stay. Observing this, Yao Qi could not help but twitch her lips. Dear brother, could you not feign a little more sincerity in your attempts to retain him? It's as if you're afraid he doesn't know you wish for him to leave. Indeed, Yao Qi glanced at Xianjun Yu, who wore an expression of amusement directed at her brother. Afraid that Xianjun Yu might misunderstand, she quickly clarified, Great Emperor, please do not overthink it. His Majesty does not mean it that way. At this moment, Hao Yian also realized he might have been too transparent in his intentions, and he immediately turned to Xianjun Yu with a worried expression, fearing he might take offense. However, before Yao Qi could finish explaining, Xianjun Yu raised his hand to interrupt her. There is no need for you to elaborate. Empress, I understand everything. This was indeed my intention, and it is for the sake of your Majesty. I comprehend it all. Upon hearing that Xianjun Yu was not perturbed, Hao Yian and Yao Qi both breathed a sigh of relief. Observing their relieved demeanor, Xianjun Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, inwardly grumbling. Damn it! When they need me, they wish for me to remain in the heavenly court, never mentioning the thought of leaving. Now that I am standing in their way, not a single word of retention is uttered. How ungrateful! Just leaving like this would be too easy for them. No, I must take something with me. But what should I take? There are hardly any items of value from Hao Yian that interest me. Yet given their treatment, I must take something with me. It is not in my nature to suffer losses without gaining anything in return. While Xianjun Yu pondered what he could possibly take, his gaze fell upon the Ren water pan towel before him, and suddenly an idea struck him. Aha! This will do. The pan towel is truly a remarkable treasure, worthy of being called a primordial spiritual root. Upon taking a few bites of the peach of immortality, Xianjun Yu offered a compliment that seemed to carry deeper implications. Upon hearing his praise for the peach, Yao Qi was momentarily taken aback. Yet she quickly grasped the meaning. Since the great emperor relished the Run Shui peaches, she decided to bestow upon him 20 of them, promising to present him with 10 each time they ripened henceforth. With a grand wave of her hand, Yao Qi sent forth 20 Run Shui peaches and vowed to deliver 10 each time they matured. The Ren Shui peaches were harvested in batches of 3,000 years, 6,000 years, and 9,000 years, amounting to a millennium of time. Thus, Xianjun Yu alone could enjoy 30 of them. Should any additional peaches come forth, that number would only increase. Such a generous gift. My thanks to your majesty. After acquiring the peaches, Xianjun Yu did not seek anything further and concluded the small gathering. Taking his leave. Outside the southern heavenly gate, Jin Ling and the other disciples of the Jie Jiao spontaneously gathered to bid farewell to Xianjun Yu. That will suffice for your send-off, Xianjun Yu remarked. Jin Ling, as the eldest sister, you must fulfill your responsibilities here in the heavenly court, ensuring the well-being of your junior brothers and sisters, lest you hinder our grand plan. With the position of the Emperor of the Heavenly Monarch secured, the presence of Jie Jiao disciples in the heavenly court was of little significance. Remaining there was preferable to causing trouble back in Kunlun Mountain. Out of respect for his second master, Yuan Shi, he had no intention of recalling his disciples. Yes, elder brother, I understand. Jin Ling responded, acknowledging her duty. Very well. I shall take my leave, with a final glance at Chang Er Dingguang. Xianjun Yu smiled faintly and departed the heavenly court on a cloud. We bid farewell to our elder brother. The Jie Jiao disciples performed their respectful farewells, expressing their admiration for him as Xianjun Yu left the heavenly court. He slowed his pace, intending to journey southward to seek a location with favorable terrain for his imperial palace. With nothing pressing to attend to, he welcomed the opportunity to admire the breathtaking scenery of the primordial world during his travels. He settled upon a cloud, leisurely soaring towards the south. The vibrant hues of white grass, red leaves, and yellow flowers intermingled to create a stunning autumn tableau, after being accustomed to the towering skyscrapers of Blue Star. The primordial world appeared to him as a veritable paradise. Perched high above, he marveled at the beauty surrounding him, repeatedly expressing his admiration. Compared to the polluted skies of Blue Star, he favored the untouched ecological environment of the primordial realm. Being immersed in such an environment was truly a delight. Just as he was lost in the landscape, a sudden beam of golden light shot up from the distance, only to dissipate swiftly. Nevertheless, this spectacle did not escape Xianjun Yu's notice. Such a commotion must signal the emergence of a spiritual treasure. The primordial world is indeed rife with opportunities, or perhaps it is simply my good fortune. He chuckled. And one could ever have too many spiritual treasures. With that thought, Xianjun Yu laughed heartily and swiftly flew towards the source of the golden light. Meanwhile, at the mountain peak where the golden light originated, two wandering cultivators were engaged in a tense conversation. I never expected the emergence of such a primordial spiritual treasure to create such a stir. Fortunately, we acted quickly, but who knows if anyone has noticed? Xiao Ge, there is no need to fret. You and I, as brothers, combined with this spiritual treasure, what is the worst that could happen if we are discovered? Qiao Bao replied, brimming with confidence. Indeed, these two were Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, wandering cultivators from Wui Mountain, and the primordial spiritual treasure in question was the Luo Bao Jin Xian. Just as Qiao Bao finished speaking, Xianjun Yu landed directly before them, catching them off guard. The sudden appearance of an individual was a sharp slap to their faces. Caught off guard, Qiao Bao exclaimed, "Who goes there? I just mentioned the possibility of being discovered, and then you appear? What a coincidence." Xiao Sheng remarked, noticing how the two of them had been completely oblivious to the newcomer. Instinctively, he positioned himself to shield the spiritual treasure behind him. Xianjun Yu regarded the two small golden immortals before him with indifference. His sole concern was the location of the treasure. This was indeed the place where the golden light had erupted, and it was clear that the two had already obtained the treasure. Without hesitation, he stated flatly, "Hand over the item." Without further ado, Xianjun Yu demanded the two to relinquish the spiritual treasure. As a quasi-saint, he saw no need for lengthy discussions with mere small golden immortals. Wui Mountain is the abode of my brother and me. You arrived demanding our possessions. Who do you think you are? Qiao Bao retorted. Indeed, my brother speaks true, that if you depart promptly, we may overlook this matter. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious. Both Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng glared at Xianjun Yu. Their opponent's identity and cultivation level were unknown, yet his demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. Had they not been cautious, they would have already struck. Observing the audacity of the two small golden immortals to threaten him, Xianjun Yu shook his head with a wry smile. Even small golden immortals dare to speak impudently to a quasi-saint. The manners of today's people have truly deteriorated. You are hardly worthy. With that, Xianjun Yu waved his hand, and two beams of celestial energy shot forth, precisely striking the two of them. Bang, bang, with a couple of thuds. Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng were sent flying, crashing into a multitude of trees and spitting blood. In a single blow, they were rendered incapable of further resistance. How could he be so powerful? Qiao Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. This person must possess at least a Luo cultivation. It seems we have encountered a formidable opponent. Xiao Sheng lamented, his expression filled with reluctance, just as they had obtained the exceptional primordial spiritual treasure. Luo Bao Jin Xian. They had anticipated that this treasure would grant them a foothold in the primordial world. Yet, just as they believed their celestial journey was commencing, they encountered such a powerhouse. How could they accept such a fate? Noticing the two had lost their ability to act, Xianjun Yu approached and spotted the item in Xiao Sheng's hand. He extended his palm, enveloping the spiritual treasure in celestial energy, and it flew directly into his grasp. The treasure appeared square and round, adorned with wings on either side, while intricate runes were inscribed on the front and back. This is indeed a top-tier primordial spiritual treasure. Its shape resembles that of ancient coins. Could it be? After closely examining the treasure, a familiar artifact flashed in Xianjun Yu's mind. He quickly deduced what it was: the top-tier primordial spiritual treasure, Luo Bao Jin Xian. This treasure is capable of seizing others' artifacts, but its use comes at the cost of the user's fortune. In essence, the more powerful the artifact seized, the greater the fortune expended. Fortune is the foundation of existence. Once consumed, it cannot be restored through any means. Even if there is some recovery later, it will not be equivalent to the portion of fortune previously spent. Such a treasure is practically useless. It is tasteless to consume, yet a pity to discard. For a sect like Jie Jiao, which inherently experiences a loss of fortune, this item is a lethal poison. Accepting it would be sheer folly. I thought it to be something of value. What a piece of trash! With that, Xianjun Yu disdainfully tossed the Luo Bao Jin Xian back to Xiao Sheng. The treasure could be possessed by anyone, but it was particularly unsuitable for someone from Jie Jiao. Xiao Sheng watched as the Luo Bao Jin Xian returned to him, utterly bewildered. He had anticipated the treasure would be seized, yet the other party completely disregarded it. After all, this was a top-tier primordial spiritual treasure, not some inferior item. However, this turn of events was not wholly unfortunate, as at least he did not lose the treasure. Just then, Xianjun Yu's attention was drawn to a tea tree atop the mountain. This tree stood an impressive 2 zhang tall, its branches lush and verdant, subtly absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, clearly remarkable. Without hesitation, he ascended to the treetop to investigate. This tea tree is indeed a spiritual root. It may not be a top-tier primordial spiritual root, but it is still a commendable one. Xianjun Yu appeared to speak positively on the surface, yet internally he was overjoyed with the falling treasure in the hands of these two individuals. Their identities were not difficult to deduce. They were undoubtedly Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, the notorious pair of unfortunate brothers. During the great catastrophe of Fengshen, they had opposed the Jie Sect, with Xiao Sheng being slain by Zhao Gongming, the outer sect's senior brother, and Qiao Bao meeting his demise within the 10 absolute formation. Indeed, they were the quintessential unfortunate brothers. It was rumored that these two were rogue cultivators from Wui Mountain, claiming it as their place of cultivation, leaving no doubt that it was indeed Wui Mountain. The spiritual roots of the tea trees that thrived there were certainly the mother tree of Dahong Pao. Although this venture did not yield any spiritual treasures, acquiring this mother tree was undoubtedly a significant gain. Without delay, Xianjun Yu immediately cast a spell. In an instant, the earth began to churn, and the mother tree of Dahong Pao slowly ascended, its roots gradually revealing themselves, until it ultimately detached from Wui Mountain. It shrank in size and flew into the palm of Xianjun Yu, who then stored it away. Throughout this entire process, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao could only watch in helplessness, unable to intervene. The Dahong Pao tea tree was indeed a treasure to them. To claim indifference would be a blatant lie, yet facing such a formidable opponent, they could do nothing but observe. After securing the mother tree of Dahong Pao, Xianjun Yu approached the two men, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, believing the other was about to strike. glared at him with expressions of rage. There is no need for such hostile glares. I am aware of your discontent. It is perfectly acceptable to feel that way. Xiao Sheng, Chao Bao. I am Xianjun Yu, the celestial emperor of the upper palace of Gochun. I am on a quest to the southern regions to seek a palace. Once I attain greater cultivation, should you wish to seek vengeance, you may find me in the south that I will await your arrival. As for this karma, I shall accept it. With that, Xianjun Yu soared away without a backward glance, leaving Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao in a state of shock, sitting there in bewilderment that weren't we supposed to be killed? And yet he simply leaves? The two, relieved to have preserved their lives, were filled with gratitude, having thought they were doomed, only to find themselves alive. What an arrogant fellow! He injured us and stole our spiritual roots. This is truly excessive. Brother Xiao, what should we do about this? Chao Bao inquired of Xiao Sheng, who was nearby. However, Xiao Sheng, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, replied with resignation, "What can we do? Such a being is beyond our reach. Did you not hear his title of emperor? He likely possesses the cultivation of a quasi-saint, or at the very least, is a peak de Luo realm expert. We must accept our fate. It was merely a spiritual root, and losing it is unfortunate, but living to tell the tale is already a blessing. It was not that Xiao Sheng was weak, but rather that the opponent's cultivation was overwhelmingly powerful. To resist would only invite further calamity. Since the other party had spared them, pressing the issue would surely lead to their demise. Hearing this, Chao Bao had no further retorts. He had no intention of seeking revenge. He was merely uncomfortable with being bullied. Brother Xiao speaks the truth. We should focus on our cultivation in Wui Mountain. Perhaps one day, after reaching the Luo realm, we may reclaim our dignity." The two firmly engraved the name Xianjun Yu in their memories. Once they reached the Luo realm, they would definitely seek retribution for this humiliation. It was a pity that neither possessed the potential for Luo. Revenge would ultimately remain a mere dream. What Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao contemplated was unknown to Xianjun Yu, who was currently riding the clouds. Gazing at the mother tree of Dahong Pao in his hand, a smile stretching across his face. Encountering spiritual treasures and roots along the way, the concept of fortune was indeed enigmatic. Ever since the fortune within the sect ceased to dissipate and began to rise, he had been experiencing a string of good luck. No wonder his second master uncle favored those with profound fortunes. It seemed that good fortune could be encountered simply by walking along. Watching the tea tree in his hand, he found it increasingly delightful. After this event, he placed greater value on merit and fortune. With merit acquired, one must contemplate the consequences of any action taken against you. With fortune at hand, cultivation becomes as effortless as drinking water. With luck maximized, possessing these two elements meant even a saint would have to consider the repercussions of disturbing you. It was akin to having a talisman for protection that was regrettable about the falling treasure. It could have been utilized to its fullest potential, yet Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao's fortune was indeed remarkable. Alas, the cost was simply too great. Reflecting on these unfortunate brothers, Xianjun Yu could not help but shake his head. Just considering these two, they were undoubtedly individuals of great fortune, residing on Wui Mountain, possessing the spiritual roots of the mother tree of Dahong Pao, and having acquired an extraordinary innate spiritual treasure. Their fortune undoubtedly surpassed that of most cultivators in the primordial world. Yet, with the falling treasure now in hand, their fortunate days were gradually coming to an end. Acquire the falling treasure was both a stroke of luck and a twist of fate. It could only be said that the moment they obtained the extraordinary innate spiritual treasure, their destinies were already sealed. Whether they live or die is of no concern to me. This trifling grudge over a tree is a karma I can bear. If they seek death, let them come. Why bother with so much? It was better to savor the flavor of Dahong Pao. Clearly, Xianjun Yu did not regard these two minor golden immortals with any seriousness. With that, he settled cross-legged atop the clouds, conjured a tea set, and plucked some Dahong Pao tea leaves to brew. Once the tea was ready, he lifted the cup to his lips, savoring every sip with delight. This tea invigorates the entire being. Such a precious brew would be wasted on Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao. With that, he poured himself another cup of Dahong Pao, perched upon the clouds. Sipping tea while admiring the scenery, Xianjun Yu entered the southern regions under his dominion. As he approached the South Pole, he stowed away the tea set and hovered in the air, carefully surveying the landscape below to select a location for his imperial palace. After thorough comparisons, he chose a nearby mountain that was sparsely populated. Upon landing before the mountain, Xianjun Yu immediately summoned his celestial power, causing the spirits residing within to soar uncontrollably into the air. Dozens of spirits quickly gathered before him, their faces filled with terror. Observing the renowned mountain of spirits, Xianjun Yu, with his quasi-sane cultivation, directly enlightened them one by one. The spirits transformed into young disciples. "Thank you, Master, for your enlightenment." The transformed spirits knelt before Xianjun Yu. Initially fearing that this mighty being had come to annihilate them, they were pleasantly surprised to find that he had assisted in their transformation, indicating his intent to accept them. For these spirits, being able to serve under such a powerful figure was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. "You need not be overly courteous. I have a question for you all. Does this mountain possess a name?" Xianjun Yu inquired, gazing at the kneeling spirits and disciple that moment. A young disciple transformed from a mountain spirit quickly replying to the master, "This mountain is renowned, known as Baihai Xianshan. Baihai Xianshan, the green ocean signifies the azure sky, and coupled with the verdant mountains, it is indeed splendid." Upon hearing the name Baihai, Xianjun Yu nodded in satisfaction, as long as it was not an unnamed mountain. He would not need to think of a new name, and the name Baihai was quite fitting, requiring no alterations. "You all may step aside. I shall establish my dojo and palace here." "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, the dozens of transformed spirits promptly rose and stepped aside. Once the disciples had retreated, Xianjun Yu channeled his celestial power and swept his fingers forward. Bang! The peak of Baihai Xianshan appeared as though it had been cleaved. The entire mountain body splitting in two. Following this, Xianjun Yu flicked his finger, releasing a surge of celestial energy that upon contact with the mountain peak, instantly shattered it into dust that scattered across the heavens and earth. Witnessing this, the gathered disciples' pupils constricted, their respect for this unknown master deepening. At a mountain peak over 3,000 meters tall, reduced to nothingness with a mere gesture. This master was undoubtedly a being of extraordinary cultivation. Following such a powerful figure was certainly a fortuitous opportunity. As the location was cleared, Xianjun Yu took out the imperial seal that symbolized his identity. He rotated his fingers slightly on the seal, which then flew directly to the summit of Baihai Xianshan. Under the curious gazes of the gathered spirits, the imperial seal erupted with waves of mysterious celestial light, and a grand palace materialized at the mountain's peak. Immediately after, a 10-meter-wide stone platform extended layer by layer from the palace down to the foot of the mountain. Once this was completed, the imperial seal returned to Xianjun Yu's hand. "The palace is established. You may all enter with me." "Indeed, my lord," the attendant responded. As they retracted the imperial seal, Xianjun Yu, accompanied by the enlightened disciples, ascended the stone platform towards the palace above. Naturally, it was only the disciples who physically climbed. Xianjun Yu, with his hands clasped behind his back, floated upwards gracefully upon the clouds, effortlessly filling the void of grandeur. Upon reaching the edge of the stone platform, a vast expanse lay before him, culminating in the resplendent imperial palace. The palace bore two plaques, one large and one small. The smaller Jiangxiao Palace, while the larger proclaimed Gaoqianshang Palace, with the names of the Jiangxiao Palace and Gaoqianshang Palace already designated. It certainly saved a considerable amount of effort. Observing that each palace possessed its own appellation, Xianjun Yu felt a profound satisfaction. The imperial seat was ordained by the heavens, and thus the title of the palace was likewise decreed. Immutable even by his own desires. "Wow! This palace is incredibly luxurious and beautiful," exclaimed one of the disciples. "Indeed, I have never beheld such a magnificent palace. It may very well rival the fabled Lingxiao treasure hall." The naive disciples, awestruck by the shimmering palace before them, eagerly praised its splendor, even drawing comparisons to the celestial Lingxiao hall. Although they had never visited Lingxiao hall, they had heard tales of its immense grandeur and opulence. In their eyes, the Jiangxiao Palace was likely comparable to the famed Lingxiao Hall, and indeed, This was not far from the truth. The Jianshao Palace, when juxtaposed with the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, was merely slightly inferior, the differences being negligible. Now that we are gathered, this shall henceforth be my dojo, and your home. Do you wish to remain as my attendants? Having halted the crowd, Xianjun Yu inquired about their intentions. He welcomed those willing to stay, while those who wished to depart were not coerced. After all, he was merely gathering some subordinates. Whether there were more or fewer did not concern him. That we are willing. My lord, we all wish to remain. The group of enlightened disciples unanimously expressed their desire to stay, for who would prefer to venture forth into peril without the protection of such a formidable ally? Moreover, their gratitude for his enlightenment further solidified their resolve to remain. Most importantly, they feared that should they express a desire to leave, this formidable being might, in a fit of rage, obliterate them. He possessed the power to enlighten them in an instant, and could just as swiftly end their existence. Only a fool would choose to depart at such a moment. Excellent, since you wish to stay. Allow me to introduce myself, Xianjun Yu declared, as the eager disciples pricked up their ears to listen attentively. Xianjun Yu gradually revealed his identity. I am one of the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly realm, the emperor of Gaoqinshan Palace, of equal standing with the lord of the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor of the Golden Palace, being of equal rank with the heavenly emperor, implied a status of parity. To stand alongside the heavenly emperor surely indicated a level of quasi-saintly cultivation. Thus, the lord before them was indeed a quasi-saintly powerhouse. Realizing this, the disciples felt a surge of relief for not having chosen to leave, for such a quasi-saintly backing was something one could scarcely hope to attain. Serving under such a master was undoubtedly an unparalleled honor. However, the next words from the quasi-saintly lord left them utterly astonished. Of course, this is merely my identity within the heavenly court, not my root. Xianjun Yu continued, my true name is Xianjun Yu, the foremost disciple of the pure and clear sage of Kunlun Mountain, the senior brother of the... As he spoke, Xianjun Yu gazed at the group of peculiar disciples. The disciples stood frozen in place. The mere revelation of his identity as one of the 6 sovereigns had already left them in shock, but to discover that this quasi-saintly being was also the disciple of a sage, and indeed the foremost disciple, was a revelation of far greater magnitude. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, who did not recognize that saints were the most formidable beings within this realm. The likes of the heavenly emperor and Hao Yin were but mere juniors in the presence of a sage. We shall remember, but we never anticipated that our Lord was the foremost disciple of a sage. It truly astonishes us, they exclaimed. Indeed, we are greatly surprised. However, how can our Lord, being a disciple of a sage, serve the heavenly court? While the 2 enlightened disciples expressed their astonishment, they were also filled with profound curiosity. Particularly the latter, who posed a significant question. Upon hearing this, Xianjun Yu furrowed his brow slightly. The matter was not one that could not be disclosed, but the fewer who knew, the better, especially among these attendants. Nonetheless, he did not chastise the 2, for they were newly enlightened and still unfamiliar with the intricacies of such matters. It was merely a matter of teaching them the rules. You 2 have names? Before imparting the rules, Xianjun Yu inquired about their names. Replying, my lord, we do have names. I'm called Yuan Ling. I'm called Yin Guang. Upon being asked, the 2 promptly shared their names. Unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently touched upon a matter of great significance. Yuan Ling, Yin Guang, today I shall impart to you your first lesson. Do not pry into matters concerning me. I will divulge what I deem necessary. Learn to feign ignorance. Not everything requires clarity. Otherwise, you may invite grave peril upon yourselves. Do you understand? As he spoke, Xianjun Yu narrowed his eyes. Observing the 2, the fact that they dared to speak up indicated they possessed the highest cultivation among the group. He did not mind nurturing them. However, having made his points so clear, if they still failed to comprehend, they would not be worth cultivating. Yes, we understand, my lord, realizing their misstep, particularly Yin Guang, who was drenched in cold sweat. They understood the gravity of their inquiry. Had the Lord not been present, he might have collapsed from fear. Initially puzzled as to why such a noble figure as the foremost disciple of a sage would serve the heavenly court, He now realized this touched upon the secrets of their lord, which was truly a grave matter. Good. It is well that you understand. Remember, refrain from asking about matters that do not concern you. And focus on your own tasks, should you offend other powerful beings over trivial matters. I cannot guarantee your safety, Xianjun Yu remarked with a sly smile, implying that as long as they did not seek their own demise, no one would harm them. Should they choose to court danger, he would not intervene on their behalf. As the saying goes, without rules, chaos ensues. For quasi-saintly beings, such protocols were highly regarded. Naturally, he also wished to avoid losing face over such issues. Furthermore, should his second master or teacher come to inquire, these individuals lacking decorum would surely lead to dire consequences. We're grateful for your teachings, my lord. We shall never pry again and will diligently attend to our own duties. The two expressed their heartfelt thanks. In that moment, they vowed to never ask what they ought not to. You are indeed teachable, Xianjun Yu affirmed. You all must remember, refrain from asking what should not be asked. Should you truly wish for demise, I shall not stop you. Observing their understanding, Xianjun Yu did not forget to remind the other disciples as well. They were all his attendants. He did not wish to show favoritism openly, but he would still offer necessary reminders. Yes, my lord, we understand. With the discussion reaching this point, if anyone remained oblivious, it would indeed be their own misfortune. After imparting these reminders, Xianjun Yu instructed, you all may proceed to tidy up the Jiangshao Palace. I shall be delivering teachings here tomorrow. Yuan Ling, Yin Guang, you shall accompany me. Yes, my lord. With his command, the other disciples set about cleaning the palace, while Xianjun Yu led Yuan Ling and Yin Guang to the palace's rear courtyard. Upon arriving at the back courtyard, Xianjun Yu retrieved the spirit root, the Dahong, Pao Mother Tree, in the curious gaze of Yuan Ling and Yin Guang. A small tea tree soared from his hand, instantly growing to several dozen zhang in height. As it touched the ground, the soil churned and the roots spread, firmly establishing themselves within the verdant earth. And why, Lord? What is this? Yuan Ling inquired cautiously, uncertain if he should pose such a question. For such trivial matters, Xianjun Yu was entirely unconcerned. He replied nonchalantly, this tree is a spirit root tea tree I encountered on my journey here. Its tea possesses divine effects and is perfect for entertaining esteemed guests. I shall entrust you with the harvesting of this tea tree. Unless I, the master, give an order, no one is permitted to approach this tree. Although the Dahong Pao is not considered an exceptionally valuable item, it is nonetheless a remarkable tea tree, and I do not wish for too many individuals to disturb my Dahong Pao. Originally, I intended to nurture these two individuals, and this task is perfectly suited for them. Yes, master, we understand. Upon receiving such an important responsibility from the master, Yuan Ling and Yin Guang were filled with excitement. Entrusting them with matters concerning their spiritual roots indicates that the master holds them in high regard, perhaps even considering them for the role of close attendants. As for the matter of the first disciple it is sufficient for you to be aware of it. There is no need to mention it further. Remember, in this Bihai Xianshan, only the Emperor of Gochun holds supreme authority. You must also convey this to other attendants, ensuring they comprehend it. Xianjun Yu earnestly instructed them. Here, beneath the heavenly court in the palace of Jiangshao, the identity of the Emperor Go-chun must take precedence. That if we were to emphasize the identity of the disciples, it would appear rather inappropriate. For those minor beings outside, it is far better to maintain the Emperor's legitimate identity. It is one thing for the Taoist boys to be aware of it, but it is another matter entirely to speak of it. Understood, master, we comprehend. Yuan Ling and Yin Guang promptly affirmed their understanding. Having learned from previous experiences, they refrained from inquiring further. Whatever the master decreed, they would follow without question. They would no longer engage in self-destructive behavior. I observe that you too possess a degree of wisdom. Thus, I bestow upon you these 2 9-turn golden pills. Prepare yourselves, for tomorrow the master shall impart teachings to the beings of the surrounding area and also establish the master's regulations, having conferred upon them 2 9-turn golden pills corresponding to their attributes. Xianjun Yu sent them on their way. Yes, master. The 2 of them took the golden pills in hand and departed, entirely unaware of the precious nature of the 9-turn golden pills, believing them to be mere ordinary elixirs. It was only after they consumed them that the potency of the pills elevated them to a significant realm, and they realized that these 9-turn golden pills were indeed remarkable divine elixirs. It was due to this divine elixir that their reverence and respect for Xianjun Yu deepened considerably. The next morning, in front of the palace of Jiangshao, Xianjun Yu sat high upon the stone platform at the entrance, while the attendants arranged themselves in a row below. Immediately, Xianjun Yu began to channel his quasi-sane cultivation and employed a marvelous technique to initiate the grand law of 1,000-mile sound transmission towards the south he had established. I am Xianjun Yu, the Emperor Go-chun of the Heavenly Court, who governs the southern and northern extremes. Today, I shall impart teachings for 300 years at the Jiangshao Palace in Bihai Xianshan. All those with affinity are welcome to listen. Before waiting for anyone to arrive, Xianjun Yu began to share his teachings with the Taoist boys under his command. His intention was merely to establish regulations while simultaneously fostering benevolent connections. How many would actually listen was of no concern to him. They were not his disciples, after all, and he had no intention of waiting for them. Upon hearing Xianjun Yu's voice, various spirits and beings residing near Bihai Xianshan hurriedly made their way there. The emperor imparting teachings was indeed a grand opportunity that no one wished to miss. Those further away also began to rush towards Bihai Xianshan. Some individuals with a certain level of cultivation hesitated, pondering, the emperor of the heavenly court is imparting teachings? I wonder if we possess the requisite cultivation for this. What do you think, fellow cultivator? This individual possesses profound cultivation, and his melodious voice resonates throughout the south. He must certainly possess the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. It would not hurt to listen. Very well, since that is the case, let us proceed to listen. Many golden immortal cultivators, even those at the Tai level, made their way toward Bihai Xianshan. Some awakened spirits that had yet to take form crawled through the woods beneath Jiangshao Palace to listen to the teachings. Xianjun Yu did not expel these formless beings. Even if someone arrived at Bihai Xianshan, he remained undisturbed, continuing his discourse. Above is the yellow hall. Below is the gate of destiny. Inhale the essence from outside into the Dantian. As time passed, the crowd grew larger, and the open space in front of Jiangshao Palace became completely filled. Everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, attentively listening. Some skeptical cultivators found themselves entranced, no longer underestimating Xianjun Yu, but rather becoming increasingly respectful. The entirety of the southern pole was vast, with cultivators as numerous as the stars. Although Bihai Xianshan was considerable in size, it could not accommodate such a multitude. The number of visitors was overwhelming, with cultivators of various kinds filling the area for dozens of miles, prompting Xianjun Yu to maintain the sound transmission technique during his teachings to ensure everyone could hear. This continued for a full 300 years. 300 years of imparting teachings swiftly passed. Awaken, all of you. With a deep exhalation, Xianjun Yu concluded his 300 years of teachings. We thank the emperor for imparting the teachings. The beings who had come to listen all bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude to Xianjun Yu. The collective gratitude was indeed a magnificent spectacle. Everyone who attended gained something from the teachings, with some formless beings directly transforming and ascending to immortality on the spot. These individuals were filled with appreciation for Xianjun Yu and no need for formalities. This time, I impart teachings solely to cultivate benevolent connections. From now on, I shall reside here. I hope you will not act recklessly under my authority. Should I discover any disorderly conduct, do not blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, Xianjun Yu unleashed his quasi-saint aura, simultaneously issuing a warning to the crowd. Dare to cause trouble in my domain. You had better possess a cultivation stronger than mine. Otherwise, if I catch you, prepare to face dire consequences. The crowd was taken aback by this formidable presence. They had initially believed the Emperor Go-chun to be a great Luo golden immortal. To their astonishment, he was actually a quasi-saint powerhouse. Who would dare to provoke a quasi-saint? Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Yes, Emperor, we understand. The throng hastily affirmed their comprehension, entirely devoid of any intent to cause trouble. Even if they did, they would never dare to act openly. Very well. Upon concluding the teachings, you should depart swiftly. Withdrawing his quasi-saint aura, Xianjun Yu turned and entered Jiangshao Palace without looking back. The attendees, feeling the weight of the quasi-saint's presence, did not linger and promptly flew away from Bihai Xianshan. Within the main hall of Jiangshao Palace, Xianjun Yu sat upon the imperial throne, rubbing his temples. Imparting teachings for 300 years, and still without compensation, felt like a considerable loss. He hoped they wouldn't cause trouble, or else he would not hesitate to act. 300 years of teachings were torturous for someone of his disposition. That if it were merely speaking, that would be one thing, but maintaining the sound transmission to ensure everyone could hear was truly exhausting. Not that it consumed much of his energy. Being a quasi-saint, this minor expenditure was entirely negligible. Tea was merely a drain on his patience. "Master, your tea." Yuan Ling entered respectfully, presenting the tea he had prepared. "Yuan Ling, have those individuals departed?" "Yes, Master, they have all left. Only a few formless ones remain nearby, showing no signs of leaving." The Taoist boy Yuan Ling did not conceal anything and conveyed the situation truthfully. Hearing this, Xianjun Yu paid it little mind. After all, they were merely mountain spirits, lingering not on Bihai Xianshan itself, but in the surrounding woods, which posed no significant concern.